Copyright at R. Richards 2025. All rights reserved. No part of this publication may be reproduced, distributed, or transmitted in any form or by any means, including photocopying, recording, or other electronic or mechanical methods, without prior written permission of the author. Legal disclaimer. This is a work of fiction. Unless otherwise indicated, all the names, characters, businesses, places, events and incidents in this book are either a product of the author's imagination or used in a fictitious manner. Any resemblance to actual persons, living or dead, or actual events are purely coincidental. Trigger warning. This book contains blood, guts, swearing that could make a sailor faint, and a British mum of 6, who treats the zombie apocalypse like a particularly annoying school run. Expect gore, sarcasm sharp enough to shave with, and a woman so done with everyone's nonsense, that even the undead think twice before knocking on her door. Also features mild tear-related violence, the occasional questionable parenting decision, it's the apocalypse, Karen, and a disturbing amount of joy in decapitating the neighbors. Proceed at your own risk and maybe put the kettle on first. Please subscribe, hit the like button and share where you are in the comments. You can find me at roxyrich.substack.com, or if you fancy a snoop around my website, just type into Google, roxyrichauthorpodcaster.com. Mum, Dexter won't let me do my homework. Mum, I can't find my school shoes. Mum, Clayton just splashed me with milk, I'm gonna stink now. Mum, where's my lunchbox? Another day in paradise. I love my kids. Fiercely, deeply, with everything I've got. But let's not pretend mornings are anything short of a total disaster. The moment the sun comes up, the chaos begins. Breakfast is half-eaten, shoes are nowhere to be found. Someone cries over something, someone else shouts just to shout. It's like Groundhog Day with a twist of madness. Honestly, sometimes I wonder how we survived the pre-9 a.m. war zone. Let me introduce you to the tribe. My kids, the thorns in my side, the loves of my life. The reason I lose my mind and hold it together all at once. Every single one has mastered a unique method of destroying my quiet time. Dexter struts around like he's the boss, the almighty homework gatekeeper, while the younger ones react to a single worksheet like it's the bloody book of Revelations. And me? I'm caught somewhere between referee and hostage negotiator. I spread peanut butter on toast while keeping an ear out for the kettle to boil. At the same time, someone asks me for the third time in 10 minutes where their left sock is. Every morning, I start with a pep talk. Today is the day, I say. Today, I'll be that serene, all-knowing parent who wakes up before the alarm, glides through a sunbeam, and even stretches a little. Maybe I'll drink my coffee while it's still hot. Not by gulping it down like a contestant in a speed drinking contest. I genuinely set out with good intentions, truly believing in my ability to master the chaos. What a laugh, right? Because, of course, the universe likes to keep things interesting. No sooner do I think I've got a head start, than I hear the first great tragedy of the day. Someone's sock seam is wrong and ruining their life. Meanwhile, juice flies through the air like some sort of breakfast performance art. I'm serenaded by complaints about breakfast. Complaints about siblings, existential crises over what constitutes as the right pair of pants, and the frantic search for the lost reading book, which naturally vanishes every single morning as if sucked into a portal, accessible only to parental frustration. By 8 a.m., my calm intentions are a distant memory, replaced by my signature raised voice technique. Not because I enjoy shouting, but because otherwise I'd be drowned out by the morning's chaotic symphony. Don't get me wrong, I am madly in love with these small loud creatures. It's just that unconditional love apparently doesn't come with a mute button or a superpower for finding missing shoes. Yet despite the circus that is my life, I honestly wouldn't trade it for anything. I may threaten to run away to a spa about 50 times before school drop-off, but there's a warped beauty in the madness. This messy, unpredictable, glorious noisy life that I own is mine. Each absurd argument, each juice-soaked catastrophe, each reminder on repeat. Even the ones that make me mutter things under my breath, I hope they never repeat at school. They're all part of my imperfect, hilarious, exhausting little clan. Thorns and all, they're mine and somehow, I'm theirs. So, yeah. Another day in paradise, and we're only 5 minutes in. Clayton is a Klingon with a capital C, underlined, highlighted, and possibly tattooed across my forehead. Every step I try to take, he's right behind me. He's stuck tighter to me than superglue in a heat wave, his tiny hand always seeking my attention or asking for another snack. He's not just my child, he's my shadow. An unofficial sheriff of my personal space, making sure I have no privacy whatsoever. For Clayton, boundaries are an abstract concept, and the word privacy is someone he's never met. He's 5 years old going on 50, full of opinions, with a stubborn streak that I swear could bend steel. He has his father's tight, stubborn little afro, a constant, curly reminder of the man who gave it to him. Sometimes, when I brush it out, I see those same eyes and that stubborn chin, and it's a complicated mix of emotions. It would be adorable if it didn't also remind me of that man's frustrating absence and shortcomings. Unfortunately, the resemblance doesn't stop with the hair. Clayton seems to have inherited the full suite of his father's most challenging traits, especially the dramatic temper. The kid can create chaos over the tiniest things. Drop his toast on the floor? Cue instant meltdown, complete with tears and wails loud enough to wake the neighbors. Tell him to put on socks. You'd think I'd asked him to walk across a river of lava, not the living room rug. Refuse him a second helping of dessert? Brace yourself, because it's basically the start of a civil war. He's passionate, unpredictable, and full of opinions about everything. But despite his difficulties, here's what you need to understand: Clayton is my baby. He's my last born, my laughter and chaos bundled up in cartoon pajamas. He has the little heartbeat that keeps me moving, even when all I want is 5 minutes alone. I admit I spoil him. I overindulge. Give in to him more times than I should, or any child development textbook would recommend. But what else can I do? With a useless father who couldn't nurture a cactus, let alone raise a son, parenting falls to me. His father, who contributes little more than DNA, stomps away to play a background role. Distant, absent, and never helpful. That leaves a gap, expansive and aching, and I try to fill it however I can. Sometimes by bending, sometimes by breaking. Often by bribing or buying small joys. When people judge, stating that I've made my son difficult, they don't understand the love behind every concession. Clayton is loud, demanding, and yes, wild, but he's also fiercely loving. I learned to live with sticky fingers on my face and his head tucked beneath my chin because he's mine. His neediness is a sign that he trusts me to be there in ways nobody else is. If he's a handful, it's because the world gave him just one working parent. Every day, I do my utmost to be all that he needs. I am the fortress, the comfort, the entertainer, the nurse, and sometimes the disciplinarian. All rolled into one singular, determined mother. While some days are exhausting, I wouldn't trade any of it. Clayton, for all his drama, is my greatest challenge and my eternal joy. I parent him, love him, and yes, sometimes spoil him, because I want his world to be filled with everything his father cannot give him. Difficult? Absolutely. Worth it? Every single messy minute. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to go retrieve him from under the kitchen table, where he's currently boycotting life, because I cut his sandwich the wrong way. Let's take a moment to discuss the twins, Angel and Archie. Yes, those are their real names. No, I was not high on fumes from used nappy pails when I picked them. Honestly, some people hear those names and instantly imagine two innocent cherubs, sitting quietly, drawing rainbows. But don't be fooled by the sweet-sounding titles. These two would have been banned from the Garden of Eden faster than you can say forbidden fruit. Angel, in particular, is about as angelic as a coffee-fueled raccoon at 3 a.m. Archie is her equally mischievous partner, though at least he occasionally pretends to feel bad after the chaos. When strangers coo over their names at the park, usually while Angel is up a tree and Archie is hiding someone's snacks, I just smile and nod. After all, it's far easier than launching into the reality of angelic behavior at home, which usually means marker murals on the walls and Lego landmines in every hallway. Now, if you notice those striking bright blue eyes that everyone loves to comment on, oh, my goodness, what gorgeous eyes. Where do they get them from? Let me assure you that the only magic those eyes contain is an uncanny knack for spotting unattended desserts so they can then collaborate on a grand theft. They inherit those eyes from me, which apparently means I'm responsible for their charm as well as every act of mutiny against household cleanliness. Then we have their sandy blonde hair, a little gift from their father, who is notable mostly by absentee citation. Thanks for the Instagram post-worthy hair texture, dear old dad, and just as well, you left the personality genes untouched. Because let's face it, if there's any trace of actual character or unfiltered volume in our house, it's my contribution. I am the proud supplier of relentless wit, bottomless sarcasm, and the kind of stamina it takes to survive their kind of childhood. Divine talent, some might say. Others just see it as hereditary endurance. The twins are 7 now, or, as I like to measure it, roughly 2,556 days of sleep deprivation, give or take a leap year. Calling them a handful doesn't even begin to cover it. Even on their best days, which are rare, fleeting, and almost mythical, they're basically a two-person natural disaster, surveying the house for anything upright to knock over. Their best days, incidentally, are usually when they're fast asleep, tucked up in matching beds looking deceptively peaceful. I celebrate these rare moments by staring mindlessly at the wall, half wondering if something is boiling on the stove, half wondering if I should just crawl back into bed and declare it a personal day. At school, there's always an incident. Always. If the twins aren't bickering in front of the principal, they're orchestrating guerrilla pranks involving glue sticks, glitter, and a level of calculation that would probably qualify them for MI5. That is if MI5 were desperate for chaos consultants. The last call from school I got was a masterpiece of strategy. Archie had glued Angel's shoes to the classroom floor, and Angel had retaliated by covering the teacher's chair in sticky notes spelling out, "Danger, do not SIT." By the time I arrived, the teacher looked like she'd just survived a small tornado, hair frazzled and coffee cup in hand. "Have you considered having them assessed?" she murmured carefully, as if the twins could hear her through the phone. "ADHD, she suggested. Or perhaps ODD, oppositional defiant disorder. I just call it what it is, a surplus of enthusiasm for life. At home, we say, full of beans. Diagnosis? Certified, wild. Sibling rivalry with a side of sabotage. These two came out of the womb with a game plan for world domination, and so far, that plan mostly involves turning my hair gray before I hit 42. Truthfully, when the house goes suspiciously quiet, I know to be afraid. Either they've invented time travel or they're plotting something with the permanent markers again. I once found Angel in the pantry, holding a measuring cup of sugar like it was radioactive, whispering conspiratorially to Archie, "If we build a sugar mountain, Mum will never find the flour again." They are little strategists with no moral compass and all the energy of a storm. Yet, for all the gray hair and missing socks, I wouldn't swap my spirited, wild, gloriously untamable kids for anything. They're the reason I run on caffeine and hope, why I rarely remember the last time I had both shoes on the right feet. Then there's their father. A one-night stand. A mistake, perhaps, but one that came with unexpected blessings, these tiny tornadoes. And honestly, thank God it was a one-nighter. No messy custody battles. No pretending to co-parent. No smug Father of the Year visits. I get the chaos, the cuddles, and the full, unfiltered joy of raising them, without interference. Angel and Archie might drive me mad most days. They might argue like it's a competitive sport and treat bedtime like a personal insult. But they're mine. Completely, chaotically, unapologetically mine. I wouldn't trade them or their wild energy for all the riches in the world. Well, maybe for a full night's sleep. But even that's negotiable. Then there's Chardonnay. My calm in the storm. My beautiful, thoughtful princess. That is, of course, until Dexter enters the picture and, with that signature gleam in his eye, decides to disrupt our peace. He seems to have made a sport out of winding her up, lobbing just the right jab, a smirk, a muttered comment. In a flash, my serene princess vanishes. Suddenly, she's a force of nature, rolling eyes, sighing, and lobbing verbal grenades in a shouting match worthy of a Greek chorus. "Mum, tell him to stop," echoes through the house like I'm hiding a theater troupe upstairs. Sometimes I joke that her internal volume control is permanently stuck on maximum. Yet even in her loudest moments, her fire is endearing. She believes her world, our world, must be preserved from Dexter for at least another 5 minutes. She's 10 now, and sometimes I have to remind myself of that fact. Because she carries the wisdom of someone older, peering through her lashes with quiet confidence. Her afro is a crown in itself. Wild, coiled, untamed, radiant. Sometimes it seems to have a life of its own, rebelling against my best attempts to tame it, but always landing perfectly in its own right. Tending to it is both art and science. I've spent seasons learning how to part it for plaits, finger to tangle without tears, and track down the holy grail of curl creams. I still remember the pride in her eyes when, after hours of work, the plaits fell just right. She'd gaze in the mirror, beaming like a spotlight switched on from the inside. Small wins, you know. Moments that make every struggle, every slip of the comb, worth it. Lately, though, she's taken to asking, pleading, for straightened hair. She dreams of sleek, long styles like the social media influencers she admires. And while part of me aches at how much she aspires to that standard of beauty, I understand completely. I remember staring in mirrors at her age, wondering if changing myself would make me fit in. So yes, from time to time, I bring out the straighteners. If it gives her confidence for a day, I'll gladly do it, while reminding her that she is already stunning. Authenticity over appearance, with room to experiment. Our bond is something I don't take for granted. We have our own thing, Chardonnay and me. Sometimes we escape the chaos. A quiet trip to the shops, where she helps me pick clothes because my brain can't summon an opinion. Sometimes we go for a little pampering session at the nail salon. Watching her hold out her hands, shyly smiling as the polish dries, is a moment I tuck away in my heart. For that hour, I am the coolest mum on the planet. Sometimes she's more than my daughter, she is my confidant. Days when real conversations happen without repetition are rare, but precious. Her father? Another short-lived romance. No shared weekends, no school play heroics. Yet, when I see her olive-toned skin, her curls haloing her face, I see so much wonder. Genetics gave her the best of both of us. She is feisty. Beautiful. Utterly her own person. She is the center of my world, the storm and the shelter. Through the laughter, the shouts, the midnight whispers, my love for her deepens every day. I wouldn't trade our hectic, noisy, beautiful life for anything. Between the laundry, the school drop-offs, and the endless, "Mom, Mom, Mom" chorus, moments like that make the insanity worth it. Family life, when you have 6 kids, is basically a circus without a tent. But somehow, amidst the screaming, the laughter, and the occasional tears, mine included, there is beauty. There is love. There is the pure, unfiltered joy of seeing a tiny hand clutch mine, or catching a whispered, "I love you, Mum," before a race to grab the last biscuit. Yes, they exhaust me. Yes, they break things. Yes, sometimes I fantasize about a life with a single cup of coffee that remains warm for more than 3 minutes. But even in the chaos, I can't imagine life any other way. These little humans, in all their noisy, wild, messy glory, are mine. They are my legacy, my joy, my relentless, uncontainable heartbeat. And one day, when they are grown, and I'm sitting in a quiet house with a cup of tea that's still warm, I'll probably look back on all this, the sleepless nights, the sticky floors, the endless arguments, and the laughter that makes my chest ache, and I'll smile. Because for all the madness, for all the hair-pulling moments, there is no greater privilege than being their mum. No trophy, no accolade, no quiet life could ever compare to this. The mess, the love, the chaos, the perfection of my 6 small, brilliant tornadoes. Then there's Dexter, our resident chaos agent. He would trip over air and somehow make it look like an Olympic event. He's 12, and he knows it. Every step, every glance, a declaration, I am the ruler of this domain. The way he grins when he's about to stir trouble is almost cinematic. Almost. If I had a glass of wine handy during his daily stunts, I'd toast to his audacity. He's affectionate too, in the strangest way. Like a puppy with a vendetta. Sometimes, he'll surprise me by wrapping his arms around my waist mid-chaos and whispering, "You're the best, Mum." And I melt. Just a little. Somehow, Dexter manages to make everyone else look like lost tourists in his private kingdom, wandering aimlessly and hoping to avoid diplomatic incidents. As if we should all clutch notebooks and jot down the secrets to existence, as deciphered by young Sir Dexter. This boy has a knack for inventing chores and rules that not even the Queen herself would have the courage to enforce. Never mind that he is the one skimping on those very rules and disappearing the moment any actual work, dishes, vacuuming, or even moving his laundry from the floor to the laundry basket, is mentioned. You have to hand it to his sheer ingenuity. Dexter will correct you on the best way to butter your toast, remind you that your shoelace technique is outdated, critique your breathing pattern if he thinks it is too loud for his liking, and occasionally suggest that the lighting in the room is suboptimal for cognitive processing. Naturally, you would think this self-professed guru would be a pillar of silent serenity. Ah, if only. Instead, he is a thunderstorm of orders, a veritable drill sergeant in baggy pajamas, marshalling the household into what he deems its optimal shape. And let us not forget his favorite pastime, turning sibling rivalry into an Olympic-level sport. Dexter wakes up each morning thinking, how can I push Chardonnay into a fit of rage today? It's like his brain is wired for mischief, every neuron calibrated for maximum chaos. He tosses out seemingly innocent remarks, loaded with sarcasm or strategic ambiguity, and steps back to watch the inevitable implosion 5 minutes later. He plays the innocent, smooth as butter, while the next room combusts into shrieking chaos. Meanwhile, Dexter lounges like a small, smug monarch, arms folded, that freshly minted smug face radiating, well, bless your heart for not seeing this coming. It is an art form, truly. The precision with which he engineers moments of controlled mayhem rivals any master tactician's strategy board. He is, by his own secret admission, the boss. Not in any way that is mutually agreed upon, mind you. No, Dexter rules with the self-bestowed authority of someone who once read half a leadership quote on Instagram and decided that it was now his personal mission to implement it throughout the household. Commandments are issued from the top of the stairs, clipboard and pencil, real or imagined, ready at a moment's notice. Hurry up. Brush your teeth. You are doing it wrong. Sometimes, I expect him to start passing out demerits, hosting morning evaluations, or holding efficiency seminars after breakfast. If he ever discovers PowerPoint, I shudder to imagine the impact. I have tried telling him repeatedly, Dexter, darling, newsflash. You are neither on the payroll nor running for prime minister. And trust me, if there were an election, the dog would poll better. Of course, this wisdom enters one ear and whooshes straight out the other, blocked by the ever-expanding cloud of self-certainty, hovering around his head. My reminders are usually met with an exaggerated sigh, accompanied by the sort of eye roll that should qualify for an Olympic medal. Clearly, the peasants simply do not understand the pressure of genius leadership. Still, I have to admit, the world would be infinitely duller without our resident tactician. Who else would organize military-scale breakfast schedules, orchestrate bedtime roll calls like a general marshalling troops, or engineer sibling discord out of thin air, only to stand back with the composure of a Bond villain? Dexter's brand of exhaustion, heaping on everyone else while barely lifting a finger, is almost impressive. Watching him rule, or attempt to, you cannot help but marvel at the damn cheek of the boy. And yet, with every expertly delivered complaint, every all-knowing glare, I remind myself, it is only a matter of time before he is thrust into the real world, where no one cares how dynamically he can delegate teeth brushing or correct shoelaces. Until then, may our flip-flops fly true, and our patience stay intact. Dexter's father, oh, do not get me started, was a phantom presence. He drifted in and out of our lives, pretending to be interested, showing up when it suited him. A Sunday here, a Thursday evening there, acting as if his presence were a gift rather than a privilege. There were mumbled promises, trips to the seaside, and new footballs. All things Dexter clung to, desperate to believe that this man would not vanish again. Sadly, of course, he did vanish. Just like smoke. Poof. Gone. One day, he simply disappeared as if he had never been part of Dexter's world at all. No, goodbye, no, how is Dexter doing? Not a single birthday card, not even a Christmas present. 12 years old, and nothing. I remember Dexter's 12th birthday, the cake, the party hat, the carefully planned joke he wanted to share with his father. He sat at the window for hours, eyes fixed on the street, hoping to catch a glimpse of that familiar face. It makes my blood boil to think about it. How do you walk away so easily from your own flesh and blood? The man is, astonishingly, a bailiff. One of those bureaucratic enforcers who knock on elderly neighbors' doors, tow battered cars and seize worn couches. He spends his life taking from the vulnerable, yet he cannot find the decency to support his own child. I suppose there is a cruel symmetry to it. He wields power with strangers yet shirks responsibility with his own son. Badge gleaming, polished shoes, the air of authority, yet the one thing he truly ought to enforce, being a father, is absent. Despite all this, Dexter thrives. He is mine. My strong-willed, sharp-tongued little sergeant major. Somewhere beneath the sarcasm, snack wrappers, and endless directives is a good heart. A resilient, brilliant, compassionate heart that has weathered disappointment and grown stronger because of it. I see it in the way he occasionally folds his younger siblings into games without realizing it, or when he offers the smallest act of kindness in a moment of chaos, like a quiet apology or a shared snack. Those small glimpses remind me of the boy he is becoming, the one who, one day, may rule a boardroom or a classroom or even just a tiny patch of the world with integrity and humor. Dexter challenges me daily. He tests my patience, my ingenuity, and my capacity for love. But in the midst of the noise, the endless rules, the tactical breakfast deployments, there is a fierce, undeniable joy in watching him grow. He is a storm, a puzzle, a masterpiece in motion. And though there are days I dream about muting him for 5 minutes, or hiding the clipboard he insists upon carrying, I would not change a thing. Because even with all his bluster, his strategies, and his boundless energy, Dexter is a boy capable of great love. He is loyal in ways that matter, intellectual in ways that astonish, and surprisingly tender when he chooses to be. He may bark orders like a miniature general, but he also gives hugs that linger, and smiles that break through the chaos, like sunlight piercing clouds. He is a whirlwind, yes, but a whirlwind with a heart. As much as he drives me to the brink of exhaustion, I know I am watching something remarkable, a child learning to navigate disappointment, wield authority, and still, against all odds, love fiercely. So here we are, 12 years in, countless breakfasts, battles, and strategic alliances later, and I still marvel at him. Dexter, my little general, my oracle, my chaos incarnate. He tests me, exasperates me, and drives me mad. And yet, in all of it, I am endlessly proud. He is mine, defiantly, wonderfully mine. One day, I'm sure the world will catch up to his brilliance. Until then, I brace for impact, hand on clipboard, flip-flop ready, and heart wide open. Then there's Leroy. My golden boy. Honestly, trying to capture everything about Leroy in words almost seems impossible, but I will try my best, because he deserves it. He's one of those once-in-a-blue-moon kids that makes you look around at your life, shake your head in disbelief, and wonder how the universe saw fit to hand you someone so extraordinary. Every day, I'm taken aback by how lucky I am to have him. Leroy is 16 now, but he carries himself with the kind of maturity and quiet confidence you might expect from someone twice his age. He's tall, well-built, moves with a steady calm, and has this way of making people feel at ease just by being in the room. It's rare, and I know it. People say he'll probably ace his GCSEs, and I have no doubt he will. But it's not just about him being academic, which he absolutely is, by the way. No, the real reason Leroy is top of the class is because he puts the work in and day out. He will sit at the kitchen table long after the others run off to play, carefully highlighting key phrases in his textbooks. Never grumbling, just quietly getting on with it. But brains are not all he's got. He's the backbone of this whole family. When I think of stability, of someone I can count on, it's Leroy's name that comes to mind first. Solid as a rock, especially when the uncontrollable chaos of daily life swirls around us. Trust me, our house isn't one of those perfectly tidy, silent places. No, it's noise and motion at every corner. Children shrieking, shoes kicked off in the hallway. Fierce debates over who gets the last crumpet, and sometimes bits of food stuck in places food should never be. There are evenings when I'm running from room to room, looking for lost gym kits, finding bits of Lego in the oddest places, and trying to figure out how toast ended up on the ceiling this time. Through it all, Leroy remains unflappable. If someone's homework goes missing, he'll find it. If a sibling refuses to brush their teeth and throws a fit, Leroy steps in calmly, mediating arguments, helping smooth things over, quietly making things easier for everyone, especially me. His sense of reliability is something that people notice. He doesn't grandstand or make a fuss. He just gets on with whatever needs doing. Sometimes he even anticipates things, before I even realize there's an issue. On more than one occasion, I've looked up in the middle of a particularly manic afternoon and realized the kitchen has been tidied, or the little ones have been corralled into doing something productive. I'll joke sometimes that he's more of a parent to his brothers and sisters than I am. Of course, I have to keep that to myself. Can you imagine the look he'd give me if he heard that? He'd probably start charging me rent for all the extra work he does. The other kids came up with a nickname for him, Golden Balls. It started as banter, mostly playful ribbing, because he always seems to have things go his way. If a teacher is handing out praise, it's Leroy she hands it to on a golden platter. If someone in the house is getting recognition for being helpful, Leroy's name comes up. He never gets into trouble. He never gets caught slacking off or mucking about. Siblings are quick to tease if you're not joining them in their mischief, and Leroy's focus makes him a prime target. But the way he's taken ownership of the nickname amazes me. He wears it like a badge of honor. If you are going to get picked on, you might as well draw strength from it, and Leroy does exactly that. Yet to me, Golden Balls only captures a fraction of who Leroy is. To me, he's my firstborn, the one who made me a mom. He's always been by my side, particularly when the going gets tough. You know how chaos has a way of sneaking up on you all at once? That's when Leroy shines brightest. When my patience is running as thin as the last spread of butter in the fridge, and the whole house feels like it's moments away from uproar, he'll make me a cuppa, hot, sweet, just how I like it. He does all of this without being asked. Then he will tell the younger ones to give me a bit of peace. He's all about small kindnesses. It's those moments, the little things he does, that bring tears to my eyes sometimes. He is my partner in crime. The calm voice behind my panic. The one who anchors me when everything threatens to spiral out of control. Truthfully, I don't know where I'd be without Leroy. I think sometimes he keeps me going. He keeps me sane in a world that rarely slows down, long enough to let me catch my breath. He knows what I need before I've even worked it out myself. It would be impossible to talk about him without mentioning his dad. That's not a pleasant story, but it's important. His dad chose a whole different path in life. At the moment, he's serving time in strange ways for armed robbery. Every time I think about the things that brought him to that place, I'm reminded of how easily cycles repeat themselves if you let them. But Leroy? He's nothing like his dad. It's as if, faced with the worst sort of warning about how not to live, he decided to run in the opposite direction. Some people will tell you that blood will out, that you can't ever escape your roots. But Leroy challenges that belief every single day. He is proof, living, breathing proof, that your choices define the person you become, not simply the circumstances you're born into. I am sure of this, every time I look at him and see how different he is from his father. If anything, he's grown up determined to give his life a different shape, a different ending, and that fills me with indescribable pride. Don't get me wrong, he's not perfect. No teenager is. He has his moods, his stubborn days. Sometimes, he wants to be left alone, grunts his answers, slams doors, and retreats to his room with his headphones on. But even then, beneath it all, there is a quiet strength. A reliability that never wavers. He's always watching, always listening, always quick to notice when someone's struggling, even if he doesn't say anything outright. He's got this ability to see everything without judging, to understand without speaking, to forgive quickly. It's something most adults I know would love to have, myself included. Leroy is mine. I love him with every fiber of my being. Sometimes I lie awake at night, listening to the faint sounds of the house settling, and I'm just so grateful that fate brought him into my life. With all of the wildness that comes with a big family, the constant movement, the laughter, the squabbling, the commotion, and the love, Leroy is the calm center that keeps us all anchored. When everything else feels up in the air, he is steady. I think every family has that one person who keeps the balance, who manages to hold everyone together, when it feels things might fall apart. Leroy is undoubtedly that person for us. Golden balls and all, he is our family's heart. In a world that can feel unpredictable, sometimes even unkind, I know Leroy's love, strength, and calm will always be our safe place. Thank God it's Friday, at last. The final hurdle before we are hurdled, weeping with relief, into the supposedly glorious May Day bank holidays. 7 whole days stretch ahead of me like an expanse of possibility. If by possibility, you mean constant refereeing of sibling blood feuds, kitchen surfaces perpetually sticky with jam, and having my soul gently siphoned away by the never-ending chorus of muum. Yes, a full week off to recharge. Because nothing says restoration and serenity like having the children at home, fermenting in their own noisy chaos. Of course, it's all for that elusive quality time everyone posts about on social media. I can practically taste the exhaustion already. We're off to Cornwall, which, depending on who you ask, tourist board, optimistic estate agent, or that uncle who wears Crocs, is hailed as the British Riviera. Just ignore the drizzle smudging your windscreen, the strong undertones of mildew that haunt every sea breeze, and the privilege of mortgaging your soul for a portion of limp, lukewarm chips. If you squint or just keep your eyelids firmly closed, it almost resembles paradise. Yet, here we go again, herding our unwilling brood toward adventure. But don't imagine for 1 second that we're luxuriating in some sun-dappled beach house or curated boutique B&B. Oh no. We're camping. Or to be scrupulously honest, we're squeezing ourselves into the questionable delights of an old mobile home. A wheeled palazzo I acquired 4 years ago, from a bloke whose lifestyle was best described as post-apocalyptic minimalism. This particular caravan, if you can call it that, has seen more dubious history than the average true crime podcast. Somewhere between the rust, the peeling veneer, and the faint whiff of 2 failed marriages and possibly chemical dependency, I glimpsed potential. Not the sparkly Instagram kind, but the very real, very desperate hope that I'd cling to the last threads of my sanity during the school holidays. What can I say? It beats selling an organ for a Center Parcs break. It's not glamorous. Let's not kid ourselves. It's barely comfortable. Coziness here means waking up with a child's damp foot in your ribcage, hitting your head on a cupboard every time you dare to stand, and falling asleep each night under the patchwork aroma of wet dog and someone else's forgotten curry. The upholstery, once a vibrant orange, is now best described as variously stained, and every surface is slightly sticky no matter what I do. Yet somehow, all of us just about fit, as long as we agree not to turn around too fast or sigh too heavily, lest we unintentionally collapse a bunk bed or spark a civil war over the last remaining dry pair of socks. Wouldn't it be lovely to have a proper holiday? Somewhere warm, sandy, with a pool that hasn't seen a nappy dropped into it this decade. Cocktails by the water. Uninterrupted books, other people's children wailing from far away, safely muffled by thick glass and my own indifference. But reality, ever eager to lower the bar, reminds me I possess neither the resources nor the energy. I have more children than snacks and less money than the average busker who's been thrown out of a Wetherspoons for being off-key. Universal credit props us up like a wobbly Jenga tower. Sometimes I get extra bold and pick up cleaning shifts. Nothing screams living the dream like bleaching strangers' toilets just so I can treat the kids to the aspirational double-carb delicacy of beans and toast. Each morning, I wake up wondering which fresh new indignity will present itself. But at least I can cling to the knowledge that it's all making memories. Isn't that what holidays and parenthood are all about? The camper van could be generously described as a fixer-upper. Realistically, it's more of a rolling monument to broken dreams and questionable financial decisions. Purchased on a pure whim, with the tragic dregs of a tax rebate I am certain I will never see the likes of again. I've spent 4 relentless years at war with this tin can on wheels. Those years were generously spiced with cursing so creative it would make a sailor blush, a dramatic number of frustrated tears, and enough duct tape to transform a small nation's infrastructure. Enter Leroy, with his eternally scruffy charm and the most steadfast loyalty a person could request, even if he learned absolutely every mechanical move via YouTube, usually at 1.5x speed, with the ads interrupting every 2 minutes. The lad can swing a hammer and occasionally hit the right thing. Bless him. My brother, bricklayer turned blessing, also jumped into the orbit of this chaos. He's based out of Hackney, runs a garage when he remembers, and I'm about 12% sure he's on at least one HMRC watch list. Good old family. Let's talk about the engine. A masterpiece of mechanical misfortune that had more in common with a haunted house attraction than an operating mobile home. It coughed, spluttered, and moaned more than my nan does when she's watching EastEnders. The grand fix. Practically everything but holy water and the direct involvement of a Catholic priest brandishing an exorcism kit. New brakes, new exhaust, fresh spark plugs, and the ever-reliable talent of simply hitting things and seeing what happens next. You know, the classic DIY recipe. So, does it run? If by run, you mean occasionally stumbles into motion after extensive dashboard petting, a whispered promise to the universe, and a solid performance of the Lord's Prayer, then yes, it runs, just about. The moment we escape the driveway, I'm struck with awe and a thin veil of disbelief. As though I've truly witnessed a minor miracle happen. It's precisely 7:50 a.m. A morning when gods and monsters battle, or at least, parents and caffeine do. I'm sweating profusely already, muttering a litany of unpublishable phrases under my breath. I'm hanging on by the thinnest thread, that the school run will not end in another public shouting match over cereal bar property rights. There are allegedly 20 minutes until school. It might as well be a Las Vegas countdown for all the suspense it's building. Naturally, the children are signed up to breakfast club so I can heroically dash to my undisputed second home, the cleaning job. Oh, the joy. Truly, nothing sets the soul alight quite like spending quality mornings, evicting some stranger's pubic hair from bathroom tiles. The resonance of life's preciousness rings out, especially when the mop gets caught in something best left unmentioned. Dexter, my diminutive cherub and inadvertent bringer of sticky fingerprints, is the sunshine in this dystopian mural. He leans in for a kiss, enveloped by all the optimism of a child in a Christmas advert. Bye, Mum. Love you. He pipes up, as if we've wandered into a touching John Lewis holiday commercial, not into the hard-hitting expose of Channel 5's Britain's Most Broke. Leroy, my sweet child, bearer of burdens and abandonment issues, gives me a quick peck on the cheek. He is somehow both exhausted and stoic, as if already prepared for a day's calamities. Armed only with his breakfast, a backpack that could render a mule lame, and an unspoken resolve built up from a childhood of character-building chaos. Then there are the others, the ones whose names I dare not utter until I've had at least 3 sips of coffee. Clayton refuses to walk, move, speak, or participate in modern society. Again. His arms and legs are coiled tight around my leg, clinging to me like a frightened toddler might clutch a favorite stuffed animal. Except, in this case, I am the stuffed animal and also the designated adult trying to usher him forward. His grip is intense, as if letting go of my jacket for even a single second would send him tumbling into the abyss of the school morning routine. I hate school, he mutters into my thigh, the words muffled but full of conviction. It's as though school is a medieval torture chamber, and this concrete pavement is the final march toward his doom. I'm sure the other parents can hear him. But at this point, I've learned to ignore the snide glances and pitted smiles. We're a walking, dragging, spectacle, and nothing surprises these people any longer. I know, babe. I hate life. But here we are, I reply, a wry smile on my lips as I gently pry his death grip from my shin. Dragging him ever so slowly toward the looming school gates, the movement feels less like a walk and more like leading him to the gallows. An execution staged with lunchboxes and brightly colored backpacks. My attempt to lighten the mood with humor falls flat. I want to stay with you, he suddenly shrieks, clutching harder. The outburst echoes across the playground, making a few early morning birds scatter. I can feel more eyes on me, sympathy mixed with a hint of judgment. I resist the urge to run with him still attached. Surely, it's too early for this level of embarrassment. I want to win the lottery and move to Spain, but we don't always get what we want, do we? I retort, half to him and half to myself, visualizing the sandy beaches and warm sun I'll never see. A mom with her meticulously dressed twins passes by, casting a knowing look. She's been there. The teachers are waiting just inside the gates, all lined up like weary war medics about to join another skirmish. Their faces betray no emotion, but I can tell they see us coming. The familiar morning battle is reenacted yet again. Among them, one of the SEN teaching assistants eyes me with a forced, professional smile. I can sense, behind her stiffness, a voice screaming internally, not again. He's not in a good mood this morning, I say, attempting to extricate his hands from my coat, one stubborn finger at a time. My voice is apologetic. My eyes warm, hoping for some solidarity. Her expression doesn't change. It's the long-suffering, dead-behind-the-eyes look. The very essence of someone rethinking every choice that led her to this chaotic doorway on a damp Friday. With infinite patience and a few gentle tugs, Clayton is finally extracted. Reluctantly releasing his hold, he shuffles inside with the teacher, while Chardonnay and the twins meander through the crowd, oblivious to the emotional drama that has just unfolded. As the gates close behind them, I stand and inhale deeply, my spine tingling with exhausted relief. I am free. For now. The world outside the gates feels lighter, quieter. I pause and take a deep breath, the kind reserved for divers about to plunge into shark-infested waters. The day stretches open before me, daunting and limitless. For a brief moment, hope stirs, the hope that maybe, after our little trip away, drop-off will be easier. I know it's just wishful thinking, but a mum can dream. For those few minutes, I savor my freedom outside the school gates. I run. Literally run, to catch my bus. Not a cool jog. Not a brisk trot, but the desperate stampede of a late mother. My bag slapping against my hip, hair escaping in wild strands, clothes twisting around me like reluctant accomplices to my chaos. I'm hardly a minute out of the school gates and I already feel guilty and exhausted. With the unmistakable lingering scent of children clinging to me like cheap, oversprayed perfume. The sort that sticks to your clothes, your hair, and your mood, refusing to fade even when you wish it would. Already, before the first sip of coffee, before I've even had a chance to glance at my to-do list, I am running, chasing, negotiating invisible clocks ticking against my sanity. My day hasn't even properly begun, yet here I am. Already feeling as if I've run a marathon through treacle. My lungs are burning. My brain is juggling emails and school forms. along with dreams I barely remember. Dreams that promised a life less chaotic. And yet, here I am, sweating into my jacket, sprinting down streets already teeming with half-awake commuters. With a desperate hope that the universe will forgive my lateness, and the bus driver will be merciful. I hurl myself through the bus doors just as they hiss, shutting behind me. Breathless and flushed, I collapse into a sticky seat by the window, letting the motion of the vehicle gently rock me as I try to gather myself. The hum of the engine, the clatter over potholes. The squeak of rubber wheels, it's like a lullaby I never asked for. I take in my fellow passengers. Each a study in obliviousness or subtle judgment, the silent old ladies with sharp eyes, who seem to measure your life in a glance. A man chewing with his mouth open, turning each bite into a performance art piece, that leaves me cringing in sympathy for strangers. A pair of teenagers with frayed headphones, lost in a world of rhythm and bass, that I will never access. As the bus lurches forward, rattling like a carnival ride gone slightly wrong, my thoughts wander, inevitably, to old dreams I once entertained. Dreams where I imagine myself at 16, gazing out of my bedroom window. Brimming with hope, convinced that my destiny lay somewhere dazzling, far away from bus rides and laundry. This is it, I muse bitterly. This is the pinnacle. The glamorous life I imagined. Commuting on a creaking bus, heading off to scrub a stranger's loo, while my own small humans wage emotional warfare in their schools. This is adulthood, distilled into the sticky essence of reality, far removed from the sparkling visions of youth. Yet, despite the bleakness, there is a glimmer of a silver lining. A trip I've orchestrated with stubborn, possibly misguided enthusiasm. A temporary escape from the chaos that defines my every waking hour. Tomorrow, we leave for Cornwall. Me. 6 wild children. Our faithful old camper van. A vehicle that should technically be in a museum or condemned, riddled with damp patches and held together with the most heroic level of duct tape. The aroma of shoes, damp upholstery, and faintly expired air fresheners will follow us as we pack, like an olfactory reminder that adventure often comes with compromise. Still, there is excitement in their eyes, a giddiness I cling to as if it were a lifeline. The promise of a getaway, acting as temporary salvation. Leroy, naturally, will stake claim to the coveted front passenger seat the moment we load up the campervan. Asserting himself as the self-appointed DJ of the journey. Brandishing his phone like a trophy, he always shuffles through an endless playlist of songs. Most of which contain lyrics that make me wince. I end up praying my youngest doesn't repeat them in public. I mean, could you imagine the uproar? I whisper to myself. But Leroy is relentless. He pushes the speakers to their limit, bobbing with exaggerated enthusiasm as if narrating the journey through his own private concert. Every mile comes with commentary. Mum, you can't skip this one. It's my favorite. Just one more chorus, I swear. It's sick. His musical dictatorship is simultaneously a blessing and a curse, because the wrong song at the wrong moment is enough to ignite an argument of epic proportions. In the back seat, Dexter, my perpetually fragile stomached middle child, will sit hunched and pale within moments of departure. His knuckles whiten around a crumpled plastic bag he insists will save us all. Though he is 12, he possesses the stoicism of a veteran backpacker. Every bump and twist in the road is registered as a personal challenge. Poor boy hates car travel, and no amount of travel sickness bans, ginger biscuits, or deep breaths seem to help. Still, he soldiers on silently, clinging to his bag, focusing on the horizon, determined to power through. He understands that family adventures are non-negotiable, no matter how queasy they make him. The sheer bravery of him, staring out the window with tight lips and clenched fists, is both heart-wrenching and inspiring. Clayton, my youngest, transforms the mundane act of driving past fast food restaurants into a theatrical campaign. Every sign for Golden Arches is a call to arms. Mum, if you drive past one more McDonald's, I'm calling Childline. For child neglect. His outrage is as exaggerated as it is comical, a combination of performance and genuine hunger. Uncle Reggie once bought them McDonald's, and Clayton holds me responsible for ensuring that precedent continues indefinitely. He sulks theatrically when denied, mumbling and groaning, until the next pit stop. Sometimes a banana is sufficient to quell his outrage, but he is never truly satisfied. "It's not the same," he mutters, shaking his head in faux despair, as if the universe has personally failed him. Hovering above the chaos is Chardonnay, our resident chronicler. She wields her phone like a director's camera, capturing every tantrum, squabble, and snack meltdown. Every off-key sing-along, every dramatic sigh. Every squabble over window seats is documented with razor-sharp captions for TikTok. POV, "Your mum's lost it and your campervan smells like farts." Her gift for transforming chaos into comedy is uncanny, and even in my most frustrated moments, I find myself laughing as I watch her immortalize our family's collective madness. In some strange way, her videos allow me to see the beauty in the storm, the structure in the chaos, the laughter in the exhaustion. Surrounded by tangled charging cables, half-packed sandwiches, disputed seating arrangements, and the endless chorus of, "Are we there yet?" I remind myself that this is modern-day parenting. The mess, the noise. The laughter stifled by fatigue, the love so intricately woven into daily chaos, that I almost forget it's there until moments like these force it to the surface. The campervan may be damp, rusty, and held together with hope and super glue, and the kids may be wild and demanding, but these moments are precious. The arguments, the melodrama, the relentless questions. All of it forms a tapestry of memory, absurd and beautiful in equal measure. I glance at the horizon, imagining tomorrow's sunrise over the Cornish coast, waves crashing, sand underfoot, children shouting and running free. I imagine Leroy trying to micromanage every song. Dexter surviving another journey with pale, determined stoicism. Clayton demanding snacks with theatrical fury, and Chardonnay capturing it all in perfect digital chaos. In that vision, I find peace. The bus rattles on, the potholes lurch beneath us, but I am learning, slowly, that this is the life I live, imperfect, relentless, yet unexpectedly luminous. There is no glamour, no sparkling veneer. Just the bus, the children, the chatter, the scent of damp and biscuits, and the quiet thrill of survival. And, somewhere in the middle of it all, a strange and radiant joy. I thank God every day, when I think about how lucky we are to have each other. Disembarking from the bus, I am immediately struck by the not-so-subtle transformation. It's as though I passed through a portal from Mediocreville into the sacred domain of London's painfully chic, meticulously polished upper crust. It's honestly heartwarming to be eyeballed like a stray mongrel by a bunch of people who apparently believe that the parameters of one's worth are dictated by how perfectly you mimic a Zara window display. If you are not in head-to-toe beige and sporting shoes more expensive than your rent, be prepared for instant exile. Lucky for me, I am confidently rocking my classic jeans. You know, lovingly adorned with a questionable mark of origin on the knee for extra authenticity, and my loyal, only slightly decrepit Walking Dead t-shirt. Faded, sure. Glorious? Always. Oh yes, that's right, The Walking Dead. Let the silent or very audible inner monologues of condescension commence. I embrace your judgment. After all, the show's overwhelming realism is something I connect with on a spiritual level. The relentless, barely conscious shuffle of the undead? Dead-eyed. Perpetually dissatisfied masses groaning their way through meaningless tasks. Honestly, it is an art, imitating life. Navigating a less-than-inviting alley, its ambience falling somewhere between post-blitz chic and don't check your phone here, I approach the block of flats. The outside is breathtaking in its deliberate ugliness. A mashup of Soviet containment aesthetics and Lego-inspired geometry. Because why just depress when you can also confuse? But the inside is a shrine to all that is excessive and questionably tasteful. Floors so polished you fear for your hip health. Mirrored walls strategically placed to maximize the effect of your suffering. And art. Lots of it. Presumably expensive. Though crafted to replicate what happens when a toddler is left alone with a box of plasticine, an existential crisis, and zero adult supervision. Yes, this is where I serve my purpose. Glorified shit wiper at all, cleaning up after the flavor of the week residents. Rich people who treat quinoa as more of a defining characteristic than any shred of personality or human warmth. Posh flats, where the bins are immaculately lined, and the sense of self-importance is even more so. Every day is an adventure in distinguishing superfood remnants from the occasional avocado-based decor piece. Before I can even dream of donning my trusty cleaning gloves, the only real power accessory anyone needs, there is an obligatory team meeting. Because, as we all know, scrubbing questionable messes from behind gold-plated toilet handles requires a scientific briefing typically reserved for NASA engineers prepping for a Mars landing. The managerial speeches, delivered with the earnestness of a TED Talk, and the underlying panic of someone remembering they forgot to pick up their dry cleaning, set the tone. This is not just cleaning. This is an art, a science. Dare I say a calling. We, the unappreciated custodians, united beneath flickering LED lights, must band together and tackle the day's battle, with only slightly less ceremony than a royal wedding. Remember. Eye contact with the tenants is forbidden, lest you glimpse their souls being drained by their own pretension. Any request for actual supplies will be met with the kind of bureaucratic resistance, usually reserved for nuclear weapons negotiations. The highlight of the briefing is endless feedback on uniform compliance. God forbid a cleaner expresses a glimmer of individuality in a sea of navy polyester and sensible shoes. Individual expression is for residents and their miniature whippets wearing Burberry scarves, not for us. So, there it is. Into war I go, like some urban peasant tasked with tidying up after the parade of the terminally fabulous. Clutching my gloves and faded dignity. The real apocalypse is not on TV, trust me, it is right here. Somewhere between the marble foyer and the third-floor bin storage that always smells faintly of despair. But at least, in this high-gloss jungle, I blend in perfectly with the other sleepwalkers. With just enough irony to keep me upright and enough sarcasm to survive another day in paradise. Good morning, team. Shelley trills, her syrupy enthusiasm so artificial, I half expect to find a Splenda packet where her heart should be. I hope we are all feeling productive today. Shelley. Our commander in chiffon, queen of the passive aggression Olympics, reigning and undefeated, for another consecutive year. Her hair is yanked back so fiercely I worry about her circulation, though I suppose it does keep every judgmental thought firmly contained. Clipboard locked and loaded, pen poised for judgment. Lips pursed in what is basically their default setting, of supreme disinterest and deep, universal disappointment. I am not sure she even remembers what a genuine smile feels like. The only things tighter than her hair bun are her standards and possibly her shoes, because that is honestly the only excuse for that pinched look she wears like a badge. Shelley clears her throat for maximum intimidation. I will be checking everything today, as usual, she declares. Her eyes skewering me so blatantly, I wonder if she thinks I was the one who pushed Humpty Dumpty. Bathrooms should be sparkling. Not just clean. I expect sterile. I want to be able to eat off the toilet seat. I resist the urge to applaud her, because no one does melodramatic hygiene rhetoric, quite like Shelley. Want me to serve your lunch on one? I mumble, half hoping the universe will reward my bravery with an early, painless demise. What was that, Tracy? She asks, stretching her smile so wide I fear she will pop a jaw socket. Her teeth are like little warning signs. Please keep sarcasm at least 5 meters away. Oh, just agreeing with you, Shelley. There is really nothing like a porcelain luncheon, I deadpan, flipping my mop for added flair. Shelley gives me the look she reserves for burning dog mess and missing dust bunnies. Deeply suspicious but not yet prosecutable. We enter a classic standoff. Her lips twitching in a silent battle with her own patience, which is as thin as the toilet paper she rations. Ginny, our newest recruit, leans over and whispers, "Do you think she polishes her smile with bleach, or is that just natural toxicity?" No, bleach would only improve her personality. I think she sleeps on a bed of complaints and soaks her feet in vinegar, I whisper back, because clearly, I have a death wish. Of course, Shelley's hearing is as sharp as her wit is dull. Let's keep the chit-chat to a productive minimum, ladies. Now, the rota. She announces triumphantly, as if it were the royal baby. The ceremonial handing out of keys begins, her grandest performance. You would think we were being sent to Buckingham Palace, rather than to a flat with wall-to-wall marble and an owner named Tarquin. Right. Flat 4C for Tracy. Our very own penthouse suite today, she says, bestowing the key like she is knighting me with a mop handle. The rest of the staff try not to snigger, because 4C means at least 3 different types of soap scum and, if you are lucky, a Pomeranian in a tutu. I accept my fate and the key. Shooting Shelley an Oscar-worthy brave smile. She looks at me with that smugness you only see in people who have never eaten a late-night kebab from a dodgy van. Remember, she drones on, if anything is not up to standard, deductions will be made. We cannot afford to look sloppy. Her eyes bore into mine. Anyone would think I owe her rent and my firstborn. I bite back a reply. We cannot afford it. That is rich, coming from someone who seems to survive solely on the misery of others, the lingering smell of disinfectant, as if she is the one living off baked beans and store-brand instant noodles. Ginny whispers, can she even spell union? I smirk. She probably thinks it is a brand of floor polish. Cash-in-hand work is the Wild West of the employment world. No rights. No unions, no avenues for complaints. The only thing shorter than our contracts is the time between Shelley's threats and actual deductions. At this point, I half expect her to dock my pay for that one speck of dust that dares to exist in her presence. But beggars cannot be choosers, and my many, many dependents would riot without cereal and Wi-Fi. I drag myself up the endless, sterile staircase. Using the lift is apparently too indulgent for us mere mortals. I unlock 4C. The very air wafts of money, ambition, and whatever the opposite of struggle is. The place is an assault on all senses. A monument to overcompensation and extremely poor taste. Marble floors reflect the existential emptiness of the rich. There is a real crystal chandelier that probably requires its own insurance policy. A kitchen so unnecessarily vast I feel like an intruder in a culinary cathedral. In one corner, nestled amongst the quartz worktops, is a coffee machine gleaming with the smugness of untapped privilege. Naturally, it talks. Of course, it does. It chirps, "Good morning," in a voice ever so slightly condescending. As if it is surprised, I know how to operate doors, let alone advanced espresso technology. I bow deeply in mock respect. Morning, Susan. Can you brew me a cup of financial solvency? Or do you only serve people with stocks and shares? Susan ignores me, of course. Probably unionized, the clever cow. I sigh, glancing around at the chaos of domestic perfection. And so, begins the day. Mopping, dusting, scrubbing, all while trying to maintain my sanity and a shred of dignity. Occasionally, I pause, secretly amused by the spectacle of extreme privilege and subtle psychological warfare. After all, who needs reality TV shows, when you have this theater in real life? By mid-morning, the penthouse looks immaculate. If I squint, I can almost see a faint shimmer of satisfaction in the marble. Almost. Ginny wipes a smudge off the mirror and whispers, "Are we heroes or victims?" Both, I reply, spinning the mop with panache. And don't forget stylish survivors. The real apocalypse? It is not outside. It is here. Between chandeliers, polished floors, and the ceaseless demands of the fabulously indignant. But as long as I can keep my sense of humor and my mop, I am invincible. Where do I begin with this unparalleled shrine to tasteless extravagance? Every square inch is a slap in the face to the working class. I earn more than you, and I have terrible taste. Floor-to-ceiling windows so pristine you think the glass is hand-blown by angels. Just another way to remind the world that privacy is not for us peasants. Center stage, a vase of lilies, precisely 12. glimmering with early morning dew and resting in imported to the point of obnoxiousness, crystal. I can practically hear them whisper, I cost more than your monthly rent. Rumor has it, these lilies flew first class from Holland. Minimal turbulence, vegan meals, extra legroom. And can we talk about the gold giraffe statue? Oh, you do not possess a gilded, 4-foot-tall giraffe just sitting around? Serving no function except to scream, I have run out of reasonable things to buy. How terribly quaint of you. This golden monstrosity stands next to an alarming collection of coffee table books, none of which have ever been opened. I skim a spine, the art of minimalism. Of course. But these are mere warm-ups, appetizers for the ego banquet awaiting on the far wall. There, in all its 6-foot, oil-painted glory, is the owner. Topless, reclining, hair styled in the manner of someone trying to look alarmingly chic. She looks out over her empire. Or at least her overpriced flat. Lounging on what might be a tiger print beanbag, though it could just as easily be the last of the actual tigers, stuffed for comfort. The piece de resistance, if you need a centerpiece, for your future nightmares. Irony? Not a drip. Just the raw, unfiltered essence of self-admiration. The distilled spirit of, I love myself, and you will too, or else. If narcissism ever needed a promotional brochure, look no further. I snort. You have got to be kidding me. But no, this is reality. Buckle up. As if summoned by the sheer force of ego radiating from the painting, the family Pomeranian makes its entrance. Because why have a real dog when you can groom a ball of fluff to bark like it is defending the French monarchy? Princess, as the sparkling rhinestone collar helpfully declares, subtlety is obviously banned here, barks in staccato bursts. I am undecided if the dog is living in a fantasy, or just acclimated to being coddled by people who think fetch is a highbrow insult. Oh, shut it, princess, I mutter, staring at her with the sort of exhaustion one reserves for malfunctioning appliances. The personality? About as vibrant as month-old celery, left in the back of a gold-plated fridge. But I am not here to admire. Time to roll up the sleeves and get to work. Out come the gloves. Plastic, not leather, because we cannot all be princesses. The bleach is poured like I am mixing martinis for the queen. Cleaning here is not a chore, it is an art performance. Left to right, like a waltz. Top to bottom, as though gravity really matters in luxury. I polish glass in careful circles. All while being scrutinized by the painted, topless owner. It is an honor, really. For metal, I use a figure 8, because nothing says, I learned this on YouTube, quite like ornate cleaning patterns. If sterility is the brief, then I am Picasso with a mop. By the time I finish, even the bacteria here will need an invitation to get in. Step aside, hospitals. There is a new sterile space in town, and it is accessorized in gold, lilies, and a touch of self-obsession. As I kneel down, armed with yet another specialty sponge to tackle what is, believe it or not, the master bathroom. Apparently the 4 other bathrooms in this house are not enough to meet rich people's hygiene requirements. I stop for a moment to wonder how exactly did we get here. A century ago, the help would be scrubbing floors beneath crystal chandeliers. But now it is me, hunched over a gold-plated toilet, considering the uncapped madness of wealth. There are not 1 or 2, but 4 different shampoos in this shower. Each promising silkier, more luminous hair and, I swear to God, 1 bottle labeled specifically, for knees. Knees. Is there some urgent need for £90 a month, of special knee shampoo? Probably not. And yet, here it sits. Nestled amongst 12 other mysterious bottles. Only the truly affluent can afford to dedicate a whole shelf to their cleansing rituals. Then there is the piece de resistance. A flat screen, hidden inside the mirror. Because nothing says luxury like catching up on morning stocks or the Kardashians while flossing. No expense spared for that daily teeth-brushing existential crisis, I guess. Rich people are just bored toddlers with credit cards, I mutter, unable to resist the commentary. Though the only witness is the Pomeranian, who looks at me as if I have grossly misunderstood the merits of imported dog treats. The dog barks. Again. I wonder if she is agreeing with me. Or if she is warning me that if I do not fluff her blanket just so, she will have me cancelled from her next Instagram story. Oh, I am sorry, was that offensive? I say to her with mock sincerity. Are you going to cancel me, on your Insta stories? I get back to scrubbing, but sometimes I really do wonder how people live like this. The sheer volume of money floating around. The acres of unused space. The closets full of clothes still with tags. The pantry lined with single-origin something. And yet, even with all their extravagance, my wages are paid off the books, in cash. Because cleaners' wages need to be hidden in their endless spreadsheet of tax evasion. Tucked cozily between charitable donations and maintenance of ornamental fountains. They would sell their granny before paying, holiday pay, I say through gritted teeth. The brush working overtime, as if the harder I scrub, the more I can wipe away the vast, ridiculous inequality soaked into these porcelain tiles. But not me. If someone needed my last tenner, would hand it over. Even if it meant skipping dinner. My kids, all 6, never want for love, a meal, or comforting words on a bad day. Money may be tight. So tight I sometimes stare at the gas bill and laugh. But my heart is clean, even if my hands are chapped and stained by chemicals with warning labels 2 paragraphs long. These hands, battered as they are, have brushed hundreds of ponytails. Stitched dozens of costumes and wiped away countless tears. They have bought groceries with counted change. Carried toddlers up 3 flights of stairs, and somehow managed to keep 6 small lives from spiraling out of control. Even if sanity is more of a suggestion than a reality some days. I step back and take one last look at the penthouse. Every surface shines. Even the creepy self-portrait, yes, that one. Looming at the end of the hallway, all eyes and smugness, seems to glimmer with provisional approval, as though I have somehow passed this week's test. As I shut the door behind me, I whisper, "You are welcome, you narcissistic bellend." Back down in the lobby, Shelley is waiting like a headmistress, doing random locker checks. "Did you clean under the bed?" she asks. "No, I performed an exorcism under the bed. It was haunted by your managerial skills." She blinks, unsure if I am joking. I am not. I hand her the key, smile sweetly, and walk away before she can dock my pay, for attitude. One more shift done. One more day of surviving Pauperville, with dignity mostly intact. Tomorrow, I get to breathe the sea air and relax well, kinda off. After Shelley finally deems my efforts with her beloved clipboard sufficient, her head cocked, her nose wrinkled, scrutinizing the floors and counters like an underpaid MI5 agent. She hands me my pay packet. Thrusting it in my hands with all the royal flair of Queen Elizabeth. Knighted with gallantry, while actually paying me for the soul-destroying task of making her toilet sparkle. According to her, this gesture is momentous. To me, it is the highlight of my Friday. Spent elbow-deep in despair and domestos. And what riches await inside the sacred envelope? Why, it is a grand total of 30 glorious pounds. Yes, really. 3 sad tenner notes, crisp like supermarket salad leaves. Practically winking at me as if to say, "You call this a living?" It is the gods of capitalism, having yet another laugh at my expense. But who am I to question divine judgment? 30 quid is 30 quid. That is the kind of windfall that means the kids get chips in cones, maybe even one of those cheap, tasteless ice creams that barely melt. Who knows, I might even scrape together enough shrapnel for an economy bottle of wine. Something offensively acidic and truly miserable, perfect for a single-parent mum wallowing in self-pity. Only after bedtime, of course. When my only company is my mug and my tears. Because nothing says self-care quite like a supermarket Merlot and existential dread. With the Queen's ransom safely jammed into the bottom of my bag, right beneath the supermarket loyalty cards and decade-old receipts, I begin my journey to the bus stop. My stomach interrupts the serenity, with a noise horrifying enough to qualify as a marine distress call. It rumbles. It groans. It protests the fact that I have just crawled around on allegedly natural stone tiles for 2 hours, inhaling the delicate aroma of last night's curry, and God knows what else. The joy of domestic service. Yes, I have spent my morning on my hands and knees. Scrubbing. Scraping, bleaching, rinse, repeat. My senses assaulted, my dignity in tatters. All for the privilege of being paid barely enough to cover the price of an ice cream for 6 and tomorrow's regret. At least I can wear these bleach-splattered jeans as a badge of, well, not honor. The bus shelter offers its own brand of luxury. The distinct perfume of fried chicken, lost hope, and damp. I imagine Shelley on her sofa now, reviewing her clipboard results with the grave seriousness of a nuclear scientist, while I cling to my pitiful paycheck of glory. Still, dinner for the kids and a nightcap for me. Who says you can't buy happiness? Just do not expect it to be more than 30 quids worth. Now there is a motivational poster for the bathroom wall. You, too, can scrub your way to the top. All it takes is a can of elbow grease and a heap of sarcasm. Oh, what a time to be alive. Hunger and I have been lifelong companions, bound together by the ceaseless ache of want and the heavy hush of unsaid complaints. Ours is a connection older than most friendships, forged over empty stomachs and restless nights. It is not just a passing discomfort I forget after a meal. Hunger is my shadow. A familiar ache that returns day after day. Never giving up, always waiting. We have come to know each other intimately. Perhaps too well. Back home, the food situation is precarious. I am always mindful, rationing portions, and keeping my secret supplies hidden. Tucked away like a Victorian spinster, hiding gin in her favorite teapot. My private cupboard is small and easily overlooked. Nestled behind the familiar boxes of Weetabix and jars of chocolate spread, destined for the kids. But it remains sacred and, for safety's sake, locked. You might wonder why I feel the need for such secrecy and security. Well, when your entire week's food budget can be outbid by a small child's allowance, there is little room for risk or generosity. I cannot afford to trust fate or the whims of hungry little hands. Inside, that humble cupboard shelters my holy trinity of survival. Packets of instant noodles, stacks of discount soup tins, and always, without exception, beans. They are a staple. A fallback. A symbol of scraped-together meals and nights spent budgeting. These humble foods might not impress outsiders, but for me, they mean resilience, ingenuity, and survival. My food is rationed, always counted, and never taken for granted. In my world, hunger lingers. I have learned to navigate its depths, with scraps and a wary hope for better days to come. Oh, let me tell you about the kids and their dining experiences. You would honestly assume they have landed themselves in some mid-tier culinary spa. The way their meal plans are scheduled. Tuesdays, for example, are the hallowed ground of chicken nuggets, because nothing screams gastronomic adventure like beige protein. Thursdays transform our modest kitchen into the epicenter of Tex-Mex magic. Think taco shells from the pound shop aisle, with pork mince because it is all I can afford. A sprinkling of cheese and voila, Tex-Mex for 6. With protein meat and ketchup or mayonnaise. The kids add the sauce. Surely, you didn't think that was my idea, did you? All carefully crafted to imitate a fiesta. Then there is the rotation. Hearty bolognese, cheap brand sauce. Risotto cooked until it is basically glue, hey, al dente, is just a suggestion, right? And cottage pie that could double as winter insulation. Gourmet? Not even close. But it is hot, filling, and the kids beam with joy. So that's a winner in my book. As for me, my culinary journey is in the whimsical world of if-it's. Yes, that is right. If it is on my shelf, in my fridge, or lurking at the back of the freezer, it is dinner. If it has only just started to smell, there is a good couple of days left, right? If it has turned a shade of green not found in nature, maybe that is just the universe's way of boosting my daily chlorophyll. If it is questionable, I feast with the urgency of a competitive eater. Because why give bacteria a head start? Canned soup that predates my last birthday. Delicious. Broken crackers. They are basically croutons now. The laws of the universe bend in my kitchen. Only when it comes to my food though. I would never give my kids the if-it's. For me, expiry dates are mere guidelines. My stomach is part dumpster, part steel trap. There was that one time, oh, you would appreciate this, when a dizzy spell had me on the verge of collapse, and I snatched a singular chip, yes, just one, from the sacred plate of Leroy. From the look he shot my way, you would think I admitted Santa Claus was, in fact, a discount car salesman or worse, a non-believer in Fortnite. His face was a portrait of betrayal. The sort that only the underage crowd can truly master. But let us be honest here. When your sugar levels are dropping harder than the Wi-Fi on a stormy night and survival instincts kick in, dignity leaves the room. There is no pride when you are staring down, in a sea of ketchup stains and abandoned peas. Despite the myth of the cozy family meal, I am rarely at the table when the kids eat. It is not some act of martyrdom for the ages. Nor am I secretly allergic to fish fingers, I promise. I would love to sit with them, actually. But modern culinary math is unforgiving. Their bellies equals satisfied, equals empty serving dish. It is logistics, not neglect. Sunday, though, Sunday is sacred. For one glorious evening, I pretend I am starring in a seasonal Marks & Spencer ad. I splurge on a chicken and transform our budget kitchen into the set of a period drama. There are roast potatoes, gravy that actually involves pan juices, not just a cube, Yorkshire puddings that rise, sometimes. The kids eat like minor royalty. And me? I find myself dissecting the wing, gnawing each sinew with the tenacity of a Dickensian orphan, at the table's edge. Sucking marrow and pretending bone broth is the new kale smoothie. It is practically a feast, just with a dash of 19th century deprivation chic. None of this, by the way, featured in my grand childhood vision. I did not doodle flowcharts for this life, in my school exercise books. Sandwiched between hearts with initials of crushes and sketches of imaginary sunsets over places like Barbados. Nope, I certainly did not see myself auditioning for the role of background mother who cannot afford to eat, on the endless sitcom, of real life. But here it is, reality's shock and awe campaign. The version of adulthood nobody puts in the brochures. I deal with it as only a single mother of 6 can. Why, you ask? Because it means the kids eat healthily, real food. And isn't that what matters? They finish their weirdly consistent beige meals and carry on. If someone has to fade quietly into the kitchen shadows, running on instant coffee and condiment packets like a ragtag scavenger, let it be me. Because frankly, someone has got to clean up the crumbs, and, apparently, eat them too. By the time I stagger through my front door, I can confirm that my legs have officially resigned from service. Floppier than last week's forgotten spaghetti. The day's weight insists on following me home, stored conveniently in my shoulders, and let's not forget that insufferably heavy bag I've been lugging around like some glamorous pack mule. With a flourish that would make any exhausted drama queen proud. I toss my jacket somewhere in the vague direction of the coat rack, let my bag collapse in a heap that's almost as pitiful as me. Now, lunchtime. A true royal affair awaits. I set about preparing my signature dish. Beans on toast. The cuisine of university students everywhere. If the Michelin star brigade ever got a sniff of my kitchen, they'd weep. I approach my toaster with the reverence due for a medieval altar. Slipping in 2 uninspired slices of white bread, I promptly ignore them. To accompany this, half a tin of beans in tomato sauce. The kind that bubbles in the pan with all the zest and zeal of a sedated sloth. The beans gurgle softly, emitting that unmistakable perfume of existential resignation. As I stand there, stirring occasionally, mostly just so I can say I put some effort in, I contemplate the day's events. Will any of this matter, when I'm an old lady and still eating beans? After I finally assemble this masterpiece, charcoal-edged toast, just how I like it, or at least how the toaster decides, beans artistically splattered on top, I sink into my sofa like a sack of potatoes. TV remote primed, I browse for something reliably brainless. Another glorious rerun of Come Dine With Me, featuring people who take quinoa a little too seriously. Or perhaps the washing machine commercial marathon. But fate, or my clumsy thumb, lands me on the news channel instead. I tend to avoid the news. It's usually packed with more despair than the vegetable aisle at 8 o'clock on a Sunday. Plus, the lies they tell these days would make the devil himself blush. Yet amid the endless scroll of tragedy, lies, and weather updates designed to induce existential angst, something grabs my attention. Breaking news: America has gone completely dark. No communication. No internet. No broadcast. Well, that's just great. My fork, bravely attempting the journey from plate to mouth, hovers midair, pausing in utter disbelief. I stare at the television, my baked beans threatening to leap off in protest. This has to be a joke, right? Has the remote malfunctioned, or have I entered an alternate reality where global chaos is just another Friday? I glance around my living room, half expecting someone to leap out and shout, "Gotcha!" But no. Just me. Beans. Toast. A breaking news headline so outrageous it almost makes me wish for another insurance commercial. What the hell? I mutter, not bothering to stifle my confusion. Because, of course, beans on toast aren't exciting enough. I need the apocalypse for seasoning. Have you ever seen a grown man try not to weep on national television? If you haven't, you missed a real treat. There's the news anchor, good suit, tie too tight, hair barely holding together with the last spritz of his wife's discount hairspray. Staring into the camera with the haunted look of someone seconds from a full-blown existential crisis. His voice? Still professional, everything is under control tremor. But I know, and he definitely knows, the only thing under control here are his tear ducts. Initial theories point toward a bioweapon. Possibly airborne. Potentially released over several U.S. cities simultaneously. You know something's ugly when they use phrases like airborne and simultaneously, and suddenly every apocalypse movie ever made flashes before your eyes. But wait. It's America, right? Home of the brave. Land of the frequently doomsday-obsessed preppers. If Armageddon had a favorite holiday spot, it would be somewhere between New York and Los Angeles. I mean, if the Statue of Liberty started sobbing lava, I'd barely blink at this point. But then, because apparently, we weren't panicking hard enough, he drops the real bombshell. And now, similar blackouts are being reported in Brazil, Australia, large parts of Africa, and Central Europe. No communication. No satellite feedback. Just silence. That's when my fork, my loyal, trusty fork, clinging to life between bites of beans on toast, decides to flee from my trembling hand. To commit toaster-related seppuku on the carpet. The beans follow suit. Exploding in a masterpiece of tomato-based carnage all over the rug. If the Great British Bake Off had a midlife crisis in a breakfast buffet, this is what it would look like. The rug will bear this stain forever. I find myself chanting the ancient mantra of British denial, no. No, no, no. This has to be fearmongering. Sensationalist bollocks. Right? Like any rational, modern adult in the face of global annihilation, I reach for my phone. My hands are slick with the beans of the past, but I soldier through. Twitter, Instagram, TikTok. Each thumb flick faster than the last. Possessed by the unholy spirit of doom-scrolling. Is this how our ancestors dealt with the plague? Instead of news, did they carve panic into cave walls? Fag says hashtag, yikes #hashtag, cave plague. The digital world opens its pixelated arms, offering all the usual heady nonsense. Memes, selfies. An epic battle on Threads about the latest author leaving ChatGPT inserts in her novel. And then I found them. The tags. The ones the news won't touch. The hashtags that spell out exactly how doomed we all are. But with that unique, internet-born desperation. To trend before dying, hashtag, dark outbreak #hashtag, run hashtag, the dead run they don't walk. That's when I saw the clip. Low resolution, vertical. Heart attack, filming, from a tower block, kind of energy. I peer into the abyss. New York, apparently, and it screams back. There's chaos in the street. Proper chaos. Not just the usual honking and moaning. Middle of the frame, one bloke launches himself at another's neck and just opens him up like he's unzipping a windbreaker. There's blood everywhere. Honestly, it would make Tarantino proud. The victim goes for one last interpretative gurgle, then collapses. The biter? He does the whole Michael Myers theme. He sniffs the air and sprints for the camera. Sprints. Not the classic slow zombie shuffle. No. We're doing cardio apocalypse now. I stagger away from the phone screen, doing my own impersonation of a malfunctioning Roomba. What the actual fuck? I whisper, because sometimes only 17 syllables and one explicit word will do. But it's just the beginning. The internet loves a catastrophe. Preferably one you can record. Upload, and hashtag before you lose signal. Or before a zombie can take a nibble on your forearm. Videos flood social media minutes later. Tokyo. Drooling, glassy-eyed sprinters tearing through Shibuya Crossing. Looking for their next meal, like they're late for a Black Friday sale on human flesh. Brazil. A mother dragging her screaming child stops to fight off what used to be a neighbor. Gets pulled to the ground in a tangle of hair and teeth. You know it's bad when the phone drops and the screen goes black, before the final scream hits the speakers. Every video is faster, grosser, bloodier than the last. The ghouls don't shuffle, they sprint. They don't moan, they growl. George Romero, eat your heart out. These fuckers run and hunt. Apparently, they're everywhere. For a second, the horror is so scary, I forget to breathe. The only sound is the faint, sticky splat of my beans, considering a stage 2 evolution into a sentient carpet creature. I collapse back onto the couch. My palms sweating. My mouth dry. I'm trying desperately to rationalize the unthinkable. Have I gone mad? Or has the world? My breakfast certainly has. This can't be real, not that I'm sure who I'm talking to. Myself, the beans, or the increasingly unhinged news reader, now babbling in the background. Desperate for some guidance, I make the regrettable decision to check official government sites. And what do I get for my trouble? We are assessing the situation. Excellent. Top marks. The world is collapsing faster than my Wi-Fi, and all our leaders can muster is the digital equivalent of hiding under the desk and hoping mom handles it. Back to social media I go. Now it's a digital war zone. Updates every half second. Hashtags mutating by the minute. Hashtag, outbreak of the day #hashtag. If you can read this, get out of the cities. Videos of people filming their own grisly chase scenes. Hoping for just one more viral hit before becoming literal snack food. Some guy, wild-eyed, shouting, "Don't let them bite you." 2 seconds later, the world is just blood and static as something grabs the camera faster than you can say influencer. I don't panic, I just sit there, wondering if I'll survive the afternoon. I'm careening around the house like a deranged pigeon that's flown into a window one too many times. Except there's no breadcrumbs, only a vague hope of survival. If you ever wondered what happens when civilization crumbles, let me assure you, it's a frenzied disaster reminiscent of a pensioner dash for TV sets on Black Friday. Except with more adrenaline and less dignity. The goal here is not snagging a discount, but to desperately grab onto existence. I mean, who needs a bargain when you're trying not to end up as a zombie brunch? In these precious, fleeting seconds, panic isn't a luxury. I've got no time for that. There's only action. Glorious, irrational action. Why even bother thinking? The thinking people are probably already outside, debating the sociological implications, while getting eaten headfirst. Meanwhile, I'm grabbing anything remotely edible or that can be used as a weapon. Everything else is just set decoration in the Netflix adaptation of my demise. Kitchen first. Where else? I storm those cupboards like I'm on a reality game show where the prize is, not dying today. Welcome to Supermarket Sweep. Apocalypse Edition, where every tin is a ticket to another non-munched morning. I go full rabid raccoon. Tearing into shelves for canned beans. Dry pasta, rice, that one mystery legume packet that's probably legally a weapon at this point. If it won't rot, or if it might deter the undead, in the backpack it goes. Mold? Irrelevant. Expiry dates? Utterly charming suggestions for a reality that no longer applies. The recurring dread bubbles to the surface. Oh God, will animals get infected? Because my day wasn't already pure cinema. Now I have to contemplate a heroic final stand while being menaced by zombie pigeons, with a taste for ankles. There's no manual for this, and if there was? It's probably gathering dust in the self-help section at a library. Now overrun by the guttural growling, sprinting, former librarian. How to Survive the Undead Uprising for Dummies. A never checked out, classic. Back to business. I'm grabbing beans, noodles, rice, that tin of generic, meat, product that's been lurking in the back of the cupboard since the Bush administration. For a lifetime, I mocked spam as a culinary war crime. But the rules have changed. Now, it's protein. And if it glows in the dark, all the better. Gourmet is whatever doesn't try to eat you first. In this context, even week-old bread starts to look like a Michelin star meal. Who cares that it's probably radioactive? I'm not here for the long-term health benefits. My nutritional pyramid now boils down to not being eaten. Water, sweet, glorious water. Whoever said diamonds are forever clearly hadn't been through an apocalypse. I'm filling every empty bottle, like it's the elixir of immortality. In a world where everything is about to go tits up, you bet, water becomes the literal gold standard. Do you think the power grid is making it through this? Please. Utilities are about to become mythic. The stuff of bedtime stories, we tell ourselves in the warm embrace of the apocalypse. Say goodbye to the romantic glow of your phone screen. The comfort of running water, and anything resembling Netflix. The new binge-worthy drama is called Survive Until Sunrise, and it features me. A kitchen knife, and whatever canned horror I can pry open with trembling hands, while listening to the not at all comforting background chorus of distant, blood-curdling screams. Cheers, to survival. As I frantically unscrew the cap on a Ribena bottle and pour in water, I think, this is what it's come to. I'm pouring water into children's squash bottles, so we don't die of dehydration while running from cannibals. Lovely. Toiletries next. I sweep an arm across the bathroom shelf. Scooping toothpaste, soap, deodorant. Anything that might make us slightly less disgusting, after 5 days on the run. And Tampax. I better not forget the Tampax. Chardonnay would personally murder me with her hair straighteners, if I left those behind. Yes, my 10-year-old daughter started early. Puberty showed up like an overachieving assassin and said, "Congratulations, you now have adult moods and a criminal level of sass." I tossed the box of Tampax into the pile, with the same level of urgency as someone flinging holy water at a vampire. Crucial item. Secured. I rushed through the boys' rooms like a burglar with ADHD. Lego underfoot. Clothes everywhere, and that unidentifiable smell that only boys can generate. A kind of earthy, sweaty, cheesy funk that no air freshener can mask. Somewhere in this teenage landfill, I know there are air pistols. Not toys, the realish kind. The ones that shoot tiny lead balls with enough force to take out a squirrel. Or at the very least, take someone's eye out. I tear open drawers. Tip over boxes. Curse under my breath like an old pirate. Where are you, you little bastards, not the kids? The guns. I found one. Then another. Covered in dust and teenage neglect. The safety catch is still on. I mutter a bitter thank you to whatever divine force decided to let me find these useless, but mildly threatening pea shooters. Then, oh sweet, glorious vengeance. I find Leroy's crossbow. Now that is a weapon. Leroy might be a book nerd, but the boy can shoot. He's a state championship finalist. I swear he could pick a fly off a fence post, at 20 paces. The kid's got the eyes of an eagle and the cold, unblinking aim of a sniper on meth. I grab it like it's Excalibur. Next stop. My bedroom. I fling open the door. Not bothering to look back at the crumpled, sorry mess of laundry in the corner. It stares at me like a sad little puppy. Silently accusing me of neglecting it for the third day running. I was definitely going to take care of it, or at least make a start. Before today turned into, what can only be described as, the beginning of the end. I mean, who wakes up thinking they'll have to pick up a bat, to fend off hordes of reanimated corpses? Certainly not me. Not in this quiet street, with its endless humdrum routine and nosy neighbors peering out from behind the curtains. Nothing exciting ever happens around here. But life, or in this case, the end of life as we know it, has a sense of humor. There she is. My trusty baseball bat. Lying just to the side of my unmade bed. Propped up against the peeling wallpaper with the type of quiet dignity reserved for trusted forgotten relics. This bat isn't about baseball, rest assured, I've got no time for sports, never did. I avoid sweating whenever possible. My idea of teamwork generally involves me and a hot cup of tea on the sofa. But this bat has been by my side for years. Not so much as a hobby, but out of necessity. Ever since old Mrs. Grayson from 2 doors down got mugged outside her gate on a rainy Thursday night. The assailant vanished by the time anyone came out to help. The police took nearly 2 hours to show up, shuffling down the path with less urgency than a hungover snail, dragging itself to a glass of water. That night, the bat went under my bed and never left. To me, it's not just wood and varnish. It's peace of mind, dignity. Suburban justice, wrapped up in a hefty stick of solid pine. It promises security when things get scary. Like now, with the screams on the street and the distant sirens. If someone decides to break into my house, I don't care if they're human, undead. An opportunistic looter, or just some poor bloke trying to peddle me the latest broadband package. I will gladly swing this bat with the force of 1,000 nervous breakdowns. This is not a day for hesitation. If it comes down to it, I'll smash whatever needs smashing. Channeling my inner Gallagher, at a watermelon smashing show, consequences be damned. I pick up the bat, testing its satisfying weight in my hands. Solid, honest. A bit scarred from knocking over the occasional lamp. There's still a strange, slightly sticky patch on the handle from last summer's ill-fated jam-making marathon. I could never get it completely clean. No matter. Today, it'll do. Maybe later, if we get that far, I'll wash it properly. But right now, it's time to see what the world's really made of. People are gonna be dying, but I'm still gonna be smiling, as long as I've got my trusty baseball bat. Now I'm running through the house again. Wild-eyed and frizzy-haired like a discount Sarah Connor. I look around at the chaos I've created. Bags open. Food strewn absolutely everywhere. The distinct unpleasant smell of beans still lingers from earlier. A reminder that I never quite get around to cleaning the mess up. Every room is a battlefield. I stop in the hallway, my chest heaving, and take a shaky breath to steady myself. What am I missing? Think. Tracy, think. Torch? Yes, absolutely, grab one. Batteries? Snag every damn AA you can find, because who knows which toys, radios, or torches run out next. Wet wipes? If the world is truly ending, we're still going to need to wipe our arses. Some standards must be maintained, apocalypse or not. Power banks, chargers, lighters. Anything with even a remote chance of keeping my children from crying, bleeding, starving. Or just outright murdering each other in the next 48 hours. I peer into the cupboard beneath the stairs and find a half-eaten box of crayons. A first aid kit missing most of the actual first aid, and a single, slightly squashed packet of biscuits. Into the bags they go. I toss everything into the bags in a hurry. The weight of it all nearly topples me. I'm sweating now. Rivulets drip down my back, sticking my shirt to my skin. My knees ache, a steady throb reminding me of that time I tripped over a scooter in the hall. My arms feel like overcooked spaghetti. Shaky and limp, but adrenaline is a hell of a drug. Apparently, the secret to surviving the apocalypse is being a broke, exhausted single mom, who's been training for this her whole life. If this crazy world ever calms down again, maybe I'll put that on a business card, professional chaos wrangler. Because what is parenting, if not constant disaster preparedness? Each school run a covert operation. Every packed lunch a ration kit. Every tantrum the warm-up, for a much bigger crisis. Honestly, the apocalypse could stand to learn a thing or two from our mornings. I remember rainy days spent barricading forts in the living room, and dodging Lego-shaped landmines, just to reach the kettle. All of it has been preparing me for this moment. The day I need to get everyone out and away, before whatever happens next comes crashing down around our ears. We don't have a panic room. But we've got a camper van. The old, reliable rust bucket that smells like damp socks and broken dreams. Parked on the driveway, half packed with soggy towels and kids' shoes. It hasn't run smoothly in months, but it still moves. It's got a roof that will, probably, keep the rain out. That'll be our ark, I think. It might not be much, but it's what we've got. I run back inside, grabbing coats, shoving what remains of our little world into bags. The floor is a mosaic of muddy boot prints, but I don't have time to clean. Finally, I stand by the door. Bags slung over each aching shoulder. I look back, one last time, at the chaos that somehow still looks like home. I take a deep breath, one that tastes of beans and old hopes. The clock on the wall is speeding along, clearly having the time of its life. My children, those cherubs, are still safe at school. Or at least I hope they are. No doubt they are serenely pressing crayons onto paper or being regaled by tales of Henry VIII lopping off yet another wife's head. Blissfully ignorant of the fact that the universe is imploding, faster than my last attempt at a homemade birthday cake. They have no idea that everything outside is crumbling. That their world is falling apart. Clearly, I must perform the hero's duty and get them. Right now. Because if the world's spiraling out of control, the absolute priority is a carpool on steroids. Except, wait, I can't possibly leave before executing one final sweep of our imploding household? Of course not. I dash to the airing cupboard, the supply cache of every post-apocalyptic optimist, grabbing at blankets, sleeping bags, and any knitted monstrosity acquired from Aunt Vera. If the electricity gives up its fragile ghost and the heating dies, at least we'll be fashionably swaddled in questionable textiles. Mid-panic, cramming a Hello Kitty sleeping bag into a bin liner. Because if the end is nigh, I want my children aesthetically comforted. I catch a glimpse of myself in the mirror. Moment of truth. Brace yourself, Vanity Fair. This is the image, I realize, that will haunt the annals of my family's personal apocalypse. Wild-eyed, clutching a grotesquely striped throw. Hair frizzed out in protest against both the coming storm and the humidity from the mad scramble. There's a dusting of flour on my jeans. My feet are encased in half-worn slippers that have not seen the outside world in years. Their soles thinning in silent protest to this abrupt entrance into chaos. Does survival have a dress code? No, but if it did, I'm wearing it wrong. Either way, I'd best get my Doc Martens on. In the background, the neighbors' cats tumble nervously among the strewn belongings, eyes wide as they witness this bewildering eruption of activity. I wonder if, in their feline wisdom, they sense the growing unease or if they're simply delighted at the new fort-building opportunities. I stuff another blanket in the bag, pausing just long enough to consider whether it will trap more heat or serve as the world's least convincing invisibility cloak. Our curated collection of emergency supplies is patently ridiculous, reflecting a comedy of errors, rather than a bastion of preparedness. 3 novelty flashlights, 2 half-melted chocolate Easter bunnies, and a single pack of wind-up radios, ironically, still in its cellophane, with directions in 5 unintelligible languages. How do things devolve so rapidly? 20 minutes ago, I was sipping lukewarm tea, contemplating whether to alphabetize the spice rack. Now, I'm the harried heroine of my own domestic disaster movie. I steel myself. The chaos is, somehow, comforting. It's proof of life, of family, of muddled priorities. I stuffed the last of Aunt Vera's creations, a knitted banana yellow scarf that could double as a lifeline, into yet another swelling bag. The clock on the wall ticks, relentless and unbothered. Whether the grid fails or not. Whether we ride out this storm in darkness or beside the gentle hum of a stubbornly persisting bulb, I think, we'll be just fine. Because the final sweep isn't just about blankets and bin liners. It's about gathering what matters. Absurdity, love, and just enough yarn to knit something hopeful from chaos. Jesus. Here stands a person who survived a round in a wind tunnel, with only a tin opener and the will to live. Joke. My face has that delightful glow of shock, paired with a chic dust stripe. My hair is launching a bold escape in directions that clearly defy physics. Move aside, beauty influencers. There's a new aesthetic in town, catastrophe chic. Oddly enough, I've never looked more ready to launch myself into the chaos. All those years of haphazard attempts at organization. Of locating missing school shoes 5 minutes before the bell. Of baking emergency cupcakes at 2 a.m. for a bake sale I forgot. It now turns out it was all a boot camp for this. Fate's hysterically clumsy training montage. This isn't the life I dreamt of, while ignoring home economics lessons. Or watching survivalists snuggle up to fire-starting gadgets. Oh, no. But here's a plot twist worthy of daytime television. Apparently, I've been becoming a post-apocalyptic hero, while I wasn't paying attention. So, watch out, Bear Grylls, I'm coming for your spot. I eyeball my own battered reflection a little longer, giving it the kind of approving nod, reserved for anyone alive after a night at a discount wine tasting. It's time. Time to ignore the suggestion of inner calm. Time to channel pure parental panic. Time to wrangle 6 children into the world's least fun adventure. Time to outrun disaster armed only with unmatched socks, tinned legumes, and misguided optimism. Time to run. Time to survive. Time to absolutely lose my mind, but at least do so stylishly unslept and unshowered. Bring it on, Armageddon. Right. First step in surviving the apocalypse. Collect the spawn. Not a glamorous start, I'll grant you, but one that generally goes underappreciated in end-of-the-world films. No one ever talks about the logistics of rounding up 6 children from 2 different locations, when there's chaos in the streets and mobs at the supermarket. But it's the first thing you have to consider, if you're a parent. Movies make it all look so easy. You see the parents shouting for the kids. A few frantic phone calls, and next thing you know they're huddled in a candlelit living room. Whispering grave plans. In reality, even routine school pickups make my blood pressure spike. It's hard to imagine introducing looters or zombie hordes into the Dodgem rally I'm gearing up to run. The carpool route becomes an action movie in my imagination, suddenly full of detours, blocked roads, and the ever-present question. Are my little people where I left them? It's all a calculated risk. What if you arrive too late, or too early? What if your 12-year-old decides that today is the day to walk home alone, because they left school after yet another bullying incident? This is where the parenting apocalypse plan, that no one writes about, comes in. Have you taught your kids the trust no one rule? Not just stranger danger, but also how to recognize your quirky friend's beat-up blue truck. Just in case he needs to pick them up when your phone dies. Did you pack snacks in their backpacks, not just gluten-free granola bars, but something shelf-stable and unexciting enough for them to ignore until needed? Will you be able to explain to Grandma why you left the piano lesson early, ignoring her usual lecture about responsibility, in favor of survival? Let's not forget the emotional baggage. Have you ever heard of a parent who doesn't feel guilt when their child is slightly too cold at the bus stop? Try that, only now the stakes include zombies and power outages. You want to be calm, the picture of pre-apocalypse composure. But the world outside is screaming chaos. Once inside the van, the questions will come, some innocent, some laced with the kind of understanding no child should have. Will we be safe, Mom? So yes, the first step is collecting the spawn. Secure your dependents. Your most precious cargo. Even if it means driving like a Hollywood stunt double. The real apocalypse isn't about shootouts or meteors. It's about making sure you've got all the car seats filled before darkness falls. It's about praying your definition of everyone's safe holds for another day. Then, and only then, can you deal with everything else the end of the world wants to throw at you. This is a task that requires strategy. Specifically, little ones first. Chardonnay, the ever so gullible. The twins, Archie and Angel, who'd look perfectly at home in any poltergeist film, and, of course, little Clayton. My Velcro baby. I say that with only a touch of affection. He clings to my hips so tight, I occasionally wonder if he's superglued. The older two, well, they can fend for themselves a smidgen longer. They possess an attitude. A robust collection of hormones, and, crucially, a surprisingly decent right hook between them. If any of my brood would outlast zombies, it's Dexter and Leroy. But the Litlums? They'd be the first to get eaten. Bless their adorable, shrieking, snot-nosed faces. Now then, how on earth do I extract them from school without causing an uproar? This is Britain, after all. Land of near-perpetual drizzle, lukewarm tea, and an almost sacred reverence for the rules. Not least the infamous 120-pound school absence fines, all for the crime of daring to prioritize your offspring's continued existence over their latest spelling test. It's laughable. If the end of civilization can be classified as laughable. God forbid I try to whisk my children away from the Ofsted-approved fortresses of learning, just because society is teetering on the edge and people are munching each other's faces off in the high street. Wouldn't want to stain the school record with a survived zombie apocalypse, unauthorized absence. OMG, Tracy, think. The steering wheel is sticky, the dash is festooned with half-melted jelly babies, and my phone is buzzing with government push alerts. Each one more hysterical than the last. I feel like I'm reading them from a parallel universe. One in which sheltering in place is a practical answer to cannibalistic mobs. Shelter in place, my arse, I'm getting the fuck out of here. I just need to figure out what to tell the school first. The solution doesn't come straight away. I bang my forehead against the dashboard in exasperation. Eliciting a weak, whimpering honk, like the old van, is as tired as I am. If I just waltz in and demand my children, I'll be met with the same administrative suspicion, reserved for anyone who questions why there's always peas with the school dinner. There's a system in place for unplanned absences. It involves a form, a signature, and at least one passive-aggressive phone call from the head teacher, who takes great joy in informing you, you're going to get fined anyway. Outside, a light drizzle begins to tap at the windscreen. I glance at the clock on the dashboard, watching the minutes crawl by as my mind circles the anxious dilemma. No part of me wants to deal with the labyrinth of bureaucracy lying between me and my children. Those mazes of paperwork and justifications. The suspicious squint of the office staff. The way my reasons will inevitably be measured and found wanting. Even so, I know this is no time to dither outside my family home. Despite my growing discomfort, despite the fact I still haven't come up with the ideal explanation for why I need to collect them, I have to act. My knuckles turn white on the wheel. I force myself to breathe steady, thinking through my options with desperate methodical madness. The truth is, ordinary life has always been one long string of badly acted performances. You slap on a smile because apparently that's the default setting. You explain your absence with just enough detail to sound believable, but not so much that anyone starts sniffing around. The school admin thrives on habits and mindless routine, like some sort of petty dictatorship with stationery. The slightest wobble in the schedule and they send a flurry of passive-aggressive emails, as though civilization itself is about to crumble. Last spring my Chardonnay had a fever. She was limp, glassy-eyed, basically half dead, and still, I had to phone in, spell her name twice, and swear on my life I'd get a doctor's note. Like that's even possible, these days. You can't even get in to see a damn doctor. That was for a bloody virus. Now, with something murkier on the table, I can only imagine the Spanish Inquisition levels of interrogation that await me. Frankly, I'd rather face the Gestapo. At least they didn't need everything in triplicate. I yank down the sun visor and stare at my own face in the mottled mirror, trying to rearrange it into something that doesn't scream liar. Outside, the rain comes harder, smudging the world into a depressing watercolor. Inside, I'm mentally writing my excuses. Maybe I invent an appointment. Or claim a family emergency. Something vague, something uncheckable, something to keep the clipboard-wielding harpies at bay. I tell myself I'm not the first parent to bend the truth in the name of survival. Raising kids is just an endless obstacle course, designed by people who hate sleep and fun. Still, my stomach knots itself into something worthy of a nautical textbook. Like my clapped-out van, I gather myself for the uphill slog. No perfect plan, just the burning need to get it over with. I can already picture the secretary's gaze, the slow purse of her lips, as she listens to my carefully rehearsed lines. Will I stammer? Will I give the game away? Maybe. But in a world obsessed with forms, signatures, and pointless rules, sometimes you don't politely comply. You just bulldoze through, with sheer bloody-mindedness. I stare into the rain, scanning my mental list of lies. Family emergency? Too vague. Medical appointment? They'll demand proof, and Chardonnay would sooner be tasered than get a jab. Sudden illness? Now we're talking. Norovirus. Untestable, instantly contagious, and guaranteed to clear a classroom faster than a wasp in a car. Even Ofsted wouldn't argue with a bucket full of spew. I practice my voice in the rearview, layering on frazzled concern, ready to turn on the tears, if the school admin tries to call my bluff. Think. I implore myself again, feeling the enormity of the day pressing against the windows like a storm surge. Behind me, the streets are already starting to empty. People know, even if no one will say it out loud yet. I'm all too aware that every second counts. This is the difference between life and death. And then, between honks and half-cooked plans, it hits me. The perfect solution. I fumble for my phone. My heart pounds, and I begin to type the message that will secure my children's escape and, with any luck, keep the family together for whatever comes next. A light bulb moment. Except the light bulb is flickering and probably full of asbestos. But still. Genius. Oh, terrific. Yet another episode featuring Dion. The human hurricane and all-round local miscreant. Gosh, what a surprise. I must make a special note in my diary under regular chaos provided by Dion. I mean, if Dion isn't rampaging through our lives at least twice a fortnight, it's a miracle. I'll just ring up the relevant authorities and say, oh, guess what, Dion's out of his cage again. Maybe they'll throw him a parade this time. After all, why should my existence ever dare to contain a moment's peace? Heaven forbid. Yes, yes. Marvelous, dependable Dion. Infamous ball breaker, bail-breaking Dion. I mean, what would family life be if you don't have an ex like Dion staggering around like a malfunctioning DNA vending machine? Honestly, he's a man who gives a whole new meaning to the phrase, personal demon in a tracksuit. The local school is already painfully aware that I have a few issues with Dion. Issues, apparently, being family code for broken windows. A restraining order or two, and let's not overlook that unforgettable night where dear Dion tried to flog my television for crack money. Oh yes, just a small handful of quirky incidents we laugh about at Christmas. Or more accurately, drink to forget at Christmas. So, when I say issues, what I mean is Armageddon with baby daddies. And they know it. Trust me, they know it. So, I ring up the school, conjure my most frazzled, desperate voice, and declare that Dion has gone the extra mile and actually made full-blown death threats this time. Yes, nothing says high drama like casual murder undertones, after breakfast. And wouldn't you know it, the police, bless their sensible shoes and endless tea breaks, have advised me to drop everything and rush to a women's refuge. Preferably one that's inconveniently located somewhere down south. A place where the only entertainment is a 3-mile walk to Lidl. Naturally, it has to be far enough away that no truant officer, regardless of how devoted they are to the cause, dares pursue. If that doesn't get the school's sympathy, I don't know what will. So here I am, having a chat with myself in my camper van outside my council house, looking like the kind of woman you might cross the road to avoid. That's it, girl, all the drama, all the bells and whistles, I mutter into the abyss, putting on the Oscar-winning performance of the century. If they don't buy it, well, sod them. I'm already halfway to Cornwall with nothing but a camper van full of baked beans, slightly dodgy passports, and enough birth certificates to start a nursery. Perhaps I should pitch the whole escapade as a reality TV special. Fugitives, Mum on the Run, sponsored by Heinz. You never know, I might be able to afford their beans then, instead of Yellow Label basics. My hands are shaking, but not, you know, from silly little things like fear or existential dread. No, what trembles in me now is pure, unfiltered, caffeine-fueled maternal rage. Forget fear, I'm long past that stage. Fear packed its bags and left, 3 family court appearances ago. No, I'm running purely on the potent need for survival. A magical cocktail of burning adrenaline, several liters of instant coffee, and the latest in tinned cuisine, mere mouthfuls of beans. If that's not peak motherhood, tell me what is. So, time for the big performance. I dial up the primary school. Drumroll, please. Await my standing ovation. Hi, yes, this is Tracy Barnes, mother of the infamous Clayton, angelic angel, chaotic Archie, and Princess Chardonnay. It's not really the kind of introduction you want carved on your gravestone. Listen, I know this is inconvenient and all, but I have to pick them up early. There's, been, threats. Yes, serious ones. Dion's out on bail. Police say we all need to pack up and head to a refuge. I need to get them, like, right now. Before things go full Mad Max in the playground. Please, just have them ready at reception. Dramatic pause. Golden silence, just long enough for the drama to marinate. You can cut the tension with a spoon. The receptionist, whose job is probably 20% paperwork and 80% low-key trauma, lets out a soft, "Oh love," of course. I'm so sorry. Instantly brimming with that sincere, soap opera-level sympathy. One can only imagine what horrors she has seen over the years. Broken arms at sports day. Lice outbreaks. The odd rat in the cloakroom. Probably enough domestics to rival a casualty Christmas special. I'll get them ready right away. She chirps, likely starved for this level of drama, midweek. You can't help but bless the poor woman. Her and her unflappably sturdy cardigans. Possibly hand-knitted, definitely tear and booger resistant. Heroes, all of them, on the front lines of the nation's drama. But there's no time for gratitude. Onward, to secondary school. Time to brave the wild hyenas, the admin staff who wield color-coded planners like swords. You know the type. The ones who can kill a parent's hope with a single, "I'm afraid school policy says, God help me, but here I go." Hi, Tracy Barnes here. If you could have Dexter and Leroy ready for collection, that would be fabulous. Tone of a mum who is definitely not on the verge. Same reason, I'm afraid. Yes, our old friend Dion is up to his old tricks. Very direct threats this time. Police are saying move, like, now. Refuge down south calling. All part of a perfectly normal Friday, right? I'll fill you in on all the gory details later when I'm rested, and the kids aren't in need of therapy. This receptionist is clearly made of sterner stuff. I bet she keeps her desk immaculate and owns a full set of matching Tupperware. Marched in here from a life of perfectly curated Pinterest boards and pre-packed chia puddings. Her husband definitely says, date night, and means it. Probably never had to dodge a truant officer in her life. Still, she keeps it professional. Understood. They will be at reception in 10. No hair out of place, not even a hint of the scandal that just walked into her life. She takes my melodrama so elegantly. I genuinely hope she never discovers the true circus lurking behind my phone calls. Or maybe she already knows. Perhaps she's secretly thrilled to finally notch a possible witness protection drama onto her pristine whiteboard. And with that, the deed is done. Hook, line, and sinker. Now to see if I can get through the rest of the day without someone setting fire to a bin or selling the toaster for magic beans. Place your bets, Internet. Place your bets. I end the call, a masterclass in Oscar-worthy anxiety, and let out a breath that tastes of unbrushed teeth, cold sweat, misery, and, for spice, instant coffee. The blend of champions and people who have given up on joy. The little voice says, I should feel guilty, right? Manufacturing one of the great works of fiction. The abuse lie, just to keep my kids away from school. That sacred institution, where they're probably learning how to fold paper towels and queue for pizza. Yes, I should absolutely be racked with guilt, because clearly, this isn't about survival. If only it were all about cheap flights to Benidorm and mojitos by the pool. I mean, survival? Don't be so melodramatic. It's not like I'm trying to keep my children from the gaping jaws of the universe's digestive tract. I just enjoy the thrill of paperwork and lectures from the attendance officer. Feels like living on the edge, right? Suddenly, as I dwell on my selfless, criminal mastermind. Parental choices, it happens. The dramatic crescendo to my symphony of anxiety. The bang. Not a metaphorical bang. No, not the celestial drumbeats of fate. I mean a literal, jarring knock against my van's passenger window. Powerful enough to rattle my soul and my discount travel mug. Because of course, why wouldn't things ratchet up? Lo and behold, it's her. The harbinger. The bearer of doom in beige polyester. My favorite neighbor. Hannah. Who else? It's always Hannah, isn't it? The oracle of petty complaints. The self-anointed high priestess of the neighborhood watch, likely the human incarnation of a barcode scanner. If there's a cloud, she's studied its permit. If there's laughter, she reports it to management. Legend has it, she alphabetizes her bras. Color codes her knickers. Her last documented smile was 9 prime ministers ago. Approximately the week before Princess Diana's demise. Sensational history, really. I live in awe. Well, customer service, face on. I roll the window down, channeling my finest impression of a person about to feature in a blind date special, with a calm so forced I think my teeth might crack. Because nothing says, please don't push my buttons like wrapping yourself in false serenity and hoping for minimal bloodshed. She looms, putting the fun in the funerary. Her expression reads thunderous. The lipstick, a shade of arterial emergency, migrates bravely up each wrinkle. Like it, too, is trying to escape her presence. Her arms are folded tight because, frankly, she's holding the moral fiber of the street together, through the power of will, and possibly nicotine stains. And then the overture begins. Your fucking tramps have ruined my begonias, she shrieks, channeling her inner banshee, who just lost the regional gardening championship. Her voice is a glorious composition of rusty hinges and glass shards, delivered with enough venom to pickle a small elephant. I saw them on my Blink doorbell camera. They went into my garden, got their ball, and that black bastard of yours trod all over my flowers. She's performing for the heavens now. A star in her own CCTV documentary. Certain that my offspring are the Antichrist spawn and my parenting a criminal offense. She conveniently misses that maybe, flowers sometimes get a little trampled in the existential block party that is life. My ears go red. Seriously, like two beacons of impending homicide. My vision tunnels to a point where the world could fall away, and I can still pick out her shrill vowels. Do I register the rest of her monologue? Probably involving calls to the council, threats to the home office, a warning about property value decline? Hilariously, no. My brain is overloaded with razor-edged rage. It tunes everything out but her venom. The universe, sensing an opportunity for poetic slow motion, obliges. It's not just about the bloody flowers, is it? It's not about the sacred soil or the eternal preservation of petunias. No, it is about that word. That archaic, putrid, bile-laced word she spat out about, my child. Because clearly, kids breaking social order with a rubber ball deserve the full weight of the empire raining down on them. She's picked the nuclear option for begonias, and suddenly, I, too, am ready for war. My kid. My beautiful, loud, imperfect, perfect for me child, who, last I checked, didn't invent the concept of gardens, nor has he been crowned supreme flower destroyer. Does she care? Absolutely not. Empathy is for the weak, darling. I, however, do care. Rage makes you heroic in stories and profoundly impractical in real life. And before the rational bystander within me can remind myself about the laws, jail time, or how long it takes to scrub blood out of polyester, my body acts. Maybe it's the rage possessing me. I step out of the van, not quite a swan dive, not quite a heroic leap, just a determined, mum walk, with a hearty side of impending assault charges. My fists are clenched tight enough to turn my knuckles the color of refined sugar. Ready for the inevitable engagement. This isn't Marvel. There's no theme music. Just the gentle hum of barely contained fury. Crack. Not the witty one-liner you hope for, but the blunt sound of social boundaries crumbling and, possibly, her nose too. She's down. She doesn't so much fall, as implode. A grand demonstration of gravity and karma in action. Landing flat, shrieking on the pavement, blood fontaining like a low-budget horror film. Her head bounces with a sound so hollow and anticlimactic, it's probably the most honest noise she's made in decades. There is no applause. Not even a curtain call. She's sprawled out, somewhere between mortally wounded and inconvenienced. She is acting like a ghost of Halloween on a tight budget, groaning like an idiot having a gallbladder attack. I tower above her. My heartbeat makes my chest perform jazz hands. I'm still holding my keys, in case I need to perform DIY emergency surgery or threaten the local gnome brigade. There's nothing like a set of house keys to make you feel powerful, am I right? You racist twunt, I say, all drama forgotten, my voice as flat as badly carbonated cola. There are no tears, no melodramatic soliloquies. Just plain, dry, necessary truth, as though I'm announcing the weather. Don't you ever talk about my kids like that again. I don't need to shout. The message is in the silence after. The whisper of blood-puddled justice and shattered begonias wafts through the air. She tries for words, but what comes out is less of an apology and more the animalistic groan of a creature from the abyss. wheezing out a sound that could be regret or the calls of a dying insect. Sorry? Death rattle? Solicitation for an NHS dental plan? Who can say? I don't bother to decode her ancient runes. I turn and walk away. No fanfare, no moral lesson. Just the quiet, persistent feeling that today, in the epic battle of mundane evil and coffee-fueled motherhood, I showed up. And that's about as heroic as it gets on any morning in this council estate. I climb back into the van, click my seatbelt, and start the engine. I'm as calm as a Buddhist monk on a sedative. Because, frankly, I don't have the time to get arrested today. The world is ending. My kids are waiting, and the next person who slows me down might get the same treatment as Hannah. Maybe with the bat this time. You'd think humanity would collectively get its act together when the undead start scratching at our doors, but instead, everyone's schedule is still mundane and routine. Everyone decides now is the time to settle old debts, cut in line, or demand answers to questions that never mattered before. But I can't afford distractions. Not today. Not when the air smells like burnt ozone and every siren in town wails in minor key harmony. As the van roars, okay, splutters, to life, I take a moment to look at her writhing on the ground in my side mirror. There's a certain satisfaction in knowing I was the one who put her there. A grim reminder that you don't mess with a mother whose only weapons are desperation and a perpetually overdue oil change. Her shrieks are muffled by the glass, but the panic written across her face tells me everything I need to know. She's not a threat anymore. At least, not to me. A smear of blood decorates the pavement like some macabre Banksy. In another life, would have felt something, pity, maybe, or guilt. But survival prunes emotions, leaving only the stubs that matter. Besides, even before the world ended, Hannah and I were hardly what you'd call friends. PDA meetings became silent battlegrounds. Bake sales, miniature wars waged with gluten-free cupcakes and passive-aggressive compliments. But now? Now those slights mean nothing. Only survival matters. I'm glad I did it. How fucking dare she call my kid that name? The racist twant deserved it. I'm still livid. Let her lie there and think about her life choices. If she's lucky, a zombie might mistake her for roadkill and finish the job. I pull away from the curb. The camper van rattles like a tin can full of angry bees, and I head for the school. A part of me wants to look back, just to see if she's been devoured yet. But I resist. My kids come first. They always have, even back in the old normal, when the worst crisis was a forgotten costume for book week or a misplaced lunchbox. Time to pick up my kids. I scan the road ahead, wipers scraping uselessly at the rain-smudged windscreen. The streets are emptier now than I've ever seen them. They are littered with abandoned vehicles, lost shoes, and the occasional twitching form. My heart hammers out a crazy, primal beat. I wonder if the other mothers feel this way. Half terrified, half exhilarated. It's like something wild and ancient is surfacing after a long, forced sleep. Time to run. Time to be the kind of mother who doesn't just make packed lunches and attend parents' evening. But the kind who saves her kids and survives the end of the fucking world. Somewhere between the school run and the apocalypse, I find the strength of ancient warriors. My children don't need a hero. They need someone prepared to do whatever it takes. Even if that means lying to the schools and fighting off hordes of the undead. Even if it means fighting to keep them safe, when the world has crumbled. I might just make it out with my dignity intact. Dignity, I remind myself, isn't just about looking presentable or saying the right thing. It's about holding my head high through chaos. It's about knowing the difference between compassion and weakness. Still, if I do make it out, covered in sweat, blood, peanut butter smears, and the scent of hope, I'll call that a victory. Although, let's be honest. That ship sailed years ago. Right along with my waistline and my last good bra. I have nothing left to lose except the ones I love, and today, that's motivation enough. The van bumps over a curb, and I glance at the back seat, picturing their faces. Mud-streaked, worried, trusting. Whatever's coming, I'll face it. Because I'm not just their mother. I'm their armor, their shield. If it means surviving the end of everything just to see them safe, I'll do it. Even if it means leaving a trail of blood, broken PDA friendships, and, yes, bras behind. I pull up outside St. Joseph's with all the subtlety and elegance of a rhinoceros tap dancing through Center Parks. The van rattles and coughs dramatically, letting everyone within a 10-mile radius know that yes, Tracy Barnes has arrived. I'm like an over-caffeinated hamster, and I'm not here for small talk. The tires screech like feral alley cats protesting another late-night bin raid. My exhaust belches out a thick fog of diesel, as if trying to obscure the disaster that is my parking job. Clinging to the double yellow lines as if I were some guerrilla artist making a bold statement about civic decay and maternal exhaustion. Let's address the obvious. Double yellows. Oh yes, straight-up villainy. Illegal. So illegal you'd think I was hijacking the Mona Lisa, rather than stopping to scoop up my offspring. It's the sort of naughtiness that haunts the dreams of council officers and parking wardens. But honestly, with the current state of the world, imminent apocalypse, biblical storms, perhaps a hail of toads expected before sunrise, I'm sure the local council has bigger emotional breakdowns to manage than another ticket. Go ahead, write me up for 60 quid. Maybe I can pay in bottle caps once civilization crumbles. With as much grace as a startled goat, I slam the handbrake so hard it yelps in protest. Then I practically launch myself out of the vehicle. Keys jangle and ricochet off the dashboard, announcing my arrival with the subtlety of cymbals dropped on a stairwell. My long-suffering campervan responds with a groan reminiscent of a pensioner denied a cup of tea. Wheezing, aching, emotionally spent. We're a duo forged by adversity. Both desperately in need of a spa day or a thorough exorcism. She's running on fumes. I'm running on caffeine and the memory of sleep. Who isn't absolutely knackered these days? Between work, children, and the occasional neighborhood apocalypse, it's a miracle I'm still standing. I jog, frantically speed shuffle, up to the gate. A prisoner of time and poor life choices, clutching my phone, my bag, and 20 pounds of existential dread. I hit the intercom buzzer with the urgency of someone trying to swat a fly. Hi, it's Tracy Barnes. I'm here to collect my kids, I gasp, channeling the energy of a woman who's just run a marathon. My voice doesn't just sound breathless. It's positively deranged. Hearing my own voice bounce back at me, I realize it contains all the familiar notes of someone being chased by an axe-wielding maniac. Which, in a way, is accurate given the state of my inbox and the school WhatsApp group. Maybe I should be running directly to an asylum, instead of the school gates. The intercom spits out a monotone nugget of enthusiasm, delivered by the world's most exhausted administrator. Come on in. A low mechanical whir buzzes, as the gate groans open, moving at the pace of a washing machine full of bricks. I half expect a security camera to zoom in Matrix style, scanning my face and running it through a national database of questionable parents. Schools these days, am I right? Not so much educational institutions as heavily fortified child storage units, with features reminiscent of a medium-security prison, minus the charming striped jumpsuits. What's the uniform these days? Plaid skirts and runny noses. I barely remember. I've seen less security at the crown jewels. Back in the golden days, you'd breeze through the gate, offer Miss Jenkins a half-hearted wave, hoping she didn't ask about this morning's lost library book, and yank your darling cherub from the jaws of after-school boredom. Now? Barbed wire, coded intercoms, CCTV, and threat-level signs that might as well read. All visitors must report to reception or face the wrath of God and Ofsted. Because God knows Ofsted's vengeance comes swiftly and without mercy. Between the bureaucracy and the body scans, I half expect to be frisked by a sniffer dog with a PhD in pedantic paperwork. I understand the need for safety, I do. I mean, don't we all love a playground that isn't the scene of a midweek back alley brawl? But I can't help thinking, has it all gone a bit dystopian? I mean, when your child's local school starts to look more secure than a maximum security correctional facility, maybe society has done a pirouette off a sanity cliff. I make my way down the path past what I affectionately call the concrete homeland, sidestepping the climbing frame, which is now tastefully cordoned off with bright plastic tape, with a sign declaring, risk of splinters. Because God forbid a child encounter wood in the wild without signing a waiver or donning biohazard sleeves. Modern life is so safe, it's dangerous. In I go, sweeping through the sliding doors into reception. A fluorescent-lit fishbowl humming with bureaucratic fury and the overtones of Friday's mystery meat merged delicately with hospital-strength disinfectant. It's an aroma you can almost taste. The bouquet of desperation and soggy fish fingers. A scent that stays with you for life. Lucky us. I imagine some posh perfume house will bottle it, ode a school office, now with more sadness and gravy granules. At last, the fruits of my wildly chaotic loins appear before me. My children in all their unimpressed, gloomy glory. They're perched on cheap plastic chairs, legs swinging, looking like the saddest contestants on a low-budget survival reality TV show. Only instead of immunity idols, their prize is a trip with me in a van that's held together with hope and top-up insurance. Truly, dreams do come true. Let's take a closer look. Chardonnay, my eldest, named after a moment of regrettable optimism, regards me with an expression that could, if weaponized, take down satellites. Equal parts withering judgment, existential horror, and teenage social trauma. She knows, somewhere deep in her TikTok-addled soul, that I am about to single-handedly torpedo any residual coolness she imagined she possessed. Again. She stands in the hallway doorway, arms folded like a drawbridge that will not open, offering a sigh so heavy the school year photos on the wall almost tilt askew. Her eyes, lined with the faintest suggestion of sparkly eyeliner, she will deny this, of course, if asked. Silently imploring me to just stop. The ancient parent urge to embarrass is irrepressible. Something in the DNA, perhaps, surges up when your child believes they've achieved an advanced level of unaffected coolness. It is the job of every parent, I remind myself, to remind your children that they emerged from your awkward, cringe-worthy genes and that history, much like fashion trends, is doomed to repeat itself. Mum, she mutters with the melodramatic gravity only teenagers possess, please don't. The don't contains a galaxy of meanings. Don't sing, don't dance. Don't reference memes from 2022. Don't exist at this moment as my parent. But it is too late. Embarrassment, like the incoming tide, is unstoppable. It fills every conversational nook, every silent space between us until she is forced, at last, to surrender to the enormity of parental enthusiasm. I grin. She scowls. The ancient dance continues. There is, I have learned, a delicate choreography at play here. Push too hard, and she disappears behind headphones and rolling eyes, a vanishing act worthy of Vegas. Stay too aloof, and she interprets the distance as cosmic indifference. A void into which she will hurl snide remarks. It is a balance not unlike keeping several plates spinning atop tiny sticks, a little wobble, a lot of hope that nothing smashes beyond repair. Still, I persist. I tell her, out loud, about the time her name was inspired by a bottle of supermarket wine and wishful thinking. She groans, but the corners of her mouth almost, imperceptibly, lift. There is love here. Prickly, awkward, and riddled with embarrassed laughter. Because, as much as she pretends otherwise, she knows I have been her first performance, her original audience, just as I know these moments, these short-lived sparring matches of eye rolls and reluctant affection, are the secret architecture of the bond between parent and teenager. And while her coolness is always a shimmer on the horizon, for me, my parenthood is the sun. I'm always there, steady and dazzling, impossible to ignore. Then there is Angel and Archie. My darling terror twins. Known throughout the land, or at least the neighborhood, as destroyers of property and peace. Yet here they sit. Strangely motionless, as if posing for a post-apocalyptic school portrait. Maybe it's shock. Maybe it's trauma. Or maybe it's just indigestion. Either way, these two usually have the mobility of caffeinated squirrels, so the silence is deeply unnerving. Should I check their pulses? Next, little Clayton, who is pathologically incapable of stillness. Bouncing off walls, furniture, possibly small satellites, he radiates a level of energy rarely seen outside of chemical plants or Eurovision finals. He's currently converting the teaching assistant's arm into an impromptu gym rope. If there were an Olympic medal for sustained chaos, he'd retire undefeated. Attempting to impersonate calm authority, a laughable pursuit, I muster a semblance of control. Right, troops. Let's go. No time for existential crises or TikTok dances. I'll explain what's left of civilization once we're back in the van and out of the principal's blast radius. Naturally, Chardonnay is skeptical, arms folded with enough force to compress coal into diamonds. Let me guess, are we off to the refuge again? Or have you found another destination guaranteed to annihilate my social life? She's too smart for her own good, or my own sanity. Sort of, sweetheart, I say with the vague evasiveness, normally reserved for government press conferences. Think of it as an unexpected holiday with a surprise element. You know, like a field trip. Only this time the only guaranteed thing is fun, and by fun, I mean sheer, unadulterated panic. Angel, showing off the family's signature sarcasm, raises a perfectly curved eyebrow. So, is this like Bear Grylls? Only with less budget and more emotional instability? Almost exactly like Bear Grylls, I deadpan. Whilst attempting to shepherd my little flock of chaos out the door, just with slightly fewer bodily fluids and more whining about mobile data. You'll love it. The exodus begins. We barrel through the door, past the bleak remnants of class projects and the positivity wall, which always has suspiciously unenthusiastic handwriting. Out toward the battered van. For one glorious second, I allow myself a hint of smugness. I've actually got my kids, nobody has bled out, and the authorities haven't been summoned. This is the modern definition of winning. But let's be honest, this is parenthood's cruelest trick. Just as you're poised to savor your minor triumph, life comes barreling around the corner with a custard pie, aimed squarely at your dignity. The universe whispers, you thought this was going well? How adorable. The job, the van, the scent of disinfectant, the clanging bells of administrative doom. It never ends. Yet here I am, conquering the world with the same bloody-minded optimism as a cat plotting to knock over your 5th coffee cup today. Cheers to that. You know that surreal moment when the universe throws everything at you? Apocalypse knocking. Kids screaming, and your coffee cup is probably leaking somewhere in the bag you leave on the pavement. That's when it happens. I see her. The traffic warden. She lurks by my battered camper van, as though her sense of purpose depends on this particular moment. Clutching her sacred notepad, like it is the last scroll at the end of time. The corners of her mouth twist up, as if she just caught a whiff of feral dog turd, sneakily arranged into her meticulously organic, cruelty-free, kale-powered lunch. Picture the face, proper scowl, with a dash of, why am I out here in fluorescent polyester? Mixed with, I am about to ruin your day. Oh, you have got to be bloody kidding me, I growl, the words barely audible above the cacophonous symphony of my life. Then, I am off. Full sprint. Mum rage in action. Boobs bouncing dangerously, gravity, my old nemesis. Each stride reminding me of the sports bras I cannot afford. Jacket billowing heroically behind me like I am Batman. That is if Batman ever had to spend the previous 10 years surviving off wine and leftover fish fingers. I'm winded within seconds, cardio, another missed appointment. I watch in horror as her pen hits paper. What the fuck? The actual ticket. My van is parked on double yellow lines. But it might be the last functioning piece of infrastructure in the post-apocalyptic wasteland. Her eyebrows arch with the ecclesiastical glee of a medieval inquisitor. You can just feel the delight radiating off her, as she pounces on the opportunity to scribble my fate on a carbon copy. Lady, you are lucky your uniform is high-vis, because I am 5 seconds from violence with your government-issued biro. My eyes narrow. Excuse me. I bark, every syllable saturated with the pent-up rage of a mum who has dealt with one too many BB sing-alongs before lunch. She turns around, one eyebrow climbing even further. Balancing the air of someone who is paid to relish in other people's unfortunate choices. You can see how some people win the lottery, and others win at Monopoly. But this woman has won the power to devastate 60 pounds worth of dreams, one ticket at a time. You cannot park here, she intones, wielding her pen with Arthurian gravitas. As though only the righteous may wield its might. Is it a pen? Is it Excalibur? Who knows? All I am certain of, is I want to snap it in 3. Wow, really? No shit, Sherlock. Next time I make my evacuate before civilization crumbles prep list, I will put, do not upset the parking gods right between, find shelter, and grab loo roll. Because nothing spells survival apocalypse style like parking etiquette. The ticket, oh the ticket, she holds it out to me now, as if it is a golden pass to the one place I never want to go to. Bureaucratic hell. Maybe Willy Wonka's factory, if he specializes in penalties and fines, instead of cavities and sugar highs. I do not even hesitate. I snatch it, the paper crumpling in my fist. Rip. 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 Confetti time. Tiny flecks of bureaucratic despair flutter earthward. Maybe I should have thrown a parade. If only I have a party popper, I would march up and down the pavement singing, I will survive. It may have brought the energy up. Her jaw, the same jaw that seconds ago was pursed with righteous satisfaction, now drops. I think I can see the thread of her smugness unravel. You cannot, she stammers, eyes wide. Clutching her pen, as though my next move might be to turn it into a pogo stick and bounce away. Oh, honey, I can. Watch me, I snap. In one swift, harried motion I fling open my van door, herding my wild minions, aka children, into the sanctity of our new home on wheels. Call your manager. Call the council. Call the bloody Ghostbusters, if you think they can do anything about it. Maybe they care. Maybe they will bring snacks. I toss her a look back over my shoulder, already buckling up. Archie, ever the realist, tugs at my sleeve. Mom, are you going to get arrested? If I do, baby, you are in charge. The crossbow is hidden in the cupboard, okay? He nods, wide-eyed and already planning his heroic last stand, against the municipal authority, should the need arise. Priorities in the apocalypse. Snacks, crossbows, and maternal insubordination. Sliding into the driver's seat, I offer the dashboard a hopeful pat and the ignition a prayer. The old beast coughs and whines, but just for me, she rallies. We lurch into motion, leaving behind a warden, still frozen in shock. Clutching her notepad like a feeble shield against the backdrop of global disaster. Maybe she will write a strongly worded email. Maybe she will become a legend amongst fellow high-vis zealots. Who knows? Who cares? Rolling away, cape, jacket, still flapping in the breeze, I remember one last, essential act of the ceremony. I wind down the window. Letting the sun bathe my knuckles in righteous victory, and with a flourish, worthy of 1,000 parking fines, I raise my hand. And flip her the bird. Middle finger up, proud and rigid. Brandished like the flag of a war-torn budget kingdom. A one-woman parade of resistance. Saluting the glorious regime of fluorescent vest, busybodies, who get a perverse thrill from enforcing yellow lines. A salute from yours truly. Part-time mother, full-time rebel. Right to the face of that dedicated, clipboard-wielding ambassador of petty tyranny. Known in ancient scrolls, and the council directory, as the local parking narc. She has a vendetta, all right. My battered van personally offends her, apparently. It offends her with its continued existence and suspicious MOT certificate. The kids, naturally, explode with glee. Probably the most dramatic thing they have witnessed since that incident at the supermarket. when I accidentally knocked over the cardboard wine display and pretended it was a modern art protest. Chardonnay, my resident TikTok cynic, who would not be caught dead smiling on a weekday, manages a smirk and an almost imperceptible flash of pride. Relief or horror? That is the mystery of parenthood. That was savage, Mum, Archie whispers. Savage. Imagine. The bar for maternal role modeling is so low, it is subterranean. But hey, at least they have stories for the therapist or the inevitable reality TV pitch. Stick with me, kid, I say, flashing a grin into the rearview mirror, mostly for dramatic effect. You will learn from the best. We are not just surviving. We are thriving in the wilds of council tax and daily indignity. Oh yes, I will teach them all the tricks. Like how to avoid eye contact with the PDA, to dodge bake sale extortion. And, on occasion, how to outwit traffic wardens, with the kind of quick thinking you can only develop through years of paying rent for a shoebox whilst calling it urban living. We peel away with the grace of a condemned roller coaster car. My beloved camper van, making noises that suggest it is auditioning for a lead role in the next Fast and Furious, titled, Too Old, Too Broke. Rattling, rattling. Composed mostly of misfortune, stray McDonald's fries, and an unjustified sense of optimism. But the key thing? We are moving. That is right, we are rolling, baby. Seatbelts barely functional. Cup holders filled with crisps, but spirits charged with the illicit sparkle of defiance. Champagne wishes, beer budget realities. Step 1, retrieve my children. Preferably all of them. But hey, who is counting after the head teacher's fifth gentle reminder? Step 2, collect the others. The ones you say yes to watching after school, knowing you are one text away from being featured in a Channel 4 documentary called Britain's Most Put Upon Parents. Step 3, attempt to survive. Ideally, without burst tires, nervous breakdowns or being eaten by a horde of decaying zombies. But, you know, we work with what we have. Behind us, our plucky traffic warden heroine staggers in her sensible shoes, stricken with existential confusion. She is probably wondering how her average Friday morning turned into a deleted scene from Quentin Tarantino's Motherhood, The Anarchy Years. Sorry love, I didn't sign up for normality, not when there's flesh-eating cannibals en route. Tough luck, yellow peril. Have a whiff of exhaust and existential dread, from a distance, for everyone's safety. You pick the wrong day to mess with Tracy Bloody Barnes, I mutter with Hollywood-level menace, though the effect is slightly ruined by the van backfiring and a rogue juice box exploding on the dashboard. If life has a laugh track, this is the punchline. But hey, I would not have it any other way. The van groans like it's about to cough up its engine and throw in the towel. And the kids. Oh, the kids. They treat me like I'm the Prime Minister at a press conference. Mum, where are we going? Chardonnay demands, the resident spokesperson for the confused and irritated. Mum, why did we leave school early? Archie pipes up from the back seat, like he's gunning for a career in journalism. Mum, I don't want to go to a refuge again. It smells like feet and sadness, Clayton whines, dramatically flopping against the window. Then Chardonnay, always the sharp one, ramps it up. Mum, if we've got to go into a refuge again, where are Dexter and Leroy gonna stay? They're too old, remember? They won't be allowed to stay with us. They're over 12. Bollocks. I forgot she knows that little policy titbit. Too clever for her own good, a proper smartarse with a conscience. It's a dangerous combination. The van's dashboard flickers with warning lights, as if even it is rolling its eyes at our precarious predicament. I squeeze the steering wheel until my knuckles scream, my heart drumming to the rhythm of clunks from beneath the hood. The road unspools ahead in a blur of suburban monotony, but my mind races through answers that offer no comfort. The real answer? The one I can't say aloud, buzzes like a mosquito in my skull. Sharp and insistent. Sweethearts, I start, trying to keep my tone steady, we're just going somewhere safe for a while. Somewhere we can get our bearings. The boys are staying with us, okay? That I promise. I glance in the rearview mirror. Chardonnay's skeptical. Archie's brow is furrowed. Clayton, slumped further, exhales a sigh that fogs the glass beside him. Their trust feels as fragile as the ancient van, threatening to collapse around us. We lurch around a roundabout. Heavy silence settles, but I know what's next. The questions sharpen. The accusations bite. They'll count how many times we start over. Ask why this keeps happening. Maybe, if I'm lucky, they'll drift off eventually, lulled by the engine's complaints and the breakbeat of their own disappointment. Are we going to see Dad? Archie's voice is small, hopeful. My chest twists. I grit my teeth. No, love, I say, quiet but firm. Not today. His expression falls, his hope draining like diesel from our leaky tank. I wish I had better answers. A home that didn't smell of despair. A future that didn't taste like last night's burnt toast and old regrets. But all I have is the road ahead and the clatter of the van's engine. At least the van seems determined, not to give up. For now. Boys over 12 aren't allowed, Chardonnay adds. That's the rule. Oh yes. That rule. Because clearly every boy over the age of 12 transforms into a raging axe murderer at puberty. God forbid your own flesh and blood shares a safe house with you. I suck air through my teeth and bite back a scream. Kids. Please. I snap, gripping the wheel like I want to rip it off. Can we hold the press conference until after we get your brothers? You'll get answers. I promise. Just let me drive in peace, before I steer this thing into a ditch on purpose. That shuts them up. A sullen silence fills the van. Chardonnay crosses her arms, staring out the window like I just canceled Christmas. The twins exchange looks, Mum's gone mental again. Clayton hums to himself like the tiny maniac he is. Rearview mirror check, traumatized and suspicious. Exactly the vibe I want. We pull into the secondary school car park, a wasteland of white lines and abandoned hopes. I don't bother with a proper space. I just stop. Middle of the lot. Easy getaway. If anyone complains, they can take it up with the end of the world. Before I get out, I turn to Chardonnay. Right, babes. Lock the doors. Don't unlock them unless it's me. And don't look out the windows. Pretend you're in a submarine and the sea outside is full of piranhas on crack. Got it? Mum, this is getting weird, she mutters. Weird is the least of our problems, I say, slamming the door. The walk to reception feels like a death march. Mostly because I know who's waiting. Mrs. Edwards, deputy head and certified pain in my arse, stands behind the glass like a disapproving portrait come to life. I step inside, forcing a thin smile. Good afternoon. Miss Barnes, she starts, tone, ready to tell me my dog impregnated someone. I know what you're going to say, I wave a hand. It's urgent. Police advised us to relocate to a refuge for a few weeks. Clayton's dad is on the loose again. You remember Dion. Sperm donor with a temper problem. She looks at me like I just suggested sacrificing a goat in the assembly hall. Miss Barnes, this is extremely disruptive. Poor Leroy has GCSEs this year. Instability will affect his grades. Grades? I snap. Mrs. Edwards, if the world ends tomorrow, no one will care whether or not Leroy can recite Wilfred Owen. She purses her lips like a cat's backside. Be that as it may, she drones, we still have a duty to mark this down as an unauthorized absence. Of course, I hiss. Ticking boxes is all that matters. Go ahead. Fine me. I'll pay in Monopoly money while scavenging for antibiotics. She looks like I've grown a third eye. Of course it matters, she says. Keep telling yourself that, I growl. Now, where are my boys? I barely hear her muttering protocols as Dexter and Leroy shuffle around the corner. Dexter looks like he's wrestled a vending machine and won. Leroy blinks like he stepped out of an exam and into a war zone. Come on, boys, I say, steering them toward the exit. Time to roll. Dexter arches an eyebrow, impressed. Well, that told her, Mom. Leroy frowns. Wait. You don't really think Clayton's dad is gonna kill us, do you? I pause, sigh, and drop the act. No, love. It's nothing to do with Dion. The truth is worse. Much worse. But I need you two to keep the younger ones calm while I figure this out. They stare at me, like I just told them Santa's a serial killer. We're in danger? Dexter asks. Yes, I nod. Serious. Life or death. Don't eat the yellows, no danger. Leroy gulps. Like The Walking Dead? Exactly like that. They freeze, then nod in unison. Yes, Mum. Good boys. Mum's gonna need you both to be men now. Outside, the van looks untouched. But the air feels different. Off. Like the calm before a biblical storm. Chardonnay opens the door before I knock. Did they believe you? I climb in, start the engine, and face 6 eyes staring at me. Does it matter? I ask. We're leaving. That's all that counts. We pull out of the car park. No clear plan. Few supplies beyond 3 crates of baked beans and bottles of water. But we have the most important things, each other. A bat, a crossbow, and a whole lot of sarcasm. The drive to Hackney is tense enough to make my knuckles bleed. Sweat oozes from between my fingers, tracing rusty streaks across the faux leather. The kids sit unusually quiet in the back. Silently stewing in fear, or maybe their noses are too busy picking up the copper tang of my own anxiety. Thank God. I scared the living crap out of them back at the school, going full apocalyptic Tracy. Screaming like a banshee, as I yanked them from their classrooms. No parenting awards coming my way. Unless there's one for most traumatizing mom of the year. Try juggling 6 stressed kids, 2 offended schools, and a developing zombie apocalypse without snapping. I dare you. Go on. I'll wait. I pull it together, sort of. Lying through my teeth with all the finesse of a car salesman during a plague. Desperate to keep them distracted from the blood-slicked chaos outside the stained van windows. The sky bruises above, threatening rain. Maybe it's even preparing for the next biblical curse. Who knows? I keep their heads in the sand, eyes off the horizon, thick with ragged, drifting figures. They still believe the story. We're going south to a women's refuge. Preferably one without a side serving of arterial spray. This whole charade is being blamed on Dion, Clayton's so-called sperm donor. General oxygen thief, walking trash pile, now probable zombie chow. I tell them he made more threats. The kids buy it, for now, swallowing my lies like cough syrup with a chaser of dread. The mobile home, our luxury chariot, clatters through London like an asthmatic pensioner on the world's worst roller coaster. Shuddering with every pothole, itching for mechanical suicide. Chunks of flesh and blood still decorate the bonnet from the last run-in on Holloway. A festering tribute to my driving skill and amateur zombie slaying. Around Mare Street, I squint through the smeared windscreen at Reggie's garage sign, half-lit and flickering like the world's trashiest disco. Hackney's finest rundown chop shop. It was a joke before the world crumbled, now it's fact. Reggie's place, his baby, more beloved than me, his actual flesh and blood sister. Relationships in our family run as shallow as spilt beer. We're just stopping here for a bit, I say, doing a marvelous impression of Breezy, while my pulse thunders and every shadow looks hungry. Why? Chardonnay arches her eyebrows, arms crossed. Attitude sharper than Reggie's axe. I thought we were going straight to the refuge. Need to get something. Supplies. Uncle Reggie's helping us, I lie, the words tasting like tinfoil and copper. I force a smile that probably looks like a murderer caught on CCTV. Stay in the van. Keep the doors locked. No peeking. Dexter, our pint-sized interrogator, eyes sharp, probably plotting escape. Why can't we come in? Because, I snap, you'll slow me down and I'm in a hurry. Just watch something on your phone. Play I Spy. I won't be long. Or at least, I'll try to die quietly if you ignore rule number 1. I snatched the bat from behind my seat. Bought for burglars, now rebranded, Mum's deranged brain basher. Fingers curl around the tacky grip, nails digging into old tape. Security blanket meets apocalypse. Don't open the door unless it's me. If anyone knocks, scratches, or growls, tell them to piss off. Angel giggles, a nervous bubble. Archie just nods, eyes wide, mouth clamped. He's probably gonna need therapy by the age of 12. I slam the door and jog across the cracked forecourt, half expecting an arm to yank me under from a blood puddle. Why do I feel like I'm in a slasher movie? Dread crawls my spine. Big metal shutters yawn halfway up, twisted like a giant's grin. Fluorescent lights flicker overhead, sickly jaundiced, stuttering as if auditioning for most bleak workplace lighting. Hackney norms. A gust rattles loose panes. For a second, I think the place might collapse, burying me in graffiti, ash, and discounted energy drinks. Boots crunch shattered glass and cigarette ends. In the corner, the iron skeleton of an abandoned scooter lurks behind rusted wheelie bins, paint flaking like dried skin. Deeper inside, a radio fizzles static, bursts of sound like Morse code from a shipwreck. My blood pounds. Electricity hiccups through dying bulbs. Cold bites through layers. Breath comes in quick white clouds. I pass a fight scene. 2 thick streaks of dark, sticky substance stain concrete. Partly scrubbed but never gone. Fists, snarled threats flash. Oil and old fury mix in the air. Every step echoes off pillars covered in peeling, no trespassing signs and faded tags. That creeping sense of being watched burrows into my skin. I keep moving, hands clenched around my baseball bat. On the far side, a battered vending machine blinks its lonely red eye. A brave plant sprouts nearby, green against concrete gloom. For one wild moment, I almost laugh without fear. A long time ago, before the dead walked, before hope stank of rot. My phone buzzes like a gunshot. Heart leaps. Breath steadies. I came for answers, not ghosts, though I suspect I'll find both. Reggie? I croak, squinting into the garage, bat cocked. The stench hits first. Rancid meat, rot, sewage, and the sharp tang of fresh blood. Stomach lurches. Tears sting behind eyes. Sleeve pressed across nose. Decay and terror cling. The office door hangs ajar, one hinge half-eaten by rust. Blood streaks glass in obscene brushstrokes. Boot squelches on something wet and unnameable. Reluctantly, I look down. A severed hand. God save me, a human hand. Nestled in viscera, bone gleaming through shredded tendons, muscle hanging like tinsel. Blood pools beneath. On the pinky, Reggie's championship darts ring. Family memento no one warns you about. Christ on a mobility scooter. I murmur. I push deeper, sour, short breaths. Tools litter the floor, wrenches, hammers, spanners, slick with gore. Gelatinous clings to a pipe wrench. Chunks of people scattered everywhere. Muscles glisten, a half shin under a tool chest, a blood-spattered jawbone grins from the corner. Damn it. Am I too late? Coppery blood mixes with oily machine grease, coating my mouth like foul syrup. Steps echo, snapping fresh jolts of dread. Fluorescent lights flicker, shadows crawl. My mind says trick of light, my gut says run. My boot slips on soft moist entrails, yielding, another severed wrist, fingers splayed, grasping nothing. Beyond the carnage, half-melted machines hunch against walls like wounded beasts. I pick my way around ruined tools and long dead bodies, panic clawing at my chest. Job, find the source, find survivors, find my brother, stop the horror. A quiet voice whispers, too late. Something drips overhead. A syrupy beat that draws my eyes to tangled pipes. Fat drops of blood slide in rhythm, pooling near a shattered toolbox. Air vibrates, low, threatening, like a cornered animal growl. Each heartbeat cements the reality. Whatever did this, it's still here, waiting. I clutch my flashlight, the trembling beam dancing over blood-smeared chrome. Beneath a mangled workbench, unnatural eyes glint. Wind moans through a broken windowpane as I stagger, nerves raw, skin prickling. In the silence that follows, new sounds emerge. The hiss of escaping steam. The clatter of something shifting in the dark. The faintest suggestion of wet, heavy breathing. Each noise amplifies in the post-calamity hush. I am an intruder here, trespassing in a place claimed by violence. Still, I press on. Each step a whispered apology to the broken tools and corpses. I am acutely aware that the things scattered on the ground are lives lost, lives taken. People eaten. Reggie? My voice is thin, fluttering, a faint whisper over the stench. A growl answers. Not a human one. Not anymore. From beneath the main lift, something shifts. I hear the obscene sound of flesh dragging, bone grinding. Squelching and popping. Viscous and moist. It feels like walking through fresh mud mixed with intestine soup. Don't be him, I mutter, panic surging in my bones. Please don't be him. Naturally, it bloody is. My brother. 6'3" of poorly edited muscle, skyscraping sarcasm, and the unmistakable stench of death. He claws from the pit like a sitcom monster, the kind that gets cancelled after the pilot, because it's so horrifying even streaming services won't touch it. His face. Oh Christ. Most of the skin hangs in strips. Half of his cheek is ripped off as if someone attacked him with a cheese grater. One eye dangles, twitching, yellow sclera glistening in the dim light. A quarter of his skull is caved in, leaking strands of gray matter. His lower jaw hitches up and down, catching on a rag of his shredded tongue. Overalls once blue, now crimson, drip blood and chunks of shiny, wet human remains. Bits of someone else, someone who had a worse morning than me, dangle from his pocket. Shit, I hiss. If I ever had a dramatic fainting moment, this would be it. He lunges. Damn it, he is quick. No mournful reunion. No witty sibling banter. Just a hungry, gurgling snarl and a leap straight out of my worst fever dream. My body acts for me. Like it has decided, sod it, Tracy, I'm running this show now. I swing the bat. It collides with his shoulder with a meaty crack. Bone crumples under the blow, but Reggie, what is left of him, just wrenches forward. Blood gushes from the new wound. Don't make me do this, Reggie. I scream, my voice raw, scraped by guilt. No recognition in his remaining intact eye. Just a hollow hunger screaming out for flesh. He is no longer my brother. He is a monster. A zombie. He stumbles closer, mouth snapping, sinews tearing on his chin. I duck, raise the bat again, and drive it down onto his knee. A loud, sticky pop echoes through the garage as his kneecap splits. Skin tears, blood jets across the tiles in a staccato spray. He topples, howling, leaving behind a wide, slimy smear of broken man. Adrenaline thunders in my veins. My hands are trembling so much, I almost drop the bat. The world shrinks to blood and bone. A raw, animal shriek spills from his lips. The harsh fluorescent light flickers above, casting spasmodic shadows over his writhing form. I taste copper on my tongue. I realize, I've bitten my own lip. Every heartbeat counts now. I edge back, boots scraping over the growing lake of blood beneath him. I brace for another lunge, but his ruined leg folds beneath his weight. He crawls, dragging his shattered limb, with a grinding noise echoing against the concrete. His eyes meet mine for a split second. Void and vacant. Milky, bloodshot eyes. Nothing remains of the man I knew. Only the endless, primal hunger contorts his features into a grotesque mask. Fingers claw across the tiles, nails splitting, trailing thin ribbons of blood as he refuses to die, despite the destruction I've wrought. I back into the busted workbench, scattering rusted bolts and an oily wrench to the floor. The bat feels heavier than ever, slick and sticky with blood. I grip it tighter, knuckles bleaching, refusing to let go. Outside, I hear more. Shuffling. Running. Scraping. A fevered chorus reminding me that the world beyond the garage is far from safe. He lunges again, animalistic, all pretense lost. I swing, connecting with his shoulder, bones splintering with a nauseating crunch. Each blow grows more desperate. I need to survive. He needs to feed. The air reeks of metallic blood and the oily tang of fear. I scream at him, at myself, at the impossible mess of life and death spilling across the garage floor. He does not stop. Not as his body fails him. Not as I hammer again and again, until my arms scream and my body shakes. The world blurs into streaks of red and gray. When I think I am done, I collapse backward, chest heaving, staring at the broken thing that was once human. Unsure if I should cry at the injustice or be grateful for the mercy I delivered. Blood seeps beneath the garage door, inching into the world outside. Shapes wait in the dark, hungrier than ever. The nightmare is far from over. But for now, my brother is dead, and I am still alive. My bat is still clutched in my fist. The only barrier between me and oblivion. Then his heavy bulk crawls up behind me, halfway through the garage doors. In frustration, in grief, I swing my bat repeatedly at his head. Over and over again. You absolute bellend. I shriek, raising the bat high. You could not just get eaten quietly like everyone else, could you? No, not you. You had to come back and make my Friday morning a living, bleeding nightmare, you melodramatic twat. I lose count. The bat comes down on his skull with a force I never knew I had. Once. Twice. The third blow splits the skin, spraying black-red slush across my forearms. The fourth draws a wet, ragged scream and a furred chunk of hair and scalp. The fifth does it. The sound is indescribable. Not a crack, but a sucking, wet pop as his skull gives way. Bone shards fly into nooks and crannies. Blood arcs over my jumper. Flecks of gray brain matter tangle in my hair. His body twitches, nerves firing randomly as if trying for one more bite. Then he stills. Blood pools, thick as congealing jam, mixing with brain fluid, bone fragments, and the last little bit of Reggie that called me baby sis. I lurch backward, my vision swimming. My boots slip, nearly sending me sprawling into the thickening soup of blood and pulped flesh. Hands shaking, breath rasping, I let the bat fall. It lands with a sloppy splat, leaving a print in what is my brother and at least two other unlucky blokes. I clap my bloody hand over my mouth. Nose stinging, stomach boiling. Who knew a person could leak that much bodily fluid? Then, slicing through the silence thick as treacle, a small voice behind me. Uncle Reggie? Pure, innocent, already warped forever. I freeze. Numb with shock, sick horror rolling over me. My mind splinters, unable to respond. Sticky air presses around us. Each second a throbbing wound. Outside, neon drizzle smears the window, indifferent. I try, uselessly, to scrub the gore from my jeans, but it only smears, staining my hands in new patterns. Some swirl like fingerprints, others bloom into red petals. I cannot move. Cannot breathe. Yet I feel my children's wide eyes boring into my back. I want to say something comforting, something to glue together the shreds of innocence I just shredded. Words curdle in my throat, tasting foul. The air buzzes. Flies? Summoned by the feast on the concrete floor. Or memory, echoing every slammed door, every shouted warning I ignored. My heartbeat hammers, broadcasting my fear. Through the mess, I glimpse my brother's ring, half submerged in a scarlet pool, catching a stray beam of light, a mocking glint. My stomach lurches. I will myself to turn, but my neck is welded in place. Go back inside the van, I manage at last, voice brittle, not my own. Don't look. Too late. The world has shifted. The soft shuffle of tiny feet against concrete echoes with more accusation than any court of law ever could. The innocence in her voice, that tiny question, Uncle Reggie, cracks something inside me. She will carry this forever. They all will. So, will I. Somewhere nearby, rain rattles harder, drowning out the wet whimper bubbling up my throat. I listen for her retreat, desperate for the sound of escape. But all I hear is hollow, trembling silence. Blood cools on my hands as questions spiral. What now? How far would this go? How many times would I have to kill people? I sit alone in my grief, the weight of what I have just done pressing me deeper, into the sickly filth. Shit. 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 Slowly, as if in a nightmare, I turn. All 6 kids crowd the doorframe. Eyes wide as if they swallowed headlights. All silent, except for Angel, her face is pale and luminous beneath a new constellation of blood spatters. Oh God, what have I done? We'd just left my brother Reggie's garage, well, what was left of it. Leaving behind a trail of blood, vomit, and emotional trauma that would haunt a less sarcastic woman for life. But me? I just smashed my own brother's skull in with a baseball bat. I wipe the gore on my jeans, and then shove my kids back into the campervan as if we are running late for a Butlin's holiday. Because when you're a mum of 6 and the world's going to shit, you do what you bloody have to. Reggie is gone. Now all that is left is to get out of London. Fast. The van groans like a pensioner's knees as I start the engine. It is all grit and metal and battered determination, just like me. The kids sit in stunned silence, which, let's face it, is a miracle. They just saw their uncle lurch at their mum like a crackhead on a bender. Blood foaming from his mouth. Eyeballs milky like curdled milk. And then I brained him in front of them. Family bonding at its finest. Clayton clings to Dexter like a pygmy marmoset. Dexter tries to act brave, but I can see his hands shaking. Chardonnay curls into herself, arms wrapped tight, staring out the window, not saying a word. The twins, Angel and Archie, are eerily still. And Leroy? Poor sod has blood spattered across his trainers. His eyes are wide, as if he has just seen Satan himself, tap dancing in a tutu. All right, listen up. No one freak out. We have just got to get out of London. That's all. Simple. A sharp, sniffling noise comes from the back. Angel's lower lip quivers as she peeps, Uncle Reggie. I shoot her a look in the rearview mirror, trying to muster something comforting to say, but my voice comes out pinched. Yeah, babe. I know. Archie leans forward, full of tears, snot and questions. Mum, was he a zombie? Chardonnay turns her head, slow as treacle. That was not normal. Like, not even for Uncle Reggie at Christmas? Dexter scoffs, his voice breaking. Yeah, that was like when he drank half a bottle of Bailey's and passed out in Nan's loo. Except, you know, with no biting. Leroy, never one to miss the limelight, pipes up with shallow bravado. And no singing Wonderwall. Zombies don't sing, do they, Mum? I take a deep breath, exhale, mostly for show. Look, yeah, all right. It's zombies. Proper ones. Not that Walking Dead, slowpoke nonsense. These bastards are fast. And hungry. And very real. So, no more questions. Just buckle up and shut up. We have got to get across the country. We've got to get the hell away from the cities. And somehow, we have got to outrun this damn apocalypse. There is a rustle of panicky seatbelt clicking. Archie raises a trembling hand. Mom? If they bite you, are you going to eat us? I shoot him a look sharp enough to skin a cat. Archie, if I turn into one of them, you have my full permission to bash me in the head. But if anyone eats anyone else in this van for any reason, I swear I'll haunt you all the way to Cornwall. Chardonnay sniffles. Cornwall's got pasties, not brains. Guess we'll be all right. Speak for yourself, Dexter mutters. Archie bungled up the last Cornish pasty we bought. Maybe we could get some more while we are down there. Before anyone else can start an argument, I yank the van onto the A10. My brilliant plan? Get to the M25, find the A3, and drive like a bat out of hell, to Cornwall. The roads are already chaos incarnate. A junkyard ballet, really. Abandoned cars. Crashed buses. Blood smears. In the distance, sirens wail like banshees with hangovers and no paracetamol. Mom. Is this really happening? Are the dead really coming back to life to eat us? I glare at the cracked windscreen. Do I look like I'm in the mood for jokes, Leroy? I snap, then soften when he shrinks. Sorry, baby. Yes. It's really happening. So, zip up and be brave. We are gonna need your skills, if we are ever gonna survive this shit. Dexter mumbles, if this is a dream, it's a really bloody stupid one. Angel tittered nervously. Dreams don't smell like burning tires and whatever that is behind the back wheel. It smells like old crisps and terror in here now. We hadn't even made it past Bethnal Green before we hit the first real horror show. There is a mound of vehicles. A pile-up on the roundabout. A lorry has jackknifed, squashing two cars like they are nothing more than tin sardines. Steam hisses from twisted bonnets. Blood streaks the tarmac, puddling around snapped-off wing mirrors. A woman stands in the middle of it all, screaming like she just found out the whole planet ran out of chocolate. I yank the van's handbrake just in time, tires squealing against the road. The street seems to freeze. The clamor of strained engines and panicked shouts echo off the shop fronts. No one knows how to move forward. The drivers behind us lean on their horns, furious at being trapped by the tangled mess, but none dare leave their vehicles. I catch sight of my dead brother, Reggie. I know it isn't him. I just killed him, but my mind plays tricks on me. His white-knuckled reflection haunts me through the window. His jaw is set, his eyes darting around, looking for an escape route. He mutters and curses under his breath, his voice trembling with the sort of dread you don't admit out loud. I swear he is cursing and telling me, don't do it. Don't fucking do it. But I do it anyway. I step out, wishing I had the sense to bring something heavier than a folding umbrella. Why the fuck did I leave my bat? The air is thick with the acrid stench of burnt oil and something sweetly metallic. Glass crunches under my boots as I push forward. Ambulances haven't arrived yet, or maybe they won't. A crowd gathers, some brandishing phones, others gaping or weeping into shaking hands. The woman's wails cut through everything. A raw keening that sets my teeth on edge. She keeps screaming. Arms outstretched at the carnage, her face streaked with mascara and blood. In that moment, the world shrinks. It is just me, her, and the wrecked vehicles leaking their insides onto the street. A man approaches her, half believing he might help, but she shoves him away and collapses to her knees, sobbing into her palms. Behind her, one of the crushed car's doors is stuck half open, and I force it wider. Inside is a man, slumped at an impossible angle. My stomach lurches. We lock eyes for a split second. Then his glaze overtakes him, already fading. Somewhere behind me, I think I hear Reggie yell, Let's move. This ain't our mess. He's right, but I can't just leave. I'm numb, frozen in place while chaos unfurls, like a slow-motion detonation. The longer we linger, the more likely it is that we will get caught by whatever madness gnaws at the city. We have to go. I give the woman a last, helpless glance before stumbling back. My heart thuds too loudly in my ears as I slide into the van. Slamming the door, I'm greeted by Reggie's furious haunting glare. Next time, we take the back roads, he spits. I say nothing. Hell, what am I supposed to do? Admit I am seeing and hearing my dead brother? No way. The kids would have me sectioned. Outside, a woman's scream tears through the morning air. Raw, ragged, endless. It doesn't just echo, it clings, claws at the insides of my ears like something alive. As we pull away, dread settles into my bones like cold rot. The city spreads out in front of us. Familiar streets now littered with broken glass, overturned bins, and the chorus of panicked voices that have lost all trace of hope. Then the zombie shows up. From behind the mangled husk of a Skoda. Dragging one foot like it doesn't work right anymore. Shirtless, skin the color of sour milk. Blotchy with something more like meat juice than blood. Eyes empty. Dead. Hollow, like nothing human ever lived there to begin with. It doesn't run. It lunges. Fast. Animal fast. Straight at the woman still screaming. Its teeth sink into her neck as if she is a piece of slow-roasted lamb. Tearing. Gnashing, flesh stretching like melted cheese before it snaps. Blood sprays the windshield of a nearby car. Her legs give way. She twitches like a puppet on broken strings. But the zombie keeps chewing. Angel screams. Clayton starts crying. Don't look. I bark, one hand gripping the steering wheel, the other flailing blindly at the seats behind. Eyes front. Or I will make you all watch bargain hunt reruns, when we survive this. And you know I mean it. Archie whimpers, but I don't want to look. Leroy mutters, if we live through this, I'll do a whole series with you. I promise. I swerve hard, mounting the pavement, knocking over a bollard. The camper van screams in protest, but she holds on, bless her battered chassis. We pass a bloke trying to get his kid out of a locked Audi. Oblivious as he hammers the window while two zombies close in. I can't stop. God forgive me, I can't. Why aren't you helping them? Dexter shouts, angry and scared all at once. Because if I stop, you die. And I can't lose any of you, alright? We're not superheroes, Dex. You kids are my priority. Angel sniffs loudly. But he had a baby in there, I know, darling. My voice cracks. But I can't save everyone. The van tears through Whitechapel. Then down towards Tower Bridge. I want to avoid major choke points, but the back roads are worse. Alleys jammed with cars, rubbish, splatters of blood and human remains. So much screaming. Like a sadistic game show, where the prize is, try not to die. At the bridge, we slow down. A coach half hangs over the edge, bodies tumbling out like dropped laundry. Some move, twitching and crawling, others nothing. I reach down and grab Reggie's wrench from the floor. All right, everyone. If anything climbs on this van, hit it. Headshot. Eye socket or ear canal works best. Though I prefer no hand-to-hand combat. Leroy, look out. Dexter, keep them back. Angel, Archie, keep Clayton from bolting. Chardonnay, you're the calmest. Keep everyone together. You're my fourth in command, all right? Chardonnay wipes her eyes. Fourth? Who's third? Reggie's wrench is my third. Trust me, it's more reliable than most of you. Archie pipes up, Reggie's first in command? No Archie, the wrench is third. The bat is first. Leroy's crossbow is second. Reggie's retired from the army, due to, terminal zombification. Leroy, hiding shaking hands, laughs a little too loud. Great, outranked by a wrench, a baseball bat, and my own sister. Dexter puts on a brave face. I'll take zombies over year 10 PE any day. Least these lot don't make you run laps and wear itchy polyester shorts. The van skids, tires shrieking against ancient stone, barely avoiding the Thames. Behind us, sprinting, groaning undead fill the bridge, hands outstretched, guttural growls joining a hellish choir. For a second, London wails for us. Begging for a reminder of its old life, lost to blood and ruin. We cross Tower Bridge by the skin of our teeth. Sideswipe a van. A zombie leaps on the bonnet, smacking the windscreen like a decaying drunk sailor. Leroy belts it off with a torch. Blood smears the view like a crimson Rorschach test. Angel swears. I fucking hate zombies. We need to kill them all. Everyone else holds their breath. My hands clench the wheel. Can anyone see if they're still on the roof? I bark. Peering through haunted red smears, I see only the trembling shadow of a figure clinging to the van we just clipped. Then it slides off, tumbling into the river below. One less to worry about, for now. Leroy reloads the battered flare gun, hands slick with sweat, torch resting across his lap. Beside him, Angel clutches the battered backpack with what little remains of our supplies. Food. Water. The dog-eared map. She stares at her reflection in the streaked window, pale, desperate to believe this nightmare will end. I know it won't. Not for us. Not for humans. London has drowned in the new world's noise, and we drift on the last shreds of hope. For a brief moment, as the van roars away from the Thames, the city looks almost beautiful. An eerie warm glow reflects off shattered glass and pools of water left by spring rains. But the moment fades quickly, chased away by the harsh scrape of claws on metal as another corpse claws onto the camper van, shrieking with hunger. Leroy whirls, cursing, hitting it, through the rear window with his torch, dislodging it after a grim thud. We press on, the silence suffocating in the van. Labored breaths, ragged pulse pounding in our ears. Ahead is the promise of safety. Though none of us truly believe it anymore. Lights dwindle behind us, each mile stretching the distance between memory and survival. We cross the bridge, but London's ghosts are not so easily left behind. I think I peed a little, Archie whispers. Me too, Angel mutters. I press my lips together. Join the club. If the zombies sniff us out, it's going to be from this bloody van, and all our wet knickers. Archie giggles shakily. Mum, if we get to Cornwall, I promise to never wee in the swimming pool again. Dexter snorts. Bet you a tenner that's the first thing you do. The A2 is a literal nightmare made of metal, fire, and the kind of screaming you only hear when people realize their intestines aren't where they belong. We don't even make it past Greenwich before we hit our first real problem. A military blockade. Not the kind where soldiers hand out sandwiches and emotional support. No. These lads are twitchy, wide-eyed, covered in blood that I seriously hope isn't theirs. Half look barely old enough to shave. The rest look like they've crawled straight out of World War I trenches, faces hollow and haunted. We come to a halt. The reality of our situation hits like a fist to the gut. The air is thick with burnt petrol and the faint tang of something far worse. Broken vehicles choke the tarmac, some little more than blackened skeletons. Soldiers stagger between them, hands clenched on battered rifles, shadows flickering behind haunted eyes. Whatever they've seen or done in the past few hours has scared them, aged them. They all look terrified and nervous. We keep our hands visible, raising them as we crawl forward, the engine coughing out defiance. A young private, face streaked with something dark and sticky, orders us to stop, voice teetering between desperation and violent resolve. His index finger trembles beside the trigger. I am scared. One wrong word, one hiccup, and a chain reaction of gunfire and regret could erupt. Behind him, a captain with a ragged bandage wound tight around his head stumbles from a makeshift command tent, made of tarpaulins and broken pride. He barks something unintelligible at his men. They flinch as if his words carry the same weight as bullets. Chaos distilled. Discipline unraveling, held together by exhaustion and habit. Our fate depends on whether desperate men still cling to orders, still owe loyalty to a system that splintered in less than a day. I peer past the checkpoint toward what should be a familiar route out of London. Instead, it looks like the entrance to hell. Windows shattered, shop awnings torn and flapping like wounded birds. The shriek of distant sirens undercut by something more organic. Sobbing, punctuated by abrupt, stifled shouts signaling yet another calamity unfolding just out of sight. I grit my teeth, tight enough to break them, and whisper, "This isn't right. None of this." No one argues. What comfort is there in denial? We exchange glances, some defiant, some pleading, all laced with fear, waiting as the officers debate our fate. The world beyond is gone. Here, on the A2, we have only the battered shell of our camper van and the knowledge that things are about to get a whole lot worse. Shit, I mutter, slamming on the brakes. The camper van lurches, like a drunk old man collapsing into a deck chair. Mum, what's that? Are they the army? Dexter peeks out the side window. Yeah, love, I say. The army's out playing paintball today. Chardonnay snorts. There's blood on their faces, Mum. Maybe they lost a really messy game, I snap, already reversing down the hard shoulder like a lunatic. Everyone shut up and let me think. Leroy sits up front with his crossbow on his lap, auditioning for Daryl Dixon, the puberty years. We're not gonna make it down the A2, he says, ever the genius. Really? I hadn't noticed, what with the tank in the middle of the fucking road. Language. Archie and Angel chime in like deranged parrots. I swerve into the grass verge, tearing past a smoking hatchback and finding an exit toward Eltham. Probably not the best idea, but at this point, everything is a bad idea. Where are we going now, Mum? Chardonnay asks, arms crossed, trying to keep her cool but failing miserably. South, I say. As far as the wheels take us. We have to make sure the dead don't catch up. If we get surrounded, we are in big trouble. We have to get out of this city. It's our only chance. The roads are quiet for 10 minutes. Then they get louder. Not with cars. Screaming. Don't look. I shout as I floor it past a Tesco Metro. A group of 5 people are being torn apart on the pavement, like a Black Friday sale, gone cannibalistic. Mummy. That man's, his neck, Clayton shrieks. I said don't look. I practically break my hand pulling the curtain across the campervan's side window. I catch a glimpse of red, wet gore on the floor. It looks like a blender full of liver. One zombie looks up as we pass. Milky, bloodshot eyes glowing in sunlight. Its mouth twitches into a smile, delighted to see us. That look is going to haunt me for decades. It says, one way or another, I'm gonna get ya. Angel starts sobbing. Archie turns green. Leroy is silent but grips the crossbow tighter. Mum. Chardonnay's voice is hollow. Why didn't you tell us the truth earlier? I sigh and grit my teeth. No, baby, I lied to protect you. I didn't want you guys to have to deal with this. I thought I could hide it from you. But yes, this is real. This is what's happening now. Dexter blinks, eyes wide. So, the videos were real? The ones you said were fake? Yeah, I say quietly. The ones I didn't want you to see. And just like that, I officially become the worst mother in the goddamn world. I shouldn't have lied. I've always told the kids the truth. But seriously, what would you have done? We reach a crossroad near a roundabout and all hell lets loose. Another blockade, less official this time. Survivors have dragged burnt cars across the road, set tires on fire, waving bats, machetes, and what looks like a cricket wicket covered in nails. I slow, honk, and lean out the window. Smoke pours upward, thick and black, making my eyes water and my breath catch. The world falls silent, except for burning rubber and distant shouts. This isn't the first blockade I've seen since the world fell apart, but it's the most desperate. Survivors are gaunt, faces smeared with soot and fear, weapons raised. A man steps forward, ragged against the flames, bat brandished. He shouts something I can't make out. A woman beside him repeats the demand, "What do you have? Show us your supplies." My heart hammers as another group approaches from the left, closing in like wolves. My kids shift nervously. Leroy tightens his grip on his weapon. The children go silent, sensing the tension. I try to project a calm, I don't feel. "We don't want trouble," I call out, voice wavering. "We're just trying to get through." Murmurs ripple among the blockade. The situation could tip toward mercy or violence. One man circles to the side, peering into the van, eyes flicking over our faces and our meager possessions. "It's just me and my kids," I whisper urgently. "They won't hurt kids, right?" Chardonnay pipes up in the back. I wish I could reassure her. But in these times, who knows what lines desperate people will cross. Suddenly, a rock flies from the crowd, smashing the van's hood with a metallic clang that makes me flinch. My fingers twitch, itching to slam our van into gear, but I force them to stay calm, hands visible, harmless. If I were you, I'd put those fires out. The flames will attract the zombies. It's not worth taking our supplies, if you're gonna let every undead in a 10-mile radius know you're here. The leader hesitates, eyes flicking from us to the burning bins, then he finally nods. "You ain't getting through here. Oi. Move your shit, or I'll firebomb you," shouts someone else. A man with a beard housing what I'm almost certain are 3 birds, steps forward, bottle in one hand, lighter in the other. "No one gets through without sharing supplies," he yells. "Mate, I've got 6 kids and enough beans to power a small country. If you think I'm sharing, you can piss off." He lumbers forward, with a wide grin, like a rejected Mad Max extra. Leather jacket, fire in hand, swagger that screams, "I am masculinity incarnate, and you're about to regret it." I'll firebomb that camper van, I swear to God. Wrong move, sunshine. I don't flinch. I floor it. The engine roars like a caffeine-fueled demon. The van lurches, crockery rattling, kids screaming, and me? I'm laser-focused on Captain Firebomb. I'm not saying I enjoy this. But wave fire at my children and threaten to blow us sky high, and you officially forfeit your leg bones. We smash through the barricade. Bins, bicycles, and what might have been a sofa crunch, so loud it could summon angels and demons alike. Then, pop of glass, sick thuds of bodies against metal, a chorus of apocalypse cosplay idiots screaming. One tries to cling to the wing mirror. Bad idea. Mirror snaps, he spins like a lawn sprinkler, lands face first in a puddle of something. Another hurls a wrench, misses us, hits his mate in the knee. I might have cackled. Hard to say. Everything's a blur after I crush Captain Firebomb's foot. I keep driving, parenting award for vehicular justice firmly in mind. Kill or be killed? Today, me and my kids are breathing. Shame about the wing mirror. Sorry, not sorry. I shout as we speed off, kids screaming. Mom, you just ran someone over. Angel cries. Technically, I correct, I drove through them. Slight difference. He was a knob anyway. The roads degrade into chaos. Bodies litter the streets. Fires blaze in bins. A kid's bike lies abandoned, wheels spinning slowly. I can't stop. I won't stop. Leroy speaks, his voice trembling. Mum, we're not gonna make it out of London, are we? We already have, I say, my voice tight but steady. We just need to get past the M25. Cornwall. Wales. Narnia. Anywhere but here. Dexter climbs into the front. Mum, the GPS says there's another roadblock on the A21. For fuck's sake. Let's try smaller roads. Rural. Less traffic. More sheep. But aren't there more infected in the cities? Chardonnay whispers. There were, I say. Until everyone panicked. Now they're everywhere. Cities, towns, Greg's car parks. Everywhere. Sidcup is unreal. There's a herd of infected chasing a delivery van. One launches, Olympic style, lands on the bonnet. Van veers, hits bollard, explodes. Heat and debris slam outward. Feral shapes thrown to the pavement, smoke rising in oily plumes. Some stagger toward the wreckage, others rummage through it, drawn like sharks to blood. We sit in the van like idiots in a tin can. Windows vibrate from distant explosions. Smoke curls through cracks, smelling of petrol, melted plastic, possibly sofa bits or human decay. A car alarm wails like a robot having a nervous breakdown, mixing with screams and distant gunshots. London burns, and we're caught in the middle. Leroy presses his hands flat to the dashboard. Knuckles white. Earlier bravado, Call of Duty kill counts, evaporated. You alright? I whisper. He nods too fast, eyes locked forward. If he blinks, something might fly through the windscreen. I feel the same. 3 infected twitch and jerk across the street. One sniffs the air, like a bloodhound with bad posture and half a jaw. I wonder if they can see us. Smell us? Sense us? I don't know. I don't want to test it. Time drags. Every heartbeat a drum of terror. Foot hovers above the pedal. Too fast, attention drawn. Too slow, dinner with a side of diesel. I could throw a tin of beans out the window. Leroy whispers, deadly serious. Unless the beans are explosive, I don't think that will help. He nods solemnly, gripping the seat. Outside, creatures twitch, sniff, lunge. We wait. Hoping the van looks trashed enough. Hoping the world ignores us. Hoping, because hope is all we have left. Infected move like wolves with lost orders, some climbing over each other, others pausing, sniffing, jerking toward every new noise. They coordinate, tearing doors, smashing windows, relentless. Only fire or explosions slow them. We're the menu, and it's all you can eat. Flames intensify. Closest retreat, skin blistering. Others pour in, drawn to destruction. One monstrously large, infected stumbles out of the shadows, its face twisted in a perpetual snarl. It marches toward us, until it's engulfed. Time seems to stand still. Fire glows. Explosions echo. Inhuman growls permeate the air. We all sit in silence. Sidcup, once an ordinary town, now a battlefield. We must move, but for now, we watch, hidden by chaos. Holy shit. Leroy shouts. Language. I snap. Then sigh. Never mind. Trauma's universal. Say whatever the fuck you want. I swing left onto a farm road. Bumpy, narrow, smells like manure. Blood-free. Fire-free. Corpse-free. Heaven. Angel wipes her tears. Is everyone dead now? No. But the ones that are left might be dangerous people. Bad people. Dexter leans forward. Do you think the government will save us? Sweetheart. The government couldn't organize a piss-up in a brewery. We're on our own. Leroy cracks his knuckles. Then it's up to us. We've got weapons, food, water. We can do this. I stare at him. 16, scruffy, he barely shaves, but he's shouldering the weight of war. You're damn right. We are the Barnes family. We have survived on universal credit, we have survived gas debt, hell, we have even survived the poodle-sized rats in London. We can handle the dead. Piece of cake. Right, kids? Clayton whimpers, as he grabs my hand. Will we find Daddy? Oh Christ. No, baby. Daddy's not on this journey. Truth, if Dion's out there, I hope the zombies got him first. We leave southeast London ruins. Past Sevenoaks. Muddy fields. Fragile bridges. Every turn deeper into darkness, primal fear, and apocalypse. Roads narrow further. Trees crowd the lane. Mist rises from the ditches, thick and white. Shadows move. Not animals. Not humans. They sniff the air. The creatures, the dead are everywhere. Keep your eyes open. I hiss. Chardonnay presses herself to the door. Are they following us? Not yet. But they will if we stop. I steer through mud puddles. Tires splash, echoing through the hollow forest. Every branch slaps the van, every twig crack, sets my nerves on fire. Something moves. Big. Muscular. Once human. Twisted face. One eye blind. I slam the brake, van skidding. The kids scream. I don't blame them. It's a horror movie out here and I'm driving through it. Leroy grabs a crowbar from the back. If it comes in, I'll deal with it. Don't. I've got a better plan. I slam the horn. High-pitched, shattering. The creature stops. Watches. I rev the engine, skid sideways. It lunges. It hits the van. Mud sprays everywhere. The creature crashes into ditch, groans, rises, limps. I slam my foot down on the pedal. Every turn, every lane, every shadow is a puzzle, a potential ambush. We're exhausted but relentless. Hunger gnaws. Exhaustion seeps. Adrenaline fuels us. Through it all, the kids complain. Always. Like it's their Olympic sport, and they're aiming for the gold. Angel's stomach rumbles so loudly you'd think there was a bear in there, trying to escape. Dexter asks for water every 3 minutes, as if we're trekking through the Sahara. Leroy mutters about the apocalypse being unfair, as though the universe should have personally consulted him, before scheduling the end of times. And Chardonnay, dear, sweet, dramatic Chardonnay, cries because she swears, she can see her friends in the trees. Not real friends, mind you. Leaf shadows. Twigs. Probably a squirrel. But in her world, it's a full-on forest reunion tour, and she wasn't invited. If there's one thing I miss most about the world before the apocalypse, other than hot showers, underwear that doesn't scratch like sandpaper, and diets that weren't 90% baked beans, it's petrol stations that actually worked. That, and radios that just played 90s pop hits, instead of screaming, static, and the occasional sobbing voice begging for help, that you can't give. Those days are gone. Now survival means knowing how to siphon diesel without swallowing half a tank and burping unleaded for the next 3 hours. We're somewhere near Bromley, which is about as glamorous as it sounds, when the fuel light blinks on. Not a gentle nudge, but a proper middle finger. You know the sort, a warning that says, "Well done, genius. You've managed to doom your entire family with your poor life choices. Enjoy walking." It's less a light and more a smug goblin living in the dashboard. Typical, I mutter, smacking the steering wheel hard enough to bruise my palm. The van rattles like I've just hurt its feelings. Why would the universe give us enough diesel? When there are teeth-gnashing freaks roaming the roads in search of a midnight snack. And here we are, a family-sized hors d'oeuvres. Dexter, who thinks he's some kind of 12-year-old Stephen Hawking, leans forward, eyes glued to the gauge as if staring hard enough might refill the tank. Mom, are we gonna run out of diesel? The van coughs dramatically, as if answering for me. I sigh. No, love. Of course not. We'll just coast forever on the clean, green energy of blind optimism and shattered dreams. You know, like always. Chardonnay, who's 10 going on 40, gives me a look. Her face says I've used up my lifetime supply of credibility. Mum, that's not how cars work. I throw her a grin that's about 70% hysteria, 30% caffeine withdrawal. Exactly, darling. And yet, somehow, here we are. Still alive. Buckle up, kids. The van staggers down a side road off the A21, engine wheezing like a chain smoker on a treadmill. Just as I'm mentally preparing the "we're walking now" speech, salvation appears, or at least a skeletal version of it. A petrol station. It looms ahead like a relic of the old world. Abandoned, perfectly still, too still. No raging fire. No pyramid of corpses. Not even the traditional welcoming committee of moaning undead staggering around the forecourt. Just silence. Greasy, waiting silence. I squint through the grimy windscreen. The place looks almost normal. Which, in apocalypse terms, is suspicious as hell. The sun, trapped behind a wall of smoke-stained haze, throws long, greasy shadows across the cracked concrete. Weeds split the tarmac, climbing through like nature is already reclaiming what humanity dropped. A piece of cardboard dangles on the kiosk window, faded to a ghost of letters. I half expected to say, back in 5 minutes. But no. Even that is too much to ask for these days. The van gives one final, pitiful cough before I kill the engine. It sighs into silence. Inside, no one breathes for a second. The world outside presses in, heavy, like we've parked at the edge of a graveyard. In the old days, we'd have argued about petrol prices, complained about sausage rolls that tasted of cardboard, rolled our eyes at hot drinks, £1.50 signs. Now, I'd sell my soul for the luxury of bitching about service station coffee. My stomach gnaws at me, cruelly reminding me of supermarket aisles once overflowing with food. A lost civilization of multipacks and meal deals. Worth a look. Leroy whispers. His voice sounds like it's afraid of being heard. He's crouched forward in the passenger seat, crossbow across his knees like some medieval superhero in knockoff trainers. I nod, even though every sensible part of me says drive on. Except we can't. We're empty. Running isn't an option anymore. Outside, the pumps stand like tombstones, plastic cracked, digital displays long dead. A pigeon flutters down, pecking at something unidentifiable, and the sound is so loud in the stillness it makes my pulse stutter. I slide out of the van, every nerve screaming, and stretch just to pretend I'm not terrified. My boots crunch on broken glass, scattering pigeons into the sky. Their wings slice the air like frantic alarms. Stay here, I order. My voice cracks just a little. Keep the doors locked. If you see anything move, scream. No, sack that, don't scream, whatever you do. Chardonnay swallows hard. Dexter presses his face to the window, wide-eyed. Archie and Angel cling to each other, silent, which is never a good sign. Leroy lingers at the door, refusing to sit still. I'll cover you, he says. His voice wobbles, but he lifts the crossbow like he actually knows what he's doing. I almost laugh. You'll cover me from behind a petrol pump? Sure. Just don't shoot me in the arse. He blushes. 16 years old, limbs like spaghetti, all heart and absolutely no sense. I push open the shop door with my boot. It creaks. The bell above the frame gives a weak, half-dead jingle that makes my skin crawl. The lights flicker. Not much, just a few bulbs clinging stubbornly to life. But it's enough to make the air hum with static. In the apocalypse, electricity is like finding gold. Which means something here is very, very wrong. Inside, the shop looks abandoned mid-panic. Shelves sag under the weight of time. Crisp packets split across the tiles like confetti after a drunken funeral. The air smells of stale sugar, petrol, and the faint sourness of something long dead. And then I see it. Slumped in the far corner, propped against the freezer, as if it gave up mid-shop, is a body. We've all seen bodies. But then its hand twitches. Its head turns. And those dead, milky eyes lock straight onto mine. My breath stops. It groans, slow, almost lazy, and then it lunges. 1 second, it's slumped. The next it's a blur of gray flesh and rotten teeth, hands grabbing for my ankle like steel traps. I slam down, hitting the tiles hard enough to rattle my teeth. Pain shoots up my elbow. Shit. Shit. I'm not gonna die here. Not today. Its grip is ice cold, fingers slick with God knows what. It doesn't hesitate, it doesn't think, it just tries to eat me. My free leg lashes out. My boot smashes its jaw sideways, but the grip doesn't loosen. It snarls, breath hot with rot, and drags itself closer. No time to panic. No time to think. I yank my knife free and ram it straight into the side of its head. Right through the ear canal. Crunch. That sound is worse than the groan. It stops moving instantly, twitching once before collapsing sideways. The shelves rattle. Something falls and shatters on the tiles. I wrench the knife free and wipe the black ichor on its filthy shirt. Panting, I stand over the corpse. Thanks for the company, I mutter. 1 star. Too handsy. You smell like a bad kebab. The pump switch is exactly where I prayed it would be, on the back wall. I flip it. Somewhere outside, a deep mechanical thunk echoes. A system long asleep stirs awake. The pumps are live. Victory. Apocalypse style. On the way back, I spot a half-collapsed display rack. Instinct makes me kick it aside. Underneath, miracle of miracles, 2 sealed packets of crisps and a warm bottle of Coke. I grab them. Not much, but right now it's treasure. My stomach growls like an angry dog. As I step over the corpse, I give it a final nod. I appreciate the hospitality. But next time, I'm using click and collect. Outside, Leroy is still crouched like a rabbit pretending to be invisible. His face is pale, eyes wide. You were ages, he hisses. There was a queue, I say, climbing into the van. One guy tried to eat me. Didn't even ask for a loyalty card. Was it a real one? His voice cracks. Yeah. Grabby bastard. Had to stick a knife in his head. You'd have screamed. His chin juts. Would not. Would too. Anyway, pumps are live. Grab the jerry can. Let's fill her up before his mates come sniffing around. Leroy moves, finally, scurrying to the van with the awkwardness of a boy who is all brains and no coordination. He is a good lad, though. He was just built for a different world. A world with school uniforms and maths homework, not twitching corpses and mums armed with army knives. Still. He is mine. He is trying. That is more than most. I crack open the Coke and take a warm, flat swig. It tastes like metal and memory. But it is something. I need the sugar rush. I'm crashing. Nobody move. Nobody breathe. No one touches anything except their own existential dread. I am going back in alone. Sometimes you have to sound like a bad action movie hero to get these kids to listen. Leroy, eternally the rebel without a clue, protests with all the dignity of a teenager clutching a crossbow can muster. Not fair. I stare him down. Do you want to shepherd 5 emotional grenades as they bicker about whose turn it is to eat the last pack of crisps, or shall I brave zombie Texaco one more time? Be my guest if martyrdom is your thing. He sulks in silence. Yet another victory for maternal guilt. I slip out, low as a lizard in danger, gripping my trusty bat and empty jerry can. The air smells of diesel and dashed hopes. The pumps still have power, which frankly feels as miraculous as spotting a unicorn in Wetherspoons. This can only mean fire, fortune, or a fatal trap. So, I start pumping. Adrenaline pumping through my body. Survival is basically a cardio workout, but with more bludgeoning. Then the radio crackles to life. Not music. Not traffic updates. Not even, M25 closed, please plan your eternal damnation accordingly. Just static, long, dry, and hungry. And then a voice. Oh God, the voice. It slips out from the speaker like syrup poured over broken glass. Sweet and slow, like it wants to seduce me into a panic attack. Tracy Barnes. Mother. Driver. Survivor. The words hang in the air, like someone just carved them into my heart with a rusty spoon. The tone is smooth. Too smooth. It is the sort of voice that once read bedtime stories, but now it reads from the Necronomicon. A freakish voice that has practiced in front of mirrors long since cracked, somewhere deep underground, possibly wearing a robe made of other people. I freeze. My fingers tighten around the bat in my hand, suddenly slick with sweat. Not like I am about to hit a zombie. More like I am about to hit the devil and pray it bruises. The fuel pump clunks behind me. Finished. Topped up. Just in time for Armageddon. But I barely hear it. Because this voice? It is familiar. Not in the comforting, oh hey, I know that guy from the school run way. No, I should be so lucky. There is something in the lilt. The precise way the S's hiss. A faint lisp, just enough to tickle something in the back of my skull. A memory trying to crawl up through wet soil. I know that voice. Or I knew it. But the face it belongs to is smudged out. Imagine a weird photograph that has been handled too many times, by too many dead hands. You should not be here, the voice says, melting through the static as if it owns me. You should not have left. Great. Fantastic. A guilt trip from Apocalypse Radio FM. That is all I need, another reminder that I am doing everything wrong. Only now it is in surround sound. The bat in my hand feels heavier. Useless. What am I supposed to do, bludgeon a ghost? Beat the shame out of a haunted radio? I take one slow step toward the kiosk. Every hair on my arms goes rigid, standing to attention like they know something I do not. My stomach tightens, bracing for impact or possession. Could be either, these days. The glass door is cracked open. Inviting. Welcoming, if your idea of hospitality is, come in and die in stereo. It swings slightly in the breeze, creaking like it has opinions about my choices. My eyes land on the source of the voice. The radio. It is ancient. One of those old blocky beasts, from before the world decided wires and buttons were outdated. Caked in dust. Spider webs cling to it like it is part of the staff. It is unplugged. Completely dead. And still talking. They are watching, the voice says, softer now. Almost affectionate. Well, that's unhinged. It sounds like a bedtime story told from inside a coffin. They are always watching. Even your children are not safe. That one hits me square in the lungs. I do not move. Not because I am frozen, but because if I do, I might sprint straight through the bricks and mortar, leaving a Tracy-shaped hole in the wall. Leroy, I mutter, barely audible. My boy is outside, probably sipping lukewarm Coke and humming to himself, oblivious. He would not even notice if I screamed. He would think I was arguing with a pigeon again. But the voice. This voice, it knows my name. I can feel it waiting. Teasing. It wants me to ask how it knows. I swear it wants to feed me answers I will never be able to unhear. Who are you? I ask. My voice sounds thinner than I would like. The static flares again, louder this time. Laughter disguised as noise. Don't you remember? I'm hurt. You should remember me, surely, the voice asks. Lisp more pronounced now, thick with mockery, honeyed with rot. You always forget the important ones. Something in my spine turns to ice. Because now I do remember something. Not a name, not a face, but a moment. A door slamming. The voice behind it. Tears. Screaming. And that lisp. That cursed, hissing lisp whispering something just before everything went dark. I take another step. The radio pops. Has it blown a fuse? Dead silence. Not even static. Gone. I stand there for a long second, staring at the dusty machine. It is just a radio. It cannot hurt me. Right? But something tells me it was never the radio at all. Just the mouthpiece. And whoever is speaking? They know my name. And worse, they know why I left. I do not care what your survival strategy is. If a radio starts saying that, you do not argue. You act. My bat flies into that radio as if I'm auditioning for the home run derby. Bits go flying everywhere. I sprint back to the van, flinging myself inside, with the athleticism of a startled meerkat. Go, go, go. I scream. Parental calm be damned. Dexter's eyes are saucers. Mum, what happened? The radio knows my bloody name, Dexter. It's a supernatural telemarketing call. Chardonnay blanches to the color of uncooked pastry. What did it say, Mum? The usual. Should not have left. Someone is watching. Insert generic horror cliché here. Belt up and pray the radio does not start listing my internet search history. We screech out of that forecourt, tires squealing, van lurching with all the grace of a giraffe on roller skates. Silence falls. 5 solid minutes of uncertain, stare at anything but each other quiet. That is when the next horror decides to stage a surprise performance. He stumbles into view from the tree line like he is late for a zombie-themed fun run, only someone forgot to mention it was not fancy dress. A man, sort of, sways on the edge of the road. His shirt used to be white. Now it is soaked with crimson, clinging to him like wet tissue. His arm dangles, at an angle arms are not meant to dangle. Think overcooked spaghetti, being held together by stringy tendons and sheer bloody-mindedness. Literally. But the eyes, oh, those eyes. They are not vacant. They are not gone. They are terrified. Human. Desperately, horribly alive. Cue Angel. All heart and 0 sense. She leaps to her feet like we are hosting auditions for Who Wants to Die from Stupidity? Mum. Stop the van. He's alive. Of course, he bloody is. I ease off the pedal, foot hovering, undecided. Could be. Or it is just the classic wounded bait, to lure the dumb survivors out for dinner routine. Seen it before. Did not like the ending. Chardonnay will not let it go either. Because apparently today is Let's Test Mum's Sanity Day. Mum, we cannot just leave him. Oh, we can. We absolutely can. I have precedent. But the kids, they are still clinging to the idea that humanity means something. Bless their deluded little hearts. Fine, I snap. Leroy, you are up. Crossbow. Loaded. Safety off. No time for philosophy. Leroy, my sweet, lovely academic son. Built for books, not battlefield tactics, grabs the crossbow. He manages to hold it steady as we steps out with caution. You'd be forgiven if you thought we were idiots, who have seen too many horror movies and learned absolutely nothing. The man stumbles forward and collapses like a sack of potatoes. His stomach is a mess. Open. Torn, glistening. You could store a week's worth of supplies in the hole where his gut used to be. A slasher show, in motion. Please, he rasps, choking on blood. They are coming. Help me. He says it like it matters. Like we should care. Who is they? I ask, with the level of calm usually reserved for wine tasting or watching someone try to fold a fitted sheet. He gasps. He screams. An unholy sound that splinters the air, rattling teeth in their sockets and dragging cold fingers down the spine. It's a scream that makes the soul shrivel, that claws at the dark and summons something hungry enough to listen. The trees rustle. Shit. I bloody well knew it. They burst out of the undergrowth like nightmares on a schedule. Zombies, the likes of which we have never seen. 3 of them. Military gear, tactical boots, full body armor. War gods on acid. But it is the mouths that do it. Stretched too wide. Gaping, split at the corners. Like ventriloquist dummies dragged backwards through a furnace. Their eyes. Dead. Glassy. Endless. Lifeless. Leroy, bless him, channels some buried inner warrior and lets fly. The arrow whistles clean through the air and sinks into one of their necks. It jerks, more annoyed than hurt. Then it collapses twitching. Another one charges me. My bat meets its knee with a crunch so grating, it echoes off the trees. The thing drops for half a second, then grabs my calf muscle, with fingers like rusted steel and throws me sideways. I slam into the ground, my ribs flaring, my vision tunneling. Nope. No thanks. Coward mode, engaged. Back to the van. I roar, scrambling to my feet and sprinting like I just remembered I left the oven on. I don't look back. If something grabs me, I will die knowing I did not waste time on dramatic final words. Leroy is already at the van, fumbling the door like a stoned raccoon. Angel is in front of me, tears streaking her cheeks. Clayton is clutching Dexter's hand like a lifeline. I am almost there when the third one reaches me. Its hand grazes my coat. I spin and swing. The bat collides with its face. Hard. Bone shatters. Not cracks. Shatters. The whole front of its skull caves in like a dropped watermelon. Blood. Bits. Viscera. All of it explodes outward in a glorious, horrifying spray of red, gray matter, and God knows what. It lands on the windscreen like apocalyptic confetti. Inside the van. I slam the door. Lock. Pedal. Floor it. We screech away from the scene, tires screaming. The van jolts and rattles, its ancient frame protesting with every bump, but it moves. And right now, movement is survival. Angel sobs, snotty and raw. Dexter is shaking, pupils the size of dinner plates. Clayton has gone full turtle, arms over his ears, mumbling something about cartoons and sandwiches. I grip the wheel like it might jump out of my hands and strangle me. What was that? Dexter screams, his voice cracking like the rest of him. I cannot even find a joke. I really try. But nothing comes. No quip. No deadpan. Just the horrible, solid truth. Whatever it was, it is not in any of the books you read in school. Soldier suits. But those things inside? Puppets. Meat puppets. Weird army zombies. I have never seen anything like it. I know one thing though. Next time you kids tell me to stop for a survivor, I am ignoring the lot of you. The van groans as it hits a pothole. Or a body. Who knows? No one speaks. Not for a long time. The sun sinks lower, bleeding gold and fire across a broken landscape. Every tree now feels like it is watching. Every gust of wind a warning. And in the silence of our battered van, somewhere far too close to the edge of hearing, the radio crackles. Not music. Just laughter. Dry. Delighted. Sinister. The van's heating is broken again, and the air smells like stale quavers and raw panic. The windows fog just enough to trap the misery inside, but not enough to keep the cold out. We've been driving for what feels like decades, centuries, really, but the reality is it's been 40 minutes since the haunted radio fiasco and the petrol station horror show. 40 minutes. Long enough for dread to become a second skin. Long enough for silence to stop being a blessing and turn into a ticking bomb. The kids are quiet now. Not because they're soothed. Not because they've suddenly adapted to a life where death peers in, through every window. No. They're quiet because they've run out of ways to process the relentless nightmare. That's the cruel trick of this world. Terror doesn't vanish, it rots. The first time, it screams until your bones vibrate and your heart nearly tears itself apart. But scream after scream, fear grows hoarse, its edges worn down to a rasp. Eventually, it settles into silence, not because the danger is gone, but because the terror has hollowed you out. What remains is worse than panic, a quiet, suffocating acceptance, as if even your fear has abandoned you. Chardonnay has curled herself into a ball against Clayton, who's finally cried himself out. He's clinging to a half-eaten plastic dinosaur like it's Excalibur, and he's the only one worthy enough to wield it against the apocalypse. Dexter, my little navigator, has his face buried in an old road atlas. GPS gave up 2 towns ago, another victim of the great technological extinction, so now it's paper maps and guesswork. Leroy sits in the passenger seat beside me, crossbow on his lap, the world's angriest Boy Scout auditioning for a medal. He won't live long enough to pin on his chest. The twins? Angel hums a thin, broken tune under her breath, a nursery rhyme warped into something eerie. Archie, her mirror and shadow, sketches a zombie in his battered notebook. His pencil scratches over paper like the pulse of his own anxiety. And me? I'm strangling the wheel, knuckles blazing white, praying this van holds together longer than my nerves. I'm pushing just fast enough to keep the dead things in the rear view, just slow enough to avoid kissing whatever nightmare has teeth waiting in the road. The engine groans, the frame shudders, and every rattle feels like the van itself is plotting to betray me, an iron coffin on wheels, eager to slam shut. We hit Sevenoaks just as reality decides to clock out and leave us unsupervised. No cars. No birds. No psychotic joggers or shambling freaks. Just a landscape staged for a horror film, with us as the unwilling cast. The trees move, restless, whispering secrets to each other. Death threats in leaf speak. Road signs drip with crimson smears, a macabre gallery of warnings, for anyone stupid enough to still be alive. Slow down, my gut says, and I obey because my gut has survived more disasters than logic ever has. That's when the radio, stone dead since Bromley, suddenly bursts to life. Static erupts like a nest of hornets. The sound needles into our bones. And then a voice slithers through, so cold my teeth ache just hearing it. Mother of 6. Traveling southbound. Your journey is noted. Turn left at the next junction. The air inside the van curdles. The temperature plummets. My skin prickles like someone's poured spiders made of ice down the back of my shirt. Mum, Leroy's voice cracks, as he gawks at me. Did the radio just dox us? Has Satan got a sat-nav now? Shut it. Keep your tongue still or the next thing crawling out of your mouth will be a poltergeist wearing your face. Because sarcasm is a survival tool. And in this family, it's the only therapy we can afford. The voice returns, oily smooth, with the cadence of a cult leader podcast no one asked to subscribe to. You must follow the route. Turn left. Trust us. Leroy, fiddling with the dead sat-nav like it might rise again through sheer optimism, mutters, Mum, that road's not even on the map. It leads straight into Witchland Woods. I don't think it's a good idea. In the immortal words of Luke Skywalker, I've got a bad feeling about this. I cut him off by steering left. Straight into the mouth of whatever beast has been writing this script. Because apparently, I collect terrible life decisions like other mums collect fridge magnets. The lane narrows to a coffin fit for wheels. Hedges claw at the paint, branches lean low like skeletal hands. It's textbook horror, and all we're missing is a chorus of monks chanting doom. But the night is young, and I don't doubt we'll get there. Angel leans forward, whispering, "Mum, I want to go home." "Sure, sweetheart." Just as soon as we finish this scenic tour through madness. The van bucks and groans, each pothole a punch to its dying lungs. And then, ahead of us the centerpiece of this twisted stage play. A military truck, flipped onto its side like a discarded toy. Its wheels still spin, hopeless. Behind it, a fire rages, so hot the air tastes like ash and my eyeballs sweat. Oh, terrific. I kill the engine. Everyone stays inside unless you're eager for a starring role in your very own autopsy. But apparently, my children were born without the gene for stay put. Leroy is already out the door, crossbow in hand, sprinting straight for his Darwin Award. Oi! Leroy! If you die, I'm not cleaning it up. He edges up to the overturned truck, peers inside, and goes the color of sour milk. Mum, you've got to see this. Words that never, ever precede anything good. I grab my bat, ready to find teeth and gore and the usual brand of horror. Instead, I find scientists. Or what's left of them. Shredded lab coats. Hair scorched to brittle tufts. Briefcases baptized in blood. Syringes littering the ground like party tricks for a demon's birthday. And in the middle, something moves. He's human. Barely. His skin's a roadmap of black veins crawling towards his eyes, which shimmer with the dull glow of someone who knows the Reapers already cashed the check. I square up, weapon ready. If you say brains, I'm breaking your kneecaps. He wheezes, half dead. Wait. Don't finish me, not yet. He thrusts out a blood-slick data pad, urgency rattling in his hand. They lied. The broadcasts. The safe zones. It's a cull. They're herding survivors like cattle. Don't go. Don't, his voice cracks, blood seeping from his mouth. Don't trust them. I arch a brow. Hurting us? What for? A prize draw? A free toaster? He doesn't laugh. He doesn't even breathe properly. He just nods once, croaks something too broken to understand, and then he face plants into eternity. I finish him off quick. Mercy and practicality are twins in this world. Can't risk him coming back for round 2. Leroy gapes at me, his voice shaking. Mum, what the actual bleeding fuck? Language, boy. If the undead don't eat you, I will. We scavenge what's left, ration packs, water, bandages. And then, jackpot, a vial glowing faint blue, nestled in a case like it's worth kingdoms. Medicine? Poison? A supervillain starter kit? I pocket it anyway. Because mystery is better than starvation. We drag ourselves back into the van, every door slam echoing like a final judgment. The radio's dead again, silent as a buried secret, pretending it never once whispered anything but static. I steer us south, hanging on to the thin fantasy that somewhere ahead there's a coastline waiting, a place where the air tastes less rotten and the nightmares forget our names. The sea has to be neutral ground. The sea has to be safe. Nothing devours people at the beach. Unless you count seagulls, sunburn, and the slow suffocation of lifelong regret. We slam nose first into another roadblock. A wall of rusted buses, stacked like some giant's game of, who wants to die next? Fine, I mutter. Detour into insanity it is. We roll down a private road, signs screaming trespass and doom. Dexter actually cheers, weak but genuine. Best sign all day. At least if we die, it's for trespassing. The van crawls past what used to be a holiday park. Once upon a time, laughter lived here. Now it's just a graveyard for childhood. Playground equipment juts up like war memorials for joy. Plastic slides streaked with dried blood. Rusty swings creak on chains, dancing for ghosts. A tricycle lies overturned beside a skeletal hand still clutching a juice box, bloated and blackened by the sun. Bunting, shredded and filthy, still flaps weakly between poles. Welcome families. It declares, missing letters and splattered with gore. Dexter Morgan himself would applaud. Archie presses his face to the glass, his voice breaking. Mum, there are dead kids. And my stomach drops. Because he's right. Only, calling them kids feels like a kindness. These aren't children anymore. Not unless you count cloudy eyes, twitching gray skin stretched thin as paper, and mouths frozen mid-scream with cracked porcelain teeth. They scuttle, jerking like spiders trapped in bodies too small, too broken. Some still wear scraps of who they were. A Super Mario hoodie soaked in filth. A tutu stiff with gore. Trainers caked in brown-black crust. One girl wears a plastic tiara jammed into her scalp, her curls matted with dried blood. Another drags a teddy bear behind her, half its face torn away, leaking stuffing or something darker. Angel's song falters. Archie shuts his notebook, trembling. And I grip the wheel harder, because if I don't, the scream building inside me will come out. We've driven straight into hell's playground. The kids start running. Not mine. The other ones. The dead ones. They sprint straight at us. Faster than any sugar-rushed school run I've ever survived, twice as vicious, and infinitely hungrier. Nope, I mutter, almost casual. My foot slams the accelerator to the floor before my brain even catches up. The van lurches forward with all the enthusiasm of a dying mule. Zombie toddlers weren't on its bucket list. They weren't on mine, either. The first pint-sized ghoul smashes into the bumper with a meaty thud. It pinwheels sideways, colliding with a rusted swing set. The chains scream. The seat twists in a sick circle. Something wet and small cracks against the climbing frame like a dropped melon. Angel screams behind me. Chardonnay starts crying loud enough to audition for a lifetime's worth of therapy bills. Clayton, poor Clayton, whose stomach is weaker than a reality show marriage, vomits across the floor. Violently. Shoes, ruined. Upholstery, ruined. Hope, ruined. That's 4 pairs of trainers officially dead this week. Christ on a kiddie coaster, I hiss, swerving hard as another ankle-biter flings itself at the passenger window. Its face smears blood across the glass like a finger painting from hell, one baby tooth lodging itself neatly in the crack of the window seal. This is my life now, I groan, half laughing, half crying. I'm running over children. I used to have a nectar card. I used to go to PDA meetings. I love kids. And now? This is what it has come to. Leroy, never one to let a crisis go to waste, is already halfway out the back window, crossbow in hand like some post-apocalyptic cowboy. On your left, he yells. Thunk. His bolt whistles through the air and buries itself in a boy's skull. Paw Patrol jumper, cheerful little cartoon faces now marinated in brain matter. The kid drops but twitches on the tarmac, jerking like a possessed marionette. Mum, Leroy says grimly, loading again, that one had a Peppa Pig backpack. Congratulations, universe. Childhood ruined. Officially. Permanently. Before I can answer, another lurches into the headlights. A girl this time. Hollow eyes. Ballerina slippers. Something strange lodged in her gut, oh, God. It's a music box. A wind-up music box jammed into her stomach. Its gears grind and click, winding her intestines like clockwork. She staggers in rhythm, flesh ticking with every step. I don't slow down. I can't. The van smashes over her. Crunch. Pop wet. She vanishes beneath the tires like a grotesque speed bump, her song cutting short in a discordant clang. The van jolts. My stomach does the same. Something splatters the windscreen. Sticky. Thick. The wipers smear it into a pollock of horror. We are never, ever speaking of this again, I growl, my knuckles white on the wheel. The gate ahead is broken, rusted hinges sagging like broken arms. I ram through it. The van bursts onto a country lane, narrow and crooked. The trees lean in close, eavesdropping on our collective trauma. Their branches scrape the roof like fingernails. Inside the van, silence falls. Heavy, unnatural. Even Chardonnay's sobs fade into hiccups. Angel holds her breath, hands clasped like she's praying for a reality, where Peppa Pig wasn't now synonymous with gore. In the rearview, I glimpse one last figure standing in the road. A boy. No more than 6. His skull still wears a paper party hat, tilted jauntily as if he's waiting for cake. His teeth are missing. His eyes aren't empty, though. They're knowing. He smiles as we vanish. I slam harder on the pedal. My heart beats like I swallowed a drum kit. And then, the radio hisses. It doesn't speak. It doesn't laugh. But the static bends around my ears, alive. Listening. I don't stop. I can't. The van rattles as if it might collapse into rust and shame, but I drive like hell is on my bumper, because it probably is. Zombies, cultists, the vengeful ghost of health and safety regulations. Take your pick. My 6 kids vibrate between trauma and shock, somewhere in that hazy realm where hysterical laughter and catatonic silence overlap. Me? I run on maternal defiance, sarcasm, and whatever's left of my spine. South. Always south. Because as long as we're moving, we're still breathing. Ask me again in a mile, though. We might just be dinner for the crows. The road stretches ahead, black and fractured. Headlights gnaw distance in brittle chunks. Everything else skulks at the edges of my vision, waiting. Watching. Conspiring. I keep one eye glued to the rearview mirror. Habit now. I expect grinning corpses to sprint out of the hedges at any second, wearing party hats or tutus. The moon hangs overhead, blurry behind dirty glass and smeared blood. My hands ache on the wheel. Every knuckle cracks. My breath fogs in the freezing air, mist curling like phantoms. The kids shuffle in the back, clutching each other. Whimpers. Sniffs. The occasional mutter. Comfort is scarce currency, but they trade it anyway. Clayton groans as we hit another pothole, this one the size of a grave. The van howls like it wants to die, but I don't let it. I can't, it's the only thing keeping us moving. Keeping us safe. I glance sideways. Their faces are pale masks in the dark. My chest squeezes, hard enough to bruise. They deserve promises. They deserve soft words. They deserve a mother who isn't steering them straight through hell. But all I have are lies. We're nearly there. You're safe now. Don't look back. They blur on my tongue. Half comfort. Half command. My voice doesn't sound like me anymore. It sounds like gravel dragged over glass. Still, I don't stop. Because you don't pull over in hell. Not for breath. Not for tears. Not for hope. My body aches with a violence all of its own. I'm not the cute kind of tired, like a yawning puppy. I'm the 3-legged mutt kind. Mange-riddled. Scarred. Chasing shadows that bite back. Every muscle screams mutiny. My eyes feel sandpapered. My spine is welded into a crooked question mark. My stomach knots, growling a rebellion of its own. The kids, though, they sleep. Somehow. In a tangled heap of limbs and nightmares. Angel snores like a demon with sinus issues. Chardonnay drools onto a stuffed bunny whose dead eyes mirror mine. Clayton, youngest, farting in his sleep. Loud. Wet. Disturbing enough to make me question if his intestines can survive this stress. The van reeks. Sweat. Fear. Vomit. And that unique flavor of stale quavers ground into the carpet. Oh duh, apocalypse. I should stop. Rest. Cry. Vomit. Maybe all four. But where? Where do you park when every square inch of the earth wants to eat you alive? The map on the dash is useless. Torn. Stained. Bloodied. Still, south is south. South means coast. Coast means boats. Boats mean a place that doesn't reek of death, disappointment, and toddler entrails. The road narrows. Shadows bend in. Trees whisper like gossips with knives. Every branch creaks. Every hedge rustles. I swear the darkness has teeth. The engine coughs, taunting me with the promise of imminent betrayal. I stroke the steering wheel like a sick pet. Not now. Please, not now. Outside, the sky changes. Dawn arrives, but it's wrong. Sickly. Yellow-gray. Hesitant. A sun that doesn't want the job anymore. Even the sky's given up. Brilliant. My thoughts spiral, scrambled eggs on too much caffeine. Old memories. New horrors. To-do lists that read like war crimes. Don't die. Stab anything that moves. Don't cry. Cry later. My brain spins like a blender full of glass and regrets. But my foot stays on the pedal. My hands clamp the wheel. This is my world now. Metal. Fumes. Drool. Blood. And the occasional wet fart. Still, I drive. Not because I'm brave. Not because I'm strong. But because falling apart isn't an option when everything else already has. Deep down, one lie keeps me moving. The oldest lie humans ever told themselves. Just a little further. Almost there. God help me, it's somehow day 2. We haven't seen another soul, living or otherwise, in hours. Which should be a good thing, right? Hooray for back roads, empty hedgerows, and the complete and utter absence of brain-munching lunatics. Except, it's too quiet. The silence is wrong. It's humming under my skin and ringing in my ears. Wait, is that even possible? Maybe. Maybe not. Doesn't matter. I'm driving through post-apocalyptic countryside and let me tell you, it's got big divorce energy. Silent, resentful, and just barely holding it together. The hedges sulk along the roadside like they've been holding grudges since 1974. The air's heavy with damp leaves, mold, and roadkill so ancient it's practically a fossil. The fields roll by, but they feel different now. Wilder. Feral. The weeds have staged a coup d'etat, thorny banners held high. Brambles snarl at the edges, swollen with thorns and malice. And I swear, hand on heart, I saw a deer with 3 eyes and 0 manners, watching us from the trees. It blinked once, like it knew something I didn't, then vanished. Might have hallucinated it. Might not have. Sleep deprivation will do that to you. The shadows stretch long and thin, like bony fingers reaching across the lanes. Some of them even look like they're curling. Claws. Grabbing. I try not to look at them too long, just in case they decide to wave back. The van groans as we jolt over yet another pothole the size of a cavern. Poor thing's as shattered as I am, rattling its way toward an early retirement. The engine wheezes, coughing like a Victorian orphan with a flair for drama. Honestly, if it explodes in a final blaze of glory, I'll probably just nod and accept my fate. My hands are glued to the wheel. Knuckles white, arms trembling. Every muscle is taut. Well, it's hardly surprising. I am steering us through the gates of hell with nothing but sheer willpower and a bad attitude. Spoiler, hell's gates don't have hinges. They just swallow you whole. And as for my brain? That's the real horror show. Racing through everything we survived yesterday, desperately trying to win a gold medal in the Trauma Olympics. The gas station bloodbath. The knife through the head zombies. The children. God, those children, twitchy and pale, juice boxes clutched in hands that had forgotten warmth. Their eyes cloudy, their teeth gnashing. Toddlers with the appetites of wolves. And then that voice on the radio, whispering my name like a bedtime story, written by a sadist. Do I want to relive the nightmare? Not a chance. When it's dark. Proper dark. Shadows aren't just shadows anymore. They're doorways. Invitations. Traps. Every instinct I've got, every motherly bone left rattling inside me, is screaming from the depths of my caffeine-poisoned soul, do not be outside when night falls. But it's already too late. Because when the sun goes down in this world, the rules change. Creatures crawl out of ditches. Things growl under porches. The dead stalk the hedgerows and ruined barns. But worst of all, my own mind turns against me. Every rustle becomes a whisper, every shadow a shape. I can't trust my eyes, can't trust my ears. Not anymore. I risk a glance in the rearview mirror. Angels curled up with Chardonnay, both of them half asleep, looking like they've wandered straight out of a war documentary. Clayton's mouth is open, tiny snores whistling through his nose. At least he's breathing. Leroy's still awake, stubborn as ever. His eyelids droop, blinking like each second costs him money, but he refuses to give in. His crossbow rests in his lap, his hands still clutched around it even in exhaustion. He's a good lad. Reckless, no common sense, but good. He's a boy who would bare his teeth at the shadows and charge headfirst into the fight, convinced his defiance alone could hold the darkness back. He would bleed for the promise of our safety, grit his jaw until it cracked, and stand shaking but unbroken between us and whatever waited, beyond the shadows of the night. Even when fear gnaws at him, he would never admit it, never let it show. To him, bravery isn't an option, it's the only weapon he has. But even good lads, with good intentions, can't save you from the dead. So, I keep driving. Because there's nowhere to stop. No house I trust. No clearing that doesn't look like bait. Every tree looks like it's guarding something unspeakable. Every ditch could be a grave with a dead pulse. Just keep going, Tracy. Just keep bloody going. Hope is a filthy liar, but it's all I've got left. That and a glove box full of expired Calpol and rage. Leroy shifts beside me, eyes fixed on the rearview mirror as if he's waiting for something to follow. The silence between us is loud. Words seem dangerous. Sound might summon things from the hedgerows, crawling on all fours, drawn to the heat of our voices. My foot presses the accelerator a little harder, as though speed can save us. Shadows warp and twist. Every bush becomes a crouching figure. Every pothole a scar in the earth. The rhythm of the engine is the only heartbeat I trust. The road forks. The cracked sign is barely legible, Miller's Creek, 5 miles and Old Quarry Road. My gut orders me to avoid the town. Instinct has got us this far, and as dubious as that accomplishment is, I'm not about to gamble with it now. My mind drifts back to the radio broadcast earlier, that gravel-voiced survivor whispering like he was already half dead. Stick to the back roads. The highways are theirs now. I veer onto Old Quarry Road. Gravel sprays into the weeds, the tires protesting as the van lurches. Leroy exhales, a sharp hiss of relief. But neither of us voice the thought we both have. That for once we've chosen right. Hope's too dangerous. Hope makes you sloppy. Our headlights carve tunnels through the night. The rain blurs the glass, and our own reflections stare back at us from the windshield, hollow-eyed and ghost-like. I dare to let go of the wheel for a moment, reaching across the seat until my fingers brush Leroy's hand. Just to feel something human. Just to remind myself I'm not alone in this. He squeezes once, quick and firm, then lets go. We drive on, swallowed whole by the dark. "Mum," Dexter says, his voice small from the back seat. "We're low on diesel again." "Of course we are. Why wouldn't we be?" I snap. "Next thing you'll tell me is that the van's possessed and it wants my soul." Clayton hiccups a sob. Chardonnay tries to shush him, though she's seconds from breaking herself. My throat tightens. They're children. They're trying so hard to be brave, but they're only kids. Kids caught in a nightmare they can't wake up from. Hell, I'm unraveling too. Running on fumes, rage, and maternal guilt. But I can't let them see it. Not now. Not ever. They trust me. I'm their mother. Their protector. If I crumble, we all fall. Then I see it. The image burns itself into my brain the instant the headlights sweep across it. Ahead, silhouetted in the moonlight, stand a pair of wrought iron gates. Tall, ancient, twisted metal glinting in the beams like black fangs. Each bar tipped with spear points, rusted but still lethal. They rise from a low stone wall, moss-eaten and crumbling. Ivy has claimed it in places, curling around the bars as if even nature hesitated to breach what lies beyond. Up the gravel driveway, shrouded in fog and gloom, a manor house awaits. Massive. Gothic. Predatory. Its slate roof slopes like hunched shoulders, gargoyles crouched at the corners, wings slick with rain. Dozens of windows glare emptily toward the road. Cold, dark eyes watching us approach. "Jeepers creepers," I whisper, my throat dry. This place would give the Amityville house a run for its money. It's a house torn straight out of a dusty Gothic novel, the sort that reeks of mildew, candle wax, and terrible family secrets. Every corner sulks in shadows, every corridor looks eager to swallow footsteps whole. The windows gape as though they've been watching for centuries, waiting for someone stupid enough to wander inside. You can almost hear the brooding vampires already pale, overdressed aristocrats pacing the halls, swirling brandy in glasses older than most countries, sighing dramatically about eternity while plotting which houseguest to drain before breakfast. If the walls don't bleed, it'll be a wasted opportunity. Whoa, Archie breathes. His small hands press against the glass, his nose fogging up the window. "Are we gonna live there now?" His voice is a mixture of awe and terror. The same mix crawling inside me. I give a humorless laugh. "Why not?" I mutter. I've always dreamed of squatting in a haunted manor surrounded by carnage. The sarcasm is lost on Archie. It barely works on me anymore. But it's something. A joke. A shield. Because we're already slowing, rolling closer to the gates, and I know deep down, in the marrow of my bones, that whatever waits in that house, it's going to change everything. The worst part? We don't have a choice. The van is dying. The kids are breaking. I'm running on empty. And the night is only just getting started. I ease my foot off the gas, letting the van roll toward the gates. The headlights paint them in bone-white light, revealing every ugly detail as we creep closer. Rust chews its way through the hinges. The once proud iron bars are pitted, scarred, and bent. Faded paint clings in ghostly streaks, a shade of black that had grayed with time, back when someone believed paint could protect against decay. Across the top, someone, years ago, scrawled, "Welcome," in sloppy, hopeful letters. Now, in jagged, bloody red, a new message slashes across the metal. "Stay out." The words drip in the light, as if freshly painted, though the edges have dried to a crusted brown. There's no mistaking the tone. It isn't graffiti. It's a warning. Every instinct I own screams for me to listen. But my gut, that battered compass I've relied on more times than I care to admit, tells me otherwise. This, as insane as it looks, is our best shot. Even if the place is haunted. Even if it's the stomping ground of some starving lunatic who decorates his mantelpiece with teeth. Even if every horror-loving neuron in my skull screams at me to turn the van around and floor it. It still feels safer here than on the road. Out there, we're exposed. Prey for the sprinting undead, that prowl the ditches. Out there, we're moving targets, lit by our own headlights. At least here, behind gates and walls, the monsters might require an invitation first. I am too exhausted to keep driving. Dead on my feet. And no, I don't appreciate the irony. Who knows what waits out there further on? Zombie toddlers giggling in the hedgerows. Or psychotic ravens pecking out our eyes. My imagination's on overdrive, and honestly, I don't have the energy to keep fighting it. I slam the van into park and turn to my kids. Their faces glow pale in the dashboard light, wide-eyed, wild-haired, all of them looking like children from old fairy tales who have strayed too far into the woods. Every single one of them could give Hansel and Gretel or the Lost Boys a run for their money. Stay here. Lock the doors behind me, I whisper. My voice shakes despite my best effort. If anyone knocks, scratches, or growls, don't open up. Got it? If I'm not back in 10 minutes, you drive away. Assume I've been eaten or turned into a vengeful Victorian ghost. Leroy, my eldest, fixes me with a scowl. His jaw clenches, his eyes burn with something halfway between fear and defiance. Seriously? You're just going to walk in there? Alone? His voice is hard, but the tremor underneath betrays him. He's worried. About me. Bless him. I shrug, force a smirk. Unless you'd rather go instead? He blinks, instantly defeated. Fair point. He drops his gaze, fiddling with the loose thread on his jacket sleeve. His hands shake. He doesn't want me to see it, but I do. I'll need a leg up, I mutter, eyeing the fence. That thing's a monster. 6 feet, easy. We slip out into the chilled night, whispering our movements as if sound itself might summon the dead. Leroy crouches, fingers laced into a cradle. He glances away from my torn jeans, probably imagining the whole lot ripping wide open. Ready, Mom? He asks, trying so hard to sound tough. 1, 2, heave, boy. With a grunt, I launch upward, wobbling at the top of the cold iron fencing. My knee smashes against a decorative fleur-de-lis. Pain lances through me. With all the grace of a wardrobe falling down the stairs, I tumble onto the other side. Gravel crunches as I land awkwardly, groaning, brushing myself off, clutching at what dignity I have left. The ground stretch ahead, drowning in fog and shadow. The silence hits me first. It is absolute. Not a single insect hums. Not a single bird stirs. Even the trees seem to hold their breath. Somewhere far off, something creaks. A swing? A shudder? The sound is lonely, almost mournful, like the house itself is sighing. My baseball bat feels small in my grip. The air is charged. Too heavy, too thick. The manor looms, dark and impressive. Every window is black, staring like blind eyes. None are smashed, none boarded. That, somehow, is worse. The front door hangs slightly open, a crooked smile. An invitation. A trap. I circle warily to a side window and peer inside. The interior is bizarrely neat. Dusty, yes, but untouched. Chairs huddle around a cold fireplace. A sofa squats in the gloom. No blood. No bodies. No signs of violence. No rot. No stench. Nothing. The silence is wrong. I skirt around the back. A greenhouse sags under broken glass, brittle stalks clawing upward. A shed oozes mold and rat droppings, bags gnawed into lace. On the patio, a table and chairs crouch under a decade of bird droppings, white streaks fossilized in layers. I creep back to the front, crouch, and peer through the letterbox. Darkness yawns inside, heavy and endless. Something stirs at the edge of my vision, just enough to remind me that I don't own these eyes anymore. My heart hammers so hard I half expect it to punch straight through my ribs and sprint off without me. I hold my breath and count 30 beats. 30 jagged reminders to prove that nothing moves, nothing answers, nothing breathes. And yet the sensation crawls over me anyway, tiny legs skittering across my skin. Eyes, ancient and patient, following me from the gloom. I press my ear to the metal slit, the chill biting so deep it feels personal. Silence. A silence so thick it smothers thought. My fingers brush the frame. The wood is slick, clammy, almost alive, faintly pulsing beneath the grain as though it has veins of its own. I picture the house holding its breath, hiding someone behind curtains that never quite stop swaying, waiting for me to step inside and close the door forever. Behind me, the swing groans out another shriek, slow and mocking. A magpie laughs in the trees, a cackle too sharp to be natural. Every brick leans with menace, every shadow coils with intent. I bang on the door then, sharp and desperate, the sound exploding against the silence. My stomach knots. If anything is alive in there, it heard. Worse, if anything is dead out here, it definitely heard. Zombies have a talent for hearing the slightest noise, and nothing calls to them faster than a door banged loud enough to wake up previous civilizations. Nothing. Only silence. All right then, I mutter under my breath, scoffing to keep the fear from winning. Looks like the Addams family's on holiday. Jogging back to the gate, I find Leroy pacing, chewing at his nails. His relief when he sees me is instant, though he buries it under a scowl. What took you so long? His voice cracks. Just checking to make sure there wasn't an undead bake sale going on inside. I force a grin. No bodies. No blood. No growling. I think we're good. Let's get the others. The gate is chained, but lazily, as if whoever closed it last never expected anyone else to open it. The padlock dangles, useless. Leroy and I strain at the iron, dragging the gates open. The hinges scream like banshees. The sound splits the night in two, makes us both flinch. The van crunches over gravel as we roll it up to the front of the manor. The house towers above, swallowing us in shadow. Its gargoyles glare down, rain-streaked and patient. I gather my brood. One by one, their small bodies slip out of the van, huddling close. All right, kids. This is home for the night. No one touches anything cursed, haunted, or moldy. If you hear organ music, or paintings start moving, you keep it to yourself. Understood? If anything weird happens, no screaming. Not under any circumstances. Screaming rings the dinner bell for the dead. Chardonnay wrinkles her nose, sniffing the air. It smells old. Everything old smells like disappointment and ghosts, I reply, ushering her forward. Get used to it. Dexter edges closer, clutching my sleeve. His eyes are wide, pupils blown. Mom, do you really think it's safe? The weight of his question crushes me. I look at my 6 kids, silhouetted in the moonlight. Their faces are pale, battered, streaked with grime, every one of them trembling and exhausted. My heart splits in two. But we are still standing. Still breathing. Still human. I take a deep breath, force myself to be honest. No. Not safe. But safer than the van. Safer than out there. And that's all we've got tonight. They nod, as if the truth is somehow more comforting than lies. We move together, me first, crossing the threshold into the grand entryway. Dust hangs in the air, thick as smoke, motes dancing in the moonlight. The smell hits next, stale, wet stone, old wood, something faintly metallic. The door creaks shut behind us. The sound echoes through the house, impossibly loud. And in that moment, as the lock clicks into place, I swear I hear a whisper. A breath. A word. Welcoming us home. You'd think after everything I'd been through, a council flat that smelled like despair. Kids who fought like rabid weasels. Ex-partners with the emotional depth of a salad. That nothing could rattle me anymore. You'd think by now, stepping inside a big old manor house would be a walk in the park. But the second that monstrous iron-studded door groans shut behind us, sealing out whatever passes for safety these days, I'm rattled, well and truly. The chill that runs down my back doesn't just feel cold. It feels intelligent. Strategic. Like something has been waiting for this precise moment, sharpening its claws on the bones of whoever last stumbled in here. And now it whispers, almost giddy, finally. Fresh meat. That's the feeling, clear as anything. Like I'm not a guest, not even a trespasser, but the next course at the universe's twisted little dinner party, and every invisible diner in this house has been fasting for centuries. The entrance hall isn't the kind you get in glossy magazines, where you gawp at the gold leaf and marvel at chandeliers no one ever dusts. No, this place doesn't bother with shallow grandeur. This isn't just misery. This is the deluxe package. All gloom, with a complimentary side of generational trauma. The portraits on the walls aren't merely crumbling, they're actively disintegrating before my eyes. Each face frozen in a look that screams, "I'm judging you, peasant." Their painted eyes glistening with varnish thick enough to bottle and sell as vintage contempt. The lips are pursed tighter than a banker's wallet. Their mouths appear to start moving, ready to whisper some final insult. Lords, ladies, powdered wigs, silks and metals. All those old aristocrats lined up in judgment. Not one of them looks capable of smiling, unless it's during somebody else's execution. The vibe is less, "Welcome to our home," and more, "Touch anything and we'll get you with a sterling silver cake fork." Above us, a chandelier the size of a Mini Cooper dangles from a cracked ceiling, its crystals clouded, its chains groaning. It sways, though there is no draft, no open window. It sways in time with our breaths. With my pulse. The sound it makes is like bones grinding, an offbeat rhythm, like a ghost attempting jazz. They say houses remember. And this one? This house doesn't just remember trauma, it collects it. Like fine wine. Or fingernails. The horror parade doesn't stop there. It only deepens. At first, it's a sound so subtle you'd think your nerves invented it. A whisper. But not the romantic kind. Not the kind you want brushing your ear in the dark. These whispers crawl into your skull, scratching along the inside as if scooping out the softest parts. Thin, brittle, hungry. It slithers through the cracked plaster, through the warped wooden beams, filling the gaps where air should live. It moves like breath across the nape of my neck. And that's the moment I know, without any doubt, that we're being watched. Not by eyes, but by something that doesn't need to blink. The sound doesn't just crawl down my spine. It builds a home there. It rents a flat in my vertebrae, sets up curtains, rearranges everything for optimal dread. Then it speaks. Susan. Where are you, Susan? I need you. The voice oozes into the hall with syrupy familiarity, like a phone call from the other side, polite but insistent, hell-bent on making me an offer I shouldn't refuse. Chardonnay, who normally sleeps through the apocalypse, but never misses the ping of a notification, squeezes my hand. Her grip is iron. Her eyes are wide but glassy, as though she's already seen her reflection in a coffin lid. Mum, did you hear that? Oh, I heard, I reply, drawing on the noble tradition of lying badly to my children. It's probably just the pipes, babe. Old houses like this always complain. They moan more than your gran when she opens her gas bill. If I'd been any less convincing, I'd have won an award. Leroy strides in behind us, shoulders squared, crossbow clutched like he's auditioning for a medieval reboot of Call of Duty. He aims it at shadows that slither just out of sight. Brave lad. Or pretending, anyway. Because what's a crossbow to something with no face to shoot? To something that flirts by whispering your dead granny's name in your ear at 3 in the morning. Then the second voice comes. Not silky. Not polite. This one drags itself across the floorboards of our sanity. Each syllable thick with malice, gargled with rust and nails. Come here, Tracy, join us. The words turn the air solid. We clutch at each other, a huddle of flesh and fear in the middle of that cavernous hall. My breath sticks in my throat, my chest tight. It doesn't feel like my lungs are failing, it feels like the house has claimed them. The words hang in the air like fog, choking. Each syllable is a nail hammered into what little courage we have left. Then it speaks again. Leroy, come join us. Every atom of my body wants to scream. The stillness is unbearable, as though the house itself has leaned in closer, to listen to our fear. Shadows sway in the corners. Not smoke. Not dust. Something else. They slither and ripple against the edges of reality, as though the dark itself has learned to crawl. My hand clutches the hem of my sweater like it's armor. A fraying cotton relic, hardly divine, but it's all I've got between myself and whatever wants us. Tick. Tock. A grandfather clock groans somewhere deep in the hall. It's the kind of sound directors put in films right before a mirror shatters or a child starts humming a nursery rhyme backwards. I fixate on it, desperate for rhythm, something to cling to. But then, as if the house resents being timed, even that noise falters. The pendulum drags. Slows. Stops. Time is a coward. The silence that follows is worse than any whisper. It's the silence of an audience waiting for the curtain to rise. Mum, Dexter's voice is thin, shredded by fear. He stares at the portraits. His eyes are glassy, pupils blown wide. Mum, they're moving. And God help me, it looks as if they are. The varnished eyes in those rotten paintings are no longer fixed. They flicker. They swivel. Watching. The lips of one powdered lady twitch, her mouth almost opening. A low creak above. The chandelier shifts again, but this time it doesn't sway idly. It jerks, like something invisible has brushed against it. One crystal falls. Shatters on the floor beside us. A warning. We don't move. Another whisper seeps through the walls, softer this time. Not my name. All of them. Every one of my children, whispered in turn. The cadence almost tender. Like a lullaby. Chardonnay, join us. Archie, it's your dad, I need you. Angel, it's daddy, come to me. Clayton, it's nanny. I've got sweets. Dexter, I need you. Leroy, join us. The house knows us. It wants us. I force myself to swallow, my throat dry as bone dust. My voice comes out cracked, thin. All right, I mutter, more to myself than anyone. We stick together. We don't split up. And no matter what we hear, we do not answer back. It's not family calling to us. It's not your dad's or your nana. It's not possible. Don't listen to them. But already I feel it. The weight of centuries pressing in. The gnawing sensation of being absorbed, catalogued, written into the history of these walls. And as the last of the chandelier's crystals tremble, I realize, we are not the first family this house has welcomed. And we will not be the last. Come, join us. Let us in, we need you. Tracy, join us. This isn't regular fear. No, this is the deluxe, 5-star realization that something inhuman is here. Something with all the empathy of a brick and the emotional range of a buzzsaw. It doesn't have to try to scare us, because it is the scare. It is pure, distilled hatred, served up with a side of teeth and an appetite that feels endless. I look at my kids. No words pass between us, but our eyes lock in a frantic, silent conversation that boils down to the essentials: run, stay, die stylishly. We map out escape routes with the precision of surgeons, every hallway, every crooked staircase, every shadowed corner plotted as if our lives were fragile glass. Then the voices return. Softer this time. Smug, as though they've already tasted our panic and savored it. They don't shout. They don't scream. They drip poison directly into our ears, a slow, corrosive drip that crawls into your skull and curls around your thoughts. My stomach knots, my skin prickles. Every instinct screams at me that the house isn't empty. Beneath the wallpaper, beneath the dust, beneath generations of polite denial and forgotten tragedies, the house has been awake all along. Waiting. Watching. It stretches its walls, yawns its halls, flexes its floors. It breathes through the cracks in the plaster and hums in the pipes. A shiver curls up my spine, and I catch myself muttering, because what else do you say when the walls are alive? Great. Haunted, smug, and probably plotting my death. Perfect. Archie, come to me, come join us, because of course. What haunted house doesn't try to recruit your children? Classic. Predictable. But was it the house itself? Or was it something far worse? Something older. Something hungrier. The pressure in the room grows. The air is thick and soupy. Each breath feels filtered through a haze of anticipation and animalistic fear. Shadows shift at the edges of our vision. Strange shapes swim at the periphery. It isn't just fear we're feeling. It is recognition. Recognition of something fundamentally hostile. A presence with no empathy. No patience. No interest in bargains. Just hunger and spite. Tommy, come to me, come join us. Dexter, who hasn't believed in anything supernatural since the Wi-Fi went down for 5 minutes in 2019, spins around with the grace of a startled cow. His voice cracks into the silence. Tommy? Bloody hell, who's Tommy? There's no Tommy here. He throws me a look, the kind of teenage glare that says, with absolute certainty, that everything wrong with the universe is somehow my fault. Not you. Don't get ahead of yourself, I snap, shoving us further into the gloom. The air is so thick you could slice it, spread it on stale toast, and season it with ancestral funk. It doesn't just linger. It lunges. And the silence isn't peace. No, it's the kind of silence that screams, congratulations, you're still alive, but not for too much longer. It's the horror movie pause button, right before something decides your internal organs are decorative. The house doesn't whisper. It heckles. Strap in, darling. The fun part hasn't even started. Naturally, we flee deeper inside. Because nothing screams safety like voluntarily walking into the heart of an architectural corpse. The drawing room greets us with the ambience of a post-mortem tea party. Velvet curtains cling to their rods in silent protest, color-drained and sagging. The candelabras, allergic to electricity, ooze wax like they are trying to cry their way out of existence. And the taxidermy? A highlight. The badger on the mantelpiece looks like it has unfinished business. Its glassy eyes follow us across the room. Everything here whispers the same sentiment: joy died here. Possibly more than once. The air hasn't cleared. It reeks of old brandy, bad decisions, and emotional baggage that never got unpacked. I open my mouth to lie to my children. It's just the wind, kids. Ignore it. But the house beats me to it. Or rather, what we think is the house. The next voice cuts through. Not wind. Not settling beams. Hungrier. Like a serrated whisper aimed straight at your ribcage. Mark, it's Mummy, come to me. Angel, who has always been the most likely to be haunted by a sticky-fingered Victorian child until the end of days, whimpers. Each syllable etches itself into her backbone. Her eyes are wide, shining with unshed tears. That sounded like Nan. I swear, that sounded like her. She looks at me with pleading eyes, desperate for me to debunk the impossible. To undo the dead calling her name. I force myself to look away, out through the grimy lace curtains. Beyond the bleak, iron gates. And there they are. Figures. Dozens of them. Zombies in the mist. Wraiths. Memories. Regrets that never got buried deep enough. They don't shuffle. They don't moan. They just stand there. Motionless, like badly painted statues. Heads cocked just so, like a school assembly from hell. From beyond the glass, the whispering escalates. If this is performance art, nobody is getting a standing ovation. Somewhere behind me, the grandfather clock strikes. Its chime muffled by years of dust. I hold my breath, shallow, as if the night itself might hear me. The lace curtain flutters faintly with a draft, stirring the half-light into uneasy motion. Shadows scatter across the warped floorboards. I wonder if those shapes beyond the gates feel the same chill. Have they ever known warmth? The drizzle against the windowpane sounds half-hearted, as though even the weather has grown fed up of this place. I press my hand to the glass. The cold bites through my skin and sinks into my bones. The world beyond seems impossibly far away and dangerously close at the same time. The thin pane of glass is the only barrier between myself and whatever haunts the courtyard. I can almost make out their faces now. If you can call them faces. Gaunt, sunken things sculpted from sorrow and rot. Walking regrets draped in funeral expressions. Zombies, yes. But the emotionally complex kind. The kind that look at you like they know exactly what you did that night you swore you'd never think about again. Each one feels familiar. Like they've rummaged through the attic of my subconscious and found the box labeled, trauma, do not open. Their gaze is personal. Not just, I want to eat your flesh, but more of a, I've seen your browser history and I'm disappointed, kind of vibe. The air is cloying now. Heavy with inevitability. They are watching us. Waiting for us. Calling to us. But zombies don't talk, do they? Lightning splits the sky. Their features illuminate for a heartbeat. A mouth twisted in warning. Eyes clenched shut against the memory of pain. They don't shuffle, don't groan, don't reach. They drift. They watch. They whisper. My pulse hammers in my ears, a drumbeat keeping time with the thunder. If I call out, will they answer? If I step outside, they will devour me. Devour my children. This is new. Zombies that talk. Zombies that whisper. Zombies that know names. Creepy as hell, yes, but also new. Original. And I'd happily trade originality for survival. I freeze, eyes locked on the assembly outside. They aren't sprinting. They aren't breaking down the door. They just wait. The rain fades to a whisper, blending with the voices threading through the manor's walls. Echoes that promise dawn may come, but only after we face what waits beyond the glass. And the punchline? The dead, those lazy sods, can't even be bothered to knock. Their whispers don't just linger inside the manor. They slip in from outside. Sliding up walls, down chimneys, through the blasted garden. A soundtrack curated by Satan's own Spotify. Who needs surround sound, right? They're not in here, I mutter, with all the conviction of someone trying to sell discount insurance during a plane crash. Leroy, ever tactical, shifts closer. What on earth is going on? He asks, like he expects this to make sense. Poor lad. The whispering. It isn't coming from the walls. It's outside. It's bleeding in, seeping through brick and timber, wrapping around us like smoke. They're projecting it inward. Like some nightmarish PA system for the afterlife, complete with surround sound and bass drops no one asked for. Even as I say it out loud, I want to punch myself. Who narrates their own death scene? But what else can I say? Maybe they'll start taking requests. My kids stare at me as if I've grown a second head. An uglier, more disappointing one. Dexter scowls, his voice cracking like puberty's come back for round 2. That doesn't make it better, Mum. That makes it so much worse. Chardonnay presses herself flat against the faded wallpaper, clutching Clayton so tight I wonder if he can still breathe. He's either half asleep or he's just gone limp with terror. He has that strange kid gift, where they treat supernatural horror like an inconvenient long car ride. Mum, she whispers, voice sharp and small at once, they know our names. How? Why? What can I say? Maybe they're psychic. Or maybe they hacked my Netflix account, love. Trust me, I'm as confused as you are. We barricade ourselves like a family of amateurs starring in the world's worst zombie prepper documentary. We bolt every door. We drag the curtains together so tight they probably haven't been this close since the blackout of '42. I shove a dusty drinks trolley against the main window, gin bottles stacked like booby traps. As if haunted liquor will do more than make the ghosts drunk and chatty. But at least it feels like we are doing something, which is infinitely better than doing nothing. The night presses in from every direction. Suffocating. It doesn't just surround us, it breathes us in, as though the house itself is inhaling our fear. Even the air grows unnervingly still, abandoning us like some cowardly friend who mutters, "Nope. Too weird. I'm out." The old grandfather clock in the hall has stopped entirely. That smug bastard has checked out. Pendulum frozen mid-swing, waiting for permission to keep existing. Must be nice, I think bitterly, to have the option of not participating. We huddle in the parlor, one flickering lamp throwing out the kind of light usually reserved for interrogation rooms or seances. The walls sweat. Or it's me. Hard to tell anymore. Then it happens. That shriek. Not human. Not animal. A torn metal sound ripped from the throat of something that shouldn't exist. The dead ones. The sound lances through the air, and then come the footsteps. A stampede of them. Pounding up the stone path, deliberate, pounding in rhythm like war drums. And then, nothing. No broken glass. No splintered doors. Just shadows beyond the garden walls, contorting and drifting, shape-shifting silhouettes that refuse to resolve into anything sane. And somehow that's worse. Everything goes still. Too still. The air feels stagnant. Something awful hovers just beyond the threshold of reality. We all hear it, the voices. Not booming. Not snarling. Whispering. Always whispering. Pretending they are familiar. Pretending they belong. And here's the part that mashes my brain like a potato, they are calling to us. Not randomly. Not like a broken record. They are whispering our names. In the voices of the dead. Not moaning. Not groaning. Not even attempting the zombie clichés Hollywood drilled into us. No, these are clear. Sharp. Recognizable. I risk a glance. I part the curtain. And I wish I hadn't. They're lined up at the gates like they're waiting for tickets to the worst show on earth. Dozens of them. Still. Watching. Calling. Void eyes. Rotting smiles. A grotesque audience gathered just for us. Mutant zombies? Some upgraded brand of undead with Bluetooth telepathy? I don't know. I didn't sign up for this. I'm just a mum. I do school runs. Bake sales. Parent-teacher conferences. Not supernatural standoffs. The question gnaws me raw, why aren't they attacking? Why are they just watching? Are they waiting for us to invite them in like vampires? Do they want us to crack a window, stumble outside, play right into their skeletal hands? Because if they come through the doors, through the windows, through the very skin of this house, I don't think I can stop them. I want to believe the house is protecting us. I need to believe it, for the kids' sake. But this house is old. Creaky. Worn thin by centuries of bad memories. I'm not sure it remembers how to be safe anymore. My mind spirals, whirling between terror and irrelevant nostalgia. Tea on the lawn last June. My dog barking at shadows in the corner. The way laughter filled my parents' home during Christmas. I clutch to these scraps of normalcy, as if they can shield me from the darkness pressing harder with every passing breath. Every creak of settling floorboards becomes an omen. Every rattle of wind against the windowpane pounds like a herald of doom. I pour myself a drink, my hands trembling so violently gin sloshes over the rim. The smell of juniper cuts through the must, briefly masking the stench of old secrets and rot. I raise the glass, a trembling toast to survival, sip, and hope calm will seep into my veins. Outside, the sky sulks, cloud-thick and moonless. The house feels like a lifeboat adrift, battered by a black sea of watching horrors. Rationality insists this is all imagination, but deep down I know imagination doesn't leave footprints. Doesn't whisper your child's name. And then the deadly chorus starts afresh. Voices. Some old, some young. Some coaxing, some sobbing. Jessica, come outside. It's time to play, Daniel, you forgot me, Daniel. The words seep through walls, slip beneath doors, slide down chimneys. Every syllable wriggles beneath my skin, turning marrow to ice. Leroy, braver than sense allows, pushes past me and parts the curtain to see. I get it. He has to. We all do. You don't survive a haunting by hiding from it forever. He stares, swallows, then turns to me, pale as plaster. Mum. They're everywhere. Just, standing there. Staring. I laugh, but the sound is hollow, tinny, the noise of a cracked bell. Creepy, culty zombies. Why settle for classic brain chompers when you can have a bespoke therapy session with your very own ghost? Because regular flesh-hungry zombies weren't dramatic enough. No, we get the deluxe package. I suppose they at least match this manor house. What do we do? Chardonnay whispers. Her voice phrase unravels into the gloom. Clayton snores softly against her chest, a child's defense mechanism against trauma. I square my shoulders, summon whatever defiance is left in me, and answer. We do what we always do. We make it until morning. We stay quiet. Nobody plays hero. Don't open the doors. Don't open the windows. And don't bloody answer when they whisper your name. Dexter slumps onto a chaise long at least a century past its best, only to spring up yelping. EW. Something touched me. Relax, I snap. That's probably just dust. Or the ghost of a disgruntled scullery maid wanting her seat back. Sit down, stop making a scene, and breathe. If we live through the night, I swear I'll douse that chaise in holy water and have Dexter polish it with his tears. And then the silence sharpens. Too sharp. The kind of silence you only notice when the world is listening back. Clayton stirs. He blinks up at me, eyes huge, sleepy, but full of something older than he should know. Mummy. Nanny said to come outside. My blood turns to stone. You heard that too? My voice is trembling, traitorous. He nods, solemn as a prophet. She said, she has sweets. Oh, how thoughtful, I mutter, choking on fear and fury. The afterlife's very own child catcher. And that's when I realize the cold harsh facts. We aren't just being haunted. We're being hunted. Morning. At last. And not a single bite mark between us. I could cry with relief, proper ugly cry, snot, shaking shoulders, the whole undignified package. But I'm far too knackered for that level of performance. My body has hit the kind of exhaustion where even the thought of moving an eyelid feels like running a marathon in stilettos. I spent the whole bloody night lying as stiff as a corpse. Not the fun kind either, just the plain, so exhausted I might actually die here and be fine with it, sort. We're all curled up in various dusty corners of the manor house, tragic extras, from a low-budget period drama about consumption and bad wallpaper. Draped in moth-eaten blankets and cobwebbed curtains that probably haven't been washed, since ration books were a thing. If I wake up tomorrow with the plague, I won't even be surprised. Morning light slants through the filthy diamond-paned windows, trying its best to be poetic. But the only thing it really does is highlight how revolting everything is. Dust spins in the air like it has somewhere important to be, swirling and settling on our faces. It prickles my nose until I sneeze loud enough to wake the bloody dead. Brilliant move, considering our neighbors are already half dead and chatty. No one stirs right away. We're too shattered. Bodies aching from the stone floors and antique furniture, we've been forced to treat as beds. My left arm has gone completely numb, pinned beneath a pile of forgotten books. Wait, why was Dickens doing his best to suffocate me? My right leg dangles off the edge of a faded chaise lounge in a way that would look dramatic in a Gothic novel, but right now it's just cramp. Eventually, we begin to rouse. One by one. Stretching like creaky pensioners forced into a sadistic yoga class. The collective relief hums in the air, but no one says it. Superstition holds our tongues. Just because we weren't zombie snacks last night, it doesn't mean fate won't fancy a change of menu this morning. The floorboards groan as Archie hauls himself up, hair sticking out like he's auditioning for Mad Scientist of the Year. I need a full English, he mutters, and possibly an exorcism. And then, just to mock us, the sunlight spills gold through the glass like some smug cosmic joke. All soft and gentle, as if it hadn't just witnessed us trembling in the dark, while whispering corpse things, tried to gaslight us into opening doors. The morning reveals every terrifying midnight shape I'd convinced myself was demon-shaped. Just furniture under dust sheets. Toppled lamps. Faded portraits of long-dead relatives glaring with their usual constipation. If I hadn't lived through last night, I wouldn't believe it either. I glance at my brood. Dexter, Chardonnay, Leroy, Angel, Archie, and Clayton. He is still snoring like a cherub on the sofa, one fist clamped around a half-eaten biscuit like it's his emotional support snack. That boy could sleep through an apocalypse hell, he practically just did. I envy his 5-year-old ability to ignore trauma. The rest of us? Gobsmacked. Hollow-eyed. Still blinking like we've only half escaped the dream. The whispers last night, they weren't just voices. They knew. They slipped into our heads, using names they had no right to know. They asked questions like, "Why'd you bury me so cold?" or, "Aren't you going to open the door?" Emotional blackmail, courtesy of the undead. Because apparently, moaning and drooling wasn't terrifying enough. Now they're doing impressions of Nan. Even now, daylight bathing everything in false safety, my nerves are scraped raw. Archie sneezes and I nearly throw a lamp across the room. The house remains cold, not weather cold, but bone deep. We pack in silence. Nobody talks about the whispers, or the scratching against the walls, or the sound of something dragging itself along the gravel just before dawn. Leroy mutters about eyes in the garden that blinked after he shut the curtain. Dexter checks every lock twice, as though Yale bolts are going to stop a psychic zombie choir. Chardonnay refuses point blank to go near the portrait room again. She swears they moved last night. Honestly? I believe her. Oh, hell no, I say finally. We are not spending another night in this demon Airbnb. We're hitting the road, and we're not stopping until I see sunlight, people, and possibly a petrol station selling coffee and holy water. For once, nobody argues. Not even Angel, who normally has opinions on everything from toothpaste brands to apocalypse strategy. The silence is its own testimony. Something unholy happened here, and not one of us wants round two. We step into the day, a little worse for wear, but grateful. We made it. No broken windows. No undead breaking down doors. But make no mistake, they tried. All bloody night they circled, rehearsing their chorus like some hellish Britain's Got Talent audition. Whispers sliding through the glass, Susan, where are you, Susan? Tommy, join us, and the one that rattles me most, a sing-song lilt, Mark, it's Mummy, come to me, that one sliced straight through me. A voice like comfort twisted into poison. We huddled in the ballroom for hours, the 6 of us clinging together while Leroy played vigilante with his crossbow. The room would have been magnificent once, velvet curtains, chandeliers, polished parquet floors. Instead, it's just another relic rotting under dust, a place where the echoes of laughter have long since turned bitter. The portraits watched us from the walls, their painted eyes gleaming with something almost hungry. But eventually, the night gave up. Silence fell. The whispers stopped. And when morning came, the garden stood empty. The figures who'd waited at the gates like statues had simply gone. Slipped away without a trace. Like they'd been a fever dream. We breathe again. And me? I'm starving. You'd think near-death fear would kill your appetite, but apparently my stomach has other plans. It growls so loud I expect it to summon the horde right back. I stumble to the kitchen. Boots crunching on debris. The place looks like the set of Kitchen Nightmares, Gothic Horror Edition. Grease fossils. Pots with something sinister lurking at the bottom. I should know better, but I open the fridge anyway. The stench hits me like a physical blow. Oh, bloody hell. I slam the door, gagging. What died in there, besides the milk? The eggs move when I glare at them. The butter has gone gray. Gray. The only thing that looks remotely edible is a block of processed cheese glowing like it's been blessed by Chernobyl. I don't trust it. Right, I mutter, Plan B. That's when I see it. The pantry. Massive oak doors like something out of Narnia. My heart stutters. Maybe, just maybe. I tug the handles. And there it is, the jackpot. Apocalypse lottery win. A prepper's fantasy made flesh. Shelves upon shelves, stacked to the ceiling with tins and jars, improbably dust-free. Beans, peaches, pasta. Honey, multiple bloody types of honey. The sight nearly floors me. Oats. I gasp. Powdered milk. Rice. Peaches. Steak in a tin. I clutch the shelf like a pilgrim at Lourdes. In minutes I've got a pot of porridge bubbling over the range. Miraculously, the ancient gas hob still works. The smell of warm oats and sweet honey wraps around us like a blanket. For the first time in what feels like years, comfort fills the air. One by one the kids drift in, drawn by the scent like cartoon characters floating on aroma clouds. Hair tangled, eyes wide, looking like little goblins. Mom? Chardonnay blinks at me, voice husky. Are you actually cooking? I sure as shit am. Porridge. With honey. Several types of honey, thank you very much. Dexter stumbles in, half asleep but drooling. Leroy's frown cracks into something dangerously close to a grin. Even Clayton, who normally treats breakfast like a personal insult, toddles over, wide-eyed. For one fragile moment, it feels almost normal. A family. Breakfast. Warmth. And that, more than anything, terrifies me. Because normal doesn't last. Not here. Not anymore. We devour that pot of porridge like wolves. Hands, spoons, and the occasional tiny fist all scrabble for the last spoonful, chasing the sticky dribbles of honey clinging stubbornly to the bottom of the pot. It isn't dignified. It isn't civilized. It's war. Clayton, biscuit still clutched in one hand, tries to shovel porridge into his mouth with the other, like some feral Dickensian urchin. Angel licks her spoon with such intensity it's a wonder the metal doesn't melt. If Gordon Ramsay walked in right now, he wouldn't scream or insult us. No, the man would probably weep. Ugly, heartfelt, mascara-running tears. Because after everything we have endured, the shrieking dead in the moonlight, the whispers scratching at the windows, the sense that every breath might be our last, this steaming pot of oats feels like salvation itself. And with food in our bellies, we become human again. Job done, I wander back to the pantry, needing to reassure myself that the glorious abundance hasn't somehow evaporated into a dream. I half expect the shelves to be bare now, stripped by the same cosmic joker that made us survive the night. But no, the food is still here. Tins of corned beef, stewed steak, potatoes suspended in brine like pale eyeballs. Carrots, peas, sweet corn, all of it stacked in precise rows. Soup tins balanced 3 deep, labels faded but still legible. Oxtail, tomato, mushroom. All tins of soup, that might taste like boiled shoe leather, but right now they look like a Michelin-starred feast. Whoever stocked this place wasn't big on feather dusters, but they had apocalypse scents by the truckload. Enough tins to feed a small army. Enough dry goods to make a prepper blush. Relief spreads through me like warm brandy, a weight sliding off my shoulders so suddenly I could nearly float. My family, my mad, mismatched, bickering crew, is safe. At least for today. Safe and fed. Not even me excluded. Yippee bloody do. That's a first. Oh, we are living, kids. I announce, standing triumphant among the beans and luncheon meat. Tracy Barnes and her brood of chaos survivors, nourished, fed, ready to thrive in the apocalypse. The kids stare. Then snort. Then laugh, and that laughter is better than the food. Laughter feels like rebellion. We are spitting in the face of the moaning dead that tried to break us last night. As I'm basking in our ridiculous victory, something catches my eye. A cluster of keys dangles from a nail beside the pantry door. Not just keys, these are attached to a chunky black fob with letters scrawled across it in thick white paint, garage. Do not lose the keys this time, you twat, I choke on a laugh. Some long-gone human, frustrated enough to immortalize their own stupidity on a keyring, has reached through time to give me this moment. Bless them. Right, I mutter, tossing the keys in my palm. Let's see what treasure the Batcave holds, shall we? The garage sits about 100 yards down the gravel drive, a squat brick block lurking beneath looming oak trees. The air is cold, damp, it's the sort of chill that prickles your skin even when the sun insists it's morning. Gravel crunches under my boots, steady, familiar, the sound oddly comforting in a world gone silent. Bat in hand, I creep forward, every hedge and shadow a possible hiding place for what's left of humanity. The padlock is old but functional. My breath fogs as I slide the key in, twist, and hear the click. A small victory. I brace myself as I tug the heavy door upward. Hinges screech in protest, echoing down the drive. I expect the smell of rot, or worse, the guttural hiss of something dead, but not resting. Instead, I reel back. My knees nearly buckle. Because there, gleaming beneath the slanted shafts of daylight and swirls of dust motes, is a motorhome. And not the sad little rust bucket you see retired couples squeezing into at Butlins. No. This thing is a monster. It's brand new. Gleaming. A rolling palace on wheels. Gold trim flashes where the light hits. Black-tinted windows reflect the world like obsidian. Wheels so polished I'd swear they've never touched anything rougher than a catwalk. It looks like the bastard child of a celebrity tour bus. No fucking way. I push the door wider and climb the step, half expecting the magic to vanish like some cruel mirage. But it doesn't. Leather seats, soft and buttery, greet me. A proper kitchenette. A fridge humming like an angel's harp. At the back, a king-size bed, white bedding still crisp, untouched. Twin bunks along the side, neat as an army camp. And at the rear, oh sweet mercy, a rain shower. Actual plumbing. Cupboards brim with tins, jars, and bottles of water. A secret stash of Mars bars peeks out from a corner like the Holy Grail. Triple-ply toilet paper, still wrapped, towers in neat stacks, as majestic as Stonehenge. On the roof, I spot solar panels gleaming beside a satellite dish, ready to catch whispers from the heavens. Even the cupboards hold surprises, a toolkit, batteries, candles, a box of Monopoly that makes me want to weep at the sheer normalcy. I have never, in all my days, been so close to crying over a damn vehicle. Kids, grab your crap. I scream, my voice cracking into something between hysteria and joy. We're upgrading from peasant wagon to the royal bloody carriage. Their footsteps thunder down the gravel as they sprint toward me, bursting into the garage. They stop dead at the sight, mouths open. Is this ours? Angel breathes, her eyes reflecting the fridge's glow like it's some kind of holy relic. It is, I say, deadpan, if I can hotwire a nuclear power station to keep it running. We're not just surviving anymore, we're thriving. Leroy steps forward, reverent, and strokes the dashboard like he's blessing it. His face softens, wonder lighting up features that have been clenched in fear for weeks. We could go anywhere in this. Damn right we can. South, kids. To the seaside. There'll be warmer weather, maybe fewer corpses, and if we're very lucky, Wi-Fi. That word, Wi-Fi, lands like gospel. Hope flickers in their faces. Actual, tangible hope. The first spark I've seen in them since the world collapsed. Mom? Chardonnay whispers. Her voice trembles between disbelief and longing. Do you think we could live in this? Properly live? I glance around. The skylight spills golden light across the spotless bed. The air smells faintly of lavender air freshener, like someone cared, like someone believed in comfort, even at the end. My throat tightens. Sweetheart, I say, my voice shaking, compared to what we've had? This is Buckingham Bloody Palace. Get in. It's ours now. We're claiming it. The kids whoop, cheer, and scramble inside, exploring every corner like it's Disneyland. Angel immediately tests the shower. Dexter falls into the bed and groans like he's died and gone to heaven. Clayton presses his face against the fridge and hums in delight. For the first time since the dead rose, I feel it. The upper hand. The shift of power. For once, the apocalypse isn't swallowing us whole. I lock the garage behind us, keys tight in my fist, and whisper, "Thank you, God, for your mercy." I'm not religious, never have been, but in that moment, gratitude feels right. Necessary. We have a fortress now. A home on wheels. A chariot fit for the apocalypse. Hell, Celine Dion herself would blush to tour in this beauty. We loading up the brand new sparkling motorhome, then making a run for it? Leroy asks, voice tight, eyes glinting with hope and nerves. Damn right we are, I say, forcing strength into my tone. My bones are weary, my gut clenches with the dread that things are about to get worse, but I can't let them see that. Survival demands a plan. So, Operation Grab Everything That Isn't Nailed Down begins. Our first mission is the pantry. A gloomy cave of luxury goods and apocalypse essentials. I fling reusable shopping bags at the kids, watching as the twins take charge, forming a relay to stack cans of stewed steak, tinned carrots, potatoes, and industrial-strength lentil soup into neat, tottering pyramids that threaten to topple. Dexter, with his tongue between his teeth and brow furrowed in his studious way, is promoted to jar duty. His only real instruction is to secure our new most precious resource, honey. He cradles glass jars in his elbows and tries to look brave. That is when Chardonnay uncovers her personal treasure. Long life juice boxes clustered in a crate at the back, survivors themselves in a world of rot. Her shriek of happiness could reanimate the dead all over again. Look, she calls, holding aloft a Ribena carton like an Olympic torch. Blackcurrant. It's actual Ribena. If that still has vitamin C after all this time, it's basically medicine now. Take it. All of it. Hide a couple for emergencies, I tell her, smiling in spite of myself at the unaffected joy in her eyes. Sometimes, even the smallest victories are lifelines. After clearing out the house, our attention shifts to the battered van out front. Beneath ancient fleece throws and a collection of miscellaneous tools, we unearth our own vital supplies. Blankets, half-used batteries, more food tins, and hidden at the very bottom, my emergency stash of sanitary pads. Some part of me, spiking with irritation and weary resignation, notes that even the end of the world doesn't stop periods. Aunt Flo, harbinger of monthly doom, remains the most punctual visitor this side of the grave, apocalypse or not. In less than an hour, we cram everything into every last cupboard, every available nook and cranny. It looks less like a glamorous vehicle for adventures and more like a traveling fortress. A sparkling brand new chariot crowned with a working kettle and beds that, for once, do not reek of unwashed socks. We are ragged and dirty, but slightly more hopeful than yesterday. Among the honey-streaked bowls and bags of pilfered tins, I almost let myself believe we can make it through another day. I am adjusting the coffee jar on the motorhome's makeshift kitchen counter when I feel it. The subtle shift, a change in pressure that prickles the hairs on the back of my neck. The air sours, heavy as a fist. It isn't just in my head. The happiness deflates. Something is watching us. I know that feeling too well. It saved us, more than once, from stealthy disaster. Steeling myself, I step out onto the cracked porch. My eyes drift, as ever, to the wrought iron gates at the end of the drive. They are back. Our least favorite neighbors, persistent as the plague. Zombies. Around 12 of them, no longer content to loiter as individuals, now a collective. They throw themselves against the cold iron gate. The only visible threshold separating us from utter annihilation. A dozen, then a couple more. Their bodies slump, limbs drag, empty eyes fix on distant memories, on us. Some wear hospital gowns. Others are dressed in patchwork remnants of lives left behind. Firemen's coats, a wedding tutu, a dinner suit. Their existence is a living obituary, scrawled across torn fabric, broken faces, and awkward, lopsided gaits. My hand closes around the first weapon I can find. A rolling pin, my trusty ally for desperate baking and, apparently, home defense. Useless, maybe, but it is something solid. I need it to feel real in that moment. "Mum," Dexter calls out, his voice high and brittle, "they're back." His wide eyes mirror a horror he is far too young to carry. "Yeah. I noticed," I say, my voice barely cracking under the weight of my own fear. Chardonnay, peeking from behind sun-bleached curtains, draws in a sharp breath. "There are loads. Too many." I spin into action. Leroy, upstairs, safari room, swords. Now. He blinks. What? He doesn't move, so I bark, "You heard me. Get me something sharp and shiny to swing at them. Go." Leroy races away, boots pounding wood, dredging up weaponry from the collection of macabre souvenirs, some doomed aristocrat, once showed off for polite applause. The rest of us fall in line by the door, ready to defend what little is left. Kids, we all have to fight. Dexter, you're on bat duty. Chardonnay, stick with me. Archie, Angel, Clayton, you three, into the motorhome and lock the doors. Pretend it's hide and seek. Understand? Clayton's face crumples into tears. Mummy, don't. I kneel, brushing hair from his brow. It's okay, love. You stay with the twins, all right? Be brave for me. Look after them. Protect them, like a superhero. He nods, although his lower lip still trembles, courage and terror living side by side on his young face. Leroy explodes back into the room, arms weighed down with elaborate, curved swords. Props from a forgotten era. Blades made for parades and glory days, not reality. He holds them up like a knight errant. Found these. he manages, half forcing bravado into his voice. I take one, shocked by its weight, half convinced it is imbued with some long-lost colonial curse. But beggars can't be choosers, especially when surrounded by the undead. Time to work, I say, summoning a grim smile. We move as a squad. Just the four of us against dozens of shuffling feet braced for trauma. Past the battered motorhome, along the cracked path, closer to the gnashing cacophony crowding the iron gate. Every breath is filled with fear and dread. The growling is a gale, a rotting storm of sounds no living creature should produce. The stench hits like a physical force. 1,000 compost heaps and decaying animal carcasses, or like a neglected rubbish bin in July. All right, deep breaths, I instruct, letting the sword's tip rest on the ground. Don't focus on the stink or their eyes. Swing, stab, repeat. Dexter, hit their knees or ankles if you can. Chardonnay, use your reach. Leroy, go for the eyes. Let's make it count. The first one reaches through the bars, an elderly woman whose once kind face now leers in death. She has gray hair pinned back with floral grips and the wide, cracked mouth of a perpetual scream. Her scalp is half missing, her eyes cloudy but locked on mine, as though she remembers me from some distant life at the bingo hall. I lift my sword and slice. It catches, judders, then makes a sickening crack. She falls. That is all it takes. The dam bursts, all restraint gone. The horde pushes forward, clawing and heaving at the gate. There is a fireman, smoke still coiling off his corpse. A ballet tutu-wearing girl, her foot twisted the wrong way. A portly man missing his jaw, his innards flapping like bunting with each lurching step. The world has become a cruel parody of itself. Dexter's shout cuts through the chaos as he swings his bat, shattering bone and sending fireman zombie reeling. Leroy's arrow catches Tutu Girl between the eyes, dropping her instantly. Chardonnay, previously the shyest, carves a path through outstretched arms, severing fingers that flutter to the ground like grotesque petals. I fight too. No choreography, just desperate slashes wherever flesh comes near. A suited man grabs my sleeve. His skin slides away as if he has always been melting. I panic, jerk free, then drive my sword up under his jaw. There is a sensation and a sound. An awful, wet squelch, like a blocked toilet giving way. I barely register it. There is no time. And still, the undead keep coming, relentless, insensible to pain or fear. But we fight harder, driven by a primal need to survive, even as our arms ache and our strength wanes. Blood spatters everywhere. We are not wielding weapons so much as paintbrushes, and the canvas is the cold, white path beneath our feet, now streaked in arterial red, greenish-black pus, and the pale mucus dribbling from slack, gnashing mouths. Every impact of bat or sword explodes faces like rotten fruit. Bone fragments slice the air. Dexter's trainers slurp ankle-deep through a sludgy stew of brains and sinew, and the weapons slip in our hands, slick with filth. At one point, I feel something wet splatter my cheek. Only later do I realize it is a fragment of someone's ear. Or nostril. Hard to keep track, really. The smell? Imagine 1,000 unwashed gym socks stuffed with dead cats and left in a furnace. Breathe it in, I tell myself, just as a glob of something unspeakable lands by my open mouth. Delightful, really. Survivor's cuisine. Nothing like the splatter of despair and half-masticated brains. I stand shoulder to shoulder with Chardonnay, barely holding it together. I only ever signed up for PDA duties, not turning my own offspring into pint-sized zombie assassins. In between swings, I glance at my kids. Dexter's wild eyes. Leroy's trembling hands. Chardonnay's jaw set with grim determination. Guilt gnaws at my gut. Oh, brilliant, I think, this is what passes for parenting in 2025. Guess what, kids? Mom's got an exciting new extracurricular adventure. Hack and slash, with a side of trauma. But what choice do I have? I sniff, wipe a smear of someone else's blood off Chardonnay's cheek, and mutter, "Keep your arms up, love. Like I showed you with the bread knife. Only, aim for the brain, not the crust." With a razor-edged sigh, I accept the monstrous truth. If we are going to get out alive, zombie slaying is the only option left. No badge or sash for that at Brownies, but maybe a therapy voucher or two. A majorette zombie wheels at me, her baton fused to raw bone. One eye still flickers hopeful school spirit, even as the other dangles threadbare from its socket. Instead of running, I swing my sword. I cave in the girl's skull so hard, brain matter fountains upward, raining chunky confetti down on everyone. Leroy nearly retches. Dexter cackles, wiping a smear of bile, or is it jubilation, from his chin. Family bonding, apocalypse style. "Oh, excellent," I say out loud, my voice dripping with sarcasm. Because nothing says quality time like eviscerating your neighbors. The next creature shambles toward me. A postman, letters jammed through bullet wounds, one eye swinging loose. I can't help grinning, teeth bared. Special delivery. I crow, swinging low. The impact sends spine and organ scattering like wedding confetti. If only there were a photographer handy. What a lovely Christmas card that would make. Chardonnay, splattered in gore, grimaces and coughs. "Mum, is it supposed to smell like this?" she gags, hacking up another lungful of decaying thick air. I wink. "That's the scent of opportunity, love. Remind me, after we survive this, to buy out the whole deodorant aisle." The battle rages on. A zombie in a football kit tries to tackle Leroy through the gates, all twitching tendons and dripping wounds. But Leroy spins and plants his arrow straight through its eye. Blood gushes, an arterial slap against Dexter's shirt. "Nice shot." Dexter laughs, his voice shrill with terror and something dangerously close to delight. Our faces adjust to the sticky tickle of viscera, the ropes of guts winding around our ankles, the little showers of teeth against our heads. The more we hack, the more slippery it becomes. Every step risks a pratfall in a pool of pulped organs and zombie ichor. Dexter loses his grip and nearly goes down, only to be saved by my iron grip as I yank him upright, fingers leaving oily handprints on his shirt. "Steady, Dex. Save the breakdancing for after we're safe, yeah?" And through it all, my heart splinters further. I remember school runs, tooth fairy fights, the time Chardonnay cried over a broken Barbie. Now my little girl splits skulls instead of wishing upon stars. It is grotesque, it is unfair. But I am so damn proud. My kids are standing tall in a world that will chew them up and spit them out if they falter. Eventually the wave slows, bodies stacked high, leaking and twitching. We gasp, filth-caked, knees buckling. We are still alive. For now. I look at my kids, equal parts horrified and in awe. Well, I pant, that's one for the memory box. Next family outing, we're doing pottery. But who am I kidding? If we are going to get out of this alive, this is the only way. Motherhood, I muse, sure has become complicated. I slam the door shut behind us, the heavy thud echoing through the silence that follows our latest bloodbath. The motorhome's engine rumbles to life beneath me, a surprisingly quiet growl for such a beast of a machine. My hands grip the steering wheel tight, knuckles pale, sweat dampening my palms, as if the undead could still claw at us from outside. I ease the gear into drive and slowly roll forward through the iron gates. They creak and groan, ancient metal mourning the end of its long, quiet retirement. Under the wheels there is a sickening crunch. The motorhome jolts slightly, as though rolling over a pothole. I glance down and then back at the windshield. No pothole. Zombie bone. The sound is sharp, brittle, final. The smell that follows is worse. A putrid cocktail of rotting flesh, dried blood, and something so sour it reminds me of old cheese left to sweat on a radiator. I press my foot harder on the accelerator, desperate to put some distance between us and the carnage we have left behind. The wheels grind through sinew and marrow as though chewing on the battlefield. The echo of the massacre fades behind us, replaced by that strange, tense quiet that always follows survival. My heart thuds like a second engine in my chest, almost in rhythm with the vehicle's low purr. Chardonnay sits beside me, knees hugged to her chest. Her eyes wide and glassy, reflecting the horror she can't put into words. Grime streaks her face, gore smears her arms, and a dead leaf clings stubbornly to her tangled hair. She looks small. Smaller than she is. I want to reach over, stroke her hair, whisper that she is safe, that we are safe. But comfort feels like a luxury the world no longer allows. What do I say after watching her hack through flesh and bone, just to keep breathing? The windshield wipers drag across the glass with a squeal, smearing blood and zombie pulp in streaks like a grotesque watercolor painting. I hit the washers, watching the red-brown mess swirl, but never quite vanish. My eyes flick to the rearview mirror. Habit. Compulsion. Survival drilled into instinct. Every few seconds I check behind us. The gates scrape closed, groaning one final metallic sigh, sealing away the graveyard we left at the manor. Behind me, the twins, Archie and Angel, sit pressed as far from the windows as possible, their faces pale, mouths tight as though swallowing nausea. I catch Chardonnay's eye and force a tight smile, brittle but meant to be reassuring. We're alive, I say softly. The words taste of victory and ash. Right now, being alive is all we have. Mum? Chardonnay whispers, her voice cracking like thin ice. Did we just drive over a zombie? Yes, sweetheart. We're officially zombie crushers now. Congratulations. Try not to think about the entrail stuck to the tires. Archie gags and squeezes his eyes shut. Angel turns a shade greener, lips twitching as if she might vomit. Leroy, perched on the passenger side bench with his crossbow, smirks. We could have used the sledgehammer, he mutters, almost wistful. Oh sure, I reply, deadpan. Because standing outside and playing whack-a-zombie would have worked brilliantly, especially with the swarm clawing at the gates. I prefer my solutions efficient. The motorhome glides along the gravel path, tires crunching the stones with authority. I flick a switch on the dashboard. Half of me expects a siren, maybe a rocket launcher, to pop out like some Bond car. Instead, a neat little digital display blinks awake. Oi, what's this then? I mutter, narrowing my eyes. Leroy leans closer, squinting. Looks like some sort of battery charge. I press a button. Words appear, hybrid drive system. Electric motor supported by petrol engine. Fuel tank, full. Battery charge, 87%. Efficiency, 68 miles per gallon equivalent. I whistle low. Brilliant. Not only did we luck out with a palace on wheels, but apparently, it's an eco-palace. London could have used a fleet of these before everything went tits up. Dexter wrinkles his nose. Eco what? Means it's kinder to the planet, I explain, glancing at him. Less pollution. Or it would be, if pollution was still our biggest worry. Angel perks up, hope flickering across her little face. So, we can go for ages without filling up? Exactly, I say, giving her a grin. That's the plan. Full tank, full battery, and a lot of road ahead of us. We've got a fighting chance of surviving this world now. The morning sun breaks through a scatter of white clouds, washing the countryside in soft gold. For the first time since London, the air smells fresh, clean. Tinged with wildflowers and earth instead of smoke and rot. I roll the window down and let the breeze fill the cabin. It almost feels like the world hasn't ended. Almost. Archie lets out a sigh, his shoulders dropping. It's actually kind of nice here. Don't get used to it, I warn. The apocalypse doesn't take holidays. The lane's narrow, trees arching above us, shadows dancing across the road. Leroy shifts restlessly, crossbow still clutched to his chest, like it can ward off every nightmare waiting beyond the hedges. So, what's the plan, Mum? Chardonnay asks, her voice tight with a hope she tries to hide. Where are we headed? South, I say, firm as a commandment. Away from London. Away from the worst of it. We'll pass through smaller towns, stock up where we can, and keep moving. Staying put is death. Movement is life. Dexter sniffs his sleeves, grimacing. Can we wash up? I smell like zombie stew. And I hate it. You're in luck, I tell him with a grin. This beast has a shower. Proper hot water. Well, hot-ish. Apocalypse luxury. The twins light up, already scrubbing themselves with wet wipes, desperate to scrape away the memory of gore. Their wide eyes dart between each other, a silent agreement passing between them. I laugh softly. Welcome to Family Apocalypse Hygiene. Sponsored by Wet Wipes. The countryside unfurls like a painting. Rolling hills. Fields of wheat glowing gold. Birds singing in the hedgerows as if nothing has changed. The dissonance is dizzying. Mother Nature's beauty carrying on, oblivious to the horror. After a few miles I pull the motorhome to a stop. Leroy looks at me, eyebrows raised. You're driving, I tell him, sliding my seatbelt off. His mouth drops open. Seriously? Seriously. It's automatic. Easier than the old van. I'll teach you. Excitement breaks across his face, a rare light. He clambers into the driver's seat, adjusting the belt with exaggerated seriousness. I run him through the basics. Accelerator, brake, steering, gear selector. His hands tremble, not with fear but adrenaline. The motorhome eases forward, smoother than I expected. Careful with the clutch, I tease. Oh wait. No clutch. Bonus round. He laughs, a sound I haven't heard in weeks. Real laughter. We pass a lone zombie staggering through a wheat field, arms out, eyes blank. It looks almost harmless from a distance, like a drunk uncle at a barbecue. But the reality is in its movements. The hunger. The relentless drag forward. Chardonnay shudders. Do we have to look at them? Nope. Look away if you want. Just remember, they don't stop. Dexter grips his bat tighter. They're creepy. So creepy. Yep, I smirk. They're the original horror villains. Just don't let one hug you. Archie pipes up, why are some fast and some slow? In the films they're always slow. The great zombie speed debate, I say, mock serious. Depends on their mood. And the budget. Angel giggles. The fast ones are the worst. You're not wrong, I mutter. The miles roll by. The motorhome hums steadily. For once, we are safe. Or safe enough. The sunlight feels almost cruel, pretending the world is still normal. Later, Leroy drives confidently, grinning like he's conquered the apocalypse itself. I let myself drift, half dozing in the passenger seat. When I wake, the scene is startling. Chardonnay is curled up with a battered book, lips moving as she reads. Archie and Angel playing cards at the table, giggling in bursts. Dexter pressed to the window, wary eyes scanning the fields. Clayton, miracle of miracles, sitting quietly with his dinosaurs, growling to himself. And me, Tracy Barnes, alive, breathing, leading this ragtag brood into whatever comes next. Pride swells in my chest, sharp as the exhaustion that pulls at my bones. For one fragile, golden hour, it feels like we are not just surviving. We are living. If I ever thought the last few days were the universe's grand joke at my expense, then driving through this maggot-infested, gore-painted wasteland of a town makes me seriously question every fork in the road. Every Tinder swipe, and every half-arsed New Year's resolution, that has now landed me in this rolling bloodbath. Because honestly, Who wouldn't want to cap off their apocalyptic week with a scenic drive through what looks like Satan's favorite holiday resort? We roll into town like tourists searching for the world's worst Airbnb, tension thick in the motorhome, everyone braced as though the upholstery itself might sprout claws. The place could have charmed the most jaded extra from a zombie flick. The apocalypse hasn't just touched this town, it's redecorated it with the enthusiasm of a toddler finger-painting in entrails. Forget the run-of-the-mill image of a shuttered pub or chip shop with a casual rodent problem. No, what greets us here is a literal horror show. You know it's bad when blood-soaked isn't even a metaphor but an accurate, sloshing, sticky description. Pavements are slick, curbs painted crimson, walls sprayed with such abstract chaos, you'd think Jackson Pollock had entered his serial killer phase. Leroy, white-knuckled on the wheel, drives with the single-minded desperation of a boy regretting every driving lesson he ever took. His jaw is locked so tight I half expect his molars to crack. He's trying not to look at the carnage, failing miserably. Trauma, when viewed peripherally, is still trauma. Are you sure you want to do this? Chardonnay whispers, her fist wound so tightly in her seatbelt it's like she's discovered the true meaning of health and safety. Shame she didn't think of that before she agreed to this little scenic detour through Murder Alley. Not exactly on my bucket list, I mutter, eyeing the road ahead the way you'd eye a dentist's drill. Shop fronts gape like shattered teeth, their glass blown out, their insides spilled into the streets. Each doorway hides something darker, some burst of gore, some trail of crimson that dares you to look closer. The roads don't glisten with rain but with a congealed cocktail of blood, fat, and, well, let's just say it isn't soup. Meat chunks bob in it like ice cubes, in Satan's margarita. If the local council decides to preserve the carnage for next year's tourist brochure, the title will write itself, Historic Red Streets. Visit now. No refunds. Bodies. Everywhere. And my God, there are so many. Thrown across gardens, splayed on cars, tangled together like party decorations designed by the clinically deranged. Some are twisted into positions so grotesque even Picasso would have looked away, muttering, "Too much, mate. Even for me." Family groups lie in frozen tableaus, limbs entwined, mouths stretched wide as if caught mid-argument about who ate the last biscuit. Rigor mortis has locked them into a parody of domesticity, a nightmare parody of togetherness. Elsewhere, arms and legs are scattered like mismatched puzzle pieces. Teeth are embedded in woodwork, glittering like macabre confetti. The stench, thick, coppery, with a sweet rot undertone, punches into my nose with every breath. The perfume of corpses, brewed long past their sell-by date. I screw up my face, gagging. Charming. Just what the brochure promised. And then, from the hollow wrecks of houses, faces stare back at us. Not the dead. Worse, the living. Pale, hollow-eyed remnants of humanity, crouch in the dark, like animals caught between flight and madness. Their gazes cling to us as though we're apparitions, or worse, as though we might bring more horror in our wake. One man clutches a crowbar as if it's the Holy Grail. His eyes, wide, glassy, scream a single dare, "I dare you." "Shit," Leroy mutters, his voice trembling. They're scared. Really scared. "Welcome to the VIP section, pal," I reply, bone dry. If existential dread handed out loyalty cards, I'd have earned enough points for a toaster by now. A house looms on our left. Its door hangs loose, battered open by some unspeakable force. Windows, riddled with bullet holes, gape like dead eyes. Inside, the cornflower blue wallpaper wears a Rorschach blot of arterial red. It isn't symbolic, it's literal. A nose, an actual human nose, sticks to the plaster like some grotesque fridge magnet. Nearby, something that might once have been a pancreas decorates a vase. Interior design, post-apocalypse edition, feng shui for serial killers. Remind me why we're not turning around and heading straight back to the manor? Chardonnay's voice is high-pitched, enough to chip glass. Because, I shoot back, the manor surrounded by whispering ghosts with a taste for intestines, and that's just the after-dinner haunting. Here, at least the menu's predictable. Zombies on every corner with a garnish of nervous breakdown. With haunted or hacked-up people, what's left of them, a burst of floral fabric catches my eye. A woman slumped against a garden wall, her mouth stretched wide in a silent shriek, her hands clawing at nothing. Eyes filmed, skin gray. Her last act a pantomime of terror, so raw, it should have been staged in a theater. I swallow hard, the lump in my throat the size of a golf ball. That's not the look she was going for. Silence crushes the motorhome. Even Dexter, usually the group chatterbox, is mute. He crouches low, pale, as if the floor mats might absorb him. "All right, scrappy team," I announce, voice brittle but defiant. Eyes up. Doors locked. Friendship strictly discouraged. Avoid the living, and if anything's dead, be ready to kill it. Again. Archie's small voice trembles. Why is everyone hiding? I shrug, though the motion feels heavy. Take your pick. Mass panic. Cannibal free-for-all. Or maybe auditions for the next season of The Walking Dead. Either way, it's a team-building exercise. The motorhome lumbers forward, tires crunching over broken glass, pulverized bone, flesh scraps, and intestines strewn like party streamers. The sound is sickening. We pass a shop front, boards nailed clumsily over shattered windows. Graffiti scrawled in urgent hands, screams at us, abandon hope. Don't trust anyone. They're here. My favorite, blood sale, 2 for 1. The handwriting trembles between school project and serial killer chic. Leroy flicks me a glance sharp enough to cut. These people didn't fight the zombies. They got chewed up and spat out. Or they turned on each other the moment Waitrose ran out of quinoa, I counter. Nothing says civilization, like the speed at which it collapses into cannibalism. We crawl forward, blocked by a car. Its doors yawn open, hair and teeth plastered to the window. The seats are so soaked with blood they could float a canoe. An arm lies discarded across the dashboard, nothing attached, casual as a forgotten umbrella. I gag, forcing a grin. If anyone suggests we take a look, you're walking home. Chardonnay squeals, pointing. Something's moving behind that wall. And sure enough, a gaunt figure rises, caked in blood and dirt, eyes wild with sleepless terror. He sees us, our gleaming motorhome, and immediately ducks down again. As if we're worse than whatever's chasing him. Smart man. Don't even think about it, pal, I mutter. We're not offering guided tours. The motorhome crunches on, rolling over God knows what possessions, intestines, maybe both. Each house we pass is worse than the last. Timber burned black, bricks smeared in gore, windows shattered like cracked skulls. The town is a war zone. And in this ruin, the occasional untouched bungalow squats smugly, too unimpressive to annihilate. Survival by mediocrity. Why is this happening? Archie whispers, his voice a funeral bell. I suck in the iron-thick air. When chaos tips the world over, some people become heroes. Most become meat. Guess which team's winning? Dexter's voice is a rasp, brittle with fear. Not us, not the humans. We slide past a bus. Once a school run, now a barbecue from hell. Blackened windows, shredded seats, ash piled thick with bones. A charnel house on wheels. The air is thick with the burnt meat stench of roasted human. The world's least inviting buffet. Leroy grips the wheel tighter. Any minute now, something's gonna leap out and ruin my day. Something, I say. Understatement of the year. Around here, wildlife doesn't wag tails. It breathes heavy, then eats your spleen. Chardonnay trembles so hard she nearly unbuckles herself. They're not monsters. They're nightmares. Nightmares that dream zombies, up for fun. Couldn't agree more, I mutter. Alice bailed out of Wonderland long ago. Then, bang. A thunderous crash shatters the air. Up ahead, a door explodes outward, wood splintering. Someone bursts into the street, running full tilt. Not a zombie, no, this one has the desperate, twitchy energy of a living person mainlining fear and caffeine. A contestant in the Apocalypse Olympics, sprinting for gold. At least they can run. As we drive, my mind churns over the chaos of our morning. Have you ever crushed a zombie's skull under 18-inch Michelin tires before breakfast? Because let me tell you, it's a strangely satisfying squelch, the equivalent to running over a rotten melon wrapped in cling film. Our morning kicked off with that exact soundtrack as we rolled out of the manor gates in our new luxury on wheels death chariot, the sun glinting off its polished metal, oblivious to the carnage beneath. The front tires bounce slightly over what remains of wedding dress zombie and sock and glove guy. I flinch at the sound, but there's no point in mourning. They aren't people anymore, just obstacles on our road to somewhere less apocalyptic. Preferably somewhere with running water, plumbing that works, and zero whispering corpses skulking around corners. Mum, Chardonnay says from the passenger seat, nose wrinkled in disgust, that noise was proper minging. Better their heads than ours, love, I mutter, adjusting the mirror. Anyway, it's a beautiful bloody spring day. We've got a tank full of fuel, a van full of beans, and a destination that's far away from whispering dead people and haunted manors. Could be worse. Could be raining, Dexter offers from the table, still traumatized but bravely munching a dry oatcake. Could be raining flaming corpses, I add cheerily. Count your blessings. It takes nearly 2 hours to reach the main road. The countryside lanes are a nightmare, branches everywhere, abandoned cars, half swallowed by weeds. With the odd half-eaten hiker sprawled grotesquely across the verge. Angel throws up twice. Archie, determined to maintain some semblance of normalcy, tries to name every dead animal we pass, like we're on a safari from hell. But the motorhome? Bloody dream to drive. It's a hybrid electric and diesel. Solar panels on the roof. Some posh sod probably used it for glamping weekends in Devon. Now it's our family's zombie-proof tank. Mum, it's even got a fridge that talks, Leroy announces, pressing a button and jumping when it chirps, chill mode activated. Just what I need, I mutter. A posh fridge, with opinions. Chardonnay and Dexter are in the back, cleaning their swords with baby wipes, muttering war stories like hardened soldiers. The twins lie on the big bed, watching the countryside roll past, while Clayton sleeps under a pile of duvets, thumb in mouth and dinosaur clutched like a teddy. Bliss. For about 10 minutes. Then reality snaps back with a jolt. Mum, Leroy says, peering out the front window. I think we have to go through that town. I squint. A sign looms through the dirty glass, welcome to Lower Broadley. Twinned with somewhere less murderous. The road curves downhill into a picturesque town with cobbled pavements, crooked chimneys, and absolute carnage. Oh, I say. This is gonna be fun. We roll in slowly, painfully aware of the tableau around us. Old-fashioned buildings, all white plaster and black beams, now splattered with blood and chaos. Windows are smashed. Cars overturned. Abandoned prams lie toppled on pavements. One lamppost has a foot dangling from it like some grotesque installation art. Jesus, Dexter whispers. Language, I say, automatically. But yeah. Jesus. Curtains twitch. Shadowy faces peer out. Some pull away like we are monsters, others stare, hollow-eyed. A post office has been burned out. A cafe still has plates on tables, half-eaten breakfasts fossilized in place. Someone has scrawled, "Help US," in what looks like blood across a hair salon window. This looks recent, Leroy states. Yep, I reply, steering around a crashed police car. Someone made a last stand here. They lost. We drive past a park. Bodies lie piled up, like bin bags on a strike day. Some hacked to pieces. Others look almost peaceful, if you ignore the missing limbs. I hate this, Angel whispers from the back. Her voice trembles. Me too, baby, I reply. But we're just passing through. Won't stop unless we have to. Eyes peeled. Don't trust anything or anyone. We reach the town square. At its center, the war memorial is surrounded by actual casualties. A circle of bodies forms a macabre wreath. Spray painted on the pavement, they come back. Burn the heads, what the hell happened here? Chardonnay whispers. Panic. Then violence. Then a barbecue, I say grimly. Leroy cracks his window, sniffing the air. Smells like something still burning. We take the left fork out of the square, nearly driving into a barricade, shopping trolleys, garden furniture, and a dead cow tied in the middle like a twisted totem. Right, I say. Guess we're reversing. As I back up, a face appears in a butcher's shop window. A kid, maybe 10, eyes wide and hollow. He mouths something. Did you see that? I ask. Yeah, Leroy says. He said, don't stop. I hit the gas. The outskirts of the town are mercifully less horrific. Fewer bodies, less blood, more fields. Cows graze lazily, indifferent to the apocalypse. We're out, I exhale. Bloody hell. That place was cursed. Did you see that house with no damage? Dexter asks. Not even a broken window. Yeah, I say. Some people locked down proper. Others didn't stand a chance. That's the new world, kids. It's not fair. It's not right. And it's definitely not polite. Fields stretch on either side, green and gold under the spring sun. Daffodils bob cheerfully. Birds sing, utterly unfazed by human horror. This is nice, Chardonnay says, scraping dried blood from her boots. Enjoy it, I say. We'll probably be running from flamethrower cults by tea time. Leroy rolls his eyes. You always ruin the moment. It's a gift. I'm a realist. Later, we pull into a lobby surrounded by fields. No corpses, no zombies. Just a picnic table and the faint smell of cow dung. All right, I say, cutting the engine. Toilet break. Stretch. Deep breaths. Try not to cry. Dexter climbs into the driver's seat while I sip lukewarm tea outside. Lesson 1, it's automatic. Left is stop. Right is go, I instruct. He presses the wrong pedal and nearly drives into a hedge. Okay, maybe you're still too young. But we need another driver. Buckle up, Dex. We practice in the lobby for half an hour. Chardonnay tries, screams, and declares driving a sexist sport. Eventually, we settle on oatcakes and juice boxes, watching the sun dip behind the trees. We made it, I whisper to myself. Alive. Together. Still laughing, mostly. Cornwall is far away, but for the first time since London went to hell, I believe we might actually get there. And the fridge? It hasn't started answering me back yet. Bonus. The sun dips low, dragging a lazy orange across the sky like someone spilled Lucozade over the clouds. We've been driving all day, still heading southwest, still dodging zombies and potholes the size of bathtubs. Cornwall feels like a fairy tale land at this point. Unicorns probably live there now, sipping tea and judging us, for smelling like burnt socks and dried blood. The kids are flagging. Dexter has fallen asleep clutching my bat like it's a teddy. Chardonnay yawns so wide I can see her tonsils. Leroy is quiet, too quiet. The twins curl up in the back seat, twitching like dogs in a dream. Even I'm running on fumes, and I don't mean petrol. All right, I mutter, slowing the motorhome. We need somewhere to kip. If we push on any longer, we'll be zombie snacks or roadkill. Or both. The countryside stretches in tidy hedges, empty fields, and weird little farm tracks that twist like forgotten cats' tails. Then, around a bend, peeking through a hedgerow that has definitely seen better days, I spot it, a farmhouse. Big. Sturdy looking. With a barn off to the side and actual cows in the fields, chewing grass with a serenity that mocks our chaos. Jackpot, I whisper. I stop the motorhome just shy of the long gravel drive. Floodlights glint off poles around the house, fencing too new to be comforting, like someone slapped it together in a hurry. Then I notice the glint of metal. Gun, Leroy hisses. At the gate stands a man holding a shotgun like he's auditioning for Preppers United, Wurzel edition. Rugged, graying hair, mid-50s, eyes hard but not insane. He doesn't look like the kind of man who'd eat you. Shoot you? Possibly. Eat you? Unlikely. I get out slowly, hands raised. All right, mate, I call. No sudden moves. I'm just a knackered mom and her 6 knackered kids looking for a place to crash for the night. He doesn't move. The shotgun doesn't waver. Where's your husband? He barks. Pissed off years ago with a bottle of whiskey and a woman called Linda. I've been flying solo ever since. A beat. Another. He finally lowers the gun, not fully, but just enough that I stop peeing my knickers. You got sick ones? He asks. Nope. Just knackered, starving, and mildly traumatized. You know, standard apocalypse stuff. The man doesn't laugh. He just stares at me, then the motorhome, then the 6 nervous faces peeking through the curtains like Victorian orphans auditioning for a Dickens remake. He sighs, as though I've personally ruined his day. You can stay, he says eventually. Just for the night. My wife will have my guts for garters if I turn anyone away. But no funny business. I blink. Mate, the only funny business I'm interested in right now is unconsciousness and possibly a digestive biscuit if you've got one going. He snorts, stepping aside. All right, in you come then. And don't touch the goats. They bite. The farm looks like it's fallen straight out of a country living spread from before the world turned to absolute shite. 2-story red brick house, ivy climbing the walls as if it still believes in happily ever afters. Quaint. Very last safe place on earth vibes. The barn tells a different story. Someone has gone full doomsday prepper. Reinforced scrap wood, rusted sheet metal, even what look like old motorway signs. Tripwires crisscross the entrance, the kind you'd see in a low-budget zombie thriller. And chickens. Live ones. Strutting about like the apocalypse hasn't touched them, pecking the dirt with the same smug cluck my aunt used to give when she won at bingo. I half expect one to look me dead in the eye and say, should have stocked more tin soup, love. Welcome to paradise. Or something that vaguely smells like it. The door opens. A woman steps out, expression somewhere between irritation and barely concealed warlord. Small, eagle-eyed, floral apron over combat boots. Domestic military chic. Name's Edna, she says briskly. You track in mud, I'll have your guts. I nod deadpan. Understood. Guts are staying firmly inside. 2 kids appear behind her. The boy, around 15, watches silently, unreadable. The girl, younger, plaits in her hair, has a cold assessing gaze. I wonder if she's already plotting how to make a shiv out of a toothbrush. They don't speak, just stare, judging and possibly planning. If it's easier, we can kip in the barn, I offer, trying to sound casual, not utterly desperate. Edna waves me away as though I've personally insulted her ancestors. Don't be ridiculous. You've got children. Spare rooms upstairs. Bunk beds. Now stop dithering. Dinner's nearly ready and I don't reheat. I nearly cry with relief. Instead, I nod with the hollow dignity of a woman who hasn't slept properly since society collapsed. She points to a side door. Boot rooms through there. Wash up before you touch anything. That includes my furniture, my table, and especially my pie. The boot room is bigger than my old lounge. Every shoe in perfect rows, wellies, trainers, a few steel-toe capped boots, that look like they've seen action. It smells earthy, but clean, the kind of clean you only get when someone mutters threats under their breath while scrubbing. Don't touch the green ones, Edna warns. Fertilizer incident. Don't ask. Of course. Because post-apocalypse survival isn't just about avoiding the undead, it's also about navigating Edna's footwear trauma and abiding by the boot hierarchy. Still. Beds. Hot food. A roof. I'd kiss her, if I thought she wouldn't kill me. The dining room is a shrine to pre-apocalypse domesticity, pine furniture, a horse painting, woven placemats people pretend to use. Table set for 10, glasses, plates obscene. Who needs hope when you have coasters? We wash, scrub, and file in. The kids look dazed, like we've stumbled into a zombie-themed Airbnb where rules include no biting and surviving at all costs. The food smells like heaven, assuming angels eat carbohydrates, roast chicken pie, potatoes, carrots, broccoli. Oh, and let's not forget the peas. I can almost hear my arteries weeping with joy. Farmer Phil, my private nickname for him, clears his throat. We pray before meals, he announces, solemn as a vicar at a funeral. The kids turn to me, expecting a crash course in how to converse with God during the apocalypse. Spoiler, I have nothing. This barely cracks the top 5 weirdest things we've done this week. Just below, running from the undead through a Sainsbury's car park, and above, barricading a B&B with ironing boards. Just go with it, I mutter, flashing the kids my best don't embarrass me in front of heavily armed locals' face. We bow our heads. Because sure, why not throw a bit of divine intervention into our evening of trauma and roast potatoes? Dear Lord, Phil begins, thank you for this meal, this home, and for delivering these travelers safely to our door. Watch over them. Watch over us. And strike down any rotters that get too close. Amen. Amen, we chorus awkwardly. Post-apocalyptic etiquette demands at least a nod to the divine, just in case he's up there wielding a cricket bat, ready to thwack the undead. Dinner is incredible. Not just the food, though I would sell Chardonnay to the devil for another roasty, but the quiet, weird sense of normal. Conversation meanders around crops and livestock. Who knew cows could get moody? With only the occasional mention of the world collapsing. We laugh at Edna's story about rooster politics. Emily, the girl, even shows Angel how to make a potato animal, a skill that may prove as useful as barricading a door come midnight. So, Phil says, chewing slowly, where you headed? Cornwall, I say. If it's still standing. Because of course, when the world ends, everyone wants a beach holiday. He nods. You're welcome to stay another night if needed. Safer to move in daylight. The generosity of these people knows no bounds. Next thing I know, he'll be breaking out the fine china and after-dinner mints, apocalypse be damned. I want to hug him. I also want to cry. Instead, I ask for seconds. Emily beams as though I've just handed her a puppy. So here we are at the end of the world, pretending we are only guests and not refugees. One bewildering, surreal, roast potato-filled night of pretend normality. When a man with a shotgun, and 1,000-yard stare, and a barn full of livestock tells you to pray, you bloody well pray. So, are you folks from around here? Edna asks, shoveling a mountain of carrots into Dexter's bowl like she's trying to silence him with fiber. London, I say, trying for casual. We left before it all went properly tits up. Dexter and Chardonnay glare at the side of my head. They know what I've left out. My brother's garage. Our zombie kill totals. The school bus and so much more. That explains the accent, says Phil, with the smug triumph of someone who's just nailed a 10-letter crossword answer. A few rotters came through last week. They didn't stop. ran straight across the fields like the devil himself was after them. His fork hovers in the air. The implication is clear: finish your plate or get impaled. Well, I say, spooning a bit of potato into my mouth, it was the devil. Only he was decomposing and missing half his jaw. The table freezes. Bread is halfway to mouths. Emily chokes delicately, her face turning the exact shade of regret. Edna shoots me a look. Tight smile, sharp eyes, equal parts bless your heart and you're a bit chavvy, ain't ya? Phil, the consummate host and emotional contortionist, changes the subject so fast, I think the air around us shifts. You've seen the Whisperers then, he says, tones suddenly very National Geographic. Whisperers in the wild. Emily's fork clinks against her plate. Her knuckles go white. I have the odd feeling she'd rather watch a Tesco Metro burn to the ground than endure this conversation. I pause, chewing slowly. You mean the dead ones that sound like your nan calling you home for tea? Yeah, we've had the pleasure. They stood outside a manor we were holed up in. Called our names. Sounded exactly like people we've buried or left behind. No one laughs. It's not a joke. Dexter lets out a low whistle. Chardonnay examines her reflection in her spoon, probably trying not to scream. Angel looks ready to climb under the table. Edna crosses herself, with the actual sign of the cross, like she's starring in an exorcism film. We've officially entered too cursed for dinner conversation territory. Luke, their lad, narrows his eyes at me, trying to figure out if I'm mental, unlucky, or both. They come every night, Phil says quietly. Stand just at the edge of the field. They whisper through the windows, soft, careful, like they know who's inside. Always voices you know. Always saying the same things. He doesn't say what that is. He doesn't have to. Outside, the wind picks up. I hear the faint creak of something swinging on a hook, probably a lantern, maybe a trap for something far less pleasant. No one moves. Even the chickens have gone silent. And suddenly, dinner doesn't seem so comforting after all. Come to me. I nod. Yeah. Proper creep fest. The phrase echoes, bouncing around like a bad jingle. It crawls into your brain, messing with your reality. Luke finally speaks, voice flat as roadkill. They sound like Grandma. She's dead. Edna pats his hand and, for a second, looks 100 years old. Emily buries her face deeper in her bowl, as if her stew might grant her invisibility, if she tries hard enough. Well, that's comforting, Dexter whispers. I kick him, a not-so-subtle reminder of what happened last time someone joked about death and nearly had their ear boxed. He sticks his tongue out at me, all the maturity of a toddler. We lock down tight every sunset, Phil continues. Shutters, barn doors, cellar sealed. The fences electrified. They can't climb, but they wait. Ghoulish little buggers. He says it without a hint of a joke, leaning forward like a dad telling ghost stories, except the ghosts are outside, and no cocoa in the world could make it better. But what are they? Chardonnay asks. Why do they talk like people we once knew? Her voice wavers between scientific inquiry and desperate hope. Maybe there's a reasonable explanation. A cosmic prank. A mutated fungus. A government experiment gone wrong. Odds are science left, at the same time the train stopped running. That's the thing, Phil says, they are people we knew. But not anymore. They're bait. The voices? Just echoes. Memories trapped in meat. The moment you open the door, poof, they swarm. You think you're saving your mum, your brother, and then you're part of their choir. Clayton's spoon hits the bowl with a sharp clatter. His little hands tremble. First time he's looked properly frightened all day, and this is a kid who slept through a zombie siege like nap time at nursery. Everyone has someone they'd walk into hell for, and the Whisperers know it. They don't bang on doors or rip through windows. No. They use the voices that matter. The ones you'd follow without thinking. If it were my kids calling to me from the dark, lost and just close enough to reach, I'm not sure I'd have stayed inside either. Christ, I mutter, mostly to myself. Judging by the glance Phil shoots me, that probably counts as a follow-up to grace. Fair enough, we'd need all the divine backup we could get. But I have a funny feeling faith wouldn't do much, when the thing whispering through the keyhole sounded exactly like my mum. It's why we pray, Edna says softly. Keep our minds clear. To remember what's real and what's dead. Her eyes dart between us, looking for cracks, fissures, anything that might grow into madness in the dark. In the muted yellow of the ancient pendant light, everyone looks like ghosts waiting their turn. The air around the table turns to glass. Thin, brittle, one wrong word away from shattering. No one says it aloud, but we all operate under the same silent agreement. Don't bring up the ones we lost, don't ask who followed the whispers, and for the love of everything still breathing, don't mention the cellar incident from last May. Dexter stirs his peas like he's disarming a bomb. Chardonnay has gone pale, mouth tight, eyes darting between the windows and door, as if expecting something to crawl through either. Archie clenches his jaw with every chew. Angel stares at her bowl, spoon forgotten. Even Edna, tough as old boots Edna, has stopped refilling plates. Her hands hover over the serving spoon, frozen mid-motion. Phil keeps his eyes down, chewing mechanically, jaw ticking. Emily barely breathes, sitting ramrod straight as if slouching might summon something. Only Clayton, blissfully 5, seems unaware of the thickening atmosphere. He slurps noisily and drops a pea on the floor. No one flinches, but everyone hears it. Outside, the wind moans against the walls. We pause, spoons halfway to mouths. Listening. Still nothing. But that is almost worse. After dinner, Emily and Luke disappear to do the washing up. I loiter on the porch with Phil, hands shoved deep in pockets. Dusk spreads gold over the hills, and for a breath, the world looks almost normal, if you squint past the boarded windows and electrified fences. The air is thick with grass, manure, a little hope, and a whole lot of animals. You've got a good setup, I say, genuinely impressed. I envy their routines. Bolted doors, Sunday prayers, potatoes that taste like, well, potatoes. Phil watches the sky like it owes him money. Wouldn't have let you in last week, he says. Had a family try to steal our animals. Came in smiling, left with bite marks. The apocalypse has worn down whatever patience he once had for small talk or second chances. Fair. I look at my shoes. He lights a cigarette with a battered lighter and offers me one. I take it. My first since the world went sideways. It tastes of burned hope and old carpet, but I cherish every drag. We smoke in silence, silhouettes on a battered porch, waiting for the darkness to arrive. You planning to stay long? He asks finally. Casual tone but loaded with implications. Just the night, I say. Heading to Cornwall. It sounds ridiculous aloud, like Cornwall is Narnia and the wardrobe is through a zombie-infested motorway. He nods, blowing out smoke. You're welcome to camp in the barn if you want to stay longer. Safer than the house if they come. Fewer windows. Each word hangs in the air, a not-so-subtle reminder we're one broken lock away, from dinner theater for the undead. I appreciate it. All I need is a decent night's kip. Then I should be good to go. I want to say more. Thank him properly. Promise not to steal his livestock in the night. But the words stick in my throat like old porridge. A barn owl hoots in the distance. The wind carries whispers of grass brushing against fences. Somewhere, a fox rustles, reminding me life still claws along, even here. I glance at Phil. He looks as exhausted as the world feels. His eyes are rimmed red, his shoulders slumped, but he is ready to face death anyway. You'll be safe, he says softly. For tonight, anyway. Just remember, the whispers never forget. I nod, letting that settle in. Out here, survival isn't just about walls and bolts. It's about knowing which voices to ignore, which shadows to trust, and which prayers actually matter. And with that, I step back toward the house, the smell of hay and livestock heavy in my nose, the fading light stretching long fingers across the fields, and for a moment, the world is quiet. Not safe, not normal, but quiet. And that will have to do. The farmhouse creaked like it had arthritis, and the wind howled like a banshee with a grudge. It was dark now, real countryside dark, not London dark where there's still streetlights and the occasional off-license glowing in the night. The kids were tucked into makeshift beds in the spare room, snuggled under floral duvets that smelled of lavender and history. I sat at the farmhouse kitchen table with Farmer Phil, his wife Edna, and their 2 kids. Edna made a pot of tea so strong, it could strip paint. Then she passed around homemade shortbread, that could double as doorstops. The kids had been fed earlier, roast chicken homemade pie, roast potatoes so fresh, they still had dirt clinging to them. Everyone was full and happy. After yesterday's porridge feast, we were practically Michelin critics. So, I said, nursing my mug like it was a sacred relic, have you only seen the whispering ones at night? Phil set his mug down slowly. It made a heavy thunk. So far, yes. They only seem to torment us after dark. Well, I suppose that's something to be grateful for. Edna crossed herself, again. They always come after dark. They stand just at the edge of the wheat field. Whispering. Calling. The devil's own choir. Right, I mutter. That's all I need. Psychologically disturbed, zombies. Luke looked up from sharpening a bloody hunting knife on a whetstone. They don't come in. Not yet. But they want to. You can feel it. Edna looked at her son like he'd just farted in church. Luke, don't scare the guests. I'm not scared, I said, too quickly. I just like knowing if I'm going to get mind controlled, into hugging my decomposing mum, in my sleep. Emily, all sweetness and braces, piped up. Mum says they're demons. Phil grunted. No. Not demons. Not ghosts either. They're the dead, yes, but they are a mutant strain maybe. It's as if something's controlling them. I don't think it's the hunger. The hunger? The ones who've turned. The ones we love. They remember, just enough to trick you. Phil leaned in, his eyes dark. It's not random. They remember who they were. They use it. Edna nodded solemnly. We heard my brother calling out the other night. He died a few days ago. He was asking me to come out and help him. His voice. His words. But there was no empathy. No humor, the words were just empty. I swallowed hard. That was the thing that got me. Not the rotting flesh, not the stink, not even the eye-rolling undead ones. It was the idea that whatever was out there could still sound like someone you loved. That the voice you trusted was bait. Phil stood up and locked the windows. We lock everything at sundown. Everything. Don't open the door, no matter what voice you hear. Not unless I say so. And even then, ask me something only I'd know. Like what brand of pants I wear. Y-fronts, Edna muttered, deadpan. MNS. Always MNS. I feel both comforted and nauseated, I reply. We sat in silence for a while, just the tick of the old clock and the occasional pop from the wood burner. Then the whispering started. Faint. Too faint to make out at first. Then. Tracy, come out, Tracy, it's me, your mum. My mug rattled in my hand. My parents live in Ilford, I said. I couldn't get to them in time. I tried phoning them but there was no answer. After trying to save my brother, I didn't want to risk my kids, you know. Edna lit a big fat candle on the table. Don't listen to the voices. That's how they get in your head. How they get you to open the door. Outside, the wind picked up, but the voices carried. Leroy, it's Dad. I miss you, come outside. Leroy appeared in the kitchen doorway, pale as a ghost. I heard him, he whispered. He sounded normal. Nope, I said firmly, standing. Back to bed. Now. That's not your dad. That's some brain-sucking bastard trying to get you to open the door. But. No buts. We're not playing emotional Jenga with our mental health tonight, alright? Edna got up and handed me a bolt for the bedroom door. Just in case. We sleep light. The kids and I crammed into the spare room, doors bolted, windows latched, whispering voices still cooing outside like a zombie ASMR channel. Clayton had his thumb in his mouth. The twins curled up tight. Dexter clutched a bread knife. Leroy sat by the door, crossbow loaded. I lay on a mattress on the floor, staring up at the cracked ceiling. I missed silence. Real silence. Not this hushed horror movie soundtrack, where dead things begged you to come play in the wheat. Eventually, exhaustion won. My last thought before sleep hit me was, if one of those things gets in, I'm stabbing it with Edna's sodding shortbread. Sleep was a luxury, punctured by every fresh gust of wind or sudden scratch. Shadows moved across the window, thrown there by clouds and the occasional flicker of candlelight sneaking out beneath the bedroom door. My ears strained for any change in the rhythm of the murmurs outside. Sometimes there was a lull, replaced by heavy, pained breathing, as if some invisible thing was pressing its face to the glass, waiting for weakness. Dexter, bless him, whispered, "Are we gonna die, Mum?" To which I replied as cheerfully as I could, "Not tonight and not for lack of trying." The twins, half asleep, seemed to find this oddly reassuring. Gallows humor was all I had left. Somewhere around midnight, I heard Phil's boots thudding heavily down the hallway. He paused at our door and grunted softly. "Still locked," he muttered, and I answered in a whisper, "Yes." It felt like if I spoke too loudly, I'd shatter the spell. Somewhere between exhaustion and sleep, my mind wandered. I kept thinking about the farmhouse. How long had it been holding its ground, night after night, groaning under the weight of history and the dead pressing in? Who built it, I wondered. Did they feel safe behind these walls? Or did they lie awake too, whispering instructions to their kids? Lock the doors. Kill the lights. Trust no one who doesn't share your blood. A low moan slid through a crack in the window. Not human. Not animal. Just wrong. Angel whimpered from her spot on the mattress. I reached over and gripped her hand. "They can't get in," I whisper, channeling the confidence of a soggy paper towel. Nailed it. We're safe. Totally. Because obviously nothing bad ever happens right after someone says that. The silence that followed wasn't the cozy, spa-day kind of silence. Nope. This was the, your Wi-Fi died in the middle of a Netflix binge, kind of silence, long, awkward, and vaguely threatening. Time wasn't passing, it was dragging itself forward like a hungover snail. Stretching each second, until I was positive, the universe was just messing with me. Then, from somewhere down the hall, Edna started humming. Real soft. Real fragile. Like she was auditioning for Creepy Grandma Idol. A lullaby, maybe. She probably used to sing like this back when her biggest worry was whether the rain would ruin her laundry, or if her cat coughed up another hairball. You know, back in the good old days, before lullabies had to compete with undead karaoke and the sound of fingernails trying to redecorate the wallpaper. Angel squeezed my hand tighter. Outside, the chorus of the lost rose and fell. Sometimes you could pick out a name, a familiar phrase. Let me in, love, it's cold out here, Zachary, you left me behind. Rationally, I knew the voices meant nothing, but they were ancient and manipulative. I cursed, and my heart ached for the people we'd lost. Maybe that was the trick, using our grief as bait, our memories as a lure. An hour later, Leroy spoke up. Do you think they feel the cold? It was the first time he'd properly addressed me all night, his eyes fixed on the black square of window. I wanted to snap at him, tell him not to be soft, but all I managed was, I don't think they feel anything at all anymore. Chardonnay added, they feel hunger. Hunger and hatred. They are monsters now. Morning arrived with all the subtlety of a backhanded compliment. That's the perk of surviving the apocalypse. Sunrise is miraculous and vaguely offensive. The whispering had stopped. The fields stood eerily still. The farmhouse remained intact. No blood trails. No shattered windows. No mysteriously vanished children. Just the soft clatter of dishes. Tea steaming in mugs, and Phil at the stove flipping eggs, as if we hadn't spent the night listening to corpses sweet-talk us through the walls. It had the surreal quality of waking from a nightmare, only to realize the nightmare hadn't ended, it had just taken a break for breakfast. Was I meant to feel grateful the universe hadn't crushed us in our sleep? Maybe. Instead, I sat there battling a mild bout of indigestion and a creeping existential crisis. Possibly the eggs. Possibly the slow, grinding extinction of civilization. Hard to pin down before the first cup of tea. Sleep all right? He asks, whilst sliding me a plate. Because Phil, patron saint of morning normalcy, truly believed there was such a thing as, all right, sleep, after watching the world turn into a Night of the Living Dead set. Like a corpse. Sleep that's either way too deep or just shallow enough to hear the whispered hint of your looming doom, is not real sleep. It's exhaustion on sleeping pills. I almost envied the Walking Dead. They didn't have to get up for eggs or morning chit-chat. The kids shuffled in behind me, bleary-eyed but alive. Points for participation, kids. In these parts, showing up vertical counts as a solid achievement. Edna passes around the toast. We've got spare supplies, some tin stuff, dried goods. Take what you can carry. She said it like we were popping down to the corner shop, not running from flesh-eating zombies. I won't say no. I raised my mug. Cheers to the least mental hosts we've had since the world went dark. Phil jabbed his thumb toward the back of the barn. Come on, I'll show you the rats. Not a sentence anyone should ever hear before finishing their tea. Or ever, really. I blinked. I'm sorry, did you say rats? Fish tanks full of the bastards, he said, already walking. That got everyone's attention. Even Dexter looked up from his toast, clearly torn between horror and morbid curiosity. And there I was, mug halfway to my face, trying to decide whether caffeine or dignity should win this round. Spoiler, neither. The barn door creaked open, with a dragging sound that promised nothing good. Inside, it stank of hay, decay, and something sour. Not quite death. Something hungrier. That's when we saw them. 3 glass tanks lined the far wall, the kind used to house reptiles or oversized fish. Only these didn't contain anything cold-blooded or aquatic. Just rats. Dozens of them. Filthy, bristling things with patchy fur. Raw skin, twitching tails, and eyes that glowed yellow. Not a healthy yellow either. Sickly. Chemical. Wrong. They moved in erratic bursts. Bodies writhing over each other, gnawing at nothing. One had something dangling from its mouth. Phil crosses his arms. Animals don't turn. Not properly. Not the way we do. But rats, they feed off infected corpses. Chew their way through bone, brain, whatever's left. Whatever's in that meat, it changes them. Dexter coughed. Chardonnay made a noise halfway between a gag and a swear. Even Leroy, who usually looked dead behind the eyes, took a half step back. They don't die either. Not fast, anyway. So, I started collecting them. Phil gestured to the tanks. Had a brother once. He ran a pig farm a few towns over. Rats swarmed it one night. Tore through everything. Left nothing but blood, mud, and half a welly. Took him too. Slowest death I've ever heard about. Screamed for 6 hours before the infection shut him up. That landed like a piano. Clayton whimpered and tried to burrow into my coat. Figure if these little bastards can starve eventually, maybe the dead can too, he added, his tone flat. They've been in those tanks a month. They haven't died. They haven't slowed. They haven't stopped. One of them hurled itself at the glass with a sickening crack, its skull thudding like a rock against ice. Its jaws snapped shut midair, teeth slamming together hard enough to echo, a sound too sharp and too close. The thing didn't just fall, it collapsed into a twitching heap, limbs jerking with insect-like spasms before it scurried upright again, frantic and mindless. Then it clawed its way back up the writhing mound of rats that churned beneath it, the mass of fur and tails shifting like a living, breathing staircase. Tiny pink paws scrabbled, squeals rising as if the creatures themselves hated being used as rungs. But the infected rat didn't care. It climbed, relentless, its sunken eyes fixed on me, with a hunger that made the glass between us feel thinner, weaker, less like protection and more like a cruel joke just waiting to shatter. Don't get too close. They've got a way of spreading it. Scratches, droppings, breath if it gets in your lungs. You wouldn't be the first to go down wheezing. Charming, I said, dry as an old tea bag. So, your plan is, watch them starve and hope the zombies are the same? He nodded. I've made it my mission to kill them. They took my brother and his family. So, I kill them all. Except these. Thought it might give me a heads up on the Z virus. Let me know if the dead are ever going to starve to death, then die. There was no poetic silence. Just chewing sounds from the rats and the collective clenching of every stomach in the room. Breakfast was officially over. Archie muttered, we could have just had eggs. Chardonnay looked pale. I hate this world. First zombies, then mutant zombies and now infected rats. Could this get any freakier? Angel clung to my leg, eyes wide and very much awake now. Even Clayton, bless him, finally realized that this wasn't some countryside adventure. No more questions, I mutter, guiding them back toward the house. Just nod, thank the man, and for the love of all that remains decent, do not open anything with glass. Behind us, one of the rats shrieked. A high, awful sound that didn't belong in nature. Phil didn't even flinch. Just muttered under his breath. They are hungry little demons. I'd have taken a jawless cow any day. By noon, we were back on the road, the motorhome packed tighter than a charity shop during a pensioner's half-price sale. Really, who could resist that sweet, sweet aroma of fear and questionable tinned food? We waved to Phil and the family, who stood at the gate holding rifles and waving like something out of a twisted Enid Blyton book. The famous five defend the compound against the brain-eating horde. The literary crossover you never knew you needed. Our group was a walking contradiction. We veered between silent dread, forced cheerfulness, and the occasional absurd detour. We rattled along the road with the finesse of a bingo bus on espresso. Kids thumbing half-heartedly through torn comic books, an ironic choice, given how useless most superheroes turned out to be in an actual apocalypse. I found myself missing things I never thought I would. Office queues, rainy Mondays. The soul-numbing drone of supermarket playlists. Nostalgia had clearly broken its compass. I checked the rearview mirror. Again. Always the mirror. It wasn't just habit anymore. It was ritual. A brief glance into whatever nightmare still had us on its list. The air had that static feel. Pregnant with dread. Something was coming, I could feel it. I just didn't know from which direction. Or whose face it would be wearing. The dead were out there. I didn't need to see them to know it. They were waiting at the edge of the world. Watching from behind trees. From ditches. From cracks in the earth that hadn't been there yesterday. I could feel them crawling along the underside of my mind. Peeling away whatever fragments of hope I had left. Not a sound, not a whisper, just the slow, deliberate theft of peace. Something in me was leaking. Optimism, strength, whatever you want to call it. They were feeding on it. Hollowing me out, one quiet hour at a time. No one gets lucky anymore. This world doesn't deal in second chances or miraculous breaks. Even silence is rigged. It's never a gift, it's always a warning. Everything feels stuck on the edge of something terrible. A cliffhanger dragging its claws across a ruined script no one remembers writing. They weren't gone. They were watching. They were waiting. Rehearsing for their next barrage of taunts. I'd never admit it to my kids, but it was getting to me now. The loss. The grief. Mourning a world long lost. Long forsaken. Dear God, snap out of it, Tracy. I was waiting for night to fall. Dreading it if I'm honest. Always the night. That's when they come. Whispering through walls. Slipping through dreams. Wearing the voices of people you love. And just when your hope dares to sit up and breathe, reality kicks the door in and tears your throat out with a smile. God, I'm being morbid. I really need to get a grip. Maybe that's what they want. To drive me insane. For us to just give up and run into their waiting teeth and claws. Either way, it will be over my dead body. We found the hotel around dusk, tucked behind a shell of a petrol station, its cracked sign swinging above a dried-up fountain. The motorhome purred softly. The hybrid engine a godsend in a world where noise was a death sentence. We parked it tight against a brick wall, shielding it from view. Even with the reinforced locks, I wasn't taking any chances. The hotel looked empty. No broken windows, no bodies in the lobby. Just dust and silence. Don't touch anything with cushions, I warn the kids, as I step over a crumpled lampshade. If it looks comfy, it probably has fleas or teeth. They gave me haggard looks but obeyed. Dexter, who usually had a smart remark ready, just nodded. We scouted the ground floor, a budget version of a SWAT team. Leroy kept to the back, crossbow steady. I had my bat. Solid wood, now with nails hammered in. Better than the shotgun strapped to my back, unless I wanted to broadcast our location to everything rotting and shambling for 5 miles. We found the ballroom first. Heavy curtains, no exterior view. Solid internal walls. It would do. By nightfall, we'd barricaded the main entrances with tables, shelves, and whatever we could drag into place. Leroy and I boarded up the ground floor windows with broken doors and old signage. I didn't want to risk the upper floors. Too many rooms, too many stairs, and no way out if the dead started swarming. On the ground, at least we could bolt. Or fight. Dinner was whatever hadn't gone mushy in the back of the motorhome. Dry cereal, tinned ravioli, juice. The kids were quiet. No whining. That scared me more than any tantrum ever could. It started with the radio. A sharp pop. Then static. I was unpacking blankets when it came. Soft, crackling through the speaker. Tracy, I turned. Leroy had already drawn his crossbow. Chardonnay grabbed Clayton and backed toward the wall. Tracy. I'm gonna find you, the voice. Familiar. Too familiar. I dropped the blanket and lunged for the radio, yanked the cord out, and without thinking, hurled it across the room. It bounced off a boarded window and landed on the floor in pieces. Everyone jumped. Get back, I snapped. Curtains. Now. They obeyed. No argument. Just the soft scuffle of feet and quiet sobs. Mom, who was it? Dexter whispered. Nobody. But it knew your name. I said, it was nobody. The rest of the night felt brittle. Every creak made my skin crawl. Every shift of the shadows turned my thoughts feral. Around midnight, it began again. Not through a speaker. Through the cracks. The vents. The walls. The very air. Whispers. Tracy. I'm cold, can I come in? It's Auntie Lou. Let me in, Chardonnay, Chardonnay screamed. Full body panic. Shaking, sobbing, clawing at her own skin. It's Auntie Lou. She's out there. She's cold. She needs us. She bolted for the door. I caught her mid-run. She kicked and thrashed. She's out there. She said my name. I slapped her. Hard. The sound echoed in the ballroom. She froze. Staring up at me with wide, wet eyes. It's not her, I said, my voice raw. It's never them. They use voices. Memories. Sounds we can't ignore. But it's not them. It's not her. I'm so sorry, baby. I didn't mean to hit you. But you were hysterical. The others watched. Silent. Terrified. Leroy put a hand on Chardonnay's shoulder, gently pulling her into a hug. The whispering got louder, creepier. Chardonnay, don't you remember the park? Dexter, it's Dad. I made it out, Tracy, you left me, my breath hitched. I knew some of those voices. We all did. I grit my teeth. The bat felt heavier in my hands. I squeezed tighter. They're not real, I murmured. They're just the dead taunting us. Luring us into a trap. Outside, the air was thick with voices. Overlapping. Pleading. Angry. Familiar. The kids huddled close. Angel clung to Archie, both trembling. I took the first watch. No sleep. Just waiting. Just listening. Let us in, we miss you, so cold out here, Mum, why did you leave me? My humor was dying, along with the world. It was getting harder to fake it. But I looked at my children, all 6 of them, and I refused to crumble. I wanted to cry. I wanted to scream. I wanted to believe that the voice at the window was my brother. That he was just lost and lonely. But it wasn't. Morning would come. Maybe. If we lasted. And if it didn't? It was a promise I whispered into their hair as my kids trembled against me. A vow I repeated in my head with every scratch against the glass, every lie disguised as a loved one's voice. And somehow, against reason, against fear, against the weight of the dead pressing in, morning came. The light was weak, gray, sickly, but it was still daylight. I grabbed onto it like a lifeline. Right, I barked, with the authority of a drill sergeant who'd seen too much and washed too little. Everyone out. You all reek like death's crusty sock drawer. And that's being generous. At least he probably wears deodorant. A collective groan rolled through my war-torn little tribe. Leroy clutched his chest as if I'd insulted his immortal soul. Angel wilted melodramatically against the doorframe, mumbling something about how we were all doomed anyway. I had a wash, like 2 days ago, Chardonnay whined, dragging her fingers through hair so greasy it could qualify as an oil reserve. And what did you wash in? A bin full of cheese and onion crisps? Because that's what I'm getting right now. I narrow my eyes. Aged cheddar and regret. No one laughed. Probably because they knew I was right. Or maybe because they were conserving energy, grime has weight, and they were all carrying at least a stone of it. So, I frog marched them, one by one, toward the motorhome shower. Livestock headed for redemption. Those waiting their turn got armed with baby wipes. Chardonnay hovered by the door, shuffling. Her face still pale, bruised with guilt. Mum, she said quietly. I'm sorry about last night. I lost it. Proper lost it. You were right to slap me. I could have got everyone killed. I don't know what happened. It was like they got inside my head. Crawling around. Messing with my thoughts. My chest clenched. Come here, love. She collapsed into my arms, all shaky limbs and shame. I held her tight, burying my face in her greasy hair. I'm sorry too. I panicked. I saw you breaking and I just reacted. In the movies, they always slap the hysterical one to snap them out of it. But this isn't a movie. You're my girl. My daughter. I should never have done that. I swear, Chardonnay, on everything we've got left, I will never raise a hand to you again. Please forgive me. She nodded into my chest, and for a second, we just clung to each other, mother and daughter, trying to glue the cracks back together, with sweat and promises. Then I caught a whiff of her. Oh, hell no, I said, pulling back. That doesn't smell of emotional trauma. That's mildew and feet. Shower. Now. A reluctant smile tugged at her lips, and that was enough to lift the heaviness for a breath or two. The others were already half-stripped, sulking in line like soap-dodging soldiers, waiting for their turn in the war against body odor. The motorhome, sleek and stolen, sat ready. The hybrid engine still humming like a bored cat. It was one of the few miracles left to us, silent, fast, and roomy enough to hold 6 children and my rapidly disintegrating patience. I hop back into the motorhome and drive for a few miles until we find an open field with sight lines in every direction. No cover, no surprise visitors. Just grass, space, and sky. Then I slam on the brake, stand up, and turn to face them all. Right. We're not getting picked off by flesh-hungry ghouls because someone's armpits alerted them. Strip, scrub, rotate. Let's go. There were groans, grumbles, a few choice words under Leroy's breath. But they moved. And for once, it smelled like survival. It was like directing a spa day for the undead on discount. Chardonnay, mirror hog supreme, examined her own reflection at length, catching new stains on her t-shirt and sniffing at herself, grimacing. Is that me? No. Couldn't be. That's a biological weapon. Leroy fished out the last clean towel and proceeded to attack his hair like he was trying to sand down a plank of wood. This towel is damp, he complained, as if this was a new and surprising injustice in the zombie apocalypse. Count yourself lucky, I mutter, tossing a pack of wipes at Dexter, who recoiled like I'd offered him a live snake. I'll be using the tea towels by the time you lot have finished. Clayton, never one to let a crisis go unmismanaged, pranced through the motorhome in just his underwear. Performing an interpretive routine of Baby Shark or his new, less family-friendly remix, Zombie Shark. He was strictly tone-deaf and twice as enthusiastic, if enthusiasm now could be measured in shrieks. Zombie Shark, do-do-do-do-do-do, Angel threw a half-empty shampoo bottle at him. If you ever want to use the towel, stop that. Bossy much, Clayton whispers, clutching his chest, and I make a mental note, to lose the last of the chocolate rations, just for him later. Survival of the cleanest, and all that. As they scrubbed and sang and whined, musical, this apocalypse, I hunch over the map. Searching for a way out that didn't involve driving through another town, choked with corpses or, worse, suburban sorts with a terrifying devotion to neighborhood watch. Where next, fearless leader? Leroy asked, towel turbaned on his head like some apocalyptic spa influencer. Little Petworth, I replied. Sounds homely, doesn't it? Probably has scones. Probably had a duck pond before the ducks went rogue and started eating people. Dexter piped up from the back, are duck zombies a thing now? Because if they are, I am out. Don't tempt fate, I warn, shoving the last of the gear into the cupboards. Angel was already eyeing the biscuits with a look that said, if you don't give me one, I'll turn cannibal faster than you can say shortbread. We rolled up to Little Petworth and, for all its scenic promise, we were greeted not by quaint countryside charm, but by a stillness so profound, it slapped you across the face and told you to keep the noise down. Ominous much, murmured Leroy, peering through the windscreen. The windows glared back at us, black and glassy, as if judgmental eyes had been watching the whole catastrophe unfold and they were deeply unimpressed with our survival skills. The silence was wrong. Not peaceful, not calm, thick, clotted. The world outside had been reduced to a hellscape painted in broad, bloody strokes. Bodies lay twisted in tragic little tableaus, some collapsed mid-sprint, others curled up as if they'd just decided to nap through the apocalypse. The blood wasn't splattered so much as smeared, dragged across the ground in long, unsettling arcs, as though something had tried to mop up the mess and given up halfway through. A single shoe sat in the middle of the street, lonely and upright. It looked like what you'd expect to see in a cartoon after someone was flattened by an anvil. Only here, the missing foot was not metaphorical. The air reeked of copper and mildew. The cloying perfume of things that had once been alive but now belonged firmly in the compost category. And yet, beneath all of it, there was that ruined hush. The eerie quiet of a place that had missed the golden age of bake-off reruns. You could almost hear the ghosts of cheerful judges debating sponge density, except now the only thing remotely fluffy in sight was a patch of mold blooming across somebody's shirt. It was horrifying. It was unbearable. And it was so grotesquely absurd that I had to bite the inside of my cheek to keep from laughing, because really, what a cosmic joke. We jerked to a crawl. I didn't want to look, but I looked. Everybody always looks. Do we stop? Leroy asked, as if hoping I'd lost my marbles and fancied a detour among the freshly deceased. No, I said, drawing the word out. Unless you want your obituary to mention death by post-apocalyptic scouting trip. But maybe there's supplies, Angel suggested, voice trembling with the kind of optimism usually reserved for a little run that doesn't end in, carnage. Right, Dexter says, deadpan. Or maybe 10 zombies are having a conga line in someone's kitchen. Because sure, risking your limbs for a packet of biscuits is my idea of fun. The motorhome jutted over a corpse. Clayton let out a squeak somewhere between indignation and existential despair, as if the road really should have been carpeted with something less squishy. Angel covered her eyes, but of course peeked anyway. Tell me when we're past it all, she hisses, as if I have a magic remote for the horror channel. Some of the houses look fine, Chardonnay noted, her voice wary, her eyes scanning front lawns as if expecting to see gnomes doing ballroom with the reanimated. And she would be right. That would definitely be the cherry on the nightmare sundae. Immaculate hedges. Lawns so tidy they probably gave awards. A washing line fluttered bravely, and a gnome on a doorstep seemed to smirk with secret knowledge. Of course, the apocalypse left the garden gnomes intact. They're indestructible. We all know this. But still, there was no movement. Not even a twitch behind those pristine white curtains. It was unnerving. It's a weird kind of panic when perfectly trimmed lawns and spotless white nets make your heart race more than blood, guts, and corpses ever could. How on earth did it come to this? That means they're hiding. Don't stare too long. The last thing we need is to invite the neighbors round for tea and spleen sandwiches. We drive past the village school. The gates are open, crayon pictures flipping in the wind, stick figures, big red smiles, as if hope was something on discount. Then I finally spotted some blood on the swings. Just in case you were relaxing. Mum, Dexter whispered. That's not normal. What an understatement. Next, he'd inform me water is wet, and zombies are bad house guests. Nothing's normal anymore. But if it ever was, this definitely ain't it. Onward and awkward, lads and lasses. We keep moving. A car sat in the middle of the road, bonnet up, doors flung wide. Empty baby seat in the back. Don't look, I warn, but of course, they did. Chardonnay gasped. Leroy clenched his fists. Angel sniffled. We didn't stop. We didn't talk. The town stretched on longer than it had any right to. Each turn showed more decay. More bodies. More whispers, maybe, in the distance. But it was hard to tell if the voices were real, or just echoes in my head. Then finally, we hit the edge. Fields opened up again. Trees. Air that didn't stink of blood and burnt human meat. Well, I breathe. Little Petworth can sawed right off. Dexter looked pale. Why didn't anyone help them? Maybe no one could. Maybe they turned on each other. Maybe they got whisperers of their own. The motorhome went quiet. We drove in silence for a while, the country unfolding again. Sheep grazed in far-off paddocks. I envied them. Blissfully dumb and not on the menu. Leroy sat up front with me, resting his chin on the dash. Mum, do you think we'll ever find normal again? I glance at him. My eldest. 16 years of backchat, brilliance and stubbornness. The boy with a crossbow and a brain that ran faster than his feet ever could. Honestly, I don't know, I just know we'll find somewhere. But one thing I do know, is that we will survive long enough to piss the dead off. Whispers and all. He grinned. Good. Because I don't want to live on the road forever. Fair. We drove on, toward the horizon, toward hope, or madness. No parenting book ever covers this bit, flashback, incoming. How to explain to your kids, why your mum just shoved a tent peg through someone's eye socket. But let me start at the beginning. It was the morning we left the farm at first light, full of porridge and prayer. The silence was freakish, but then what else do you expect after a night of listening to dead people whisper your name? No one spoke much. Not even Clayton, and he usually narrates everything like he's on BB's. The motorhome hummed along as if everything was still normal. Outside, sheep grazed in the mist, too still, too quiet. Inside, Chardonnay was braiding Angel's hair, while Archie tried to feed a biscuit to a very suspicious-looking pigeon outside the window. Clayton sat in the corner pretending his teddy had rabies, growling at everyone. Dexter was sketching battle plans in his notebook. And Leroy, my eldest, was cleaning his crossbow like a soldier who'd seen too much and trusted too little. It felt, almost peaceful. Too peaceful. I've watched enough EastEnders Christmas specials to know peace means someone's about to get stabbed. Or worse. By lunchtime, we hit a small town. One of those places with a butcher, a baker, and not much else. Only now, the butcher's shop had blood smeared up the walls. The baker's window was smashed in, and the mannequins in the charity shop looked like they'd been on a date with Freddy Krueger. And the bodies, God, the bodies. Some heaped in contorted pieces on the pavement, others collapsed in doorways. Some looked recent. Others looked like they'd been there since Tesco stopped delivering. We keep driving, I remember muttering to myself. That's when the back tire blew. It sounded like a gunshot. Clayton screamed and launched his juice into the ceiling. The whole van lurched. I wrestled it to a stop outside what used to be a florist, though it didn't smell of flowers now, it smelt of death. Everyone stay in the van, I ordered, grabbing my bat from under the driver's seat. Leroy geared up beside me, crossbow loaded, knife strapped to his thigh. He was 16 going on 30, and I hated it. That this world had made him like this. He should have been sitting his exams, going to Lever's prom. Not auditioning for Daryl Dixon 2.0. Don't take too long, Mum. Chardonnay shouted. Clayton's teddy just said brains. Brilliant, that's all I need. The tire was shredded. Completely useless. I knelt to jack up the motorhome, muttering every curse word I could think of under my breath while Leroy kept watch. Thank God Reggie had taught me basic mechanics. God rest his soul. The tension in my chest tightened like a vice. I didn't like how quiet it was. It was too quiet. Eerily so. That's when we heard it. Not voices. Not footsteps. Growling. Low. Wet. Clothes. I stood up. Leroy turned. Zeds. They came out of the alley, from across the street, from under a drain that belched like it had something to say. Their eyes were milky white. Their mouths open. Skin peeling from bone like wet wallpaper. Some in school uniforms. Some in dressing gowns. One in what used to be a fireman's jacket, dragging its own intestines like a handbag. Back in the van. I shouted. Leroy and I moved like our lives depended on it, because they did. He dropped 2 Zeds with clean shots to the head, while I crushed another's skull with the bat. Blood splattered across the bonnet. Another lunged. I sidestepped, grabbed the tent peg from my belt, and drove it straight into its eye. It made a sound I'll never forget. Pop, squelch. I stomped on its head and the bloody thing kept moving. The twins were screaming inside. Dexter was yelling from the window. Mom. Left side. I turned and swung. My bat collided with another face. Bone cracked. Teeth flew. Leroy dropped another one, this time so close I felt the whoosh of the bolt skim my arm. We got the tire on. Go. 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 Leroy shouted, dragging the jack free. We dove into the van. I slammed the door shut as the Zeds slammed into the sides. They thumped their rotting fists against the door and the windows. I hit the pedal to the metal. They bounced off the bonnet like rotten speed bumps. We sped out of there, the town shrinking in the rearview mirror, nothing more than a smear of blood and smoke behind us. No one spoke for a long time. I glanced at Leroy, he was covered in gore, breathing hard. He met my eyes and gave me a tight nod. Well, I said, gripping the wheel. Bit much, even for wait, what day is it? He gave a weak grin. Mum, you totally tent-pegged that thing. Didn't I just? Behind me, I heard Chardonnay comforting the younger ones, Angel humming a song to steady her nerves. Clayton whispered to his teddy. Dexter stared out the window, sketchpad in hand, no doubt drawing the battle that had just taken place. This was our life now. No scones. No school runs. No soft landings. Just us. A fortress on wheels and whatever the hell comes next. Back to the present day, they called it Haven. That should have been a warning sign you could see from the next county. But we were shattered, desperate for human connection. So, when we saw the banners waving in the breeze, "Welcome to Haven, all are safe here," where a young woman with dimples flagged us down with the enthusiasm of someone handing out samples at a village fete, I thought maybe, for once, the universe was giving us a break. The place had all the charm of a glossy country magazine cover. Big manor house. White stone walls. Ivy creeping up the front in perfect spirals. Neatly trimmed hedges. Solar lights twinkling along a gravel path. People waved from gardens and greenhouses, wearing fresh clothes and plastered-on smiles. There was even a kid flying a kite in the field. It all screamed too much, too perfect. They let us park the motorhome just inside the front gates. Huge wooden things, reinforced with steel. Built to keep the dead out. Mum, it's really nice here, Chardonnay whispered, her eyes fixed on a proper swing set nearby. They've got swings and apples and everything. I kept my voice low. They've also got robes and teeth whiter than mine. Don't trust a smile that wide. Brother Isaac introduced himself not long after. Tall. Robed. Bearded, he obviously thought he was the chosen one. His voice poured out smooth and slow, with the manipulation of a serial killer in priest's robes. Geez, this guy would give Jim Jones a run for his money. Even though I wanted to believe what he was selling, my guts was screaming at me to run. I should have listened to my gut, not his silky smooth words. Welcome, sister, he said, gripping my hands. You and your beautiful children are safe now. Come. Rest. Eat. Be at peace. Dexter shifted closer to me. Why do they all talk in riddles? Because they've lost the plot, I whispered through a grin that had nothing behind it. They gave us a guest room with actual beds and sheets that smelled of lemons and bleach. Outside the door, a tray held bread and honey with a card that read, all things shared in love. Clean. Quiet. Controlled. It felt more like a prison than a refuge, only dressed up to fool you into relaxing. Dinner was served in a big wooden hall with candles in jars and tables lined up in rows. Stew bubbled in serving bowls. Roast vegetables gave off steam. There was rice, warm bread, and something that looked like proper meat. "Praise be," Brother Isaac said at the head of the table, "for the bounty we've been granted and the peace we preserve. Let our hearts remain open. Let our gates remain strong." Everyone repeated it in unison. No hesitation. No missed beats. Even the kids joined in, their little voices echoing through the candlelight. Chardonnay leaned toward me. "Mom. I don't like this." "You shouldn't," I said, scanning the room. "Nothing about this place is right." After dinner, they asked us to join in evening prayers. I claimed I had stomach cramps and stayed behind. Leroy stayed too. "They're hiding something," he said as we sat outside the motorhome. "Nobody's that clean in the apocalypse," I said. "Or that calm." Later that night, I woke to a sound I hadn't heard since before the world fell apart. "Mummy? Mummy, I'm hungry." It wasn't any of mine. I crept to the curtain and peeked out. Just beyond the trees stood a small figure. Too still. Pale skin. Eyes that didn't blink. Bare feet pressed into the earth. "Mummy, let me in. I'm so hungry." I yanked the curtain shut and stumbled back, my heart pounding like a war drum. That wasn't one of mine. Not even one of theirs, not anymore. The child outside stood at the tree-lean, unmoving. Eyes glassy, lips parted as if trying to remember how to speak. Skin grayish, too thin. Too still. Then from the shadows, a robed figure emerged and placed a cloth bag gently over the girl's head. He stroked her hair like she was a pet being tucked into bed. Then they vanished into the dark together. That night, I didn't sleep. By morning, my hands trembled as I made tea in the motorhome. Leroy watched, concerned. I told him everything. Quietly, as if the walls had ears. "They're keeping dead kids," I said. "Not prisoners. Not lost. Dead. They're looking after them. Walking them. Feeding them, like pets." He paled. "Jesus, that's not all," I added. "The food they gave us, the stew. That meat? It had a weird taste and texture. I think it was human meat." His jaw clenched. "What the actual fuck? You're serious, aren't you?" Then Dexter wandered in, scratching his head. One of them just went into the barn carrying a bucket of chopped up arms and legs. I swear they were humming. Brother Isaac was waiting outside, serene as ever, hands folded, smile carved into his face like stone. "We're glad you slept well, Sister Tracy," he said. "It's a new day, a new blessing. The little ones will join the garden games. You and your eldest may assist in the workshop. But first we have prayers." Leroy shot me a look. I nodded mutely and watched Dexter try to blend into the wallpaper. Prayers meant time to observe, maybe slip away unnoticed. The hall was cool and shadowy despite the summer sun, rows of tables pushed aside for an impromptu congregation. Brothers and sisters kneeled, draped in linen that was pristine even after an apocalypse. They were chanting, low and melodic. It made my spine itch. They spoke with a unity that only came from feverish belief or very strict consequences. I'd seen this type before, just never with robes, solar panels, and an abattoir in the barn. As they bowed their heads, I noticed, tucked behind the altar, a little girl peeking through the banister. Her lips moved along with the prayer but her eyes darted, watching us, always watching. I wanted to take my children and bolt, but Brother Isaac was right beside me, murmuring. "The children are a great blessing here. Their sacrifices make our survival possible. With proper care and gratitude, there is no need for fear. We have preserved civilization." I should have asked, right then, what he meant by preserved. But I didn't. I was still hoping he was just batshit bonkers, not dangerous. The prayers ended and the day's chores were read from a neat card by Sister Abigail, whose hair was tied in 2 identical braids. Leroy was sent to help in the tool sheds. Chardonnay and Dexter were asked if they'd help with the children's group. I insisted on joining them. Brother Isaac inclined his head, eyeing me with suspicion. Out in the gardens, a woman with a gentle smile handed out small loaves of bread and apples, whilst instructing everyone to eat before the games. Children sat in rows, eating bread and apples with a sort of vacant obedience. No giggles. No shouting. No joy. Just eerie, mechanical chewing and forced smiles. Adults stood at the edge of the garden, like sentries. One of the robed women approached Chardonnay and, with ceremonial care, placed a red rose behind her ear. She smiled. Too wide. Too calm. Such a precious gift, she whispered. Chardonnay looked at me, confused. Then I heard it. A voice nearby, 2 cult members speaking behind the hedgerow. They hadn't seen me. The roses mark them, one said. So, the blessed ones know who to feed upon. They crave innocence. And the adults? The other asked. A shrug. Meat's meat. But it's best when it's willing. I backed away fast. My throat dry. My stomach threatened to revolt. Back at the garden, Chardonnay sat holding her rose. I snatch it from her hand and tuck it in my pocket. Mum, that's the girl from last night, she whispered, nodding slightly. Behind the shed, the same pale figure shuffled, guided by 2 robed adults, her limbs slack, her eyes blank. A doll on strings. A creature they still dressed, stroked and spoke to. Dexter crept closer. They lock up all the knives. I heard one of the sisters say it was to safeguard the implements. Just in case someone gets ideas. That sealed it. We waited for midday prayers, when the cult packed into their great hall to chant and bless their delusions. Then we made a run for it. I sent Leroy to fetch the wheel brace. The rest of us grabbed what we could. We crept behind the sheds toward the motorhome, silent and fast. We passed the barn. The stench hit me in the face, making me want to retch. Blood, rot, bleach, and something far worse. I peeked through a crack in the wood. Bones. Hooks. Tables slick with dried gore. Buckets of human offal. Neatly stacked femurs. Skulls with jawbones missing. Some of them small. Far too small. They were butchers. Cannibals. I was right. The realization made me feel sick to my stomach. The workshop wasn't for tools. It was for slaughter. And the kids with roses weren't going to games. They were offerings. We ran. We all piled into the motorhome. I didn't wait to hear any more prayers. Ahead, the gate stood ajar. Enough room to escape or die trying. Leroy looked at me. We have got to get out of here, now. I hit the accelerator. The engine howled. We roared forward. Timber splintered, iron cracked. We smashed through, straight into the wild beyond. And just to be sure, I leaned on the horn. Long piercing. Enough to ring the dinner bell for every zombie in a 10-mile radius. Let them come. Let them chew through that hive of monsters. Behind us, Haven vanished into the dust. A garden of blood. An unholy abattoir with smiling faces and red roses. We'd been on the road another 2 days, dragging our bones through back roads and dead towns, running on fumes and sheer bloody stubbornness. Everyone was running on empty. Eyes half shut, nerves frayed like old rope. We needed somewhere to rest. Somewhere with a roof, maybe even a lock that worked. The road had taken its toll. Not just on our psyche, but on everything. Isolation was a slow rot. It got into your thoughts and made them brittle. A little voice in my head, still nervous after Haven, kept whispering, people aren't right anymore. Not since the world cracked open. Not since religion turned into meat rituals and dead children turned into pets. That voice said, steer clear of survivor camps. Trust no one. But surely, they weren't all freaks. I mean, Farmer Phil had been decent enough. Sure, I wasn't a fan of the rat zoo. Creepy, squeaky bastards in cages, but he hadn't tried to eat us or convert us. Then the CB radio crackled to life. All survivors welcome at Eden. We have fresh produce, clean sheets, and high walls to keep you safe. My fingers froze on the dial. Across the front seat, Leroy turned and locked eyes with me. We didn't speak. We didn't need to. The question was written in both our faces. Are we really about to give humanity another shot? We both nodded, almost at the same time. Stupid? Probably. Desperate? Absolutely. But this life, the constant moving, the constant hiding, it was no way to live. We were always running from one thing or another. Rotters and God knows what else. It was grinding us down. The journey to Cornwall felt like we were chasing a pipe dream. We were exhausted in the marrow of our bones. And if Eden was a trap, then at least it would be a clean one with pillows and fruit. We had to try. We had to take our chances. Risk it for a biscuit, as they used to say. Because surviving is one thing. But surviving alone? That's what really eats you alive. The gates to Eden Vale swung open with a theatrical creak. There were flowers climbing the archway, bright bursts of color that felt about as natural as a spray tan in February. The driveway curved past an immaculate lawn and led straight up to a house so posh it made Downton Abbey look like a travelodge. The place was huge. Stone columns, stained glass, and a front porch big enough to park our motorhome on. And the people? All smiling. Bloody hell, I muttered, pulling the motorhome to a halt. It's like if Pinterest and a horror film had a baby. Chardonnay leaned forward in her seat. It's well pretty though, innit? Yeah, I said, eyeing a man in a waistcoat holding a clipboard. Pretty as tinsel on a coffin. The waistcoat man approached, hand raised in greeting. Welcome to Eden Vale, he said. I'm Gideon. We're so glad you found us. Hiya, I said, forcing a smile. We're not looking to settle, just passing through. Of course, Gideon said, nodding like a bobblehead. You're welcome to rest. You and your children must be exhausted. We have rooms, hot food, showers, even clean clothes. The kids perked up at that. Dexter looked like he might cry with joy. Leroy, though, had that something's off look. Same one I'd seen on him when we'd found a burnt-out ice cream van with blood in the freezer. Still, I played along. That's kind of you. We'll take a rest, grab a bite, then move on. Gideon beamed. Of course. Let me introduce you to the others. They gave us 2 rooms on the second floor. White sheets, soft towels, proper beds. The water ran hot, and the soap smelled of honey. It was so perfect that I'd almost forgotten the world had gone to hell. Almost. Dinner was served in a massive dining hall with a table long enough to host the Last Supper twice over. There were about 20 adults, men and women in clean clothes, all smiling like they were auditioning for a toothpaste commercial. They were polite. Warm, offered seconds, thirds. The food was amazing. Stew with dumplings. Real dumplings. I hadn't tasted one of those since Sainsbury's stopped delivering. Kids were noticeably absent. I leaned over to Gideon as dessert, apple pie was served. So, where are all the kids? He hesitated a moment, smile dimming a fraction. They're resting. We keep them separate for safety. The world is cruel. Traumatic. Children need structure. Right, and structure means hiding them? They're safe, he assured me. Isn't that what matters? Later that night, after the kids were snoring and the room smelled of honey soap and exhaustion, I found Leroy sitting by the window. They're lying, he said. I nodded. Figures. They've got something locked up in the West Wing. I saw a woman go in with a tray and come out crying. I sighed. Of course they do. At least the food's real this time. The beef stew was great. Yeah, I suppose. I didn't eat it until I saw you take a mouthful. I'm not falling for that one again. What we gonna do? Yeah, me either. We need to wait, bide our time. The next morning, I asked Gideon if I could help in the kitchens, something to earn our keep. He agreed. The place ran like a well-oiled machine. Everyone had their roles. Everything had a purpose. The weirdness? You had to peel it back like an onion. First layer. Their eyes. The way they didn't quite meet yours. Second layer. The rules. No wandering. No going through doors without permission. Curfew by sundown. Third layer. The West Wing. You're not to go there, said a woman named Flora, when I made a show of getting lost on the way back from the pantry. That's private. Bit posh for a linen cupboard, I mutter. She didn't laugh. Later that day, I sent Dexter and Chardonnay on a mission to snoop discreetly. They came back pale-faced. There's cages, Dexter whispered. In the basement. With kids in them. Alive? Nope. They are zombie kids. What the fuck is wrong with people? This is the second lot of adults that we have come across doing this. It's just fucked up. He described what they saw. Children, or what was left of them. Pale, twitching, eyes milked over. Not mindless, though. They reacted to voices. Especially familiar ones. They whispered, Chardonnay said. Like the ones at the manor. Only these ones answer to their names. Whispering zombie kids, I hissed. They're keeping their own infected. Probably family. Feeding them. Chardonnay looked like she was about to hurl. Why would they do that? Because some people go mad when the world ends, I said. And some people? They were mad long before. Maybe they can't cope with losing their children. Maybe they think that somehow, one day there will be an answer to infection. A cure. Either way, it's creepy as hell. That night I didn't sleep. I sat on the floor with my bat and Leroy's crossbow, staring at the door. Gideon came knocking at dawn. Tracy, he said, smile painted on like a mask. We need to talk. Oh. I opened the door a crack. Is this about your zombie daycare downstairs, or are we talking about something more casual? He faltered. Just for a second. Then the smile returned. You're very clever. Yeah, I get that a lot. Usually from serial killers. I thought we could come to an arrangement. Oh, I bet you did. You're resourceful. Strong. You've kept 6 children alive. That's rare. We'd like you to stay. Let me guess. So, you can train me to bring in fresh meat for your undead cherubs? His jaw clenched. There are children. They're monsters. They whisper, Tracy, he said, suddenly fierce. They remember us. They know us. They're in there. We only feed them fresh carcasses of animals. I promise. But they are not human anymore, I say with cold indifference. And you're torturing them. Keeping them between death and peace because you're too selfish to let them go. Gideon's face fell. You don't understand. No. I understand perfectly. I slammed the door in his face. We needed to leave. Fast. Leroy packed our things. The younger kids were already dressed. The plan was simple. Sneak out, hotwire the gate if needed, and leg it. The hallway reeked of sweat, smoke, and madness. The kind of smell that burrows into your lungs and sets up permanent residence. Shadows twitched in the corners like they had lives of their own. My instincts screamed that this place had been feeding on fear for a long, long time. At the top of the stairs stood Gideon, flanked by his flock, 7 zealots in blood-stained robes, each clutching some grotesque implement of justice. A rusty rake, carving knives that looked like they'd cut more than meat, a hammer with something sticky on the head, and one woman wielding a rolling pin coated in a crimson sheen that glinted under the flickering lights. The tension was thicker than a Wetherspoons brawl on New Year's Eve, and I could almost hear the chaos music playing somewhere in the distance. Gideon's eyes gleamed with something beyond fanaticism. Hunger, maybe. Or rapture. Or both. Behind me, my 6 children huddled, trying not to breathe too loud, their small bodies pressed to mine like fragile armor. "You still have a choice," Gideon said, his voice soft and terrifyingly calm. "We can still make this work." I tightened my grip on the bat, feeling the familiar leather bite into my palms. "Yeah? Only if make it work means you all drop dead, and I don't have to lift a finger." Leroy, my 16-year-old lethal combination of brains and crossbow, locked onto the rake wielder with surgical precision. Dexter raised his cricket bat, jaw tight, shoulders rigid with purpose. Chardonnay, gripping a chair leg like it was Excalibur, trembled but refused to falter. And the little ones behind us? Silent. Terrified. Brave little legends. My poor kids should be worried about spelling tests, not cultist murder squads. We were outnumbered in everything but heart, and apparently, sheer blind rage. Gideon's smile split his face like a knife. "Take them." All hell broke loose. Rolling Pin Lady lunged first, screaming like the spawn of every banshee in recorded history. I sidestepped, shoved my bat into her gut, then swung upward. Bone cracked. Teeth clattered to the floor like very wrong Christmas decorations. She went down hard. Leroy's bolt tore through the rake wielder's shoulder, sending him tumbling into Hammerman. They collided with the banister in a splintering crunch that made my stomach do flips. Dexter clocked one of them with a tin of beans. Square to the forehead. The guy dropped like a sack of regret. I silently made a mental note to give that kid a big kiss when we survived this apocalypse of insane, blood-caked zealots. The cult surged forward, snarling, teeth bared, denim ripped, arms flailing like bad CGI in a zombie movie. Our staircase became a battlefield of raw instinct and fury. There was no rhythm. No elegance. Only survival. "We can't leave them in the basement," I yelled, swinging wildly at a knife-wielding lunatic who seemed to have no bones in his arms. "The children." "I know," Leroy shouted back. "West Wing. Now." We veered hard left through a side hall that smelled of antiseptic mixed with rot. Lights flickered overhead, casting twitchy, grotesque shadows across peeling wallpaper. The air felt alive with malice, like the building itself was hungry. "Dexter, Chardonnay, take the youngsters and get to the motorhome. Lock the doors. If anything moves that isn't us, honk twice." "But..." "Mum..." Chardonnay protested. "No buts. Go." They obeyed. Brave little legends, even as their eyes begged to stay. We reached the West Wing doors. Locked. Of course. Of course they were locked. Leroy jammed a screwdriver into the lock and twisted. I kicked. Wood splintered. The door burst open, and the stench hit us like a punch to the soul. Inside was a nightmare I couldn't have imagined. Rows of cages rusted and bolted, each containing something that had once been a child. Sunken, hollow eyes, milky and bloodshot. Gray, taut skin pulled over twitching bones. Limbs missing. Flesh peeling. dried blood crusting their mouths. They weren't screaming. They were whispering. Daddy. Mummy, don't leave, stay, Leroy gagged. These aren't kids. No, I whispered, my stomach doing flips. Not anymore. They swayed gently in their cages, puppets in a breeze that didn't exist. I wanted to vomit, scream, cry. Or all three at once. We found fuel canisters stacked neatly in the corner. I didn't care if they were meant for cooking or burning bodies. Either way, they'd do. Leroy doused the cages with careful, grim efficiency. I struck a match with trembling fingers. I'm sorry, I whispered to the whisperers. Flames rose like a living thing, devouring dry wood and rotten memories. The whispering turned to wails, then static, then silence. Smoke snaked through the hallways, thick and choking, like the building was trying to reclaim every ounce of life it had ever known. Eden Vale was burning. We ran. The foyer erupted behind us. Cultists scattered, screaming. Gideon was gone or melted into the smoke, or lurking somewhere high, cursing us in silence. The front's blocked. Leroy shouted, rattling the barred door. Kitchen exit. Through the building's bowels we sprinted, pantry, freezer, storage. Every step brought us closer to survival and further from sanity. Finally, the back door swung open to the cold night. Outside, the fire cast grotesque shadows in the garden, illuminating skeletal topiaries and warped statues like some macabre art installation. Mum! Chardonnay shouted from the motorhome. Run! We sprinted. Smoke coiled around us, hungry. The west wing exploded in a fireball, throwing cinders into the sky. Screams echoed from deep inside. I flung open the motorhome door, dragging myself and Leroy inside. Slammed it shut. Dexter sobbed quietly against the twins. Chardonnay gripped her knife like a lifeline, all of them alive but shaken. Everyone okay? I wheezed. No bites, Leroy said, coughing. No wounds. Then I saw him. Gideon. Emerging through the smoke like a specter, half his face illuminated by firelight, grief twisted into rage. He raised a brick. It crashed into the windshield. A spiderweb of cracks bloomed across the glass. Drive. Leroy barked. I didn't wait. Engine roared. Tires ripped through broken gates and garden beds. Maybe bodies. Maybe not. I didn't give a damn anymore. Eden Vale burned behind us like a funeral pyre. Miles passed in silence. Smoke swallowed the horizon. Eventually, Leroy whispered, "You did the right thing." I shouldn't have had to, I said, gripping the wheel so tight my knuckles hurt. Chardonnay sniffed, voice trembling. Those kids, they were already gone, weren't they? We did the right thing, didn't we? Yes, I insisted. They were gone long before we got there. We didn't make it worse. We gave those poor kids mercy. No one should have to live like that, not even zombie kids. Dexter curled against the twins, finally asleep. Leroy rode shotgun, eyes scanning for trouble, mind already calculating. The sun rose like nothing had changed, indifferent to the horror we'd left behind. What now? He asked. Now? I exhaled. We find somewhere new. No cults. No cages. No monsters in robes. Tall order. I'm Tracy Bloody Barnes, I said, my voice hard, teeth gritted. I'll take tall orders and beat them to death with a bat if I have to. We never spoke of Eden Vale again. But I still hear the whispers of those dead zombie kids sometimes. Soft. Haunting. Clawing at the edges of my dreams. Stay with us, don't leave, come home. Every time I hear them, the phantom echoes of small voices and smaller footsteps, my hands lock harder around the steering wheel. Knuckles white, tendons straining, as though if I don't hold on tight enough, the memories will drag me straight back into that night. Back to the moment their faces, those pale, twisted, too young faces, stared up at me. I tell myself they weren't children anymore. Not really. Just husks wearing the shape of innocence, gnashing teeth where laughter should have been. But it doesn't matter. My brain doesn't care about the logic. It only replays their eyes, the way they tilted their heads in that eerie, wrong imitation of curiosity. Sometimes I swear I still hear the soft patter of their shoes behind me, the scrape of fingernails against the glass, the broken lullabies that bubbled from their throats. And in those moments, I can't breathe. My grip on the wheel turns desperate, painful, as though by sheer force I can keep everything, my kids, my sanity, the whole damn world, from slipping away. Because deep down, the thought I can't shake is this: what if the next time they come for us, I freeze? What if I hesitate for even a second too long? What if the next set of small faces at the window aren't strangers? And that's when the wheel becomes an anchor. The only thing holding me to the present. The only thing reminding me, I still have something to protect. My kids, my heart. My reason for fighting, my reason for breathing. We didn't speak when we left Eden Vale. There was nothing left to say that wouldn't bleed out into the silence. The road was long and empty. Ash clung to the van's windows, ghosts that hadn't figured out how to let go. Leroy drove, knuckles pale on the wheel. I sat up front, hand on my bat, my eyes on the road. Pretending the smell wasn't still in my nose. Burning wood. Singed flesh, and something worse. Grief, maybe. The kids sat in the back, dazed but quiet. That was the part that scared me the most. No bickering. No whining. Just silence. Pull over when you can, I said eventually, my voice hoarse. Leroy nodded. 3 jerry cans left. We've got 100 miles easy. About 15 minutes later, we found a lady just off a beer road, not far from the woods. Across the road stood a rusted petrol station and a half-collapsed ice cream van with weeds growing up through the tires. I herded the kids out of the van like ducklings. Checking faces, wiping soot from cheeks. They were all still here. All still mine. All still living and breathing. Juice boxes, I said, handing them out like currency. Don't ever say I don't spoil you. Even Dexter took his without complaint. Leroy leaned against the van. There's blood on your shirt. I glanced down. It was dried, dark. It's not mine. That doesn't make it better. No, I said. But it makes it survivable. I nearly believed it, he said. I looked at him. Believed what? That thing, back there. When it said, "Mummy, I'm cold." I nearly felt sorry for it. I didn't answer straight away. That's what makes them worse. They don't growl. They beg. But make no mistake, they'll still eat you if you blink. He stared out into the trees. Do you think the real kids were still in there? Somewhere? No, I said, and I meant it. Maybe at first. But by the time we got to them, they were just echoes in skin suits. The people they were. Long gone. He nodded, rubbing at his eyes as if trying to erase the memories. By the time the sun was properly up, we were back on the road. Heading south, towards Cornwall. The world outside the windows looked normal. Fields of green and gold. Birds in the trees. A fox darting through a hedge. Then we passed a road sign, next services 40 miles beneath it. Someone had spray painted in red, "Dead things live here now, of course, they bloody do," I muttered. God forbid we find one safe spot without a side of cannibalism. From the back, Dexter looked up from his battered comic. Mum, do you think there'll be more places like Eden Vale? I didn't sugarcoat. Yes. Some worse. Some better. But yeah, there'll be more. People don't handle the end of the world well. Some try to save it. Others try to worship the damn rot. People lose their minds. We all went silent, again. But it didn't last. It was Chardonnay who broke it. "Mum," she said softly. "What if our dads are in a place like that? Caged. Changed. Used?" The air felt colder, the question caught me off guard. I looked at her. My heart cracked. "Then we'll find them," I said. "If there's anything left to save, we'll save it. And if they're gone, we'll give them peace. No cages. No cruelty. We will just send them to their maker." She nodded, her lips pressed tight. "They wouldn't want to be like that," she said. "They ain't human. Can you imagine, if they ever found a cure? And the zombies turned back human again, and worse still they remembered what they had done. Could you imagine? I think I would rather die. OMG Char, that's an awful thought. Let's hope it doesn't happen like that. Otherwise, the whole damn world is gonna need some serious therapy sessions. But Mum, if it did happen to one of us, would you keep us? Or kill us?" Chardonnay questioned. "I won't let that happen to any of you. Ever. I'm your mum. It's my job to keep you safe. And that's exactly what I intend to do." That got me wondering though, internally. What if we had killed all those Zed kids and someone managed to find a cure? Could I live with that? Around midday, we spotted a service station. Half looted, glass shattered. One of the pumps looked like it had exploded weeks ago. But the loose still worked, miracle of miracles. We had to empty the portable tank, so the loose were a bonus. I found a big bag of Haribo sweets, wedged behind a tipped-over crisps display. Alfie insisted the sweets be blessed by the snack gods, whilst demanding a formal ceremony. Dexter tried to claim the cola bottles. A minor war broke out. I let it happen. It was the first sign of normality we'd had since the fire. We sat on the curb, chewing and pretending the world hadn't ended. "I miss the telly," said Alfie, through a mouthful of purple bears. "I miss Greg's," I sighed. "Real sausage rolls. Not ones made with radiator heat and prayer." "I miss people who didn't want to eat us," Chardonnay added. I raised an imaginary pint. "To sausage rolls and sanity. May both return in our lifetime." Even Leroy cracked a smile at that. As we packed up to leave, Clayton tugged on my coat. "Mum," he whispered. "Do you think God will forgive us? For what we did?" Time stopped. I knelt down, took his little face in my hands. "Oh, sweetheart, if there's still a God up there watching this mess. He's the one who ought to be asking us for forgiveness." He stared at me. "We gave those children mercy," I said. "Real mercy. That matters." He nodded slowly. "If I ever turn," he whispered, "promise you won't cage me. Don't let me be like them. Just end it." I felt my throat close. Still, I nodded. "You listen to me," I said, rising with my bat. "That's never going to happen. Not to you. Not to any of you." "But you can't know that," Dexter said quietly, standing beside him. "No," I said. "But I know this, as long as I'm still breathing, no one's turning. Not my kids. Not on my watch." We loaded back into the van. The engine choked, then grumbled to life. "Cornwall's still waiting," I said. "Let's get there before another cult decides we'd make great zombie bait." "Can I pick the music?" Dexter asked. "No," I said. "Last time you played Spice Girls on repeat." He grinned. That was a spiritual experience. After the Spanish Inquisition from the kids, I was left wondering, why didn't I feel guilty about burning Eden Vale to the ground? Maybe that made me a bad person. Or maybe burning down a hell pit full of zombie toddlers and brainwashed adults made me a bloody humanitarian. The air was thick with dust and diesel. We'd been driving for hours, bouncing down half-collapsed beer roads in the mobile home. The kids were half asleep in the back, Leroy riding shotgun, his eyes sharp, his jaw locked tight. Edenvale was behind us now. Ash still clung to the mirrors, blood on our shirts, ghosts in our rearview. But whatever peace we thought we were driving toward? That illusion shattered the moment the CB radio crackled to life. A sharp hiss, then static. Leroy jumped. "Did you turn that on?" I shook my head. I thought it was broken. Another crackle. Then a voice. Male. Rough, amused. Drawling. "Tracy." My blood turned to ice. "Tracy, Tracy, Tracy, you always did like to run." I slammed the brakes. The mobile home groaned in protest. The kids stirred behind us, muttering in their sleep. "Who the hell was that?" Leroy demanded, grabbing for the volume knob. The voice laughed, low and close, like it was inside the van with us. "You don't recognize me yet? I'm hurt." I stared at the radio, my heart pounding. No. No, I don't. I'm following you. I've been behind you since the smoke cleared. You look good in the rearview. I scrambled to turn the damn thing off. No joy. Leroy tried yanking the wires. The voice kept going. "Tell the kids to wave next time. You've got some cute ones, Trace. Real sweet." A scream built in my throat. I turned in the seat. All the kids were awake now, wide-eyed, silent. Angel clung to Chardonnay. Dexter had gone pale. "Don't listen to it," I snap. "Everyone, move to the back. Stay away from the windows." "Do you think I'm stupid, Tracy? Don't you think I know where you're going?" Leroy reached under his seat for the crossbow. His hands were shaking. "We need to keep moving," I muttered. "Get us out of here. Now." The tires kicked up gravel. We tore down the road, trying to outrun a ghost. We drove in silence for miles, windows shut tight, radio finally dead. The kids huddled in the back, whispering. "Who was that?" Leroy finally asked. "I don't know," I lied. But I had a suspicion. A cold, ugly suspicion that was clawing at the edge of my mind. And when the sun began to set, and the fields turned black and the shadows grew long, we found an old petrol station to hole up in for the night. We barricaded the doors. Blocked the windows. Leroy took first watch. I sat with the kids, trying to keep them calm. But I couldn't keep my eyes off the door and the outside. There was an old CB radio in the shop, and it sat on the counter like a ticking bomb. By midnight, rain was tapping on the roof. Then, static. "You sleeping yet, Trace?" I jumped. Angel screamed. Archie grabbed a knife from the toolkit. "You shouldn't have run. Should have stayed put. Should have remembered who you belonged to." That's when I knew. "Dion," I breathed. "You bastard." "Hello, my love." He chuckled. "Miss me?" I slammed my fist into the console. "You're in jail. You're supposed to be locked up." I was. But the dead get back up now, don't they? I've got some unfinished business with my boy. Clayton. My stomach dropped. "You come near my kids, and you'll what, Tracy? Hit me with a bat?" He laughed like it was all a game. Then the radio went silent. After that we moved back into the bus. The last thing we needed was to be barricaded in a square room. At least in the mobile home we could get away if we needed to. But I was so exhausted I nodded off and then. Crash. Bang. Screch, he hit us just before dawn. Windows smashed. Metal scraped. A van slammed into the mobile home, knocking us sideways. Leroy was already up, shouting orders. I grabbed the bat, screaming for the kids to hide. Then the door burst open. He stepped inside like a goddamn nightmare. Taller than I remembered. Lean. Mean. And smiling like the devil. "Tracy," Dion said. "You haven't aged a day." I swung the bat. He caught it mid-swing and shoved me back. The kids screamed. Clayton backed into a corner. "There's my boy," Dion cooed. "Daddy's home." "Go to hell," Clayton spat. "Already did," Dion snarled. "Didn't like the company." "You're coming with me." He lunged, grabbed Clayton by the collar. I tried to stop him. But he punched me so hard I started to see stars. The last thing I saw was Clayton being dragged out into the rain. I woke up tied to a chair in the garage behind the station. Cold. Alone. My mouth tasted like blood. My wrists burned. Across from me, zombies. Dozens of them. Separated by a flimsy chain-link fence. They clawed at the gate, moaning. Dion stood in the corner, lighting a cigarette. "You always were stubborn, Trace. Thought maybe a little alone time with the locals would fix that." I spat at him. He laughed. "You'll die screaming, but don't worry, you'll make good bait." Then he walked out. But Leroy, bless him. He'd hidden in the undercarriage when Dion attacked. Waited. Found the spare keys. He was the one who kicked the garage door open, crossbow in hand. "Mom. Behind you." I shouted. Dion lunged from the shadows. Leroy fired. Missed. The bolt scraped Dion's arm, but the distraction was enough. I broke the chair, grabbed a tire iron, and swung with everything I had. We fought like demons, blood, sweat, teeth. But in the end, we dragged Dion, screaming, bleeding, furious, into the zombie pen. We locked the gate. He howled. "You can't do this to me." "Watch us," I said. And we did. We watched until they started biting him. We watched as they tore his intestines out and tore the flesh from his limbs. The bastard deserved it. Then we didn't watch anymore. We got the kids. Clayton was shaken, bruised, but alive. The others were okay. Scared, but okay. We didn't say much. We just got back in the mobile home. And drove. We left Dion behind. Screaming, rotting. Being torn apart by the very world he thought he could control. Leroy glanced at me. "Where to now?" I gripped the wheel. "South. Still Cornwall." "And the CB?" We ripped it out. Threw it in the ditch. No more voices. No more ghosts. Just us. And the road ahead. If I had to sum up my life in that moment with one word, it'd be surreal. And honestly, after everything we'd seen, that felt about right. Picture it, 6 kids jammed into a rumbling motorhome, dragging through a scorched countryside like a post-apocalyptic school trip. Dexter, always alert, sitting beside Leroy, my crossbow-wielding right hand and our unspoken second-in-command. Chardonnay was wedged between the twins, Archie and Angel, still managing to bicker even after all we'd lost. And little Clayton, fast asleep on my lap with jam smeared across his cheek as if he was wearing war paint. Me? I was just holding it all together with coffee, duct tape, and a whole lot of swearing under my breath. We'd been driving for less than an hour, when the sun dipped below the hills, painting the sky in flaming oranges and pinks. Too beautiful for the hell we were crawling through. That's when we saw it. A massive military base just outside Exeter. Razor wire, sandbags, floodlights like sun gods. It looked like a Bond villain's lair, if Bond villains were into cargo pants and ration tins, instead of shark tanks and tuxedos. The gates loomed up, tall and black, flanked by guards with more ammo than smiles. Still, my gut fluttered, not with nerves, but hope. Real, terrifying hope. "You sure this place is safe?" Chardonnay asked, her nose wrinkling at the soldiers' weapons. Those guys look serious. Exactly, I said. They're serious, because they have to shoot the creatures that want to eat our faces. That's what we call security, sweetheart. Leroy leaned forward, eyes scanning the perimeter. Their gear's way better than Dad's old army stash. Yeah, well, medals and moldy boots don't help much when the dead start walking. I mutter, my hands tightening on the wheel. The motorhome rumbled to a stop just as the gates creaked open. For a second, I imagined them slamming shut behind us. Coffin lid style. A stocky man in dusty fatigues stepped up to the window, eyes vibrant and kind. Welcome to Fort Exeter, he said, his voice like gravel. I nodded, as my heart hammered. I'm Tracy Barnes and these little harbingers of doom are my kids. I'm Captain Harris. Glad you made it. He glanced at the kids. Most families don't. That hit harder than I wanted it to. But I just nodded. We'll take whatever shelter you've got. We're running on fumes and flapjacks. He smiled grimly. Come on in. Inside the gates, it was like stepping into a different world. Rows of barracks. Sandbagged guard posts, and watchtowers made of metal skeletons, watching the tree lean. Soldiers moved with purpose. There was order here. Discipline. I was in awe. I hadn't seen anything like this, since the world went pear-shaped. The kids stared out the windows, wide-eyed. Even Dexter leaned forward, curious. Captain Harris led us in with a brief tour. We passed a greenhouse where tomatoes clung to life like little red rebels. Water tanks. Medical tents. A few scattered civilians in donated clothes. It was rough, but it was home, at least for now. You're lucky, Harris said, nodding at the motorhome. Most people don't make it this far. This place is safe. Better than a mobile home, on bald tires. We've been running for so long, I've forgotten what standing still feels like. He led us toward a communal hall, the air thick with antiseptic and burnt coffee. It smelled like effort. Like survival. A few other families milled around, most hollow-eyed, quiet. The kids peeled off fast, bonding with other scrappy survivors over bruised apples and shared trauma. Archie and Angel joined a game of tag under a guard's watchful eye. Dexter and Chardonnay hung back, whispering, in that serious way kids shouldn't have to whisper. Leroy kept close to the soldiers, asking questions. Watching. Learning. Come on, Harris said, waving me toward a tent near the command post. You'll want to meet the boss. The boss turned out to be Major Daniels, a man who looked like he ate problems for breakfast. Crew cut, soft big brown almond-shaped eyes, and a handshake that said, I make the calls nobody else wants to. I respected that. You had to be a little dead inside to survive these days. Tracy Barnes, he said. I've heard about you. Hopefully not from a wanted poster, I joke. He actually smiled. No. Harris speaks highly. Says you've kept 6 kids alive, out there on your own. With duct tape, canned beans, and sarcasm. And a bat. Can't forget the bat. Daniels looked at me like he was assessing inventory. Then he nodded. You're the kind of people we need. Welcome to Fort Exeter. That night, for the first time in days, we felt safe. The kids crashed hard. Clayton curled against my side like he was still trying to crawl back into my ribcage. I watched them breathe, soft and even, and I let myself believe that we might finally be safe. I waited for the kids to drift off and then I went for a wander. Outside, under a tarp sky, I sat with Daniels. He lit a cigarette and offered me one. I declined, but I envied the normalcy of the gesture. You've done good, he said after a moment. Getting them this far. Done my best, I replied. Some days that looks like bravery. Some days it looks like not falling apart. Daniels nodded. That's survival. We talked long into the night. About the world before, about what's left. He didn't flirt. Not really. But there was a warmth in him, a warmth I hadn't felt in a long time. He didn't just want to survive. He wanted something worth surviving for. The next few days blurred. The kids adjusted fast. Leroy joined training drills. Dexter helped in the comms tent. Chardonnay and Archie started shadowing medics. Archie a trainee medic, who'd have thought it? Angel befriended a girl with a missing tooth and more sass than sense. And Clayton, my little heart, started smiling again. Just a little. I helped where I could. Cooking, watched shifts, keeping the peace. Daniels and I found a rhythm. Quiet talks, shared coffee. Moments that felt like rebellion, in a world built on screams and silence. For once, things felt okay. But I knew better than to trust, okay. Nothing ever lasts in the apocalypse. If I'd learned anything in the apocalypse, it was this: peace never lasted. The minute you started to feel safe, that's when the dead came knocking. It started just after dusk, when the last light bled from the sky and shadows danced across Fort Exeter's perimeter. I was sitting on a supply crate with a cup of weak tea, watching Dexter and Chardonnay play a quiet card game near the motorhome. Leroy was on night watch duty, he insisted, said he wanted to be useful. Daniels trusted him enough to let him shadow the wall patrol. I didn't argue. The boy had more sense in his 16-year-old head than most grown men I'd known. The rest of the kids were already inside, Clayton curled up beside the twins, his thumb half in his mouth, half gripping his stuffed frog. They were exhausted. We all were. Then I heard it. A low moan. Distant. Faint. I froze. Daniels appeared beside me within seconds, rifle slung, jaw tight. You heard it too, he said quietly. I nodded. South fence? He didn't answer, he didn't need to. He jerked his head toward the command tent, and within minutes, the guards were moving. No alarms, no shouting. Just hand signals and rifles being loaded. We'd learned our lesson on noise. Noise meant death. The dead followed sound like moths to flame, and alarms? Alarms were suicide. Tracy, Daniel said, meeting my eyes, get the kids inside and keep them quiet. My stomach turned. How many? We don't know yet. He didn't say anything more. He didn't have to. I called Dexter and Chardonnay over, my voice low but urgent. Inside. Now. Wake the twins and get Clayton. Don't make a sound. Dexter didn't ask questions. He never did when it got serious. He took Chardonnay's hand and bolted for the motorhome. I jogged after them, my eyes scanning the tree line. The night was too still. That was never good. Inside the motorhome, I slammed the lock into place and drew the blackout curtains. The younger ones blinked at me sleepily, confused but quiet. I knelt in front of them. Listen to me, I whispered. There might be a lot of bad things outside tonight, but we're safe in here as long as we stay quiet and still. You don't open this door unless it's me. Got it? Archie nodded first. Angel curled up closer to Clayton, eyes wide but dry. I was proud of them. No screaming, no crying. They were getting too good at this. Then I grabbed my rifle, checked the chamber, and slipped back outside. Daniels met me near the sandbag line by the south gate. A dozen of us were crouched low, peering into the dark. The tension crackled in the air. Leroy was among them, his eagle eyes scanning the area, with a shotgun in hand. I told you to stay back, I whispered. He looked at me. And leave you out here with these idiots? Not a chance. Before I could argue, a rustle came from the brush. Then another. They stepped into the light, one after the other. Limbs twisted, clothes ragged, skin hanging in mottled gray strips. Their eyes milky, bloodshot. If you looked at those eyes too long, they would surely hypnotize you into certain death. Always empty, hungry, and full of a deep-seated hatred that knew no bounds. Dozens made an appearance. No. Hundreds. They sprinted forward in that awful, unstoppable rhythm. Inevitable. The wall wasn't tall, but it was solid. Barbed wire wrapped every edge. It had been reinforced with scavenged sheet metal and crates. But even the best fence in the world won't hold forever. Daniels raised his hand. No one fired. We waited. 10 of them slammed against the fence. Then 20. Then 100. The moans grew into a constant, throbbing drone. The sound of hell on earth snapping at our defenses. Coming in on all sides. Finally, Daniels gave the nod. The first volley of suppressed gunfire cracked through the dark. Precise. Controlled. Heads dropped. Bodies crumpled. Still, more came. We held the line, every shot measured. No yelling. No chaos. Just silent, deadly efficient marksmen, all aiming and taking the dead ones down. I was crouched beside Leroy, firing, reloading, firing again. My hands shook, but my aim held steady. I kept thinking of the motorhome. Of the kids. Of little Clayton's fingers clinging to that frog. Behind us, Chardonnay peeked out the curtain. I saw her silhouette, her hands tight on the window frame. Stay back, baby, I thought. Just stay back. The dead piled up, bodies against bodies. Soon they'd be high enough to climb. That was always the danger. Not that they broke the wall, but that they used their own brethren to scale it. To climb high enough to get over our defenses. Burn them. Daniels hissed. 2 soldiers grabbed long poles with attached fuel-soaked rags. They jabbed into the pile, lighting it from the base. Flames rose like the gates of hell had opened, and for a moment, we had light again. Flickering, orange, ugly light. As the flames licked at the decaying corpses, the sky became a fireball. They screamed as they burned. But it didn't deter them. If anything, it angered them. Even on fire, they clawed forward. Stupid. Persistent. Unnatural. The smell hit next, acrid, choking, greasy. I gagged, wiping my mouth on my sleeve. They're pushing through the fence on the west side. A voice hollered through the camp. Daniels swore. Split teams. You 4, west wall. The rest with me. I grabbed Leroy's arm. Go to the RV, protect your brothers and sisters. No, I'm not arguing with you, Leroy. You're the only one I trust. He clenched his jaw, the frustration evident on his face. Don't die. I'll try not to. I watched him run, silent and fast. His shadow disappeared into the motorhome just as more undead surged forward. The West team ran off into the dark. I stayed with Daniels, covering the gap. One of the soldiers beside me screamed. A zombie bit him through the wire. A shot rang out. Daniels didn't hesitate. 1 clean bullet to the temple. Mercy was fast out here. The fence held. Barely. Blood and entrails and brain matter soaked the ground. Ash, fire and death hung in the air like a thick fog. Hours passed or it was minutes, I couldn't tell. Time had no meaning anymore. At one point, I crouched behind a crate to reload and caught sight of Dexter darting from the side of the motorhome to the fence, carrying more bullets in an old backpack. The kid moved like a ghost, careful and clever. He dropped the bag by my feet, gave me a thumbs up, then vanished again. God, I love that boy. Sometime before dawn, the tide of decayed corpses slowed. Whether it was the fire, the bullets, or just our sheer refusal to give in, I don't know. But they started to fall back, step by reluctant step. By the time the sky began to gray, only the smoldering remains of the horde lay against our walls. The ground was slick. My boots squelched with every step. My arms were shaking so bad, I could barely hold the rifle. Daniel stood beside me, his eyes scanning the perimeter, his jaw locked. "Still breathing?" he asked. "Barely." He nodded. "Good enough." I turned toward the motorhome. My legs didn't want to move, but I made them. When I opened the door, I was greeted by a pile of kids. Shivering, but alive. Leroy sat by the door, rifle in hand, eyes half-lidded with exhaustion. "Any trouble?" I asked. He shook his head. "Chardonnay nearly stabbed a squirrel." "That count?" I let out a borderline hysterical laugh. "Close enough." Dexter handed me a juice box from our emergency stash, his hands still trembling. "You okay, Mum?" "Getting there," I whispered. I sat down in the middle of them and held Clayton, as the first rays of dawn lit up the camp. Outside, Daniels was already barking orders, cleaning up the bodies, checking defenses. The fires were dying down. The air still stank. We'd lost 3 people. But we were still here. That was what counted. Survival, these days, always came at a price. Bought with blood, sweat, and tears. But moments like these made it all worth it. Sitting shoulder to shoulder with my kids, wrapped in a scratchy blanket, the night was finally behind us. As I cuddled my kids, my thoughts spiraled. The 7th night had come and gone. What a treat. Can't wait to see what the 8th brings. Zombie clowns, maybe? Wouldn't put it past the universe. At least for now we were still breathing. By the time the screaming started, I already knew this night would be worse. It had been building all day. The tension gathering like storm clouds. We'd gotten used to the usual noises outside the fence. The shuffling. The groaning. The dry scrape of dead fingers on rusted steel. But this was different. It was too quiet. Even the crows had disappeared. It wasn't peaceful. It was jaws waiting to bite. The day passed by solemn and threatful. Kids squabbled over ration bars. The water pump failed again. I caught Daniels pacing around the tower, muttering calculations to himself. Every time someone asked what he was doing, he said, "Something's wrong with the pattern." Whatever that meant. When the power failed just after nightfall, I knew we were screwed. Not a flicker. Not a glint. Just gone. Every bulb popped simultaneously. Like a line of firecrackers. The base plunged into darkness. Then the whispering started. I was standing near the medical tent, checking a splint on another survivor's leg, when I heard it. A voice. Soft, familiar. "Tracy, come to us." "Harry, I need you." "Jennifer, it's Mum." I froze. No one else reacted. I turned toward the sound, toward the tree line past the north fence, where the generator had died an hour ago. The voice came again, impossibly close, curling into my ear like breath. "Trace, it's me. Come here, love. I've missed you. Come to me, baby girl." My chest went tight. My throat closed up. It was Dion. But Dion was dead. Me and Leroy had made sure of it. Still, I stepped forward, just one pace. That was all it took for Harris to grab my arm, sharp. "You hearing it too?" he asked, his eyes sparkling with malice or fear. I wasn't quite sure which. That's when the rest of them heard it. Voices rising from the dark like a choir of dead gods. All at once, people started reacting. "Dad," someone called out. "Is that you?" "Liam," sobbed a girl I didn't recognize. "Liam, baby, where are you?" A soldier fired into the air, shouting, "No1 moves. Stay the fuck away," from the perimeter. But it was already too late. 4 people broke ranks and ran for the fence. One of them, the new guy, Reese, actually opened the gate. By the time Daniels tackled him, something had already gotten inside. The thing that came through wore the skin of a boy. Only it wasn't a boy. Not an alive one. It looked like one, from the neck up. Fair hair, soft face. Except the eyes were full of hatred with a milky bloodshot void. But its body, it was grotesque. The limbs were stretched, too long and thin, skin like soaked paper, barely hiding the blackened veins crawling underneath. It didn't walk. It folded forward, like a marionette with a broken spine. Then it opened its mouth, impossibly wide, and out came a voice, that I presumed was a female relative, of Reese's. "Come here, baby. Don't cry." He froze. Just froze. Then the thing leapt. Grabbing his face in both hands, ripping his jaw clean off. The noise, a wet pop, followed by a gurgling scream. It broke whatever spell we were all under. Everyone started firing, shouting, crying. The floodlights coughed into life on dying backup power, strobing the battlefield with cruel taunting flashes of monstrous shadows. And through the fence, they came. A horde. Hundreds, maybe more. Shambling from the woods, twitching and staggering. Their mouths in silent screams. Then we could see the zombies that stayed near the tree line drifting ever closer to camp. The ones that baited us. The ones that whispered. Each one whispering something unique. Names. Begs. Apologies. Prayers. They were taunting us, using our dead loved ones' voices as bait. Mrs. Hockfield collapsed screaming. "That's my Tom. That's my Tom." She charged at the fence before I could stop her. The zombies swarmed. They tore her in half before she had even finished screaming. Daniel shouted, "Get those fucking gates shut. Now." We fought like demons. Shotguns, blades, sharpened poles. Leroy manned the tower with Chardonnay passing him fresh mags, both their faces pale with shock. Ruiz was everywhere at once. Dragging people behind barricades. Screaming orders, unloading round after round into the dark. I gripped my bat. The old wooden one I'd adapted on the road, thick-handled and splintered with use. I'd driven rusted nails through the barrel. A crown of spiked steel jutting in all directions like a mace. Each swing now wasn't just a hit, it was a tearing, shredding, a pulping strike, that cracked bone and flayed rotten flesh. The nails caught in their skulls, ripping free with sickening pops. I kept swinging, even when my arms screamed, and my fingers went numb. I didn't stop. Not until the wet crunch of their bodies drowned out the whispering. Skulls cracked like overripe melons. Black blood sprayed my coat, my face, my mouth. Still, they came. One grabbed my ankle as I swung at another. Its fingers cold and thin as wire. I looked down and saw my mother's face. Just, her face. Half-rotted, sewn onto something that definitely wasn't human. It whispered, "Why'd you leave me, Trace?" I screamed and brought the bat down over and over, until it was mush. Behind me, Daniels and Ruiz were lighting the fuel trenches. With a roar, the fire jumped high, casting the battlefield in orange. Several whispering ones caught fire, but they kept moving. A screaming parade of flames staggering toward the fence. And still the voices kept coming. "Tracy, come home, we're not mad, baby. Just come home, let us in." Bang. Bang. Headshots didn't always work anymore. The larger ones needed to be decapitated. Others didn't stop until we broke every joint in their limbs. These things weren't just dead. They were engineered. It was as if someone had been watching us from the shadows all along. Studying the way we fought, the way we survived, and then, like a cruel child tinkering with broken toys, decided to upgrade the dead. Not better. Worse. So much worse. The first ones were bad enough, the ordinary kind. Mindless, rabid things that hurled themselves at you with all the grace of a drunk sprinter. They came in waves, teeth first, fast enough to overwhelm, dumb enough to keep coming until their skulls cracked open under your boot. Terrifying in their simplicity. Predictable, at least. But then came the others. The whisperers. Thin and hollow-eyed, their lips never stopped moving. They didn't scream. They didn't groan. They whispered. Your name. Your loved ones' names. Words you shouldn't hear in the voices of the dead. They slithered into your head in the dark hours, making you doubt, making you want to believe. They didn't need claws to rip you apart, they could peel you open from the inside out. And if those weren't bad enough, there were the giants. The heavy ones. Hulking, rotted masses of muscle and bone that didn't fall unless you took their heads clean off. Blades snapped on their spines. Bullets slowed them but didn't stop them. They hit the ground like collapsing walls, but if you didn't finish the job, they got back up, slower, angrier, hungrier. Each kind alone was a nightmare. Together, they were a design. A deliberate nightmare stitched into the shape of our fears. It was as if the dark itself had decided survival was becoming too easy for us, so it set out to correct the problem. It took all night. We pushed them back inch by inch. The fire helped. So did floodlight disorientation. But we lost 11 people. 2 children. By dawn, the ground outside the wall was slick with blood and ash. The whispering had finally come to an end. I couldn't move. My arms shook with adrenaline crash. My hands were blistered, raw from gripping the bat. My ears still rang with Dion's voice. Not that I cared about him, but the fact that even in death, that bastard's voice was still going to haunt me. In the morning, Daniel stood over the pile of burning corpses, holding a half-melted recorder. It had caught some of the voices. He played it on loop. His jaw was tight, his eyes red from lack of sleep. They're mimicking voices, he said. Memory frequencies. Something about how we process loss. It's not random. It's weaponized. It's got to be. Some lunatic created these things. We call them the whispering ones now, Ruiz added. Because that's what they do. We buried what was left of our people behind the barracks. Mrs. Hawkfield's head was all we found of her. We wrapped it in cloth. Said a prayer. Buried her next to what we thought might be her son. Later that day, Daniels found me sitting outside the motorhome, cleaning my bat. My old friend, good for cracking heads. The wood was nicked in places, splinters rough from too many blows against bone and barricade alike, and as I worked, I found myself thinking back to a time before all this. The bat had started as nothing more than home security, the kind of thing you kept by the door in case of midnight burglars. Back then, it was just a precaution, an awkward, heavy promise that I hoped I'd never have to swing. Strange how objects change their purpose. Now it was no longer a symbol of safety, but survival. A comfort in my grip, a blunt little talisman against the endless dark. Something I couldn't bear to set down, because without it, I felt naked. Exposed. Hunted. You should come to weapons training this afternoon, Daniel said, handing me a mug of actual tea, milk, sugar, even the good stuff. He'd scrounged it, somehow, he always did. Might need you to help train the civilians. I raised an eyebrow, not bothering to hide my surprise. You mean the non-soldiers who scream every time a bird lands too hard on the roof? As I said it, I remembered the shrill shriek from earlier that morning, someone's nerves cracking just because a stray crow pecked at the scrap bucket. He smirked, and even in the dreary gray afternoon, I could see a glimmer of respect there. Exactly that. You've been out there. Hell, you've managed to keep your 6 kids safe whilst driving across half of the country. You fought the dead on your own. No backup, no army. Just you and your kids. If you can teach your kids, you can teach our people. I smirked. I did it to keep my kids safe, there isn't anything I wouldn't do for them. Daniels smirked back. You're the bravest woman I've ever met. We need you. The camp needs you. I need you. That last sentence hung in the air as silence enveloped us once more. I liked Daniels. Really liked him. He was charming. Honest and best of all, not too bad on the eye either. I found myself wanting to please him. Weird, I know. So, I spent the afternoon teaching terrified survivors how to hold a bat without knocking themselves out. How to stab without hesitating. How to stop picturing the zombies as their Uncle Kevin or next-door neighbor Sharon. Most of them held their weapons like they were holding a venomous snake, all white knuckles and trembling. The thing no one tells you about fighting is it's more about convincing your brain to act than it is about strength or form. The zombies come at you with dead eyes, hungry jaws. Looking like people you used to love. That's the hardest part. Once, during the lesson, Marcy Quinn broke down, bat clattering to the ground. I put an arm around her and whispered, "It isn't him anymore." Eventually, her hands steadied. "Zombie Kevin is not your uncle," I said as one guy hesitated. "Zombie Kevin is a chew-happy corpse, who wants to eat your liver. Smash his face in." A few in the back laughed, grateful for the break in tension. Whatever works. It's kill or be killed. Avoid looking into their eyes, they will hypnotize you and before you know it, you will be zombie chow. Always aim for the head. These things don't feel pain. These things have no empathy. These things want to eat you. Remember that. And if someone close to you gets bit, you kill them, no hesitations. Or you will be joining the reanimated ranks too. It worked. People listened. Maybe it was my tone. Maybe it was the bat. Or maybe everyone had just, finally had enough, of being scared. Sometimes, when I scan those faces, new lines etched from weeks of terror, I wonder if courage is just exhaustion wearing another mask. But for the first time, I saw something harden in them, something sturdy. Daniels watched from the side, arms crossed, nodding. I imagined him filing away the moment later that night. He joined me by the fire pit behind the barracks. The stars were out again, annoyingly bright and serene, as if mocking us. Pretending nothing below had changed. We sat in the smoky halo for a while before he spoke. "You've got a knack for this," he said. "The teaching. The leading." His voice was soft, raw. A rare candor in a world where most things were hard edges and quick lies. "I've got a knack for yelling," I corrected. "And surviving. Because I'm a mum. And that's what mums do." The words tumbled out before I could stop them. I hadn't spoken about my old life in weeks, not aloud. Somehow, it made me miss it less, but in moments like this, all that longing would surge up. He chuckled. "Still. You've got people listening. That matters." There was a pause, as if he wanted to add more, but the words got stuck. I looked at him, the firelight catching his stubble and eyes. "So, what happens when listening's not enough?" He didn't answer right away. He just stared into the flames. "Then we make sure they can fight." Beneath those words, I heard the unspoken plea, "Please turn them into an army. Please help them fight harder." By day 9 at the base, we'd all fallen into a rhythm. A weird routine of sorts, even in the apocalypse. It was a rebellion against the chaos clawing at our gates. The children helped with mess duty and garden maintenance, their hands learning new skills in the soil. Laughter was rare, but when it came, it was genuine. Dexter and Archie, once city kids glued to screens, now muscled through hauling boxes of canned beans and flour, from stores picked clean by survivors before us. Angel, ever the peacemaker, befriended a sweet older woman named Lorna who crocheted weapon cozies, useless, yes, but disarmingly endearing. Lorna used to make sweaters for her grandkids. Now she wrapped yarn around knives and bats, like some part of her still believed softness, could shield us from what waited beyond the walls. Chardonnay took over organizing the kids' bunks, turning their corner into something almost cozy. She even made a welcome sign out of an old cereal box, colored in with scavenged markers. The others started leaving small drawings and jokes on it each morning, secret messages for luck. It worked, in its own small way. Amid the rust and ruin, we claimed back scraps of normality with whatever we had. But when night came, routine gave way to war. The camp fought every single night. Relentlessly. The undead came in waves. Not massive, but steady. Testing us. Pushing us to our limits. Whilst whisperers watched us from the tree lines. The floodlights would slice through the darkness, harsh and white, turning night into something brittle and exposed. Out on the perimeter, the guards would stiffen, eyes scanning the tree line, shoulders tight as bowstrings. One sharp signal, a raised hand, a whistle too soft to carry far, and we'd scramble into position, hearts already hammering, bracing ourselves for whatever the dark was about to spit out at us. Sometimes it was a handful of zombies. Sometimes it was dozens. The ground outside the perimeter was a slurry of mud and gore now. Churned by boots and dragging limbs. We were all exhausted. Bone-deep weary, but we held the line. We fought with everything we had. The gates stayed shut and locked from the inside, guarded around the clock, with only Daniels holding the key. Not out of distrust. Out of necessity. In a crisis, everyone had their role. His was the hardest, making sure none of us repeated the mistakes of the past. Too many had been lost to panic, throwing open the gates to voices they thought belonged to their loved ones. But it wasn't family waiting in the dark. It was the whisperers, wearing the sounds of the dead like a mask, calling sweetly, cruelly, until someone broke. His job was to keep us steady, to remind us that no matter how real the voices seemed, opening that gate was the same as signing our own death warrants. We fought every single night. There was no glamour in it. No speeches or heroics. Just grit and repetition. Every time the sun dipped below the tree line, we knew what waited. And we met it head on. Bleeding, cursing, exhausted, but still standing tall. We held the line with shaking hands and red-rimmed eyes. Some nights it was a few dozen of them, some nights just one or two stragglers who still had the memory of hunger in their bones. But they kept coming. Testing us. Wearing us down. What started as quick strategy talks, over maps stained with instant coffee, had turned into longer conversations. Late ones, when we were both too wired from watch duty to sleep. We'd smoke in silence, watching the trees sway under moonlight, and sometimes he'd hand me a flask without speaking. Most nights, we didn't say much. But sometimes we talked for endless hours. Before I knew it, we were getting close. Too close for comfort. Maybe. But we never ran out of things to talk about. He told me about his mum once. Her Yorkshire puddings. The photos sewn into his jacket lining, creased and worn, but holy to him. I told him about my kids, and the time my youngest poured glitter down the air vents and we found it in the carpet for months. Dumb, domestic things that were distant memories now. It scared the hell out of me, how easily he slid into those empty places I'd sealed off. It felt like hope. And I didn't trust hope anymore. Hope got people dead. Leroy had become a fixture, practically part of the roster now. Shadowing Captain Harris on night watch. Always with one eye on the trees and the other on Harris's flask. The kids thought he was a legend in the making, and Leroy lapped up his newfound celebrity status. I caught him more than once at breakfast, whispering big, puffed-up tales to the little ones, half-truths, half-bravado. Harris didn't seem to mind. And honestly, Leroy was changing. Older, wiser. He was becoming a man. The fear was fading from his voice, night by night. Me? I had my tea in the morning. A warmish meal when the sun dipped. And Daniels. Not in some grand, sweeping way. Just his presence. Someone whose will to survive matched my own. Someone who didn't ask me how I was holding up, because he already knew. When the lights died for the second time, it felt like someone had yanked the oxygen out of the room too. 1 second, humming generators and nervous chatter. The next, silence, thick enough to choke on. Total blackout. Like the dark had teeth now. Then the whispers started again. Not groans. Not moans. Voices. Familiar ones. Broken ones. Dead ones. Dad? Dad, it's me, let me in. Sharon, I forgive you, come outside. Jason, please. We're waiting. The whisperers were back. And this time, they brought friends. Daniels barked orders like he thought yelling would keep people sane. Generators. High alert. Everyone, move. Yeah. Great plan, General. Yell into the dark. That'll fix the apocalypse. I clutched Clayton to my hip, grabbed Dexter and Archie by the hands. Chardonnay was already stuffing cans into a backpack like she was prepping for a picnic in hell. Leroy was MIA. Probably out with Harris again, playing hero near the front. Torch lights flicked on. Pale beams jittered across pale faces. Civilians scrambled like kicked ants. Fear was a gas leak, one spark and we'd blow sky high. Then came the noise. Thud. Clang. Scrape. The fence. Again. Tiny hands. Massive ones. Scrabbling, slapping. Testing. Still, they whispered. Chardonnay leaned in, whispering. The voices, they sound more human now. And she was right. Because the undead needed upgrades. Now they weren't just monsters. They were master manipulators. Comfort wrapped in horror. Gaslighting. Gatekeeping. Outside the fence, they looked like ghosts that got caught halfway through decaying. Some in tattered uniforms, some in pajamas. One guy wore a party hat. Like the end of the world was RSVP only. Their eyes caught the torchlight. Not vacant. Searching. And that's what twisted the knife. They didn't shamble anymore. They scanned. They watched. They remembered. My skin crawled so hard, it nearly left without me. Then I heard Clayton. Is that Grandma? God. No, baby, I said, trying to keep my voice calm. They're pretending. That's not her. He clutched his clay dinosaur like it could save his soul. Daniels crackled through the comms, a panicked metronome. Weapons ready. Secure every entrance. Watch the perimeter. Chardonnay was mumbling meal counts like she was hosting Hell's Kitchen, Bunker Edition. Archie peeked between the blinds. His breath fogged the glass. And outside faces. Slack. Pale. Eroded and full of decay, with eyes that watched you. We took shifts guarding the cafeteria. The kids tried to sleep. The adults tried to pretend. Backup lights buzzed overhead like flies on meat. Every sound, sounding like Velcro, breath. A dropped can of beans, felt like an alarm bell. And morning? Morning forgot us. The whisperers usually scattered with the sunrise, like vampires with rotten teeth. But not this time. It was spring, sun came up around 5 a.m. and yet they stayed. Lingering. Lurking. Pacing the fence like rabid dogs waiting for dinner. Daniels handed out jobs. Duct tape windows. Count ammo. Try not to cry. They're testing the fences, he said. They're not breaking in, they're trying to break us. Awesome. Undead with a PhD in psychological warfare. Just what we all need. Nobody asked how long the generators would last. We already knew, not long enough. Outside, the whispers grew bolder. Tracy, sweetheart, we're still here, let us in. I've seen corpses. More than I care to count. But this was something else. Grief wearing human skin that walked. No drifted. Skin walkers with teeth and brains. One of them, his scalp had slid halfway off like a melting toupee. Another woman's ankle was bent sideways, bones sticking out like a snapped drumstick. Her bridal veil fluttered like cobwebs in a nightmare. And still, the whispers. Leroy, Chardonnay, baby, Tracy. Tracy, come home. Daniels turned to me. Get the kids to the armory. Now. Not without Leroy, I snapped. You've got 10 minutes, he said. Then we locked down. Silent. No lights. No sound. If they're not in by then, we seal the doors. Fair. Brutal. But fair. I shoved Clayton into Chardonnay's arms. Take him. Grab Angel and Archie. Go. And don't open the door for anything that bleeds. What about you? She asked, eyes wide, knuckles white. I'm going to find your brother. And I'm bringing my machete. I found Leroy on the wall with Harris, crossbows drawn. We need to fall back, Harris muttered. They're organized. Too coordinated. They're corpses, not tactical ops, I said. But even I wasn't buying it. They weren't acting like a horde. They were calculating. Mapping us out. Pressing the same weak points. A voice slithered from the dark. Let us in, go fuck yourself, I muttered, grabbing Leroy's shoulder. Daniels is sealing the armory. We move. Now. Harris nodded like I'd just forgiven his sins. We made our way back, ducking low, hearts punching through our ribs. We ghosted through the camp. Silent. Swift. Surviving. The whisperers moved at the edges of our peripheral vision. Always watching. Always close enough to taste us. By the time we reached the armory, the last second of the 10-minute timer ticked out. We slammed the doors just as the fence screamed under pressure. The base shook with the force of it. The whisperers didn't. Daniel staggered in behind us, blood on his cargo trousers, his face drawn. He dropped against the wall. We won't make it another night, he said. We evacuate at dawn. Where? I asked. Anywhere, he said. Everywhere. We split. Scatter. They can't follow us all. That night was our last in the camp. We slept in our boots, weapons loaded. The kids curled up in blankets. Daniel sat beside me, quiet, holding pressure on his leg. We should have seen this coming. We did, I said. We just lied to ourselves, louder than they whispered. He gave a sad laugh. Almost human. You're not leaving without us, I told him. I wouldn't dare. Outside, the voices kept calling. They knew us. They remembered us. And they weren't done yet. But dawn would come. And when it did, we'd be ready. Weapons ready. Jokes abundant. Hearts still beating. For now. The night had been hell. There was no horn. No klaxon blaring, the way you'd expect in a military base under attack. Nothing that could have warned us, except the awful pounding. The dead, shambling and relentless, hammering on the side of the vehicles, scraping their claws, rattling doors like desperate children trying to get inside. The sound was raw. Terrifying. It made every nerve in my body scream. I was already packed. Not with careful, slow packing, but with the frantic throwing together that says, we don't have time. Boots on, jacket zipped up, a sling of weapons around my shoulders. Daniel stayed close, though his leg throbbed with fresh pain. His bandage looked too tight. But daylight had finally broken, and with it came the one chance we had left. We were going to make a run for it. Evacuate. Live. The kids were scrambling into the motorhome with me. Chardonnay cursing under her breath, Clayton clutching his little blanket as if it could stop the nightmare outside. Leroy was behind the wheel of the motorhome, looking a little too calm for someone about to drive us out of hell. Maybe it was that crossbow slung over his lap that gave him all the bravado. Who knows? "You ready, Mum?" he asked, but I could tell he was already screaming inside. "No time to be ready, kid," I muttered, sliding into the passenger seat. I could feel Daniels limping close behind me, and the kids piling in like a small, terrified pack. Outside, the camp was chaos. Soldiers were shouting orders, but the usual military precision was breaking down. The dead were everywhere, throwing themselves against trucks. They didn't just swarm us. They hurled themselves at us. Bodies slamming into the sides of vans with bone-cracking thuds, the metal screaming as it buckled under the weight. A man near the back screamed as one of the dead vaulted over the hood, smashing into him with impossible strength. Teeth sank into his shoulder before he could even raise his rifle, the sound of tearing flesh drowned only by his own shrieks. Blood sprayed across the windshield, painting it red, as another body slammed against the glass, cracking it wide open. Daniels shoved me forward, firing into the mob, each shot exploding skulls into black mist. But for every one that fell, two more clawed their way over the carcasses. A pale hand shot through the shattered side window of the van, nails clawing down a soldier's face. He roared, stabbing his bayonet up under its jaw, twisting until the thing convulsed and went limp. The air was a storm of gunfire, screams, and ceaseless pounding. Vans rocked on their axles under the relentless assault, the dead throwing themselves like battering rams. Some climbed onto the roofs, stomping, clawing, trying to rip their way in. Fingers wormed through cracks in the doors, grasping, desperate. The hissing grew louder, a chorus of hunger, a sound that drilled into the skull like a swarm of insects. It was everywhere, all around us, inescapable. And in that moment, one truth was carved into our bones. They weren't going to give up. Not until they'd infected every last one of us. "Get those gates open," Harris shouted, running toward the huge metal gates that blocked the exit. A squad of soldiers followed him, weapons raised, but even from inside the motorhome, I could hear the panic in their voices. Then came the worst sound. A low, guttural scream followed by gunshots. The gates weren't going to open easily. A soldier shouted, "Hold the line. Don't let them through." The pounding got louder. The dead were clawing at the hinges, their fingers slipping under the edges of the gate. I could hear metal bending, the creak of stress as the gate began to give. "Daniels," I said sharply, "what's the plan?" He looked at me, his face pale but eyes steady. "Pedal to the metal. Floor it. Don't stop. They'll cover us." Leroy nodded, hands steady on the wheel. "Let's move." I glanced at the kids, who were pressed against the windows, wide-eyed and silent except for Clayton, who kept whispering, "Please don't let them come in." The pounding outside went from frightening to violent. The dead weren't just knocking, they were battering the vehicles. Smashing fists and teeth against metal and glass. "God, it's like they're trying to tear us apart," Chardonnay hissed, gripping her rifle tighter. I gave her a sharp look. Well, I guess to them, we look like an all-you-can-eat buffet on wheels. Suddenly, the gate screeched open with a sickening grind. The first trucks lurched forward, wheels crunching over broken glass and corpses. Harris was right behind, firing at anything moving. But not everyone made it. One soldier was dragged screaming, as he tried to open the second gate for the convoy. The others fired blindly. The dead swarmed like a living tide, ripping him apart before anyone could pull him free. The sound was gut-wrenching. "Keep moving. Don't stop for anything or anyone," Daniels barked. Leroy hit the accelerator hard, the diesel engine roaring to life. I grabbed the window frame, leaning out just enough to aim my pistol at the sprinting figures that flanked the convoy. The smell was unbearable. Rotting flesh, blood, smoke. The kids screamed every time I fired, but I didn't stop. We had to keep moving. The other vehicles were doing the same. Soldiers and survivors hanging out the windows, spraying bullets at whatever targets they could find. I caught a glimpse of a battered van nearby, its driver swinging a baseball bat like a madman. Chardonnay was yelling something I couldn't hear over the roar of engines and gunfire, but her eyes were fierce. Daniels was firing from the rear door of the motorhome, grimacing with every shot. "Leroy, watch your left," I shouted as a rotten hand slammed against the side of the motorhome, fingers scraping metal with terrifying strength. Leroy swerved just in time, but the pounding didn't stop. The dead clawed at the windows, the mirrors, the doors. Anything they could reach. One creature, missing half its face, howled in that awful whisper, trying to pry open the sliding door. "Not today, you freak," I growled, squeezing off a round from the pistol right in between its eyes. The creature's head exploded. Its body fell to the floor only to be sucked under the wheels of the motorhome. I was beginning to feel seasick with all the shaking, from the blows of the dead. The convoy was rolling out now. Trucks, vans, a few battered military jeeps, and every single one of them was being hunted. I saw soldiers getting dragged under vehicles, their screams swallowed in the chaos. One man tried to throw a Molotov, but his hand was torn off before he could light the rag. Another was ripped from his truck, disappearing beneath a pile of corpses. The dead were relentless, unstoppable. The pounding was a constant nightmare soundtrack. The sound of death clawing its way into every crevice. We hit the main gate. It was supposed to be the easy part, an open road leading away from Fort Exeter. But just as the convoy turned, the horror escalated. A massive lorry, the last in the convoy, slowed suddenly. The driver was struggling to keep control, and before anyone could react, the dead surged from the roadside in a flock formation. I saw it from the motorhome window. The lorry's doors flung open, soldiers fighting, desperate to hold back the swarm. The dead poured in like water, drowning men and women in a tidal wave of claws and teeth. Those screams will haunt me forever. Daniels cursed under his breath, his eyes fixed on the nightmare unfolding behind us. That truck, it had most of the civilians inside, they're gone. "No," I whispered, clutching the window frame as tears burned in my eyes. The lorry was their last chance, their only hope to carry them to safety. Now it was a tomb. Leroy cursed and punched the wheel. "We can't stop. We won't stop." The kids were trembling now, gripping each other tight. Clayton's face was pale, but I caught the faintest flicker of stubbornness in his eyes. A sharp crack split the air. Daniels fired his rifle from the rear hatch, taking down one of the dead trying to climb in. "Keep shooting," he yelled. I leaned out the window again, unloading rounds at a creeping corpse that had climbed halfway up the side of the motorhome. My arms shook with exhaustion, but I didn't stop. The pounding on the vehicles was getting worse. The dead were pounding so hard I thought the metal would buckle. Their moans rose into a hellish chorus. One that crawled inside your skull. I heard a wet thud behind us and glanced back. A soldier had fallen, grabbed by a half-rotted hand and dragged screaming into the mass of decaying bodies. The others fired frantically, but it was no use. The dead had tasted blood, and they weren't stopping. We were moving faster now, the convoy stretching into the distance. But the nightmare wasn't over. I caught movement in the rearview mirror. Shadows shifting with terrifying speed. The whisperers. The dead who could mimic voices and lure you into a trap, were already among us. I heard a faint, distorted voice calling Daniels's name. He froze for a moment, finger trembling on the trigger, then shook it off and kept firing. "Don't listen," I shouted, "they want you to stop." But you could feel the cold fingers of doubt creeping in. The whisperers were worse than the normal Zeds. They were fast and they were clever. We hit the rough track leading out toward Dartmoor, the wheels kicking up mud and broken bones. Every bump sent a shudder through the motorhome, but Leroy held her steady. "Hang on," Daniels warned, they're trying to get inside the next vehicle. The next truck behind us shuddered violently as the dead swarmed the cab, tearing at the tires and doors. A scream tore through the convoy. A woman crying out, as something grabbed her leg. The truck jerked and slowed. Then it stopped. Go, go, go. I screamed. But the truck wasn't moving. The dead swarmed that last vehicle, dragging it under. I saw the horror in the faces of the survivors. They were helpless and trapped. And all we could do was watch. The pounding on the motorhome was louder now, so loud I could feel it in my bones. The dead were relentless. Our wheels were spinning mud and blood as we fought to escape the nightmare that had swallowed the last truck. Chardonnay's voice broke through the chaos, sharp and clear. They're right there. Left side. Shoot. I fired again, heart pounding, arms shaking. Daniels cursed, reloading fast. Leroy's grip on the wheel was white-knuckled. We're not stopping, he said. No way. The motorhome lurched forward, scraping past fallen bodies and debris. The convoy thinned, the vehicles scattering like frightened birds. And still the pounding came. Through the windows. The world was a blur of twisted metal, broken bodies, as endless decayed faces smashed up against the windows of our vehicle. I looked back one last time as we rounded a bend. The burning wreck of the lorry was swallowed by the dead. The whispers rose in a terrible crescendo. Daniels whispered, "That's the nightmare we leave behind." I swallowed hard, feeling the weight of everything, loss, fear, and that stubborn glimmer of hope. We keep going, I shout, my voice raw but steady. For the kids. For us. Leroy nodded, eyes on the road. This is one hell of a convoy. The dead kept pounding. Until Leroy floored it and we left them standing. Come back to us, join us. As I looked out the window behind us, I saw them standing there. Staring, hollow-eyed, ghosts frozen in time. That 1,000-yard stare, boring into us. It wasn't anger in their eyes, not exactly. It was something worse. Hatred. With a side of a silent, desperate plea, come back. I couldn't help myself. I leaned halfway out the window, my heart pounding, and gave them the finger. Full arm, middle finger raised, no hesitation. Childish, maybe. Stupid, definitely. But it felt good. We were halfway through the blasted tunnel when the tire gave up the ghost. Not a slow leak or a polite hiss, no, this was the full-blown, screaming death of a tire. One moment we were rattling along. The next minute there was a pop. The van lurched so violently I thought it might flip. The sound bounced off the tunnel walls like a gunshot, and the steering wheel jerked in my hands, as the whole thing fishtailed like a drunk on roller skates. Oi! What the hell was that? Leroy shouted, grabbing the dashboard with both hands. Tires blown. I snap, wrestling the wheel as the van dragged hard to the right, scraping along the tunnel wall like nails on skin. Concrete tore at the side panel, shrieking metal on stone, until I finally slammed on the brakes. The motorhome came to a groaning halt. Behind me, there was chaos. The kids were yelling, their bodies scrambling to get a bird's-eye view. Chardonnay had a death grip on Angel. Archie looked like he was 2 seconds away from bawling. Dexter was muttering something about zombies catching us, now that we'd stopped, and Clayton just blinked, totally unfazed. 6 kids, 1 wrecked van, and a tunnel straight out of a nightmare. I had all the ingredients for a breakdown. I grabbed the torch from the glove box and flicked it on, slicing the murky dark with a narrow beam. The walls sweated grime and mold. The light barely scratched the surface ahead, and behind us, the darkness was absolute. And then the smell hit. Not rot like outside, but coppery, sour, metallic. Rusted pennies and raw meat sprang to mind. The hairs on my arms stood to attention. Something was off. I could feel my spine tingling. This was a really stupid place to get a blowout. I muttered under my breath. Fuck it. I turned to the kids, hissing, "Stay in the van. All of you." Leroy muttered a curse, his fingers tapping nervously on the rifle across his lap. His eyes were wide as saucers. He was trying to look brave, but I knew that look. Fear, plain and simple. The kind you don't admit out loud. Angel whimpered, and Chardonnay pulled her closer. I nodded at her, trying to pass on some strength I wasn't sure I had. She gave me a shaky smile. Brave girl. I cracked the door and stepped out. The cold air hit me first. It was icy cold in here. The damp seeped into my bones. Water puddled beneath my boots. I swung the torch low as I rounded our vehicle, praying to find a quick fix. Of course, the tire looked like it had been through a shredder. Rubber stripped, hubcap bent, wheel jammed against the curb. We weren't going anywhere. A low whistle behind me made me turn. Daniels, jogging out of the back of the van, rifle slung, but his eyes were darting around searching for threats. He didn't say anything at first, he just scanned the dark with that soldier's intensity, that always made me feel like maybe, just maybe, we had a shot. Figured you two could use another set of hands, he said quietly. I'm not saying no, I muttered, exhaling some of the tension that had been coiled in my chest. Leroy, get the jack. He joined me without hesitation. 16, but sharp. Skittish, but trying to act tough. Daniels crouched beside me as I dug through the rear panel for the spare. This tunnel's a bad idea, I said under my breath. Yeah, Daniels replied. I feel it too. We worked fast, the three of us, hands numb, every clank and creak echoing too loud. I kept one eye on the dark. Leroy kept glancing behind him. Daniels never stopped scanning. Watching. Protecting. It was strange how safe his presence made me feel, even now. He was just a friend, sure, but I'd leaned on him more than I cared to admit. The kids were quiet in the motorhome, but their fear rippled through the air. Every time my torch flicked across a scuttling shadow, my heart seized. Come on, I muttered, cranking the jack faster. Sweat dripped down my back despite the cold. Then. Scratch, scratch. Chardonnay's voice cut through the quiet. Did anyone else hear that? My blood turned to ice. Get inside, I said to Leroy, who froze beside me. Get the kids locked in. Now. But Mum, now, Leroy. He bolted. Daniels rose slowly, his eyes narrowing as he aimed his torch down the tunnel. Whispering? Archie's voice trembled. No one's whispering, I snapped, though I'd already heard it too. Something wet, scratchy. Like nails on bone. Rats, Daniels offered, though his voice was a little too tight. Probably rats, Leroy said, his voice tight, whilst failing miserably to herd the kids back inside the motorhome. Rats? In a tunnel? Chardonnay whispered. That's disgusting. You're telling me, I said. Nothing worse than a rat running over your foot in the dark. Except maybe a zombie. Or a zombie rat. Shit. Shit. And double shit. What did Farmer Phil say? The scurrying grew louder. My stomach twisted into a knot. Get the kids inside the van, I hiss. Now. They scrambled back, panic rising like a tide. I could see the fear in their eyes, the same fear I felt clawing at my throat. And then, out of the shadows, they came. We'd gotten the kids on the bus. Locked them in tight. Chardonnay was holding them in the back, arms wrapped around Angel and Archie, her whole body trembling like a leaf in a gale. Leroy was back there too, trying to keep them calm, shotgun across his lap, peering through the broken window slats. The air was thick with sweat, fear, and the stench of blood-stained rubber. Outside, it was just me and Daniels. We were both slick with grime and panic, crouched by the wheel well, as he worked to fit the new spare onto the rim. My hands were shaking. So, I kept lookout instead. My eyes darting between the twisted shadows that coiled along the tunnel's walls. All the sewer grates seemed to yawn simultaneously. Daniels grunted, his knuckles raw and bleeding as he twisted the last lug nut into place. Then I heard it. A hiss. Wet. Then a screech. It echoed, rising from below us, from the sewer. From under our feet. I turned, and my stomach dropped. A single rat, bloated and twitching, crawled from the grate. Its fur was slicked back in patches, pink skin glistening underneath, eyes glowing a sickly yellow. It stared right at me, jaws working in spastic jerks, as frothy white foam bubbled at the corners of its mouth. Daniels, I whisper, but he was too focused. The tire was almost on. Another rat emerged. Then 5. Then a dozen. A flood. Their bodies surged over one another like living tar, pouring from the sewer like bile from a wound. Eyes glinting. Teeth gnashing. Claws scraping against the road. The sound was unreal. Wet slaps, sharp squeaks, a chorus of rodents ancient and starving. Daniels looked up then. He saw them. His eyes widened. Shit. Get inside, Tracy. Now. I'm not leaving you. You are if you want them to live. Get to the bus. I backed toward the door, fumbling for my pistol. I looked through the windshield. The kids were screaming. Chardonnay was shouting something I couldn't make out. Leroy stood at the front, banging on the inside of the glass, mouthing go. Go. But I didn't run. The rats surged forward like water breaking a dam. Daniels wrenched the jack out, kicked the tire, and it dropped into place with a heavy clunk. Done, he shouted. I should have felt relief. But that was when the first rat lunged. It latched onto his boot, claws scrabbling up his leg. He kicked it off, stumbled back, shotgun swinging up. He fired once, twice, explosions lighting up the darkness in the tunnels. Fur and flesh blew apart in sprays of black gore. But more kept coming. I raced forward screaming, Daniels. He turned toward me, mouth open, eyes wild. But before he could speak, 3 more rats latched onto him. One clamped onto his arm. Another sank its teeth into his thigh. The last leapt straight onto his chest. He screamed. It was a sound I'll never forget. Not a yell. Not pain. It was fury. Defiance. He swung the shotgun like a club, smashing one rat off his body, then fired again at point blank. The recoil knocked him off balance, but he stayed up. Get to the bus, Tracy. Lock the goddamn door. I aimed and fired, trying to pick them off him. 2 fell. But a dozen more swarmed up his legs. Their teeth tore through his army trousers, through skin. Blood sprayed up against the bus and over the road. Still, he fought. Still, he screamed. He looked up at me. There was blood in his teeth now. One eye was swollen shut. He was on one knee, rats writhing all over him like a living coat. Do it, kill me, he rasped. No. No, do it. His face contorted. Not in fear. But in love. In sacrifice. He looked toward the bus. Keep them safe. My hands were trembling so bad I nearly dropped the gun. But I raised it. Aimed between his eyes. Tears blurred my vision. My heart cracked open inside my chest. I'm sorry, I whispered. I took a long deep breath, and I pulled the trigger. The shot echoed like thunder. Daniel's head snapped back, and he collapsed, the rats still crawling over him. I screamed, a noise that tore from my throat and shattered whatever was left of me. Then I ran. The rats came after me, slipping in his blood, squealing with fury. I made it to the bus door, just as Leroy threw it open. He grabbed my arm, yanking me inside, slamming it shut behind me. Drive. I scream. He jumped into the driver's seat and hit the ignition. The engine roared. The tires spun, fresh rubber squealing against the cracked pavement. I collapsed to my knees in the aisle, blood on my hands, the image of Daniels falling, burning into my memory. The kids were sobbing. Angel clung to my leg. Archie hid his face in Chardonnay's chest. Clayton just stared at me, wide-eyed and shaking. "Where's Daniels?" he whispered. My voice broke. He saved us." Leroy glanced in the rearview. His face was pale, jaw clenched. He knew what he was doing. "You had to do it, Mum. You had to." But that didn't make it easier. Didn't make it hurt less. The bus roared down the road, Daniel's body disappearing in the distance, the rats swarming over it in a writhing mass. I couldn't breathe. Couldn't think. We drove on in silence, every one of us broken in a new way. Daniels was gone. He had saved us. And I would never, ever forget that. Back on the road, we swing southwest. The map is useless. Faded lines and names that don't mean a damn thing anymore, but instinct pays off. I find a stretch of motorway, wide and eerily clear. For a moment, it feels normal. Tires hum against tarmac, the silence strange after so much chaos. Then we pass the sign. "Welcome to Tavistock," and beneath it, in dripping red spray paint, "Turn around or join the dead." Leroy looked at me. "We're not turning around, are we? Not bloody likely. We've come this far. We don't stop till our feet hit sand and we're pissing in the sea." Nice visual. Thank you. It is the apocalypse. The town sat nestled in a cradle of green hills, calm and smug, the way only old British villages can be. Red brick chimneys. Neat rows of limestone houses. Everything looked untouched. No broken windows, no flipped cars, not even a drop of blood. That should have been the first warning. We rolled in slow, tires crunching gravel. Our eyes scanned left and right like windscreen wipers. I tightened my grip on the wheel. "Doesn't look too dead," Leroy muttered. "That's what worries me." He cracks his knuckles. "What's the plan?" "Gas, food, and gone. In and out? Like a ghost." We park outside a co-op that somehow still has both front windows intact. I grab my trusty bat. Leroy grabs a hatchet with a rag wrapped around the handle. Inside, the place reeks of dust and long-rotten fruit. It's a smell that clings to your throat and reminds you there's no more fresh produce. Some shelves were bare. Others had tins. I shove anything edible into a duffel bag. Beans, tuna with battered labels, instant noodles. I'd heard somewhere that tinned food lasts for years. Probably some prepper on YouTube. Hunger always beats caution. Luckily, there is no sign of movement. Then the bell on the door jingles. I froze. Glancing at Leroy. He was already crouched, his fingers tight on the hatchet. My heart stutters. My instinct screaming at me, for silence. Someone stepped in. A woman. Maybe 30 years of age, wrapped in a shawl. Her face was pale with wide eyes. Her hair limp and stringy. She didn't say anything at first, she just raised a hand, palm up, like she was offering something invisible, or warning us. Then she whispers, barely audible, her voice dry and cracked, "You shouldn't be here." Leroy stepped forward. "We don't want trouble." His voice was calm, but I saw how his knuckles tensed. She stepped back. "They'll smell you." Her eyes flicked from him to me, then to the door. I moved beside him, bat angled low, non-threatening. "Who?" I asked, trying not to sound too tough. But it came out shaky. She didn't answer. She just turned and ran, shoes slapping the floor, shawl catching the light as she vanished through the entrance and into the village. We stood still, the bell above the door jingling faintly, then settling. I look at Leroy. Well, that was weird. I listen, 4 footsteps, 4 growls. But all I could hear was our breath echoing off tile and glass. Leroy mutters, "That's not ominous at all." I glance behind me, my spine crawling. We finish our sweep fast. Leroy grabs some more tins, his hands stiff. What do you think she meant? Who'll smell us? I close my eyes for half a second, trying to calm my breathing. Zeds, maybe. Let's move. This place gives me the creeps. I zip the bag, a little too loud. We creep toward the back exit, with quiet gentle steps so the tins didn't clink. A sliver of daylight cut through cracks in the boarded windows. We reached the rear door. Leroy glanced back. No sign of the woman. There is not a soul. Just an empty street and silence. Not even birds. Eerily silent. That's all we bloody need. Still, her voice rang in my head. They'll smell you. What the hell did that mean? I pushed the door open. A gust of stale air hitting us. The sky overhead slate gray, light struggling to break through. We slip into an alleyway past bins spilling rot, flies swirling in slow spirals. I clutched the duffel bag close. Leroy followed, hatchet raised, glancing back every few steps. At the motorhome, we didn't speak. Go, I order. Leroy chucked the bag inside and climbed in. I started the engine, eyes flicking to the mirror. Nothing moved. Just empty streets and the ghost of that woman's face burned in my memory. Why was she alone? Why didn't she just say what she meant? Leroy broke the silence. Next time, he said, we skip any place with intact windows. Deal. The road twists out ahead, brittle and gray in the dying light, like it's been baked too long under a merciless sun. I keep driving, but the thought won't leave me. If they really can smell us, then we're already screwed. Doesn't matter how fast we run, how far we get, bloodhounds with rotting faces will always win. I try to shake it off, shove it into the box labeled paranoid nonsense. Probably just another one of those lunatic survivalists or some cat lady with more theories than teeth. Yeah. That's what I tell myself. Except, her words won't let go. They keep circling back, whispering through the hum of the tires, they can smell you. We leave the shop and keep moving, quieter now. No more jokes, no wasted breath. After this long, in the end of the world, you learn to read a place. And Tavistock. Tavistock is crawling under my skin and bedding down for the night. Something here is wrong. We pass homes with warnings scrawled across doors. Cleared, unworthy, wait for the tithe. One door was painted red so bright it hurt. A streak of something, blood, paint, or both, ran under the threshold and zigzagged down the steps. The house next to it looked deserted, but behind the broken glass, I caught a glimpse of someone's eyes. Watching. None of us spoke. We stared out through the windows of the motorhome. This place was freaky. Too quiet. The gutters stank, clogged with refuse and decay. The alleyways between buildings yawned like mouths. I was sure, no certain, we were being watched. At the next corner, we saw him. A man kneeling before a wall. Whispering to the bricks. We didn't stop. He rocked gently, forehead almost touching the surface, hands pressed together like a twisted prayer. His voice barely carried, mumbling fragments I couldn't piece together. His clothes were layers of rags, stained and torn. He had the look of someone who'd been hiding and running for far too long. Then we reached the town square. And everything got worse. Someone had built gallows. Real timber. Fresh-cut rope. And hanging from it, a zombie. Teeth gnashing the air. Of all the horrors we'd seen, this was new. Had they caught it? Or was this some kind of message? Its body swayed in the breeze, eyes bloodshot and milky, veins black and webbing from its eye sockets. The wood was fresh, the rope tied too neat. Beneath it, the ground was stamped with footprints and stained with something darker. The wind shifted. The corpse spun. Then we saw the altar. Men, women, even children, knelt before it. On top, no candles, no statue. Just a row of zombie heads. Rotting. Snapping. Still, alive. Well, as alive as they can be. Leroy stared. What the hell is this place? I didn't answer. Because that's when I saw them. On the rooftops. In the alleys. Watching. Shadows moved where they shouldn't. A figure crouched on the post office roof, pale hand twitching. Across from her, two more crouched on a ledge, faces masked in strips of sackcloth, veiled like priests. They hadn't just noticed us. They'd been waiting. The hush that followed pressed in like fog. Every hair on my neck stood to attention. A woman with gray-streaked hair stepped forward. Her boots echoed on the stone. She didn't speak, she just pointed. First to the gallows. Then the altar. Above, one of the masked men let out a long, high-pitched cry that broke the silence. The rest joined in. Voices in some broken language. Chanting. Discordant. Vibrating through me like thunder under my skin. The crowd began to close in. Slowly. Quietly. Not a mob. A congregation. Sun symbols painted on their cheeks in what looked like blood. Thread looped around wrists. Some held offerings, apples, dried flowers, trinkets, which they placed beneath the gallows. Leroy's hands clenched around the wheel. My pulse roared in my ears. They were worshipping them. Zombies. What the actual fuck? I looked at Leroy and shouted, "Floor it. I don't care who's in the way. Just get us the fuck out of here. Now." We don't get the chance to floor it. Before the engine can roar, they're already there, the people from the altar. Dozens of them spill into the street, faces blank, eyes glinting with malevolence. They move as one, closing in until the bus is surrounded, a human wall pressing tight on all sides. The road ahead is blocked. The road behind, gone. Their silence is worse than any scream, a suffocating weight that makes every heartbeat sound like a drum. Then one of them steps forward. Chardonnay launches herself in the front of the cab, so fast I almost yelp. "You will do no such thing," she snaps, her voice quivering at first, then sharpening into anger. "We are not your guests. We're not part of your stupid cult. Let us through." The man's smile widens. His teeth look almost translucent, yellowed from years of poor diet and worse habits. He flicks his fingers, casual as a king giving orders. The two at the end of the line step closer, hemming us in. Leroy trembles behind me. "It's not about what you want," the leader says. "The old laws survived for a reason. Our ancestors gave what they must. That's why we persist. The city's burned, but we are protected by the zombie gods. OMFG." I suddenly burst out, my voice so sharp it startled even the freaks. The whole of the UK has gone batshit bonkers. Do you actually believe this bollocks? The zombies want to eat you. Have you all lost your minds? Let us through or I swear you'll regret it. The cultists faltered for a moment, unsure. The leader's smile cracked, just a tiny fissure, before reforming into something colder. "We do what must be done. Peace comes at a price." Leroy tried to reason with him. "Please, we don't want trouble. Just let us go. I don't want to hurt you." One of the group, a woman with a messy plait and red-rimmed eyes, chimed in, "Outsiders never understand. But you will." I shake my head, angry tears brimming. After everything we had been through, everything we had lost, these maniacs were praying to the zombies, like they were some weird science fiction deity. I watched the leader's gaze flick to me, measuring, calculating. You're strong, he said flatly. Maybe you should be the tithe instead? The others laughed, low and humorless, the sound scrambling up my spine like frost. Try it, I growl. Just fucking move out of our way. We're not part of your games. I had no idea what they were talking about, but I knew one thing for sure. Whatever this tithe was, it wasn't good. Then everything went still. Even the wind seemed to hesitate. Then the woman with the plate said softly, "It isn't a game. If we don't do this, worse things happen. We've seen it." She points to the fields, where burned-out tractors and shattered glass glittered in the afternoon sun. That's what comes when the tithe isn't honored. In the field there was a horde of zombies all in a caged fence. Leroy whimpers with exasperation. I reach out and take his hand. Isn't there any other way? He pleaded. Can't we just offer something else? We'll help. We'll fix fences, Leroy, you can't reason with these people. You need to floor it now. Still, he hesitated. Right, move over. We are swapping seats. I'll drive. The leader shook his head. We need to feed the tithe. He shouted to his followers. Stop them. I am done with this, I scream, just as I shuffle into the driver's seat. We are leaving. This is your last chance. Get the fuck out of our way. Men, women and children all moved deliberately in front of the motorhome. OMG, they are even using the children. What the fuck is wrong with these people? Tears flood the corners of my eyes. I look in my wing mirror, but we were surrounded. Our only way out was to commit vehicular manslaughter. Grown-ups I could handle, but the children. I felt dizzy, I felt faint. I felt my heart shatter into 1,000 tiny pieces all at once. But I knew there was no other choice. I revved the engine as a warning shot. There were less children behind us, and I reasoned that as long as I didn't look back at what I had done, everything would be all right. I shout at my kids. Kids, close your eyes, and don't open them until I tell you to. They all looked at me startled, like a deer's in headlights. Do it. I scream. The twins and Clayton hid under blankets. Chardonnay pulled her coat over her face and Leroy grabbed my hand. You too, Leroy. With that, Leroy closed his eyes. The engine roared once more, and I reversed as fast as the vehicle would allow me to. Everything went in slow motion. Bodies of women, men and children, all falling down like dominoes, to the side of the motorhome and under the wheels. I struggled to see behind me, through my tears. The motorhome crunched and growled over broken, living, breathing human bones. I scream out loud at the injustice of it all. Why, God, why? And then there was silence. Beautiful, calm silence. In the mirror all I could see was what was left of the freaks, standing, then kneeling and praying. That angered me even more. I suddenly slam on the brakes to turn. God, Tracy, what on earth are you doing? I whisper under my breath. I gun the engine and aim straight for the cage in the field. The fencing rattles and bows, as I hit it at full speed, the screech of metal, tearing through the night like a scream. The cage bursts apart, poles toppling, wires snapping loose and whipping through the air. The horde spills free. Instinct takes over. I slam the brake, wrench the wheel hard, the tires shrieking as the vehicle fishtails across the dirt. Gravel spits in all directions. For a heartbeat the world is chaos, then I grip tight and drive, engine roaring as the cage disappears behind us. At first, they follow. The dead surge forward, sprinting with that unnatural, jerky rhythm, arms pumping too fast for their broken bodies, feet pounding hard enough to shake the ground. Their shrieks claw at my ears. Then, all at once, they stop. Hundreds of them, freezing mid-charge, heads snapping back in eerie unison. They lift their faces to the air, nostrils flaring, mouths hanging open. They inhale together, a hideous chorus of wet-sucking breaths. It is the sound of dogs catching a scent, but far more obscene. My stomach knots. Fresh meat, I mutter. All you can eat buffet. The words barely leave my mouth when they move. Not toward us. Toward Tavistock. The horde turns as one, erupting forward like a black tide, sprinting faster than I thought possible. It is a flock of carrion birds suddenly unleashed, a storm of hunger and rage that barrels down the slope toward the village. In the rearview mirror, the last thing I see is the villagers. They are not running. They are not fighting. They stand in the square with their arms spread wide, like children welcoming home their parents, like lovers reunited after too long apart. Smiles on their faces. Eyes shining. They open their embrace to the oncoming horde. And then the dead are on them. The arms that reach for hugs become hooks of bone and claw. Mouths open wide. Flesh tears. The sound rises, wet and frantic, until the mirror is nothing but red chaos. Tavistock is gone beneath the feast. Let me tell you something I probably should have thought through earlier, Cornwall. Absolutely full of dead people. Not in a poetic, historical sense. I mean actual sprinting, groaning, falling apart at the seams dead. We'd driven from one end of England to the other dodging flesh-hungry rancid corpses from hell, and it only hit me, as we cruised past the broken welcome to Penzance sign, that we were headed straight into a peninsular death trap. Brilliant plan, Tracy, I mutter to myself, gripping the steering wheel like it owed me money. Absolute stroke of bloody genius. Chardonnay sat up front with me, polishing that shotgun again. I swear the girl's going to grow up to be a Bond villain. Where exactly are we going, Mum? She asks, not even looking up. I pause, staring out at the winding road that narrowed into hedgerows and despair. Somewhere not here. Somewhere we can breathe without worrying about being chewed on like Greg's leftovers. We were making our way to Newlyn Marina. Daniels, before he died like a bloody legend, had muttered something about boats being our last chance. Water, he'd said, was safety. Zeds couldn't swim. Not properly. They floated, sure, like bloated Halloween props. But thank Christ, they hadn't figured out how to doggy paddle, yet. Leroy leaned through from the back. Mum, I saw a sign for the marina back there. Want me to drive? I gave him the look. The one that says, not unless you want to be grounded in the afterlife. We crept around a sharp bend and the sea finally came into view. A horizon of gray-blue, salted wind, smacking the motorhome, as if Mother Nature herself was trying to shake some sense into me. Below us, the marina, where a cluster of boats were gently bobbing. Then came the groans, not the good kind. Eyes up, I order. We've got company. Dozens of them. Shambling, arms outstretched like they were desperate for a cuddle and a snack, preferably in that order. They spilled out of alleyways, between parked vans, from the fish market with its broken windows and the lingering stench of mackerel and death. Oh, great, Chardonnay sighed. A welcoming committee. I slam the motorhome into gear and gun it down the hill. The tires screech and catch air, as we bounce down towards the docks. Dodging the dead and the debris alike. One Zed managed to slam its face into the passenger window. Left a lovely gooey imprint, like a horror-themed pizza. Dexter, hold on to the dog. I shout. We don't have a dog. Well, pretend you do and hold on to something. The marina gates were wide open, as if someone had given up halfway through locking them. I skidded us through, and Leroy hopped out before we even stopped moving, crossbow in hand. Find us a boat. I yell. He was already gone. Behind us, the moaning chorus got louder. More were coming. From every side street, every pub, every knackered B&B, Cornwall had risen, and it wasn't for cream teas. Angel, Chardonnay, get the bags. Everyone, move. We tore through the docks like a family possessed. Dexter tripped and faceplanted into a rope coil. Clayton screamed that his leg had fallen off. Turns out it was just his welly boot. Leroy came back, panting. Found one. Big white sailboat. Diesel engine. Called Sea Spirit. Looks clean. Sea Spirit, you're our savior, I pant. Let's go. We climb aboard like clowns, piling into a getaway car. I shove the kids below deck, doing a head count, still 6, miracle of miracles. I then start untying the mooring lines. Mom! Chardonnay shouts. They're getting closer. They were. One especially nasty one, a woman in a ripped evening gown, was crawling across the dock, dragging half a pelvis behind her. Leroy ran up to the controls. I think I can start it. You think? He turned the key. The engine coughed. The posh chick screeched and lunged. I kicked her square in the face. She went overboard with a splash and a hiss. Come on, Leroy muttered. The engine roared to life. Yes, we shout, in that chorus of disbelief, that only comes when something finally goes right for once. We reverse out of the marina, turning just in time to see a wall of Zeds lurch into the water after us. Some floated. Most sank. One waved half of his arm, as if it was hailing a bloody taxi. I collapse onto the deck, my heart hammering. We're alive, I wheeze. For now, Leroy says. Where to? I sit up and point at the sea. The Isles of Scilly. They're remote. Isolated. Hard to spell. Perfect. The kids emerge, wide-eyed but still intact. Clayton held up a packet of mini cheddars like it was the crown jewels. We made it. Dexter shouts. For now. But let's not throw a party until we're off this floating tin can and standing on dry land. Let's hope and pray that when we get there, there'll be nothing trying to bite us. We sail for hours. The coast disappears behind us, a crumbling, infected landmass we no longer belong to. I watch it fade with a mixture of relief and guilt. We'd left so much behind. People. Places. The last semblance of what we used to call normal. But in its place, the ocean. Blue, endless, and miraculously quiet. Land ahoy! Chardonnay shouts, pointing. Did you just say, land ahoy? I asked. She shrugged. Seemed appropriate. On the horizon, tiny islands appeared. Little green lumps in the water, like the planet had grown goosebumps. The Isles of Scilly. I swear, if these islands are full of zombies too, I'm swimming to France, I mutter. We approach the shore with caution. A few yachts were moored, bobbing lazily. Some were burned out wrecks. One had a sail shredded like it had been chewed. I don't see anyone, Leroy says. That could be good or bad, I reply. Place might be empty. Or it might be dinner service and we're on the menu. We pull in slowly, ready to beach the boat if needed. Then, click. From behind a wall of stacked lobster traps, a figure appears. A woman. Late 50s, maybe. Wild silver hair. Dirty camo coat. And a shotgun big enough to take down an elephant. She raises it, the barrel, pointing straight at my chest. Halt, she says. Who goes there? It's just me, Tracy Barnes, and my kids. None of us are bit, I swear. The lady lowers her shotgun and gives us all the once-over. These islands are free from infection for now. And we'd like to keep it that way. Just as she said that, around 100 people stepped out from their hiding places. All had weapons, but they all looked normal. We had made it. We had actually bloody made it. When we got off the boat, I knelt on my knees and kissed the ground. God, Mum, you're so embarrassing. Chardonnay huffed. The end.